Chapter 1. Sign in for the first time and get a Ferrari as a reward.
Ding, congratulations on obtaining the sign-in system. A mechanical voice rang in Chen Feng's mind, and then a translucent light curtain appeared in front of his eyes, with the two big words sign in on it.
No way, a system plug-in like this can actually appear on my body. Chen Feng was excited.
He was a college graduate who had just graduated. After graduation, he went to work in a small company. He had to work overtime every day and was exploited like a dog by the company. He thought he would just live a mediocre life, but he didn't expect that God would reward him with a system.
Without saying anything, I signed in decisively.
Chen Feng tapped the light screen vigorously, and the word sign in quickly changed to sign in. Ding, sign in for the first time, reward luxury car Ferrari 488.
Ferrari 488. Chen Feng pinched his cheek and quickly searched the internet.
This car is a super sports car produced by Ferrari, with a value between 3 million and 4 million, making it a veritable luxury car. With Chen Feng's current salary, he would have to work for 70 or 80 years without eating or drinking to be able to afford a car of this level. But now he was rewarded by the system just for simply signing in.
It was really great. But the question is, where is this Ferrari?
Ding, please go to number 54, Area C, underground parking lot. The system prompt sounded, and a location inexplicably appeared in Chen Feng's mind, and at the same time, a car key appeared in his pocket. Taking out the car keys and looking at them, Chen Feng was sure that what happened just now was not an illusion, but was real.
He really had a sign-in system. So what are you waiting for?
Go to the parking lot and see what the new car rewarded by the system looks like. Chen Feng rushed to the parking lot as fast as he could and found the cool red Ferrari in a hidden corner.
The streamlined body and unique shape made Chen Feng almost drool. Finally, I am a car owner. Ah.
Suddenly, Chen Feng heard a disturbing sound. He looked in the direction of the sound and found a BMW shaking there.
Isn't this Boss Chin Jia's car?
They played so wildly that they didn't go to the hotel late at night and just went to the parking lot to have sex.
TSK. Exciting enough.
As expected of the boss, he lives a comfortable life. But in the future, I will definitely surpass him. Chen Feng picked up his phone and called his girlfriend Xiao Chuchu, ready to tell her the good news.
Ding ling ling.
The cell phone rings.
Suddenly the BMW stopped shaking.
A ringtone rang out from the car.
Chen Feng's expression changed, revealing a look of disbelief.
He gripped the phone tightly with his 5 fingers. Because he was holding it too tightly, his fingers turned white.
Hey, Chen Feng, what's up?
The call was connected, and the ringing in the BMW stopped at the same time.
Where are you? Chen Feng's voice trembled a little. I'm out shopping with my bestie. I don't have time to chat with you. I'm hanging up.
Xiao Chuchu's voice was very steady, without any flaws. Chen Feng smiled bitterly.
Shopping with her best friend, this excuse is really perfect.
If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would not have had any suspicion at all.
You don't have to pretend. I'm in the parking lot below the company right next to your car.
The phone call was hung up, and not long after, 2 disheveled men and women walked out of the car. The man was the company boss Qin Jia, who was in his 30s, and the woman was his girlfriend Xiao Chuchu.
Xiao Chuchu's expression was very impatient.
The look she gave Chen Feng was not one of embarrassment at all, but rather full of disgust.
I didn't expect you to find out.
In this case, there's no point in keeping it a secret.
Chen Feng, let's break up, and don't bother me anymore. Chen Feng was deeply hurt by Xiao Chuchu's disdainful tone. Xiao Chuchu, you are doing me justice by doing this.
Xiao Chuchu's expression did not fluctuate at all, instead she frowned in disdain. Chen Feng, we are all adults, it's time to be realistic. You only make 5,000 yuan a month, which is not enough for your own living, how can you possibly support me? Wake up, this society is very cruel.
A loser like you is not qualified to fall in love.
Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that he would be so unbearable in Xiao Chuchu's eyes. Well, it was her fault that she had no vision and failed to seize the opportunity. Since you ignored me when I was at my lowest point, you can blame me for ignoring you now that I am rich. Chen Feng quickly regained his composure and nodded. Okay, let's break up. We have nothing to do with each other in the future. You can continue to stay with your big boss. I just hope you won't regret it in the future.
Xiao Chuchu frowned.
Chen Feng's cold attitude made her a little unhappy.
How could Chen Feng be so calm? He should be very sad and cry to keep her. Xiao Chuchu pulled Qin Jia's sleeve and said coquettishly, "Honey, please fire this guy. He is unemployed right after graduation. I want to see how he will survive in the future." Chen Feng smiled coldly, "No need to wait for the bus, I have a car, which is better than the BMW you are riding now." Ha ha ha. Xiao Chuchu laughed exaggeratedly, as if she had heard a huge joke. "Chen Feng, please stop talking nonsense here, okay? I don't know what's going on with you. Forget about the car. You can't even afford a wheel. We are all acquaintances, there is no point in bragging. Go quickly. If you continue to stay here and talk nonsense, you will only look embarrassed." "Okay, Chuchu, stop talking and just give him a little face." Qin Jia smiled calmly. "He just wants to save his face. Don't expose him." Xiao Chuchu nodded, "My dear, you are still kind, much better than Chen Feng. He can't even compare to a hair of yours." Ha ha ha. Qin Jia laughed. Chen Feng did not waste time arguing with the couple, but walked to the side, took out the key, and pressed the key at the cool Ferrari next to them. Ding ding. The car lights came on. Chen Feng opened the door and got in with an expressionless face. The unique roar of a sports car sounded, and a stream of black smoke came out of the exhaust pipe. Chen Feng stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Xiao Chuchu and Qin Jia were stunned, their mouths open so wide that they could swallow an egg. Chapter 2: Sign in for the second time and get a building as a reward. Watching the cool luxury car disappear from her sight, Xiao Chuchu was completely stunned. She knew Chen Feng's situation very well and knew that he absolutely could not afford such a cool car. Qin Jia was also surprised and confused. He could tell at a glance that the car Chen Feng was driving was a Ferrari 488, which cost at least 4 million yuan. Even he didn't dare to buy it. An ordinary employee drives a car that is even cooler than his? Suddenly, Qin Jia slapped his thigh and said with sudden enlightenment, "I understand, I know where his car came from." "What's going on?" Xiao Chuchu asked hurriedly. Seeing that a loser whom she looked down upon suddenly drove the luxury car of her dreams, Xiao Chuchu felt mixed emotions and couldn't tell what it felt like. Regret, pity, unhappiness, anger, all at once. She must know the truth about why Chen Feng drives a luxury car, otherwise she will not be able to sleep for several days. Qin Jia showed a scornful smile on his face. Is there any need to think about it? He must have rented this car just to show off. Someone on the internet has already exposed this routine. It is common for losers to spend a lot of money to rent luxury cars and pretend to be rich second generations to pick up girls. If someone doesn't know the details, they may not be able to tell. I guess he knew about your situation a long time ago, and he specially spent money to rent a luxury car to show off, just to make you regret it. If you really believe it, then you've been fooled by him. Xiao Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief, so that's how it is. She was saying, how could a loser like that afford such a nice car? It turned out it was rented. That's right, Chen Feng is just a worker, and his monthly salary is barely enough to live on. He could only save his face by renting a luxury car. Chen Feng certainly didn't expect that. As smart as she was, she had already seen through everything. On the other side, Chen Feng drove his Ferrari back to the rental house and bought several boxes of beer and a bottle of white wine. Today, he won't go home until he's drunk. Xiao Chuchu, from now on, the two of us will part ways. You were the one who wronged me first, so if something goes wrong in the future, don't blame me for being heartless. Chen Feng drank a lot of wine that night. The next morning, Chen Feng woke up drowsily at 9 o'clock. The first thing he did after opening his eyes was to open the system. There was no way, he was afraid that he was dreaming yesterday. Sign-in system. Host, Chen Feng. Number of sign-ins, once. Signed in, not signed in. Hey, why didn't you sign in? Chen Feng was shocked. He had just signed in last night and only a dozen hours had passed. But never mind, there will be rewards if you sign in, it would be a waste if you don't sign. Chen Feng clicked quickly. Ding, sign in for the second time, reward in office building. The system prompt sounded, and the not signed in changed to signed in, and there was a countdown below. Chen Feng took a closer look and found that the countdown was 21 hours, not 24 hours. If this is the case, I can sign in again at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is just like some games. No matter what time you log in, as long as you sign in on the same day, the sign-in will be refreshed at a fixed time the next day. After confirming that the system was valid, Chen Feng closed the system and began looking for the office building rewarded by the system. Yesterday the Ferrari was in the underground parking lot, So where will it be this time in the office building?
Soon, Chen Feng found a document beside his bed with the words Jinding Building written on it.
Jinding Building? ISNT, that where the company's office is now?
As far as Chen Feng knows, the Jinding Building has a total of 23 floors. Although it has been built for more than 10 years and the location is average, it has more than 30 companies settled in it, and the annual rental income alone is several million. Relying on this building alone, Chen Feng can ensure that he will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life.
This system is really powerful.
Chen Feng was so excited that he almost jumped up.
Ding ling ling.
Just at this moment, his cell phone rang. Chen Feng took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, but he picked up the phone anyway.
Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Chen Feng frowned. My last name is Chen, but who are you?
Hello, Mr. Chen.
I'm Zhu Wei, the manager of the Jinding Building.
I just got the news from the former boss that you have bought the Jinding Building and become the new boss.
Is that right? Chen Feng nodded frantically. Yes, Jinding Building is mine.
It's like this, Mr. Chen. I wanted to ask when you will come over so that I can prepare to receive you. Also, the building just changed its owner, and the employees also want to meet you.
No problem, I'll be right there.
Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs. Chen Feng hung up the phone and rubbed his hands.
The career as a landlord that I had always dreamed of is finally coming.
From now on, he can live comfortably just like those people whose houses have been relocated, just by collecting rent every day.
Ding ling ling.
Suddenly, Chen Feng's phone rang again. As soon as he picked up the phone, he heard a loud shout coming from the other end.
Chen Feng, you bastard, why haven't you come to work yet? Do you still want to work? If not, get out of here right now. Chen Feng's brows suddenly frowned.
The guy who made the call was Xiao Peng from the company.
He usually bossed ordinary employees around like dogs.
Moreover, his mouth stinks and he often curses. In the past, Chen Feng could only tolerate such people. After all, he had just graduated for half a year.
If he was fired, it would be difficult for him to find a job.
But now, there was no need for him to endure it anymore, so he yelled back without saying a word.
Yes, I just don't want to do it anymore. Okay, if you don't want to do it, don't come and die at home.
Xiao Peng hung up the phone directly.
Snort. Chen Feng snorted coldly, put on his clothes, and went downstairs quickly. Downstairs, several people looked at his Ferrari 488 with envy in their eyes.
Oh my god, when will such luxury cars be seen here? If I had this car, I would probably soak wolfberries in the cup every day. Strange, no one here should be able to afford such a luxury car. I just checked online, and this car costs more than 4 million.
I'm sorry, please make way. Chen Feng pressed the key, lifted the car door and sat in.
As soon as you step on the accelerator, black smoke spews out of the exhaust pipe and a deafening roar follows. Chen Feng turned the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away, leaving behind a group of envious onlookers.
Soon, he drove to the Jinding Building.
A wealthy middle-aged man downstairs' eyes lit up and he came forward to greet her.
Hello, is this Mr. Chen?
Yes, we just talked on the phone.
Chen Feng nodded. Chapter 3 Fired. Hello, Mr. Chen.
I am Zhu Wei, the property manager of the building. When Zhu Wei heard that Chen Feng was the new boss, his attitude became very enthusiastic.
This is the person who can decide whether to stay or go in the future.
Please show me around this building.
I want to know the details.
Chen Feng shook hands with Zhu Wei and looked at the Jinding Building carefully.
Although he had worked in this building before, at that time he was just an ordinary office worker and an exploited employee in the company.
And now, Chen Feng is the boss of Jinding Building and the owner of this building.
The building is still the same building, but it feels different. No problem, Mr. Chen, please follow me. Zhu Wei enthusiastically took Chen Feng to visit the Jinding Building. Mr. Chen, the business of Jinding Building is still very good.
There are dozens of companies settled here, including financial companies, game companies, agency studios, etc.
The monthly rent is very stable. There are 15 employees employed in the building.
Their main job is to clean the place and look after the venue. Some companies do their own cleaning, while others outsource it to us. Zhu Wei has worked in the Jinding Building for 5 or 6 years and is very familiar with the building. He took Chen Feng on a tour of each floor. When they reached the 7th floor, Chen Feng saw the sign of their company, his eyes lit up, and he said to Zhu Wei,
"Wait here for a moment. I'll go in and do something." No problem, Mr. Chen, it doesn't matter how long you wait. Zhu Wei nodded. Chen Feng walked quickly towards the company.
Although he was fired, he hasn't received his salary for this month yet, which is several thousand yuan, and he can't refuse it. As soon as I entered the company, I saw Xiaopeng swearing there.
What are you all doing? You can't even do such a simple thing. Do you want to do it or not? If you don't want to do it, get out of here. Young people today just don't know how to be grateful and don't like to struggle. Seeing this familiar scene, Chen Feng couldn't help but snorted coldly. Ha!
Xiaopeng is still as foul-mouthed as ever. Fortunately, I don't have to face him in the future, otherwise I would really not be able to stand it. At this moment, Xiaopeng turned around and saw Chen Feng, revealing a sarcastic look.
Chen Feng, you don't have to beg me for mercy. I'm telling you, Boss Qin just came to me and told me that you're fired. Don't come to work anymore. Expelled?
Several old employees looked at Chen Feng in surprise, with expressions of gloating. Chen Feng joined the company as a fresh graduate, but was fired not long after graduation. He has little work experience and is no longer a fresh graduate, so it will be very difficult for him to find a job in the future. Chen Feng was too lazy to confront this group of people, and said calmly, I already knew about this matter a long time ago, I came here just to handle the formalities.
Come with me.
Xiaopeng waved his hand.
As soon as the two people left, the office was in an uproar.
Poor thing, he was fired for no reason.
It's strange.
Chen Feng has been performing quite well recently.
He volunteers to work overtime until late at night every day. How could he be fired? An old employee asked in confusion. I know this.
This morning I saw Chen Feng's girlfriend Xiao Chuchu and his boss Qin Jie going to work together arm in arm. They stayed in the office for quite a while.
I see. That's normal.
Chen Feng is just a loser who can't afford a house or a car.
He's far inferior to Boss Qin.
If it were me, I wouldn't choose Chen Feng either.
Several old employees were talking about it. In the office, Chen Feng completed the procedures very quickly.
After all, it is just a small company and the procedures are relatively simple. After seeing Chen Feng sign, Xiaopeng said in a deep voice, according to company practice, the remaining salary will be paid to you on the 21st of next month, but you are fired. According to regulations, your attendance and performance bonus will be deducted.
Ha ha.
Chen Feng sneered and waved his hand. Okay, I knew it a long time ago.
It's okay, I'll leave first.
Chen Feng knew very well what was going on in this company. They made people work overtime every day, but deliberately waited until the end of the next month to pay their employees' salaries.
This way they could openly withhold a month's salary from their employees.
Xiaopeng sneered and taught him a lesson. Chen Feng, you are still young, so I'm going to tell you something from my heart. When you go out to work, you must understand the instructions and be obedient.
Otherwise, you will not be able to make it. Chen Feng was so angry at Xiaopeng's shamelessness that he laughed. Why are you pretending here?
You have only been around a few years longer than me, and you still have the nerve to teach me a lesson.
Xiaopeng's face darkened. You don't know what's good for you.
I'm teaching you with good intentions, but you don't appreciate it.
Get out of here now. You are no longer an employee of the company.
Chen Feng turned around and left without saying anything. I didn't want to stay any longer anyway.
As soon as he walked out of Xiaopeng's office, Xiao Chuchu came over from nowhere and said sarcastically,
Chen Feng, don't rent a luxury car to show off in the future.
It's lame, don't you understand? Don't I know your family background? Can you afford a car like Ferrari? Just then Xiaopeng came out of the office and asked curiously, what Ferrari?
Xiao Chuchu looked at Chen Feng with pride and deliberately said in a loud voice, last night, Chen Feng specially rented a Ferrari 488 worth more than 4 million and drove it in front of me, trying to pretend to be a rich second generation, but I saw through it on the spot.
There's even this? Xiaopeng laughed immediately. Chen Feng, you're too funny. Real rich people are very low-key. Looking at you, you're destined to be a loser in this life. You even bought a Ferrari to show off. It's so funny.
The other old employees also looked at Chen Feng with contempt. It would be fine if you really have money, but if you don't have money but still pretend to be rich and brag about being wealthy, this behavior is really a bit lame.
Chen Feng also laughed. Xiao Chuchu, are you so sure that I rented that car? If it's not rented, how else did it come from?
Even Brother Jie can't afford a luxury car like a Ferrari, let alone you.
Xiao Chuchu snorted coldly.
Even if you don't eat or drink for your whole life, you can't afford such a luxury car.
I'm advising you for your own good.
If you don't change this ostentatious habit, you're doomed to be a failure in the future.
He. Chen Feng shook his head. He was in no mood to continue arguing with Xiao Chuchu. Why didn't I realize before that this woman is so annoying? He walked around Xiao Chuchu and headed straight out the door. Loser. Xiao Chuchu snorted coldly, turned around, and walked away arrogantly. Mr. Chen. In the corridor, Zhu Wei saw Chen Feng coming out, greeted him, and glanced at Qin Jie's company curiously. Chen Feng had no intention of explaining to Zhu Wei, and said lightly, "Let's go, continue to show me around." Zhu Wei nodded, "Okay, Mr. Chen, please follow me." Chapter 4, Shortage of Funds. Under Zhu Wei's guidance, Chen Feng spent more than an hour touring the Jinding building and carefully understanding the situation. After the tour, Zhu Wei took Chen Feng into the office and showed Chen Feng the relevant documents and financial receipts. Chen Feng looked through it carefully and found the lease contract of Qin Jie's company. Zhu Wei, it says here that the payment method of Jueju Technology is 2 deposits and 3 payments. I just looked at the receipt and it seems that it has been 4 months since they last paid the rent. Yes. Zhu Wei nodded. It's like this, Mr. Chen. Although the contract stipulates that the payment is made every 3 months, under normal circumstances, it is normal to delay it for a month or so. After all, every company may encounter a cash flow shortage. It's not just Jueju Technology. Other companies also have this situation occasionally. Generally, we don't push for it. We will only push for it after the deadline has passed. Chen Feng nodded in understanding. When doing business, the key is to make money through harmony. Sometimes when there is a shortage of funds, it is normal to delay for a month or so. If it was any other company, Chen Feng would not care, but he would definitely not let Qin Jie's company go. Zhu Wei, call the people from Outstanding Technology and ask them to move out of the Jinding building directly. We won't rent it anymore. Chen Feng sneered. Ah. Zhu Wei was shocked. Boss, that's not necessary. This company has rented a house from us for 3 years and we have a pleasant cooperation. There is no need to evict them just because they delayed the rent by 1 month. They even paid 2 months' deposit. We actually did not suffer any loss. I know. Chen Feng nodded. But I have a grudge against this company. I just don't want them to continue renting. Is that okay? Zhu Wei was stunned for a moment, then nodded hurriedly, "No problem, I'll call them right away." In the office. Qin Jie and Xiao Chuchu are flirting. I helped you fire that annoying guy Chen Feng. How do you thank me? Qin Jie said with a wink. You bastard, I'm in the company now. Let's talk about it in the evening. Xiao Chuchu pushed Qin Jie. It's exciting only in the company. Qin Jie insisted. Knock knock knock. Boss Qin, something bad has happened. Manager Zhu from Jinding building just called and said that we have been in arrears with rent for more than a month and asked us to move out of the building. Xiao Peng pushed open the door and walked in. Qin Jie showed his impatience. Damn it, didn't I tell them that the cash flow is tight and I will pay it in half a month? Xiao Peng showed a helpless look. Boss Qin, Manager Zhu just said that we must move out of the building. There is no room for negotiation, not even paying rent. Qin Jie said unhappily, this Zhu Wei is really something. Asking for rent is like asking for my life, and he even found such a rubbish excuse. Xiao Peng, go to the company account and withdraw the money, then go to the top floor and pay the rent. Also, tell him that if he does this again next time, don't blame me for moving the company away. He's not the only office building nearby. I understand, Mr. Qin. Xiao Peng nodded. Why don't I go with you? I haven't been to the top floor yet. Xiao Chuchu looked curious. Okay, you can come with me. Qin Jie nodded. Soon, Xiao Peng took Xiao Chuchu to the top floor and found the office of the building property. This place is quite big. Xiao Chuchu was a little surprised. Xiao Peng nodded. Yes, this building belongs to them. They can have as much space as they want. I have calculated that the rental income from this building alone is tens of millions a year, and it is guaranteed to be profitable. It is much more profitable than running a company. Xiao Chuchu immediately showed an envious look. This is too cool, it would be great if this building was mine. Xiao Peng rolled his eyes when he heard this. You are just daydreaming. This building is worth at least hundreds of millions. If you want to buy it, you will never be able to do so even if you work for your whole life. Not to mention you, even Mr. Qin has no hope. Xiao Chuchu sighed, I don't know who owns this building, I guess it should be a big boss in the business world. As they were talking, the two of them went inside and saw Chen Feng sitting on the sofa. Xiao Peng was stunned for a moment. Chen Feng, why are you here? Where is Mr. Zhu? Xiao Chuchu showed a look of disgust. Chen Feng, we have broken up, you don't want to bother me again, do you? To tell you the truth, there is no possibility between us. A loser like you is simply not worthy of me. Chen Feng immediately laughed. Xiao Chuchu, stop being narcissistic, I have no interest in you anymore. Xiao Chuchu also smiled, if you are not here to pester me, then what are you doing here? Don't tell me that you have found a job here. Chen Feng glanced at Xiao Chuchu and nodded, you guessed it right, I am the boss of Jinding Building now, the whole building belongs to me. Puff. Xiao Chuchu couldn't help but laughed out loud, as if she had heard a funny joke. Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng, you said you are the boss of Jinding Building. I wonder if you are crazy. You can say such nonsense. Do you know how much this building is worth? You are the boss, and you can say such nonsense. Xiao Peng also smiled and shook his head. Chen Feng, don't think you can become a boss just by sitting on the sofa and posing a few times. Society is very cruel. You are destined to never make it big with your personality. Listen to my advice. Work hard and don't think about those extravagant things. As long as you listen to me and work hard for 10 years, it won't be a problem to save up enough for a down payment on a house. Chen Feng sneered, I don't need to explain to you too, believe it or not. Xiao Peng frowned, why can't you understand good or bad words? Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. After saying that, Xiao Peng took out his cell phone and prepared to call Zhu Wei, the property manager of the building. Manager Xiao, why are you here? Just at this moment, Zhu Wei walked in with a document. Xiao Peng's eyes lit up, Manager Zhu, you've come at the right time. This guy was just fired from our company, and he's refusing to leave. Hurry up and call the security guard over to get him out, so as not to affect your business talks. Zhu Wei showed a strange look, you said that Mr. Chen was fired by your company, and you asked me to ask the security guard to drive him away. Yes. Xiao Peng didn't react and nodded blankly. Zhu Wei couldn't help laughing, Manager Xiao, are you crazy? This Mr. Chen is the new boss of Jinding Building, my immediate superior, and you want me to drive him away? Are you kidding me? What? Xiao Peng was stunned for a moment, his mouth opened so wide that he could almost swallow an egg. Jinding Building, boss. Xiao Chuchu's expression suddenly became particularly wonderful. Chapter 5 I'm going to hit you in the face. Xiao Peng swallowed hard, Manager Zhu, you are not kidding me. Zhu Wei smiled and said, do you think I need to joke with you like this? Impossible, he is just a poor guy and definitely can't afford this building. You were deceived by him. Xiao Chuchu screamed. She felt as if her heart was being grabbed and was extremely distressed. Zhu Wei glanced at Xiao Chuchu and snorted coldly, believe it or not, I don't need to explain to you. How is this possible? How is this possible? Xiao Chuchu's face suddenly turned pale. Chen Feng is actually the boss of Jinding Building. Doesn't this mean that his net worth is at least 100 million? This is more than 10 times better than Xinjia. If she had known this earlier. Xiao Chuchu felt extremely bitter. Chen Feng raised his head and said coldly, please both of you get out of my office and don't interfere with my work. Xiao Peng smiled bitterly, then what Mr. Zhu said just now when he called to say he would not rent the house is true. Zhu Wei nodded, that's right, Mr. Chen said that he will not have any cooperation with your company in the future. Xiao Peng took a deep breath, said nothing, turned around and pulled Xiao Chuchu downstairs. Along the way, Xiao Chuchu was distraught, as if she had lost her soul. Soon, he knocked on Qin Jie's office door. Boss Qin, something bad has happened. Qin Jie frowned, what's going on? Xiao Peng, why are you so anxious? Xiao Peng took a deep breath and said seriously, Boss Qin, do you still remember Chen Feng? Qin Jie nodded, I know, what's the matter? He is now the owner of the Jinding Building, and he doesn't want to renew the lease, so he asked us to move out immediately. What? Qin Jie opened his mouth in surprise and didn't close it for a long time. Xiao Peng, don't joke with me. Xiao Peng smiled bitterly, Boss Qin, do you think I would make such a joke? This is absolutely true. I just went to the top floor to find Zhu Wei, the property manager of the building, and he told me so himself. Qin Jie suddenly panicked. His company now has 2 orders, both of which are very urgent and need to be delivered soon.
Once he was kicked out of the building, he would have to find a new location and install equipment, wasting a lot of time. It would be fine if it was just a waste of time at normal times, but the problem was that he now had 2 large orders on hand, which he had received with great difficulty. If he failed to complete them on time, not only would he not receive any money, but he would also have to pay liquidated damages to others, with a direct loss of at least several million.
Not to mention invisible losses such as reputation.
Qin Jie struggled for many years and finally achieved some success, but now he is going back to the time before liberation.
Come on, Xiaoping, come upstairs with me to find Chen Feng. Qin Jie couldn't sit still anymore and stood up suddenly.
Boss, Chen Feng looks like he's serious about this, Xiaoping said cautiously.
Qin Jie cursed, why didn't you tell me about this earlier?
Xiaoping suddenly smiled bitterly. Who could have thought that a boss with a net worth of over 100 million yuan would come to the company as an ordinary employee, work diligently for several months, and often voluntarily work overtime?
If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it.
However, Xiaoping did not say this. Qin Jie was angry right now, and if he interrupted rashly, he would probably become a punching bag. Qin Jie didn't care about anything else and hurriedly pulled Xiaoping to the top floor, where he saw Chen Feng sitting on the sofa reading documents.
Qin Jie, how do you still have time to come to me? Don't forget, you are no longer a customer of the building.
You must move out before the end of get off work today. When Chen Feng saw Qin Jie coming up, his tone was extremely cold. Qin Jie trembled when he heard this, and forced a smile. Chen Feng, there's no need to be so ruthless. Although this building is yours, the real estate industry has not been very prosperous recently, especially office buildings, with a vacancy rate of 40%.
After all, I am a high-quality customer. If you really kick me out, you will suffer a great loss.
Chen Feng laughed immediately.
Qin Jie, what you say makes sense. But unfortunately, I don't want to listen to you. Today I am going to slap you in the face and kick you out. Nothing you say will work. Stop talking nonsense here.
Before noon today, either you move out by yourself or I ask the security guard to throw you out.
Get out of here and stop barking like a dog.
Qin Jie's body was shaking with anger. He is also a boss, and people usually call him brother when he goes out.
How could he tolerate being insulted by Chen Feng like this?
In a rage, Qin Jie pointed at Chen Feng and yelled, Chen Feng, you are cruel, but remember this matter is not over yet.
After saying that, Qin Jie went downstairs angrily. Xiaoping smiled bitterly and went downstairs with Qin Jie.
As the saying goes, things change over time.
Who would have thought that Chen Feng, who was fired a few hours ago, would suddenly become the boss of a building?
After returning to the company, Qin Jie quickly gathered the employees together and said in a deep voice, everyone, put your work aside first and prepare to move the company's things downstairs.
We are going to move to another place. Change location? Mr. Qin, this is too sudden.
The technical director was stunned for a moment. The company still has several orders to deal with.
This will delay a lot of time.
Qin Jie's face darkened when he heard this. Just move when I told you to.
Why are you talking so much nonsense?
The technical director was so reprimanded that he dared not speak. Seeing how angry Qin Jie was, the other employees certainly didn't dare to offend him and started moving things tactfully.
However, after Qin Jie entered the office, these employees still started discussing secretly.
Strange, why do you want to change places all of a sudden?
That's right.
Our company has been here for several years.
We still have 2 orders on hand. If we fail to complete them, the loss will be huge.
I heard it was a rent issue, but I don't know what it is. Several employees were discussing secretly, but Xiao Chuchu next to them was silent. She knew the whole story and why the company had to move suddenly.
She just didn't want to talk about this.
Since a few people who knew the situation didn't tell anyone, the other employees didn't know the reason either, so they could only work hard to move the company's equipment outside. Soon, Zhu Wei came in with a few security guards and said with a forced smile,
listen, everyone at the outstanding company. Because you are in arrears with the rent for the building, you are ordered to move out before noon. If they haven't moved out by noon, we will take direct action then. Qin Jie, who was directing employees to move things, saw this scene and couldn't help but curse. Damn you Chen Feng, you've gone too far, I'm going to get back at you sooner or later.
Chapter 6 10 times cashback card. Chen Feng felt extremely refreshed when he saw Qin Jie and his employees carrying their belongings out of the building in a dejected manner. He is not one of those saints who forgive others even when they bully him. No matter who it is, as long as they provoke him, Chen Feng will definitely retaliate severely.
We already have a system, but what's the point of still living timidly like before? People live in this world just to have fun.
In the past, Chen Feng had no ability and could only keep a low profile.
Now that he has a cheat, he still keeps a low profile.
That's ridiculous. You must show your edge when it is time to show it, and Qin Jie is the first unlucky person. The only pity is that this time, by forcing Qin Jie's company to move, only Qin Jie was retaliated against. Xiao Peng, that dog supervisor, and Xiao Chuchu, that green tea girl, are still living at large, which makes Chen Feng feel a little unhappy. But it doesn't matter, there is a long way to go and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. With the system, he will grow at an alarming rate, and sooner or later he will leave Xiao Peng and Xiao Chuchu behind without even seeing their taillights. At night, Chen Feng chose to stay in the Jinmao Tower.
His office is 300 square meters and includes a 60 square meter bedroom, which is much larger than the place he rented.
Moreover, this building is his own property, which gives people a different feeling. Who would want to live in a rented pigeon coop when you have your own place to live? After driving to move the important things to the building, Chen Feng sent a WeChat message to the landlady saying that he would not rent the house anymore and did not even want the deposit.
However, the landlady was a pretty nice person.
After checking the house and confirming that it had not been damaged, she returned the deposit.
This improved Chen Feng's impression of the landlady a lot.
It was soon late at night and Chen Feng tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep.
There were only 8 or 9 hours left before he had to sign in again. The first time he signed in, the system rewarded him with a luxury car worth more than 4 million yuan, and the second time he signed in, the system rewarded him with a building worth more than 100 million yuan. What will be his reward when he signs in for the third time? The more he thought about it, the more excited Chen Feng became, and he couldn't fall asleep.
In the end, I had to get up and take out my phone to play games. It's true that playing games is indeed a good way to kill time. The development of a large-scale game requires hundreds of millions of dollars, a team of thousands of people, several years of hard work and time, and constant nitpicking in pursuit of excellence, all just to make the game more fun and fascinating to players. After I got addicted to it, time passed very quickly and soon it was 6 o'clock the next morning.
As soon as the sign-in time arrived, Chen Feng opened the system and clicked on it impatiently.
Ding, sign in for the third time and get a 10x cashback card as a reward.
10 times cashback card.
Chen Feng's eyes lit up and he quickly opened this so-called 10-fold cashback card to take a look. 10 times cashback card, within 7 days, the consumption amount will be rebated 10 times, and the upper limit shall not exceed 10 million.
Hiss. Chen Feng took a breath of cold air.
The consumption amount will be rebated tenfold, that is, if he spends $1, the system will reward him with $10. The upper limit is 10 million, which means that if he spends 10 million, the system will reward him with 100 million. The two sums of money added together were equivalent to a reward of 110 million given to him by the system. It's worthy of being a system, the reward is really awesome. Spend 10 million in 7 days, spend 10 million in 7 days.
Chen Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The question now is, where is he going to get the 10 million?
Although the system rewarded him with a luxury car and a building, these were fixed assets, not cash. At present, Chen Feng only has a few thousand yuan in cash. Even if he goes to those online loan companies, he can only get a few 100,000 at most. It is far from 10 million.
Many bosses with a net worth of over 100 million are like Chen Feng.
They are very rich, but they really can't take out much cash. We must find a way to get 10 million in the shortest possible time to fully utilize the power of this 10x cashback card.
Chen Feng picked up the phone.
As the saying goes, if you are unsure about internal affairs, ask 1,000 questions. Although there are more and more advertisements that appear in searches, there are still some useful information.
How to borrow 10 million in the shortest time.
Chen Feng clicked the search button on his phone, and soon a lot of answers came out. Then he opened a certain website, a certain bar, and asked all the platforms he could.
Although the answers varied, most people recommended banks. There is no doubt that the only institution that can lend large amounts of money in a short period of time is the bank. That's what they do. Looks like I need to deal with a bank. Chen Feng felt a bit of a headache.
As a loser, he had dealt with banks before, but those were all with tellers and ATM machines. But for a large loan of 10 million, the person who could make the decision should at least be the manager or the president. If Chen Feng wanted to borrow 10 million yuan in the past, people would think you were dreaming, but now he has a car worth 4 million yuan and a house worth 100 million yuan, so borrowing 10 million yuan is not a problem. After breakfast, Chen Feng called Zhu Wei and asked,
How much money is on the books now?
Xu Wei was stunned for a moment and said honestly, there was none before yesterday, but after you kicked out the outstanding technology company, 2 companies paid the rent, and now there is 300,000 on the books.
300,000.
Chen Feng nodded, withdraw all of it and transfer it to my account.
Okay, I'll do it right away. Xu Wei nodded, but didn't ask any more questions. Chen Feng is the boss.
It is his own business how much money he wants to withdraw. It is not his turn to intervene.
By the way, there is one more thing. Which bank do we deposit our money in? Do you have the phone number of an insider at the bank? Chen Feng asked seriously.
He just checked online and found that it is best to find a familiar bank for a loan because they are familiar with your situation. The bank where we deposit our money is Huaxia Bank's Seoul branch.
I have the phone number of one of their managers. Xu Wei answered honestly. Okay, give me his phone number. I need help from him.
Soon, Xu Wei got things done, transferred the money to Chen Feng, and gave Chen Feng his phone number. After getting the phone number, Chen Feng did not dare to delay and made the call directly.
Hello, who is this? Manager Lu, I'm the boss of Jinding Building and I want a loan. Chen Feng went straight to the point. No problem. How much do you want to borrow and do you have any collateral?
Manager Lu agreed without hesitation. There is a mortgage, and the mortgage is the Jinding Building. This building is worth 100 million. Chen Feng said simply.
Okay, there's no problem as long as there's collateral. Then when can we talk?
How about you come to my place, on the top floor of Jinding Building, I'll wait for you here.
No problem, I'll be right there. Chapter 7, the first time being hit by a girl. More than an hour later, Chen Feng met Manager Lu.
Competition within the bank is also fierce, and a high-quality customer is a scarce resource. After checking the information of Jinding Building, Manager Lu rushed over as quickly as possible.
Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm the manager of the Seoul branch. It will be no problem for you to come to me for a loan.
Manager Lu shook Chen Feng's hand enthusiastically as soon as they met, and the expression he gave to Chen Feng was as if he was looking at a beautiful woman.
Manager Lu, let me be frank. I want a loan of 10 million, and the faster the better. Chen Feng went straight to the point without any intention of being polite. The time limit of the cashback card is 7 days.
Chen Feng must spend the money as quickly as possible, otherwise the loss will be huge if he misses the time.
No problem. As long as the collateral is sufficient, loan will not be a problem at all. Manager Lu promised without hesitation.
Mortgage loans are the most popular loans among banks. Even if the customer cannot repay, the bank can take away the collateral to compensate for the loss. Not to mention that Chen Feng's collateral was the Jinding Building, which was worth more than 100 million yuan. Strictly speaking, they made a profit from the loan of 10 million yuan.
This is a high-quality asset and there is no need to worry about not being able to sell it. Chen Feng smiled and said, Manager Lu, you may not have understood what I meant.
I am taking out a loan of 10 million for urgent use. It would be best if it can be done within 3 days. If it cannot be done within 3 days, then there is no need.
Manager Lu frowned, this is a bit troublesome.
Generally speaking, the loan approval process is very long, taking at least a dozen days at the shortest and 1 or 2 months at the longest. It's really difficult to get it done within 3 days.
Chen Feng nodded.
I only came to your bank because I was in a hurry to use the money. Otherwise, I could have raised the 10 million yuan myself.
Why would I need to come to you? Just tell me if you can do it. If you can, get the loan for me. If not, forget it. I can find someone else. Manager Lu frowned even more tightly.
He did not doubt Chen Feng's words. Just for this building, it would be easy to collect several million in rent a year. For such a boss, 10 million was really not a problem.
Can I ask what you plan to do with the 10 million?
Manager Lu suddenly asked. I plan to use this 10 million to buy things.
Chen Feng told the truth.
Manager Lu nodded and said solemnly, it's fine to get it done within 3 days, but the interest rate has to be higher, at least 8%, and the loan period cannot be less than 1 year. As long as you give me the nod, I will immediately use my connections to get you the loan within 3 days.
Chen Feng laughed, no problem.
Manager Lu also laughed, I still need some documents to prove to the people who are in charge of approval that you are indeed the owner of this office building. I have all these documents, and they are very comprehensive.
Then there really won't be any problem at all.
With my connections at the bank, the loan will definitely be approved. Manager Lu patted his chest and assured. Chen Feng was relieved that the loan was approved. Now everything is ready, except for the east wind.
As long as the bank loan is approved, he can go shopping happily. The system is really ridiculous. Why doesn't it just reward him with cash directly?
This way he doesn't have to go to the bank for a loan, which is so troublesome. And the next check-in time became 6 o'clock in the evening of the next day, which made it 36 hours.
Chen Feng felt very confused and didn't quite understand the frequency of the system's sign-in.
It seems that the time it takes to sign in is getting longer each time. If you calculate it this way, you may have to wait for a long time even if you don't sign in many times.
Forget it, I can't care about that anymore.
The rewards from these 3 sign-in times alone are enough for him to live the rest of his life in abundance.
People should not be too greedy and want everything.
In order to wait for the sign-in, Chen Feng did not sleep the whole night. After finally getting it done, he was a little tired and prepared to go back for some sleep. Before catching up on some sleep, Chen Feng made a phone call and asked Zhu Wei to transfer the 300,000 yuan in rent into his account. Maybe he is afraid of being poor. If he doesn't transfer the money into his own account, he always feels a little uneasy.
After the money arrived, Chen Feng went to bed peacefully. He slept soundly and didn't wake up until dark.
After getting up, Chen Feng went to have a meal at a nearby high-end restaurant that he had always wanted to go to but had never dared to go to before. It's true that the food in high-end restaurants tastes better than those sold at street stalls. Chen Feng enjoyed his meal very much. After dinner, Chen Feng drove the Ferrari he received as a sign and reward to a busy bar. Chen Feng had known about that bar a long time ago, but he had never dared to go in. Because someone told him that the cost of living there is very high, the environment is chaotic, and accidents are likely to happen.
This resulted in Chen Feng not daring to go. But now, he has money. Money is a man's courage.
As long as a man has money, he will become very confident no matter what he looks like.
Chen Feng is very confident now. He dares to go to places he didn't dare to go before.
When the car drove into the parking lot, the security guard at the door was very friendly. "Oh my god, that sports car is a Ferrari, it costs several million."
A girl's eyes lit up instantly when she saw Chen Feng getting out of the sports car.
"Hijia, what kind of car someone drives has nothing to do with us.
Let's go in quickly."
Sonia, who followed her, rolled her eyes.
Hijia shook her head. "Xiaoya, you don't understand this.
Those who can afford a sports car are all rich people.
It's not easy to meet one. If you don't go and get to know him, you will never have a chance again."
After saying that, Hijia pulled Sonia and walked towards Chen Feng.
"Handsome guy, are you from the hot bar? How about going in together? Wow, someone is actually hitting on you?" Chen Feng was a little surprised.
This was the first time a woman approached him. However, after seeing Hijia's eyes sweeping over the Ferrari next to him, Chen Feng understood that this girl had taken a fancy to his car.
TSK, this society is so realistic. As long as you have money, you can enjoy the active advances of beautiful women.
Chen Feng looked Hijia up and down, his eyes flickering.
This girl has a nice figure.
I can feel her curves through her clothes.
It must feel great to touch her. Since the other party has taken so much initiative, what does he, as a man, have to be afraid of? He won't suffer any loss anyway.
If you have a system and don't enjoy it, then you have used the system in vain. Chen Feng smiled and said, "No problem, beautiful lady, let's go together."
By the way, what's your name?
Hijia also smiled. "Handsome, my name is Hijia, and I'm a student at a nearby university."
What's your name? My name is Chen Feng. By the way, what's the name of this beautiful lady? Chen Feng looked at the beauty next to Hijia. Chapter 8. The beauty is very active.
Strictly speaking, Hijia is just pretty, with a rather hot body. But the beauty next to her had delicate features and was radiant, like a lady in a court painting, full of classical beauty.
In terms of appearance, this beauty is much taller than Hijia.
She is my roommate, her name is Sonia, and it's her first time here.
Hijia felt a little sad. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. It's quite fate, this is my first time here too. Sonia didn't say anything, and didn't even look at Chen Feng, as if she was not interested in him.
Chen Feng felt a little regretful, and at the same time, even more agitated.
People are like this.
The more they can't get something, the more they want it. The colder Sonia is, the more itchy Chen Feng feels. But he is not the kind of brainless bootlicker who would foolishly lick people even when they ignore him.
If Sonia is cold, then you can find Hijia. Although this girl is not as pretty as Sonia, she is more proactive. The three of them entered the bar together. The colorful lights inside were flashing wildly, men and women were swaying wildly on the dance floor, and the passionate music almost covered everything. Sonia's brows frowned instantly, revealing disappointment. It turns out that the legendary bar looks like this. It looks so messy and so noisy. Sonia shook Hijia's white and tender arm. Hijia, it's not fun here at all, let's go back. Hijia rolled her eyes and said, Sister, you're leaving less than a minute after arriving here. That's really boring. Sit down for a while and we'll talk later. As she spoke, Hijia led Chenfeng to a booth, ordered 2 glasses of wine and began to chat. It is worth mentioning that Sonia did not drink alcohol but chose to drink juice. Handsome guy, what does your family do? Not long after sitting down, Hijia began to inquire about Chenfeng's family background. Chenfeng knew what Hijia was thinking and pretended to show off. To be honest, if you do a small business, you can only make tens of millions a year. Hijia's eyes lit up. So many, then you must be very rich. Chenfeng shook his head. It's just so-so. Besides, he was so busy making money that he didn't have time to find a girlfriend. He's still single. Hearing this, Hijia started to think and began to urge Chenfeng to drink. Sonia, who was standing next to her, took a few sips of juice and tried to ask Hijia to leave several times, but was rejected by Hijia every time. Chenfeng realized that this woman was not easy to deal with, so he deliberately ignored her and chatted enthusiastically with Hijia. Seeing that they had almost finished talking, Chenfeng suggested, let's dance together. Hijia nodded without hesitation. Okay, let's go together. Sonia next to her frowned. Hijia, let's go back. The dance floor is so chaotic. I saw many men taking advantage of women dancing. Hijia frowned. Xiaoya, if you want to go back, then go back alone first, no need to wait for me. After saying that, Hijia took the initiative to pull Chenfeng into the dance floor. Sonia frowned slightly, looked at Hijia worriedly, and finally chose to sit in the booth and not move. It became very convenient after entering the dance floor. Chenfeng took the opportunity of dancing to deliberately touch Hijia's body with his hands. Isn't that what we're doing on the dance floor? Hijia did not dodge and let Chenfeng do what he wanted. At most, she would give him a cold look when he made larger movements. This girl really had a good figure, she was young, had very smooth skin, and had an open personality. Gradually, Chenfeng became angry. The lights on the dance floor were extremely dim and there were people everywhere, so it was very convenient to do some small moves, but it was not possible to do real moves. How about we go out and I'll treat you to a meal? Chenfeng whispered in Hijia's ear. Hijia's eyes were moist, and she shook her head seductively. No, handsome, our school will be closed at 11 o'clock. Grass. Chenfeng almost cursed out loud. You are telling me this when you are so angry? It's okay, we can go back at 11. Hijia continued to shake her head. I still have to study when I get back. Chenfeng began to feel a little impatient and attacked Hijia severely. Let me go. At this moment, a sharp voice rang out, like a basin of cold water poured on Chenfeng's head. Chenfeng looked over when he heard the sound and saw a man pulling Sonia and refusing to give in. Oops, something went wrong. Hijia quickly pulled Chenfeng over. Beautiful ladies, we are all here to have fun, why do you have to be so repulsive? It's just a simple dance. You said I don't want to dance, so take your hands off me now. Sonia shook off a man's hand. The man seemed to feel a little embarrassed and frowned. At this moment, Chenfeng stopped in front of him and asked sternly, what do you want to do? The man seemed to have not expected someone to intervene, and was stunned for a moment. What does this have to do with you? I'm her friend, do you think it matters? Chenfeng stared coldly at the guy who suddenly ran out. The man looked at Chenfeng hesitantly, as if he felt that he was not someone to be trifled with, and he decisively backed off. I just want to ask a beautiful lady to dance with me. If she doesn't want to dance, forget it. After saying that, the man left. When Sonia saw Hijia coming back, she was like seeing a relative, and she held her slender hand tightly. Hijia, let's go, it's too messy here. This. Hijia was a little hesitant. Chenfeng took the opportunity to speak. Let's go, I'll take you back. Hijia could only sigh. Let's go then. You are such a fool. You are so reluctant to let go even though you are in the bar. Sonia did not refute, she just wanted to leave this place. Chenfeng took the two people out of the bar and headed for the parking lot. The man who had been harassing Sonia just now seemed a little unwilling.
He rolled his eyes and followed. He ran all the way to the parking lot, drove his car out in advance, and drove in front of Sonia.
Beauty, do you want to go back?
I'll take you back. The car he drove was a Land Rover worth more than 1 million yuan.
The black body of the car looked extremely domineering.
He had used this car to seduce many vain girls in the past.
Need not. Chen Feng rejected the guy's kindness, took out the key and pressed it forward. Ding ding.
The fiery red Ferrari lit up, like a king waking up from the darkness. The Land Rover owner was stunned for a moment, said nothing, and drove away dejectedly. Other people's cars are much cooler than his, there's no way he can compare. No wonder he can hook up with 2 girls at the same time, turns out he is a rich man. Under the bright moonlight, the fiery red Ferrari looked like a bolt of lightning splitting the night sky. Chen Feng drove the Ferrari and felt the cool breeze blowing towards him. The night breeze was extremely cool, taking away Chen Feng's irritability and gradually calming him down. Chapter 9: The advantage is in my hands. It didn't take long for Chen Feng to send Sonia and Hejia to the university gate.
As soon as the car stopped, Sonia couldn't wait to get out and go back to the dormitory.
Hejia was not so anxious. She took out her cell phone with a smile and showed her phone number. In the night, Hejia's white and tender arms were dazzling. Handsome guy, let's add each other's contact information so that we can get in touch next time.
Chen Feng shook his head, no.
Hejia was a little surprised, why?
Do you look down on me?
Chen Feng glanced at Hejia with a half smile. If you want to call, you can go out to dinner with me, otherwise don't add me. Hejia was stunned for a moment. This. Chen Feng slowly took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a long puff. Beauty, if you want the phone call, just follow me.
If you don't want it, forget it, just get out of the car.
Hejia said coquettishly, handsome boy, our school is very strict, I will go out with you next time, okay? Chen Feng didn't answer and continued smoking. He finally understood that Hejia was deliberately trying to trick him. Let him take advantage of a little bit first, and then deliberately not let him get started. The purpose is to play the long game and catch the big fish. I have to say that today's college students are more clever than each other. But Chen Feng is not a fool, and he came to his senses on the way. Hejia wanted to hook him, but she wasn't quite there yet.
It would be better if Sonia came instead.
As long as he has a Ferrari, he will have plenty of girls like Hejia. But if Hejia didn't go out with him today, it would be difficult for her to meet another man with a Ferrari. The initiative was in his hands and Chen Feng was not in a hurry at all. Hejia said a few more words, but Chen Feng remained unmoved.
Hejia, what's wrong? Why don't you get out of the car? Sonia urged outside. Beauty, have you made up your mind? If you don't want to, forget it. Just get out of the car.
Chen Feng said calmly. Hejia was embarrassed at first, but then became determined.
Wait for me here for a while.
Hejia got out of the car, talked to Sonia for a while, and then got back in the car.
As soon as they got in the car, Hejia said unhappily, I'm going out to dinner with you now, are you satisfied, scumbag? Chen Feng smiled and threw away his cigarette. It's just a meal, is it that difficult?
Hejia rolled her eyes, humph. Chen Feng knew that the girl's psychology had begun to waver, so without saying much, he took her directly to the Jinding building.
Where is this? Didn't you say you would take me to dinner? Wait a minute, I have something in the company that I haven't picked up yet, you come up with me.
Chen Feng stopped the car, turned off the engine, and went upstairs holding Hejia's hand. Hejia looked at the towering building with a subtle expression. Which floor is your company on?
Haha, which floor? Chen Feng smiled. The whole building belongs to me. Which floor do you think it is on?
Hejia was a little surprised. This building is yours? Of course. Let me tell you, just from the rent of this building, I can earn tens of millions a year.
I can make money without doing anything.
Vulgar. Hejia rolled her eyes on the surface, but secretly held Chen Feng's hand tighter. Chen Feng was not polite and took Hejia directly to the top floor office and asked her to sit on the bed.
You said you were going to get something, why are you sitting down?
You must take a break after walking for so long.
Then you don't have to sit next to me.
I'll just sit for a while, you won't even disagree with this.
Then just sit for a while. Don't worry.
The next morning, Chen Feng got up refreshed. When he looked at the time, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Hejia had gotten up early, got dressed and sat on the edge of the bed playing with her cell phone. On the table next to her was the breakfast she had bought for Chen Feng. Seeing Chen Feng standing up, Jia rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you say yesterday that if you went in, you would be a beast? How come you ended up in prison anyway? Chen Feng took the breakfast carelessly and said with a smile, if I go in, I'm a beast. If I don't go in, I'm worse than a beast. Then I will definitely choose to be a beast. Jia snorted coldly, shameless. Chen Feng was in a good mood and did not argue with Jia. After breakfast, he drove Jia back to school. Wow, it's a Ferrari. What a cool car. I wish it was mine. Strange, is there anyone in our school who can afford such an expensive car? The red Ferrari stopped at the school gate and quickly attracted the attention of others. Jia got out of the car and was very happy when she saw this scene. She waved to Chen Feng and walked quickly towards the school, leaving behind a slim figure. Chen Feng smiled, lit the car and left the school. Not long after entering the school gate, Jia met Songya. When she saw Jia, she frowned and pulled her into a corner. Did you spend the night with that guy named Chen Feng yesterday? Jia nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Songya couldn't help but shook her head. What else? You are progressing too fast. This is irresponsible to your body. Please, it's the 21st century, everyone is open-minded, please stop being so feudal. Besides, Chen Feng is a very nice person, very gentle, and his family is well off. Songya sighed. Jia, don't blame me for speaking harshly. Chen Feng is not a good person at first glance, otherwise he wouldn't go to a place like a bar. If you follow him, I don't think there will be any good results. Upon hearing this, Jia was immediately unhappy and rolled her eyes. Just take care of your own business, you don't have to worry about my business. After saying that, Jia left, leaving Songya with a frown on her face. Ding, sign in for the 4th time, reward is the all-seeing camera. Task starts, please start a company, any type is fine. What the hell? Chen Feng, who just clicked the sign in button, was a little confused. How come a task suddenly appeared? He tried to extract the identification camera, but found that he could not do so and had to complete the mission before he could do so. This is a bit annoying. Opening a company is not a big problem, it is just a matter of handling some formalities, but the emergence of this task represents some not so good trends. Does it mean that if you want to receive rewards in the future, you need to complete the task? This task is relatively simple, but what about next time? What if a more difficult task arises? Chen Feng suddenly smiled and felt that he was very greedy. Thanks to the system, he now has a car and a house, things that many people cannot get in their entire lives, and lives a life that he never dared to imagine before. Yet, he is still not satisfied and wants more. Human desires are truly endless. Fortunately, it is relatively convenient to start a company these days. In order to encourage entrepreneurship, the government has greatly simplified the procedures. In addition, he found the right person, and Chen Feng only took half a day to complete the company procedures and became the boss of a company. Chapter 10, The All-Seeing Camera. The name of the company founded by Chen Feng is Chengfeng Culture Media Company, Limited. The reason why it is called Culture Media is mainly because Chen Feng plans to develop in the entertainment field in the future. The reason is simple, he is attracted by those stars. Every time he went online, Chen Feng could always see some messy posts saying things like, "Don't be fooled by the female star's innocent appearance, in fact, they have a lot of financial backers behind them and have been put in countless poses." Chen Feng has always been envious and jealous of these posts. Why can others have so many beautiful women, surrounded by them, while he is all alone? He finally has a girlfriend, but she ends up being someone else's. After Xiao Chuchu's betrayal, Chen Feng finally understood that this society is very realistic. If you have no money, you are nothing, but if you have money, you have everything. It's funny to say that Jia was so proactive yesterday, but Chen Feng didn't spend a penny. Jia just showed him the Ferrari in the building, and Jia was half-hearted. In the morning, she even took the initiative to buy him breakfast, acting like a good wife and mother. But if Chen Feng didn't have a luxury car or a Ferrari, would Jia still be so proactive? That's the reality. In the past, Chen Feng was just a social animal who didn't dare to think about anything. Now that he has finally become rich, if he doesn't enjoy it, he would be an idiot. After the company was set up, Chen Feng decisively accepted the system's reward, which was a camera that could detect everything. Fortunately, the time it took to complete the task was not included in the sign-in time, otherwise Chen Feng would regret it to death. But this time, the sign-in time was changed to 2 days later. All-seeing camera. Effect, anything photographed with this camera will get a very detailed evaluation. Note, you can believe it, but you can't be superstitious about it.
The camera looks like a small square, about the size of a matchbox, all black, with a button on it.
When using this camera, you just need to point the camera at the item you want to identify and you will get an evaluation. The camera can be used indefinitely, but the energy source takes time to recover automatically, so it can only take about 3 photos a day. In order to test the capabilities of this camera, Chen Feng took it and tried to take a photo with his phone. This is an Apple phone that has been used for 1 year and 8 months, and has a remaining useful life of 2 years and 6 months.
Note 1, this is a groundbreaking mobile phone product. Note 2, it opened the tide of the mobile internet era.
Note 3, it has seen a lot of wear and tear and needs to be cared for to last longer. Chen Feng's eyes lit up and he felt pleasantly surprised. This camera is pretty cool, just like one of those magical items in Legends.
With this thing, you can perform identification skills in the real world.
It can be used to identify gems or antiques and it is absolutely effective. Of course, Chen Feng would not use a camera to do such a thing. After all, he was living a very comfortable life now, and there was no need for him to identify antiques or anything like that. But no matter what, Chen Feng felt very happy to have such a special treasure, which meant that he possessed an ability that no one else had. Perhaps it was because he was in a good mood because of good news. Not long after, Manager Lu called and said that I could go to the bank to go through the procedures to get a loan. Chen Feng still had a 10x cashback card awarded by the system that he hadn't used yet, mainly because he had no money. As long as he has money, he can immediately have 100 million in cash by spending 10 million.
Remember, this is cash.
Many bosses with billions of dollars in assets cannot even come up with 100 million in cash. Although Chen Feng is wealthy now, he does not have much money. He is always short of money to do anything, and is a wealthy man in name only. But once he spends the 10 million, everything will be different.
Mr. Chen, because of this matter for you, I only slept for 4 hours last night. When he saw Chen Feng, Manager Lu couldn't help but complain.
Seeing the bloodshot in his eyes, Chen Feng knew that he was not lying. I'll treat you to a meal later. Manager Lu smiled and said, no problem. In fact, being able to lend out this 10 million is a good thing for him and will be of great help to him. The main business of a bank is to absorb deposits and then lend them out, and high-quality loan recipients are also scarce resources for banks. Especially for someone like Chen Feng who mortgaged a building worth 100 million yuan for 10 million yuan, it would be extremely difficult to find him even with a lantern. Because this loan will not lose money for sure, it is just a matter of making more or less money. With Manager Lu leading the way, for Chen Feng, getting a loan of 10 million was just a matter of signing a few signatures. In order to prevent himself from being cheated, Chen Feng secretly took a photo of the contract with the camera he had just obtained. After finding that there was no problem, he happily signed his name. From then on, he was a man with 10 million in his hands.
As if to win over this big client, the bank also gave him a VIP card.
At the same time, it also gave Manager Lu a holiday in advance so that the two of them could have a meal and bond.
To be honest, it feels good to be valued by others.
After all, no one wants to be an unknown ordinary person forever in this life.
If that were the case, life would seem really meaningless. Mr. Chen, I won't say anything else. If you need a loan in the future, just come to me.
I can make the decision for you within my authority. Manager Lu was very happy and a little drunk.
The main thing is that I have achieved some results and I feel very happy.
A loan of 10 million is not too much, but not too little either, but it has no risk at all, which is very rare.
Don't worry, I'll come to you if I need a loan in the future. Chen Feng smiled and toasted Manager Lu. Everyone can say nice things, it's just a few nice words.
In the past, Chen Feng always felt that this kind of socializing was annoying, but now that he was rich, he suddenly felt that this kind of socializing was not annoying at all, and he even felt very comfortable.
Money can really change a person.
When a man has money, his confidence immediately increases. After having a good drink with Manager Lu and strengthening their relationship, Chen Feng returned to Jinding Building. This was the only place he could go at the moment. I don't know why, but Chen Feng, who used to think this house was pretty good, suddenly felt that it was a bit small.
Maybe it's because I have money in my pocket.
After all, Jinding Building is an office building, and living in it is definitely not as comfortable as a mansion. It just so happens that he has a card with 10 times cash back, so he will go buy a villa tomorrow.
He Jia, what are you doing? He Jia, why are you ignoring me? Do you dislike me?
He Jia, I don't want to care about you, scumbag.
He Jia, please, reply to my text message, don't you really care about me? Chapter 11, this cabbage must be obtained.
Looking at the series of text messages on his mobile phone, Chen Feng, who had just woken up, couldn't help but smile.
I didn't expect that I would be so popular.
After just one night, Jia couldn't forget him. Of course, Chen Feng knew very well that this had nothing to do with his personal charm. The main reason was that he was rich.
If he was still an ordinary office worker like before, do you think Jia would still be so enthusiastic? Maybe she would be like Xiao Chuchu before, indifferent.
Of course, he couldn't leave this girl alone for too long, otherwise she would really get angry. Jia had a good figure and her voice was very seductive. Chen Feng was reluctant to let this piece of beautiful meat leave him. After breakfast, Chen Feng called Jia immediately. The call was connected almost instantly, and Jia's unhappy voice was heard over the phone.
You finally remembered that I exist.
Chen Feng smiled faintly. I had several business matters to attend to yesterday, and I didn't even have time to eat.
I didn't see your text message at all. Real?
Of course it's true.
You know I have a big career and I have a lot of social events every day. I see.
On the other end of the phone, Jia showed hesitation, and most of the resentment in her heart disappeared unconsciously.
In fact, she didn't know whether what Chen Feng said was true or false, but Chen Feng's explanation was well-founded and she couldn't find any flaws.
The most important thing is that she couldn't bear to part with Chen Feng and didn't want him to leave her like this.
By the way, do you have time? I just happened to want to see you.
Yes. When she heard that they were going to meet, the grievance in Jia's heart immediately disappeared, and she quickly agreed on the time and place with Chen Feng.
What's wrong, Jia? Why are you so happy today? Sonia next to her showed curiosity.
Jia smiled and said, my boyfriend will be coming to see me soon.
Boyfriend? Sonia frowned. Is it the guy in the bar the day before yesterday?
Jia nodded as a matter of course it's him, who else could it be?
Sonya frowned slightly, but didn't you call him a scumbag yesterday and say that he ignored people? That's because he's busy with business.
He's not ignoring me on purpose.
I won't say any more. He'll be here soon.
Jia quickly began to dress herself up. Women dress up to please themselves, and she wanted to show her best side to Chen Feng. Soon, Jia arrived at the school gate, and Sonya and her boyfriend followed. Jia originally didn't want Sonya to come along. Although she and Sonya were best friends, she knew very well in her heart that Sonya was much prettier than her. When the two of them were together, the boy's attention would definitely be focused on Sonya. It would be fine at normal times, but at times like this, Jia didn't want to be the ugly duckling.
But there was no way.
Sonya was stubborn and she was afraid that she would suffer a loss, so she insisted on coming along, and even her boyfriend Lu Feishan came along as well.
Xiao Jia.
Soon after arriving, Jia heard a familiar voice. She turned around and found Chen Feng sitting in the car and waving at her.
Ah, Feng.
Jia ran over happily and gave her a passionate kiss. Chen Feng accepted Jia's soft lips and tongue carelessly, and asked curiously, why are they here? Even though he had seen her once before, Chen Feng couldn't help but be amazed by Sonya's picturesque features, and a hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. This woman is really beautiful, like an elegant and holy white lotus, making it hard to desecrate her. You're worried about me, so you followed me. Jia said casually, but her tone was not very happy. Maybe Sonya really wanted to do this for her own good, but her appearance was too good, and even after all her careful dressing up, she looked like an ugly duckling, which made Jia very unhappy.
No one wants to be a supporting role, especially at a time like this. Chen Feng was quite happy.
Although Sonya didn't like him very much, at least he could feast his eyes. The sunny and handsome young man next to him looked very eye-catching.
Who is the man next to Sonya, your friend? Chen Feng asked casually.
Jia quickly explained, he is not my friend, he is Sonya's boyfriend.
So he's Sonya's boyfriend.
Chen Feng smiled faintly. He seemed relieved, but actually he was very unhappy. Why should Sonya, such a good cabbage, be taken away by this pig?
If someone really wants to push him, it should be him.
Unfortunately, Sonya was not a materialistic woman like Jia, and she was always lukewarm towards Chen Feng, forcing him to put away his little thoughts. All I can say is that female college students who have not experienced the harsh treatment of society are always a little difficult to flirt with. But even if it's not easy to seduce her, Chen Feng won't give up.
He must get this cabbage.
Jia, this is your boyfriend.
He looks very ordinary.
Just when Chen Feng was secretly getting angry, Sonya and his boyfriend Lu Feishan came over.
Chen Feng disliked Lu Feixing, and Lu Feixing also disliked Chen Feng. The innocent teenagers on campus will instinctively look down on people in society and think they are too vulgar.
Not to mention that Chen Feng also drove a cool Ferrari, which stole his limelight. Chen Feng smiled and said, "A man doesn't rely on his looks, he relies on his career, or to be more precise, on his money."
Lu Feixing's face darkened. What's so great about being rich? You just spent a few more years than me.
When I graduate, it won't take long for me to surpass you. Chen Feng smiled at Lu Feixing's words and did not refute. Young people who have not experienced the harshness of society speak with a tough attitude. Back then, he was just like Lu Feixing, thinking that those rich people were nothing special and dreaming of becoming the richest man in the world. But later, after being hit hard by reality, I realized how cruel this society is. If you don't have family help, connections, or special skills, you can only be a humble office worker.
All right, everyone stop arguing.
He Jia, remember to come back early. Sonia quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, while He Jia rolled her eyes at Lu Feixing.
Chen Feng was not interested in arguing with Lu Feixing.
He stepped on the accelerator and left with He Jia.
But before leaving, he took out a disguised camera and took 2 photos of Lu Feixing and Sonia.
He wanted to see what kind of identification the camera would make about these 2 people.
Why did you talk like that just now? Don't you know that he is He Jia's boyfriend?
Sonia said helplessly.
Lu Feixing looked unhappy. Didn't you see the look in that guy's eyes just now?
It was obvious that he had bad intentions.
Sonia shook her head. That doesn't mean anything. Don't be so impulsive in the future.
Lu Feixing nodded helplessly, but in his heart, his impression of Chen Feng was extremely bad. 21-year-old boy Lu Feixing.
Note 1, he has a somewhat impulsive personality. Note 2, he didn't sleep well last night. Chapter 12, she's still clean. Note 3, he is 179 centimeters tall.
Sonia, a 21-year-old girl. Note 1, she is a conservative girl.
Note 2, she is still a chick. Note 3, she has never kissed a man. Chen Feng's expression suddenly became subtle.
Especially after reading Sonia's last message, Chen Feng's heart suddenly felt ripples. He just took the camera to take pictures, completely casually, mainly because he wanted to see what the effect would be when taking pictures of people with this camera. However, when filming Sonia, Chen Feng really wanted to know whether Sonia was a virgin, because he cared a lot about this aspect.
Unexpectedly, the camera really showed this information.
Not only was Sonia a virgin, she even had her first kiss. In this way, Sonia is actually very clean. Thinking of this, Chen Feng suddenly felt itchy in his heart, especially when he thought of Sonia's graceful and classical face. His heart was burning with excitement. We must find a way to quickly separate her and her boyfriend, otherwise, the 2 of them might take the last step at any time, and then everything will be too late. It's a pity that Sonia is not as materialistic as He Jia, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome.
My dear, what are you thinking about?
He Jia hugged his shoulders beside him. Because the 2 of them were already frank with each other, they didn't shy away from Chen Feng at all.
Which made him eat a lot of tofu. Nothing.
Chen Feng said casually. He would never tell the truth even if he was beaten to death, otherwise He Jia would definitely not give him a good face.
She might even call him a pervert and turn around and leave.
Of course, there is also a certain possibility that He Jia will become his accomplice. At this time, 2 people were walking on the street, carrying a lot of shopping bags in their hands. After borrowing 10 million from the bank, Chen Feng's first thought was to spend it quickly. After all, the cashback card awarded to him by the sign-in system has a time limit, and the sooner he spends it, the better. So he took He Jia to the mall and went on a shopping spree, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars.
You don't know until you see it. It's shocking to see that the difference between people is so huge.
A single piece of clothing is worth several thousand yuan, which is equivalent to Chen Feng's monthly salary.
But these are all necessary expenses.
Since he has money, there is no need to be so stingy.
Chen Feng is not the kind of person who is reluctant to spend money.
At the same time, this is also a little compensation for He Jia.
You are so kind, dear.
He Jia pressed her whole body against Chen Feng, with a gentle light flashing in her eyes. Chen Feng bought her a lot of good things, which together were worth more than 100,000 yuan. There is a saying that goes, to see whether a man loves you or not, you have to see whether he is willing to spend money on you. The fact that Chen Feng is willing to spend money on her shows that he really loves her.
In fact, this is just a small amount of money for Chen Feng.
His main purpose is to use the tenfold cashback card. He will go to see a few villas later, so he will not bring Hijia with him. The reason why I spent so much money on her was to make it easier for us to break up in the future. Hijia knew nothing about all this. She was still feeling smug about Chen Feng spending money on her. She even felt that it was a wise decision not to reject Chen Feng the day before. If she had rejected Chen Feng at that time, how could such a rich man be interested in her? Thinking of this, Hijia almost melted into Chen Feng. With the couple in love, the next thing happened naturally. Chen Feng took Hijia to a hotel and negotiated a business worth several hundred million yuan. Although Hijia is not the top beauty, her body is really hot and the process is very comfortable. The two of them were affectionate for a while before Chen Feng drove Hijia back home. Wow, so many shopping bags. Seeing Hijia coming back, all the roommates stood up. Isn't this the lipstick that's very popular online recently? It costs over 1,000 yuan. And this bag, it's going to cost 10,000 yuan. TSK, this cream is a famous brand. When these roommates saw the things Hijia brought, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Even Sonia felt a little envious. Who doesn't want good things? They are all little girls, at the age of vanity, and have almost no resistance to these luxury goods. Especially after receiving the gifts that Hijia specially gave them, these roommates became even more excited. Hijia was also very happy and couldn't help but glance at Sonia. Even if you are prettier than me, so what? Is your boyfriend willing to buy you these things? Can he afford them? By the way, let me tell you something. My birthday is next week, and I plan to hold it in a hotel. You must come over then. I will introduce my boyfriend to you. Hijia held her head high and announced the news like a proud peacock. Of course, we will definitely go to your birthday. I've been wanting to meet your boyfriend for a long time. I will go. The roommates nodded at the same time, partly because it was their roommate's birthday, and partly because they were curious about their roommate's generous boyfriend. Hijia smiled when she saw this. 22-year-old girl Hijia. Note 1, she is somewhat vain and clever. Note 2, she has had 3 men. Note 3, she is a materialistic woman, but also a devoted woman. There have been 3 men. A trace of regret flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, and he couldn't help shaking his head. Originally, he was still hesitating whether to break up with Hijia completely. After all, this woman was pretty good except that she was a little materialistic, and she was easy to control. But when he saw that Hijia had had 3 men, Chen Feng suddenly lost interest in Hijia. He was a misophobe in this regard. Chen Feng is such a male chauvinist. At the same time, through this shooting, Chen Feng also confirmed that if you keep repeating the information you want in your mind when taking pictures with a camera, the camera will give the corresponding information. It's worthy of being a sign and reward, it's really awesome. And it seems that there are other abilities waiting for him to discover, but this will need to be used next time, taking pictures. The machine has been used up today. If you want to use it again, you have to wait until tomorrow. Mr. Chen, this is the house certificate. I put it here for you. In the living room, a mature woman in business attire placed her ID on the table. Thank you, Manager Li, for getting the documents for me so quickly. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Manager Li smiled faintly, this is all our responsibility. Okay, I won't bother you if there's nothing else. After saying that, Manager Li left. Before leaving, he took away the garbage from home. I have to say that the service was really good. Of course, the bigger reason is that the villa Chen Feng bought is very valuable. It's a 3-story building with a garden and swimming pool, a basement, and an elevator. The location is pretty good, and the price is very scary. 9,100,000, and that SA discounted price. It's probably the best residence in the city. Chapter 13 99% of losses. Chen Feng also bought a Mercedes-Benz worth about 700,000 yuan. Although the Ferrari is cool, it is too ostentatious to drive around and its practical value is not very good, so Chen Feng bought a low-key new car. After finishing all these miscellaneous things, the time for the 4th check-in was almost up. If it weren't for the camera's identification, Chen Feng would not have been able to find a satisfactory house in such a short time. Ding, sign in for the 4th time, reward, Doom Doll. Ding, mission started, please go to number 58 Chang'an Road, find Zhang Yang, and place the Doom puppet within 10 meters of him for 30 minutes. This mission is a bit weird. Chen Feng scratched his head, took the Doom doll rewarded by the system, and drove to Chang'an Road to find Zhang Yang. On the way, he curiously took a picture of the Doom doll with his camera, and concluded that it was a very ordinary doll, the kind worth less than $10. Chen Feng couldn't see any clues inside, so he had to put this doll of Doom aside. It didn't take long for him to find number 58 Chang'an Road and knock on the door.
Zhang Yang, is Zhang Yang here? Who is it?
A weak voice came from inside the room.
I have something to talk to you about. Chen Feng replied calmly.
Soon, there was a sound of movement inside the house, and a middle-aged man in his 40s who looked ordinary opened the door.
Who are you? I don't know you? The middle-aged man showed a curious expression. I'm here to see Zhang Yang.
Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged.
That's me. What do you want from me?
Zhang Yang showed a strange expression. Chen Feng's expression became serious. It's something very important.
It's very important? Zhang Yang hesitated and opened the door. You want to invest in my new drama? Right. Chen Feng nodded and walked in. I'm the boss of Chengfeng Culture Media. I've never heard of it. Would you like something to drink? Zhang Yang took out a disposable paper cup. Yes, my company has just been established. By the way, what happened to your injury?
Chen Feng looked at Zhang Yang's left hand, which was wrapped in a splint.
Zhang Yang smiled bitterly and couldn't help shaking his head. You won't believe me, I fell while walking and got hurt. Fortunately, it's not serious, otherwise I would have become disabled. You don't know how unlucky I have been recently. I fell into the sewer while walking on the road. When I ate the food, I found cicadas in it. Even when I was sitting in the store, the chair would fall apart for no apparent reason. It seemed like Zhang Yang hadn't seen anyone for a long time. Whenever he saw someone, he couldn't help but talk a lot. Really? So unlucky? Chen Feng was surprised and took out the Doom doll rewarded by the system and took a look at it without leaving any trace. The Doom doll gradually began to be covered with a layer of black air, which seemed to be coming from Zhang Yang. Something is wrong.
Chen Feng's heart was moved, but on the surface he listened to Zhang Yang's story seriously, and responded with a few words from time to time.
Ahem, that's it. Tell me, am I unlucky? Zhang Yang sighed. It's true that I'm too unlucky. Chen Feng nodded.
At this time, the Doom doll had absorbed all the black energy from Zhang Yang and turned into a dark doll.
Doom doll. Function, it can bring bad luck to a person. It can be used once a day. Note, use with caution. Thank you.
I don't know why, but when I saw you just now, I felt that you were very compatible.
I told you my story without realizing it. I hope it didn't affect you.
Zhang Yang smiled apologetically.
It's okay. Chen Feng waved his hand. The Doom doll has been made and he is ready to go. By the way, you just said you wanted to invest in my new drama, right? Zhang Yang showed an expectant expression. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, your new play is.
He is indeed planning to develop into the entertainment industry, but he has not found a good way yet. The entertainment industry is also very complex, with many categories including film and television production, artist management, film and television distribution, variety show production, and so on.
If an inexperienced person really rushes in, he will basically lose money.
Chen Feng does have some money, but he doesn't want to lose money, he wants to make money.
Who doesn't want to start a business?
Originally, investing in the new drama was just a cover to get close to Zhang Yang, but now Chen Feng has really shown some interest. Could it be that the system was guiding him here, and that Zhang Yang was actually a talented horse, waiting for him, the horse trainer, to come and discover him? Here, this is the script of my new play. Zhang Yang took out a small notebook and handed it to Chen Feng.
Yo-Yo King? Chen Feng looked at the name of the script and couldn't help but frown in his heart. Why do I feel so bad when I see this name?
Yes, this is a script I carefully wrote, which was inspired by a cartoon from an island country. I guarantee it will be a hit, Zhang Yang explained excitedly.
Chen Feng didn't dare to answer anything and opened the script.
Then, his expression changed. Because he found that he couldn't understand it at all. Scripts and novels are two completely different things, and are mainly distinguished by scenes, which does not conform to normal people's reading habits at all. Except for a very small number of professionals, most people are confused when reading scripts. Anyway, Chen Feng is not a professional, and he really can't understand the script. But he was too embarrassed to show his weakness in front of Zhang Yang, so he just asked casually, "Are you still a screenwriter?"
Zhang Yang nodded confidently. That's right, I can write scripts and direct, and I've done everything from lighting to storyboards to props. You will definitely not lose money if you invest in me. It feels even more unreliable.
Chen Feng muttered to himself, took out his camera quietly, and took a picture of the script.
Yo King script.
Note 1, this TV series is very simple to shoot, as long as the special effects are awesome.
Note 2, the filming cost is low, only 3 million to 5 million. Note 3, only minors will like it. It is basically impossible to recover the cost and 99% of the time you will lose money. Well. Chen Feng was stunned inwardly. Where is the promised steed? System, this is the kind of stuff you found for me? There is a 99% chance that you will lose money on a TV series, only a fool would invest in it. Although he wanted to develop in the entertainment industry, he never thought about losing money.
In an instant, Chen Feng's mind shifted from thinking about investment to how to reject politely.
How is it? What do you think of my script? Zhang Yang took Chen Feng with an expectant look on his face.
Chen Feng blinked his eyes. Your play doesn't seem to suit the tastes of adults.
Zhang Yang slapped his thigh and said, Mr. Chen, you have a great vision.
This script of mine is written specifically for minors.
Currently, there is a lack of such content in China. I believe it will definitely cause a sensation. He.
Chen Feng sneered in his heart and had already made up his mind to refuse.
Chapter 14. Where is the promised Kalama?
However, in order to prevent any accidents, he took a photo of the script for identification.
Yo King script. Note 1, only minors will like this TV series. Note 2, this TV series is basically impossible to recover its costs. There is a 99% chance that it will lose money.
Note 3, this TV series cannot normally recover its costs, but if combined with special strategies, it can make a lot of money.
Ha! Chen Feng's expression changed. What is going on? How come the evaluation of the camera has changed again? Does this script really have potential?
After using it for these days, Chen Feng has figured out the flaws of the identification camera. That is, after using it once, the identification camera will only give part of the information.
If you want more detailed information, you need to take multiple photos to dig it out.
Chen Feng had originally planned to give up, but when he saw the new notes, he hesitated again.
With a special strategy, this TV series can make money. But the question is, what is this special strategy? Please show it to me. Chen Feng was helpless.
This camera could only be used 3 times a day, which seemed like a lot, but when he actually used it he found that 3 times was far from enough. But the number of identifications for today has been used up.
If you want to continue using them, you will have to wait until tomorrow.
If the 3 identifications tomorrow still fail to yield the information you want, you will have to wait until the day after tomorrow. After careful consideration, Chen Feng finally made up his mind. Director Zhang, I like your script very much, but investing in a TV series is a serious matter. I want to take the script back and read it carefully, think about it seriously, and then give you an answer.
No problem. Zhang Yang's expression was very calm. This kind of thing is actually very normal in the entertainment industry.
It is normal for a project to take 2 or 3 years from project establishment to casting to start of filming and then to release.
It is also human nature to consider it.
After Chen Feng returned, he did not waste any time. As soon as the next day came, he immediately used a camera to check the script. The first identification did not produce any results, and all that was obtained was useless information. After the second appraisal, Chen Feng finally saw what he wanted.
Yo King script.
Note 1, the cost of shooting this TV series is very low, and it is basically impossible to recover the cost through normal means. Note 2, this TV series can be taken in a different way and treated as a toy promotional film. Note 3, this TV series can be regarded as a toy promotional film, given away for free to TV stations to expand their influence, and then make money by selling yo-yos to minors.
Wordfac. Chen Feng's expression suddenly changed. Think of it as a toy promotional film, not selling the TV series, but specifically selling toys? There is actually such an operation?
Chen Feng seemed to have opened the door to a new world.
He hasn't been just fooling around during this period.
In order to enter the entertainment industry and date celebrities, he has put in a lot of effort and looked up a lot of information. Generally speaking, there is only one way for a TV series to make money, and that is to sell it to TV stations.
There are hundreds of TV stations in China. If we sell a few more of them, we can make money.
We can make use of the first-round broadcasting rights and rebroadcast rights. At the same time, there are also the rights for online and overseas broadcasting, but these are treatments only available to popular TV series.
If it fails, it will basically be a waste of time.
To put it bluntly, if a TV series wants to make money, it is a one-time deal, and it all depends on whether the TV series is willing to pay a high price. However, identifying the camera provides a completely different idea.
TV series don't make money by selling TV series, they make money by selling toys.
It sounds very mysterious at first, but if you think about it carefully, it seems to make sense.
This seems quite feasible.
Chen Feng's passion suddenly surged and he began to look up relevant information. It turns out that this kind of thing has already been a very successful case abroad, and that is Ultraman. They make a ton of money selling Ultraman leather goods and transformation devices, and they have a lot of fun filming a TV series every year.
Chen Feng quickly had an idea in his mind and gave the script another evaluation. Yo-Yo King's script marketing strategy. Remark 1. Give away TV stations for free to expand influence and make money by selling yo-yos.
Note 2. The key is to obtain the copyright for the TV series and toys to avoid piracy.
Note 3. Treating the TV series as a toy promotional film and making money by selling toy yo-yos.
The results were similar, and Chen Feng immediately had a clue in his mind.
This order is reliable. The system did recommend him a good horse, even though it was a horse selling toys, but as long as he could make money, who cared?
Chen Feng immediately called Zhang Yang, and half an hour later, he arrived at Chen Feng's office.
Mr. Chen, have you decided to invest in my TV series?
Zhang Yang's eyes were shining, as if he had seen a savior.
Finally.
After so many years of hard work, I finally made it from a stage manager to a director, completing an important milestone in my life. As for whether this TV series will make money, Zhang Yang did not consider it at all. This is his hard work, how could it not make money? As long as he can film it, the TV station will definitely pay a high price, and he will become a famous director. Facing Zhang Yang's expectant eyes, Chen Feng nodded decisively.
Yes, I have decided to invest 5 million in you to shoot a TV series. But I have a prerequisite.
The copyright of this TV series must belong to me.
The copyright of Yo-Yo, as well as the copyright of adaptation rights, all must belong to me. Zhang Yang didn't care about copyright, nor did he care about the yo-yo.
There were only 3 words left in his eyes.
5 million. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be a director.
So, the two of them discussed the general terms in a friendly atmosphere. In general, Chen Feng provides the money and Zhang Yang provides the effort, and the two of them jointly shoot a TV series that is destined to set off a trend. It's just that the trends in two people's minds are different from the trends in each other's minds. After the cooperation matters were confirmed, Chen Feng provided the money and Zhang Yang provided the labor, and the two of them immediately set up a crew.
In this regard, Zhang Yang played a very important role.
He did not work for nothing over the years. Although it was a bit exaggerated, he did have some connections.
Camera, script, lighting, recording, makeup, props. All the necessary departments are there and fully equipped.
Chen Feng also put in some effort in this. Originally he was a little nervous and felt that he was not capable enough. But with the identification camera, his confidence suddenly increased.
Although he doesn't know anything, he has a camera.
The boss may not know anything, but he must have vision. With the camera, Chen Feng's shortcomings were immediately compensated.
Products produced by the system must be high quality.
Zhang Yang was even more excited and worked harder than Chen Feng. You never know how much potential a middle-aged man in his 40s can unleash after getting a rare opportunity.
Chapter 15. Why did he suddenly fall down? Thanks to Zhang Yang's efforts, all preparations for the filming were carried out at the fastest speed.
Seeing that the crew was almost ready, Chen Feng began to put matters concerning the toy factory on the agenda. He never forgot that if this TV series wanted to make money, it couldn't rely on selling broadcasting rights, but had to rely on selling toys.
This is the strategy given by the camera.
Compared to the smooth preparation of the crew, things became troublesome at the toy factory. Chen Feng was not in a hurry about this. Although Yo-Yo King was relatively simple to shoot, it would take at least half a year from shooting to release, so he still had a long time to prepare. Hejie's birthday was almost here, and Chen Feng specially gave up his newly bought villa as the venue to hold a birthday party for Hejie. The reason why Chen Feng was so generous was that his real intention was not so much about wine, but about Sangya.
Wow, Hejie, this is your new boyfriend's villa, it's so big. There's even a swimming pool. It's just like in a TV show. The garden is so beautiful. I wish I could live in a big villa like this in the future. When Heejie's friends saw this villa, they couldn't help but look envious. College students are at the most vain age. At the same time, they have not been exposed to the harsh practices of society and still have unrealistic fantasies about their future. When they first saw such a luxurious house, they were all extremely envious. Amid the admiration of everyone, Heejie's inner vanity was greatly satisfied. She looked down on everything like a proud swan. What's so great about it? It's just a villa, right? Lu Feixing couldn't help but make a sour sound. As the boyfriend of Heejie's best friend Sonia, he was also invited. Just looking at this luxurious villa, the shock he felt was no less than that of others. It was the first time that he realized the financial gap between himself and Chen Feng. Although he still maintained a certain degree of confidence in his heart, when he really faced Chen Feng, he no longer had the normal composure he used to have. In fact, Sonia was a little envious of Heejie. It would be abnormal not to be envious of such a luxurious villa and such a grand birthday party. You know, in order to hold this birthday party successfully, Chen Feng spent hundreds of thousands to hire a team from outside. If it weren't for the 100 million cash back from the tenfold cashback card, Chen Feng really wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money. Faced with this fairy tale birthday party, Heejie was so moved that she almost cried. As soon as she saw Chen Feng, she couldn't help but give him a kiss. Chen Feng naturally accepted it without hesitation. Although he was already a little tired of Heejie. Maybe this is a common problem among men. Before they get something, they are very greedy for it, but after they really get it, they get bored after playing with it for a while. There is a saying that goes, behind every goddess, there is a man who fucks her to death. Although Chen Feng has not reached that level yet, he is indeed almost tired of Heejie. This woman does have a good figure, but her face is still a little lacking. Even with makeup, there is no way to enhance its appearance. If you are not born with this ability, then you cannot do it. Looking at Lu Feixing holding hands happily with Sonia, Chen Feng felt filled with disgust. Damn, this kid is really lucky. In that case, I'll use you to test the effect of the Doom doll. Ever since he got the Doom doll, Chen Feng has never found a chance to try out the actual effect of the Doom doll. Originally, he was planning to let those two bitches, Xiao Chuchu and Qin Jie, do the dirty work, but unfortunately, there has been no news since they moved out of the building. In addition, Chen Feng has been a bit busy these days and doesn't have the energy to look for them. Therefore, Chen Feng didn't know the actual effect of the Doom doll. Just then, there was a little white mouse in front of me. Strangeness. But he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Sonia looked at Lu Feixing strangely. What's wrong with you? It's okay, maybe I slept too late last night. Lu Feixing explained casually. Careful. At this moment, a man walked up to him, staggered, and smashed the wine glass in his hand at Lu Feixing. In such a hurry, Lu Feixing had no time to react at all. The wine glass hit him hard in the face, and the wine in it splashed all over his face. What's wrong with you? Don't you look when you walk? Lu Feixing was extremely depressed. I'm sorry. The girl who accidentally hit him kept apologizing, and he was indeed in the wrong in this matter. Lu Feixing was very angry, but he couldn't be too harsh on the girl. After all, we are classmates. We will see each other sooner or later. Besides, it was not intentional. After cursing at her for a few words, I had no choice but to tell her to get out. Xiaoya, I'm going to the bathroom. Well, go ahead. Lu Feixing walked towards the bathroom. I have to go to the bathroom to clean up this face full of alcohol. I don't know if it was because the floor was too slippery or if his eyes were blinded by the wine. Lu Feixing fell flat on his face as soon as he walked into the bathroom. You have to know that he was 1.8 meters tall and fell face down at an accelerated speed. A solid sound came from the bathroom. Ah! A pig slaughtering howl sounded. What's wrong? What's wrong? Several people who had gone to the toilet hurried out and saw Lu Feixing lying on the ground. He would not die, but his face was disfigured, his nose was broken, and blood was flowing from his nose. Take me to the hospital immediately. Lu Feixing said in despair. What happened? It seems like someone fell in the bathroom. This is too unlucky. While everyone was talking about it, Chen Feng, Heejie and Sonia took Lu Feixing to the hospital. After all, Lu Feixing had an accident at Chen Feng's home, so it is reasonable to take a look at it. At the same time, Chen Feng also wanted to know how amazing the effect of this Doom doll was.
The bridge of my nose is broken, so I have to have surgery right away, and it's basically impossible to restore it to its original state.
The doctor made a quick decision. Ah.
Hee-jia opened her mouth in surprise. It's not that exaggerated, it's just a fall. The doctor rolled his eyes at Hee-jia and said, the consequences of a fall can be serious or minor.
I've even seen people die from falls. Just a disfigurement is already pretty good.
You should pay the deposit quickly, otherwise the surgery will be delayed and the consequences of infection will be serious.
How much will the surgery cost? Songya asked weakly.
The deposit is 2,000 yuan, but to complete the operation, it will definitely not be enough without 10,000 yuan, the doctor explained in detail.
Hearing this, Lu Feixing's heart sank suddenly. To be honest, 10,000 yuan is not a lot of money. A working person can easily take it out.
But for a college student with a low income, it is indeed a huge sum of money, which he cannot take out at all now.
Chapter 16 What Can You Do to Me? The fact shattered Lu Feixing's vain pride in an instant.
Only then did he realize that, no, he couldn't even take out 10,000 yuan. I'll advance the money first, and you can pay me back later. After all, you got into trouble in my house. Chen Feng generously paid the surgery fee. After all, it was Lu Feixing's fault that he got into trouble. It must be said that his move was indeed brilliant, and it immediately made Lu Feixing feel embarrassed. Even Songya looked at him with admiration. After returning home, Hee-jia became even more clingy. She asked for it many times in a row and almost drained Chen Feng dry. When Chen Feng got up in the morning, he held his waist and got up. He deeply understood what it meant that there are no fields that can be plowed to death, only cows that can be worked to death. No, I have to take good care of myself in the next few days, otherwise, with more girls around, my body will collapse sooner or later. It would be better to wait until the next time he signs in, when the system will reward him with some skills or something that can strengthen his body, so that the problem can be solved once and for all.
Mr. Chen, 5 million is a very generous price.
You know, if I wasn't short of money, I wouldn't be willing to sell this factory to you. In the tea house, a boss in a suit looked impatient. Chen Feng's expression was equally impatient. Your factory owes a lot of money to its upstream and downstream suppliers, and the equipment is several years old.
You dare to ask for so much? This is too much. The boss waved his hands and said, that's the price. Take it or leave it. Chen Feng snorted coldly, picked up his phone and left.
He visited several factories in the past few days and finally found one willing to transfer the business. However, the other party offered a sky-high price without any sincerity.
It's because he is young. Since you don't want to sell it, can I open one myself? Yo-yos are new things and no one has any experience in production.
New and old factories are almost the same.
Do you really think that you are the only one who can do it? TSK, why are you pretending?
I can make $2 million a year from this factory, but I sold it to you for 5 million and you still don't want it. The boss of the tea house rolled his eyes. He was nothing more than a rich second generation whose family was wealthy and wanted to stir up trouble. Sooner or later, he would lose all his capital. On the road, Chen Feng had a serious expression. Buying a factory is not an option, so it seems the only option is to open one myself, and it has to be done quickly. The strategy given by the identification camera is that as soon as the TV series comes out, the new toy, Yo-Yo, must be rolled out immediately and flood the streets and alleys.
Because this new toy does not have any technical barriers, it can be easily pirated. If you don't distribute it in advance, you won't make any money.
The camera has already given a ready-made strategy, so of course Chen Feng did it. He is very self-aware.
In terms of talent, he is just an ordinary person. Without the help of the camera, his business would have basically failed. It is only with the camera that he has a superior vision. Whether his vision can become reality depends on his efforts. Halfway through the journey, Chen Feng looked for a place to relieve himself. The BMW next to me suddenly vibrated.
Oh shit, the car is shaking. It's fine to be so wild in broad daylight, but why does this car look so familiar?
Chen Feng's expression suddenly changed. Isn't this Qin Jie's BMW? This bastard is actually here?
Just at this moment, the vibration of the BMW stopped. Qin Jie walked out of the car with a satisfied look on his face, and Xiao Chuchu followed him out with a rosy face.
Fuck, Chen Feng. Qin Jie's expression was even more confused than Chen Feng's.
He didn't expect to meet the person he hated the most here. Xiao Chuchu was also surprised and a little embarrassed.
I don't know what is going on.
The last time this happened, she looked so confident, but now she feels inexplicably shy. Maybe it was because she didn't treat Chen Feng as a human being last time, but this time after knowing that Chen Feng was rich, she began to treat him as a human being. Qin Jie suddenly smiled and demonstratively hugged Xiao Chuchu in his arms.
Even if you are a rich second generation, so what? Your girlfriend is still exposed by me. I can make her pose in any way I want. What can you do about it? Chen Feng's expression turned ugly.
Although he no longer had any feelings for Xiao Chuchu, he still felt unhappy when he saw this bitch couple. Maybe because I didn't check the almanac before going out today, everything went wrong.
Chen Feng, how are you these days?
It must be pretty good to just lie at home and collect rent every day, but you're only able to do this because of your family.
Without your family, you'd be nothing. You thought you could bring me down by kicking me out of Jinding last time? Hee, it's no use. I've found an internet cafe to work in. I don't have to pay rent, and there are free cleaners and maids.
If there's a problem with the computer, I can call the network administrator at any time, and it won't delay my 2 orders.
See? This is the difference between you and me.
Qin Jie started to mock without saying a word. Being kicked out of Jinding by Chen Feng was his biggest shame and he almost collapsed. Fortunately, he had an idea and found an internet cafe to work. Although it delayed a lot of things, the 2 important big orders were not affected after all and could be completed with quality and quantity guaranteed.
As long as the company operates smoothly, other problems are minor. This is the ability of an entrepreneur. You, a rich second generation who relies on your family, don't have it at all. If the same thing happened to you, you would have been in trouble long ago.
To be fair, Qin Jie does have some abilities, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get to where he is today. The reason why Chen Feng kicked Qin Jie out of the building was not only to vent his anger, but also because Qin Jie was in a very tight schedule with 2 big orders at the time. If he failed to complete them with quality and quantity, he would be asked to pay liquidated damages. Unexpectedly, this guy went straight to an internet cafe to work and solved the problem immediately. Now seeing Chen Feng, Qin Jie started to tremble. Because Chen Feng has no way to deal with him now. Chen Feng laughed immediately.
Qin Jie, you are indeed capable, powerful, and awesome. I admire you. Chen Feng gave Qin Jie a thumbs up and then left. Just give in like that.
Qin Jie was a little stunned.
How could this bastard Chen Feng be so cowardly? Never mind him, just give in. He is no longer working in the Jinding building, so we will basically have no interaction in the future.
However, after Chen Feng entered the elevator, Qin Jie suddenly shivered and felt his body cold.
What's going on? Why is it so cold? Could it be that I've been having too much sex with women recently and my body has become weak? Qin Jie tightened his clothes and pulled Xiao Chuchu into the company's new office.
He is still working on those 2 big orders. Although the trend is good now, it is not safe as long as the order is not completed in one day. Working in the internet cafe was a sudden idea of his. Although he said it with pride, it actually had many shortcomings.
It could only be used as an emergency measure and not frequently. Chapter 17. What are you crazy about?
Qin Jie has already started looking for a new office location, and will move there immediately after completing the 2 big orders. In order to work without being disturbed, he even booked an entire floor. With beautiful visions of the future, Qin Jie walked towards the 2nd floor and prepared to drink a cup of tea to replenish his water. But he had just reached the 2nd floor when his feet suddenly slipped and he fell to the ground with a thud, like a rolling gourd falling from the floor.
Boss Qin.
The network administrator was stunned when he saw this scene. He had seen people fall before, but had never seen one fall like this.
Ouch.
Qin Jie screamed and struggled to stand up.
Wrestling really hurts.
While struggling, Qin Jie's hand happened to touch the large refrigerator standing next to him. It was not known whether the refrigerator itself was unstable or was knocked over by him, but the 2-meter-high refrigerator fell straight down towards Qin Jie. Fortunately, Qin Jie saw the opportunity quickly and dodged to the side, thus avoiding being hit on the head. Only his head dodged it, but his right hand didn't. With a bang, Qin Jie's hand was hit by the refrigerator.
Ah, hungry.
Qin Jie screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Being hit on the arm by a refrigerator is not the same level of seriousness as the fall just now. The worst that would happen from a fall would be a disfigurement, but being hit on the arm by a refrigerator could very likely result in disability.
Not long after, the ambulance drove downstairs and Qin Jie was carried out in a very miserable state. I told you to be arrogant.
Seeing this scene, Chen Feng smiled proudly. He had been extremely busy during this period and had no time to cause trouble for Qin Jia, but this bastard just came up to provoke him. In that case, Chen Feng will fulfill his wish and let this guy get what he wants.
Aren't you very arrogant? How can you still be arrogant now? Yes, if you don't rent my house, I really can't do anything to you, but you didn't expect that I have a cheat.
They can't do anything to you openly, but the means they use secretly are enough to destroy you. Chen Feng hates both Qin Jia and Xiao Chuchu, but relatively speaking, Chen Feng hates Qin Jia more. There is no way, women's nature is to admire the strong.
There are too many vain women like Xiao Chuchu.
Chen Feng has met many such vain women recently.
Relatively speaking, he hated Qin Jia even more. He was a man in his 30s, but he relied on his rich social experience to deliberately seduce and deceive young girls, and he even dared to show off in front of him.
If you don't die, who will die? If Qin Jia knew that Chen Feng had a cheat, he would never dare to be so arrogant, but unfortunately, he didn't know. After being sent to the hospital and receiving treatment, Qin Jia was still lamenting that he was so unlucky. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, and for the next several months he couldn't move his right hand. Fortunately, it was his arm that was injured, not his leg, otherwise he would not be able to go out and would have to stay in the hospital every day. Chen Feng followed all the way to the hospital and confirmed where Qin Jia's ward was.
This bastard is so hateful that one bad luck is not enough to make people feel better. He must have more than one bad luck. If you dare to put a hat on me, I will kill you. I won't stop until I make you a cripple for life. Maybe this is petty, but Chen Feng is such a petty person. Hey, Chen Feng, why are you here? Sonia was surprised to see Chen Feng appear in the hospital.
She was Lu Feixing's girlfriend, so it was her duty to come and take care of Lu Feixing. But what were you, Chen Feng, doing here? Chen Feng smiled and said, no matter what, Lu Feixing got into trouble in my house, so it's reasonable for me to come and take a look. Sonia was a little surprised, and her impression of Chen Feng changed greatly.
Although this person is a bit lustful, his character is indeed impeccable.
She had no idea that Chen Feng came here just to find out Qin Jia's address and then continue his revenge, and it had nothing to do with Lu Feixing.
But since Sonia misunderstood, it doesn't matter if I pretend.
Chen Feng quickly went downstairs to buy a fruit basket, and followed Sonia into Lu Feixing's ward.
Lu Feixing was very sad at this time. Although he broke his nose, this kind of injury is very easy to treat, so the operation was completed quickly.
All that was left was for him to recover. Although the operation was simple, the consequences were serious because he was disfigured.
That's a disfigurement.
The bridge of the nose was comminuted, and after healing, the nose was basically crooked. The main reason why he was so miserable was that he was 1.8 meters tall. Being tall is an advantage in most cases, but it can occasionally become a disadvantage. For example, if you were 1.6 meters tall when wrestling, it would still be painful, but not so terrible.
Lu Feixing was in a gloomy mood.
Although men did not pay as much attention to appearance as women did, he was a handsome guy.
Handsome guys still pay a lot of attention to their looks. Now that his nose is crooked, can he still keep his position as the most handsome boy in school? And with his crooked nose, would Sonia still be willing to be with him?
Women are very concerned about looks, especially those girls in college who have not experienced the harsh treatment of society. It can be said that his mood was very sensitive at this time and he was feeling lost. However, Lu Feixing felt a little better when he saw Chen Feng and Sonia coming to see him together. Lu Feixing originally had some opinions about Chen Feng, but when he saw Chen Feng coming to see him with a fruit basket, he couldn't help feeling a little touched.
Thank you, Chen Feng. I never thought you would be willing to come and see me. You know, none of my roommates came to see me. It's nothing.
After all, the accident happened in my house, so I should come and see you. Chen Feng smiled, feeling a little subtle. If Lu Feixing knew that the fall was caused by him, I wonder if he would still be so moved. Since he was already here, Chen Feng still managed to save face.
He chatted with Lu Feixing and then left with Sonia. Sonia, let me take you home. After all, your school is far away and it's not convenient to take the bus on the way.
Okay.
Sonia nodded.
She is basically no longer wary of Chen Feng, and it is indeed inconvenient to squeeze on the bus.
Hey, your car doesn't seem to be the same one as last time.
Oh, the Ferrari was too flashy, so I bought a new one. Chen Feng said it lightly, but Sonia was amazed. It is a bit exaggerated to buy a new one just because the car was too flashy. Similarly, she became even more envious of He Jia. Everything went smoothly along the way, and the next day, Chen Feng went to the hospital again. Qin Jia, who was on the phone explaining something, shuddered inexplicably.
What's wrong with me? Why is it suddenly so cold? The window was closed just now. Honey, what's wrong with you?
Qin Jia's wife Liu had a strange look on her face.
It's nothing. It might be because of the plaster cast that I feel a little uncomfortable.
Qin Jia couldn't find the reason why he was feeling cold, so he had to put down his phone.
Chapter 18, You're responsible for your own mistakes.
Fortunately, it was only his hand that was injured.
After 2 days of observation in the hospital, he can go out to recuperate if he is fine.
Otherwise, it would be really troublesome and problems would easily arise at the company without him. This is also a common problem for small companies. There is basically no institutional guarantee and they mainly rely on the enthusiasm of the founders. Since you're already in a cast, just lie down and don't move around. If your hand breaks again, you might become disabled.
Li Yu gave a gentle instruction.
She has been married to Qin Jia for several years and has always managed the household well. Qin Jia had been hiding the fact that he had someone outside from her. After all, the person outside was just for fun, and if he really divorced Li Yu, he would not be able to get over it with his family. Many young people who have just entered society think they can get ahead by relying on their looks, but they are really overthinking. Old men are much more sophisticated than them. You can take advantage of small benefits, but big benefits are just daydreaming.
Come, have some soup.
Li Yu handed the chicken soup and the thermos to Qin Jia. Qin Jia's hand shook, and the boiling hot chicken soup instantly spilled all over his body.
Hot, hot, hot.
Qin Jia was shaking as if he had been electrocuted.
Which deity did he offend, and why is he so unlucky?
Li Yu widened her eyes.
Let me wipe it for you. Come on, go to the bathroom and wash it.
Qin Jia had no choice but to follow Li Yu to the bathroom. As a result, halfway through the journey, Qin Jia slipped and fell hard, and the plaster he had just installed was shattered to pieces. Along with the plaster, the newly joined hand bones were also shattered.
Ah!
Qin Jia howled like a pig being slaughtered.
But it wasn't over yet.
The nurse next to him, perhaps frightened or tripped by the plaster, stumbled and bumped into Qin Jia. That would have been fine, but she was holding a needle in her hand, a needle that had just been applied with medicine.
Puff! This time Qin Jia couldn't even scream.
His eyes rolled back like a dead fish. Chen Feng next to him shook his head.
Alas, why are you so arrogant? Don't you know that you will suffer the consequences if you do evil? Hubby, are you okay?
Li Yu was completely confused. He was just going to the bathroom to wash up, so why did he suddenly fall?
Qin Jia already has a wife? Chen Feng was stunned for a moment and walked over quickly.
Hello, you are Mr. Qin's wife, right?
I am Mr. Qin's friend.
Hello. Li Yu, who was confused, subconsciously shook hands with Chen Feng. Then Chen Feng helped call for someone to lift Qin Jia onto the bed and pushed him into the emergency room. While Qin Jia was receiving treatment, Chen Feng decisively drew his sword.
Sister-in-law, let me tell you the truth. Mr. Qin has a woman outside. Her name is Xiao Chuchu.
That is right, this is why Chen Feng came to find Qin Jia.
Help take care of Qin Jia, he was dreaming, he came here to apply eye drops to Qin Jia.
I didn't expect this guy hid so well.
He has a wife at home and no one in the company knows about it. The red flag is flying at home and the colorful flags are fluttering outside, right? I just want to make your red flag fall down.
When Li Yu found out that Qin Jia had someone outside, her face changed immediately. She immediately remembered the information Chen Feng said. Of course, she is not a fool, and she will definitely find a way to verify it next. With a feeling of gloating over Qin Jia's misfortune, Chen Feng walked into Lu Feixing's ward. Lu Feixing was so moved that he almost cried.
Chen Feng, I never thought you would be so nice to me.
My girlfriend broke up with me and hated me, but you come to see me every day.
Ha, you broke up with Songya. Chen Feng's expression changed. What is going on? It's only been a day, how could such a big thing happen? We really broke up. She said we are not suitable for each other.
Lu Feixing looked helpless. Chen Feng was really a little surprised, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed very normal.
How many relationships in college can last until the end?
Just like him and Xiao Chuchu, they broke up just a few months after leaving school. It is actually normal for Lu Feixing and Songya to break up. After all, relationships in college are inherently fragile.
Does this mean that I have a chance? Chen Feng was eager to make a move.
However, he still maintained his composure on the surface, and earnestly comforted Lu Feixing, which moved him deeply. If Lu Feixing knew that the main reason Chen Feng came to see him was to bring bad luck to Qin Jie, he would probably faint from anger. After returning, Chen Feng returned to the villa, closed the door, and stayed quietly in the room alone.
Because the time for the 6th sign-in is coming. There was almost a week between this check-in and the last one. Obviously, the time between each check-in and the last check-in will be much longer. However, the rewards from the system alone have already made Chen Feng very satisfied. Whether it is the identification camera or the Doll of Doom, they are both extremely magical, especially the identification camera, which can be said to be a magical artifact. Anyone who gets it can start a considerable career. Therefore, Chen Feng was particularly looking forward to the items for the 6th check-in. Ding! Check-in for the 6th time, reward, Physical Fitness Potion. Physical Constitution Potion. After taking it, it can effectively enhance a person's physical constitution. Chen Feng's eyes quickly lit up. For him, this Constitution Potion is much better than the identification camera and the Doll of Doom. No matter how powerful the identification camera and the Doom doll are, they are external objects, while the physical potion can strengthen his body. No doubt about it, you must drink it.
Chen Feng tilted his head back and poured the physical potion into his stomach. Then, a flame surged from the chest and abdomen, flowing to every corner of the body. Chen Feng's face changed, he took off all his clothes, ran into the bathroom and turned on the shower. The cold water sprayed all over his body, suppressing the heat in Chen Feng's body. After a while, Chen Feng turned off the shower head and walked to the mirror. My skin became whiter, my body became taller, and most importantly, my one abdominal muscle turned into 6 abdominal muscles. This physical potion has brought about such huge changes. In order to test how much his physical fitness had improved, Chen Feng called He Jie. He hasn't seen He Jie for several days.
Wow, what's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly become so handsome?
He Jie couldn't help but her eyes lit up when she saw Chen Feng.
Is there?
Chen Feng looked at himself in the mirror carefully. It seems that he is indeed a little more handsome.
The main thing is that the skin has become much whiter.
As the saying goes, a white complexion can hide 100 uglinesses.
Fair skin can indeed greatly improve one's appearance. Chen Feng's mood inexplicably improved. Who doesn't want to be a handsome guy?
After a brief greeting, the two men began to talk about a business worth hundreds of millions. In the past, Chen Feng relied on his youth and was able to fight He Jie on equal terms, but he was no match for He Jie in a protracted battle.
But this time it was different.
Chen Feng directly killed He Jie and she was left without any weapons or armor, and she begged for mercy.
Chapter 19, A Level Stronger. What's going on? How come you suddenly became so much stronger?
He Jie was shocked and wondered if Chen Feng had taken any medicine. Chen Feng was extremely proud of this, and his male self-esteem was greatly satisfied.
Then he said in a deep voice, He Jie, let's break up. What did you say? He Jie's expression changed. Why are you suddenly saying this?
Chen Feng was not embarrassed at all. No reason, I just suddenly lost interest in you, let's just break up. To be honest, he didn't feel any guilt towards He Jie. The two had only known each other for a dozen days, and Chen Feng had spent almost $500,000 on her. No matter how you look at it, Chen Feng feels that he has done his best, not to mention that you, He Jie, are just a second-hand product. Originally, if He Jie was the original one, even if she was not very good-looking, Chen Feng would have given her a good home, or at most just kept her.
But you happen to be a second-hand product.
In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Chen Feng is a germaphobe in this regard.
In the end, Chen Feng broke up with He Jie and gave her a breakup fee of 100,000 yuan. He is still very generous in this regard.
The purpose of making money is to spend it. The next day, Chen Feng attended a dinner party organized by Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang has been in great spirits recently and in great shape.
Because he became a director, which was a big leap in his life. After knowing that he became a director, his former friends became extremely polite to him, and some even wanted to play roles in the TV series. As for these people, Zhang Yang would use them if he could, and kick them out if he couldn't. After all, he is in his 40s and he knows very well what he should and should not do. It was precisely because of this that Chen Feng did not replace him. Even though the script belongs to him, the copyright has actually been obtained by Chen Feng. If he fails to satisfy Chen Feng, he can be kicked out and replaced by someone else at any time.
There's nothing you can do about it.
These days, only those with money can be the boss. In addition to those who want roles, there are also some people who come to seek investment. Zhang Yang is not the only one who dreams of becoming a director.
Many people want to be directors.
When they heard that Zhang Yang was being kept by a rich second-generation man, those who also dreamed of becoming directors couldn't sit still anymore and wanted Zhang Yang to make some connections.
It just so happened that Chen Feng also wanted to invest in a few more movies.
Now he has nearly 100 million in cash. It would be a waste if he didn't invest so much money. However, after reading these scripts carefully, Chen Feng felt that they were unreliable.
I have to say that these people who want to be directors are very considerate.
The scripts they gave to Chen Feng are all literary scripts that are easy to read. But the content of the script was so boring and not attractive at all that Chen Feng didn't even have the desire to evaluate it. At most, he would make a promise at the dinner table and then go back to think about it carefully.
Of course, this careful consideration means not considering it at all.
On the way back, Chen Feng couldn't help but say, "Zhang Yang, the scripts of your friends are too unreliable.
None of them have basic logic. I can't understand them at all."
Zhang Yang showed an embarrassed expression, but had no way to refute. If you think about it carefully, you will know that if these people really have the ability, they would have come forward long ago, and there would be no need to ask him for help. There are indeed talented people in the mountains, but most of them are mediocre and self-righteous people.
Boss, I can't do anything about it.
Those projects with real potential have already been invested in by those big companies.
How could they fall into the hands of the outside world?
Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. Every industry has its threshold, and the film and television industry is no exception. The truly good projects are all digested internally by them to exchange resources.
Even if you have money, you can't get in. Although Zhang Yang has been in this industry for decades, he is just a small figure.
If it weren't for Chen Feng's support, he wouldn't know which crew he would be working as a handyman in now.
How could he provide Chen Feng with good investment opportunities? To put it bluntly, if there really was a good opportunity, why didn't he take it himself?
Chen Feng sighed, "Forget it, just focus on the crew, I will figure out the investment myself." When Zhang Yang saw Chen Feng like this, he immediately became anxious.
This is the sign of falling out of favor.
Boss, I heard a piece of news before.
There is an art film that lacks investment.
It is said that this art film is quite good.
Art film? Chen Feng frowned. Aren't art films pure losses?
Zhang Yang nodded.
Yes, we are losing money, but we can win awards.
As a serious cultural media company, we must have a few awards to show our reputation.
It is the right time to invest in 1 or 2 art films. Many big companies are like this.
They know they will lose money, but they still invest in art films just to win awards and promote their stars.
Chen Feng nodded, as if this was indeed the truth.
With the help of Yo-Yo King, the company will have no problem surviving profitably, so it is indeed time to consider winning awards.
So he took the initiative to ask, "What is the name of the art film you mentioned, and how much investment is needed?" Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Love is Not Blind" is a project by Zhang Huateng.
He is a veteran director. Upon hearing that someone was investing, the famous director Zhang Huateng mentioned by Zhang Yang immediately flew over. Chen Feng then realized that this so-called famous director was actually the same as an ordinary director. When he heard that someone was willing to invest money, he came over just like a shark seeing blood. The sky is big, the earth is big, but it is not as big as money. After sitting down in the reception room and waiting for the staff to serve tea, Zhang Huateng began to tell the basic plot of the movie. He spoke with deep emotion, and Chen Feng was somewhat moved.
Zhang Yang next to him couldn't stop nodding. He was indeed a famous director, his eloquence was amazing.
He felt like investing after listening to him, but unfortunately he had no money.
The one who can really make the decision is Chen Feng. "Director Zhang, just tell me how much investment is needed."
Zhang Huateng stretched out a finger.
1 million? No problem. I'll invest it all. Chen Feng waved his hand generously.
A mere 1 million is nothing to him now.
Zhang Huateng smiled and shook his head, at a 0. Chen Feng's eyes suddenly widened. "What, you are not kidding, Director Zhang?"
He is now considered an insider in the industry and knows a lot of inside information. Although art films generally have high ratings, one common feature of them is that they do not make money. Just this one characteristic means that major film and television companies are destined not to be interested in art films. If they occasionally invest in one or two art films, it is also to promote people and win awards, so as to avoid being too ugly. Therefore, the cost of art films is generally very low, most of which are only 1 or 2 million yuan, and those of several hundred thousand are very common. To be more exaggerated, an art film can be made with tens of thousands of yuan. Chen Feng thought that Zhang Huatang would want 1 or 2 million at most, which would be a good deal.
However, he never expected that Zhang Huatang would actually want 10 million. Chapter 20, Art Films Destined to Lose Money. With so much money, you can make 2 Yo-Yo King movies. Why use it to invest in an art film that is doomed to lose money?
Zhang Huatang also gave a bitter smile. With his qualifications and connections, it would not be a problem for him to get investment for a serious movie, but if he wants to make an art film, people would have to think carefully. It's not easy to make money these days, and no one is willing to fool around with Zhang Huatang. Even Chen Feng was shaken. He could afford 10 million, but it was really hard to accept investing in an art film that was bound to lose money.
Mr. Chen, this is my script, please take a look at it first.
When Zhang Huatang saw Chen Feng's look, he knew that this time he was most likely to fail. But he didn't want to give up, so he handed the script to Chen Feng. Now Chen Feng could barely understand the script and found that the script was not much different from what Zhang Huatang said.
It was just a literary film about a little love affair.
After thinking about it, Chen Feng secretly took a picture of the script with his identification camera. If this art film doesn't lose too much money, just invest a little in it. The script for the movie Love Lost for many days.
Note 1, this is an art film. Remark 2, this movie has the potential to be a big hit. Under normal circumstances, the box office will not be less than 100 million.
Note 3, if the right strategy is chosen, the box office of this movie can exceed 300 million.
Chen Feng's expression froze. Is this an art film destined to lose money?
This is clearly a cash cow, a movie that will 100% make money.
Who says it will definitely lose money? Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen?
Zhang Huatang called out twice, looking helpless. I know it's a bit unreasonable to ask for 10 million yuan for an art film.
If you are not willing to invest, I can find someone else. No.
Chen Feng immediately reached out to stop Zhang Huatang.
A movie that is destined to be a big hit.
A few tens of thousands just to show my appreciation. Director Jiang, in principle, I have invested in this film. I want to know how much investment you have raised for this film. We have already raised 1 million in investment, so I don't need to pay the director's fee.
No, you must get the director's fee. You worked hard to direct a movie, how can you not want the director's fee?
Chen Feng said righteously. By the way, Director Jiang, I am very optimistic about this movie and would like to invest in it in full.
Can you please push the other investors out of the project?
Zhang Huatang was stunned, and inexplicably began to doubt his life.
There are actually people rushing to invest in art films? Could it be that he was still asleep this morning and heard it wrong? Ahem, Mr. Chen, these investors mainly come to me for my face. If I clear them out rashly, I might.
Zhang Huatang said cautiously.
I see.
Chen Feng felt a little regretful, but after thinking about it, he decided to let it go.
He had already taken the bulk of the food anyway, so what would be the harm in leaving the remaining soup for others? Okay, I'll invest all the remaining 9 million. I have already decided on the leading role.
Zhang Huatang suddenly added.
Chen Feng rolled his eyes, I won't interfere in this regard. This Zhang Huatang, do you think he wants to use unspoken rules? Are you kidding? Women are not as important as making money. There is a high probability that this movie will be a huge hit at the box office. He will not mess with his cash cow.
Zhang Huatang was still a little worried, mainly because the investor was too straightforward, which made him a little suspicious. When signing the contract, he read it again and again, and made sure there were no unfavorable terms before signing. After the contract was signed, Zhang Huatang finally felt relieved. After running around for nearly half a year, I finally got the investment done and can start filming as soon as I return. After Zhang Huatang left, Zhang Yang had a strange expression on his face.
Well, Mr. Chen, I also want to make art films. Which director doesn't he have a little bit of literary youth disease?
After becoming successful in his career, he always wants to shoot something different. Chen Feng rolled his eyes and said, you should finish Yo-Yo King first.
How is the crew's preparation going? Zhang Yang nodded, the crew has almost finished preparations and can start filming in 3 days.
Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will definitely make this TV series well for you and make it a hit, and live up to your expectations. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Yang strangely, but ultimately said nothing.
Could he tell Zhang Yang that this Yo-Yo King is doomed to lose money?
It was certain that he became an instant hit, but what became popular was not the TV series, but the yo-yo. So Chen Feng patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, encouraged him, and then turned around and called Songya.
He is still short of an administrative secretary.
As the saying goes, when there is something to do, the secretary does it. When there is nothing to do, cough cough cough. Songya is the perfect candidate. Songya was a little surprised when she received Chen Feng's call.
She looked at the sad He-Jia guiltily and secretly left the dormitory.
To be honest, she had a good impression of Chen Feng, and the semester was almost over, so he should consider an internship. If you wait until graduation to go out to work, it will be too late.
Chen Feng's invitation came at the right time.
At the same time, the sensitive Songya also knew that Chen Feng's invitation was not simple. He invited her to be his secretary not because of her work ability, but because of other aspects. Knowing this, after hesitating for a long time, Songya finally nodded and agreed. After all, Chen Feng is really outstanding, the best one among all the men she has ever met, and it is really difficult for Songya to refuse him. The two of them made an appointment, and Songya would go to work tomorrow and serve as Chen Feng's administrative secretary. Although she is not a personal secretary, Chen Feng is already very satisfied with it. It's okay, take your time, he is not the kind of person who is impatient. Only after becoming a rich man did Chen Feng realize that it was so easy to pick up girls. You don't even have to take the initiative, beautiful girls will come to you naturally.
Money is always an advantage in most cases.
As long as you have money, 99% of the girls can be got.
The next day, Songya came to work at the Jinding building.
Chen Feng did not rush to take advantage of her, but introduced her to a job seriously. This made Songya feel relieved. Although she had gradually accepted Chen Feng in her heart, girls are always reserved and don't want to be too easily accepted by boys, lest they don't cherish them. Songya was surprised to find that Chen Feng's business was so big after relaxing. Not only did he have a building worth hundreds of millions, he also had a formal film and television company and had already started 2 projects.
Love is Not Blind is a purely financial investment, and we can't do anything except sending a few financial officers to supervise it.
However, King of Yo-Yo is a major project of Chengfeng Media, and it is about to start filming.
But why does the name Yo-Yo King sound so bad?
Especially when she arrived at the shooting site, Songya saw a group of actors playing yo-yo seriously with particularly strange expressions.
This is too embarrassing. Chapter 21. It's really embarrassing.
When it came to the first scene, when she saw the 2 actors looking at each other affectionately and playing yo-yo with sharp eyes, Songya was so embarrassed that she almost dug out 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms with her toes. The protagonist threw the yo-yo high up and shouted excitedly, "Red holy light." The opponent also looked solemn, as if he was holding not a yo-yo but some earth-shattering weapon, and shouted loudly, "Eagle spreads its wings."
Songya couldn't help but close her eyes.
She really couldn't bear to look at this shocking scene.
Chen Feng also felt a little embarrassed watching it.
No wonder the camera appraiser said that this TV series was doomed to lose money. This scene was really too embarrassing. The other staff members seemed to have similar thoughts, and some of them couldn't help but twitch their lips. Although no one can predict with 100% certainty whether a drama will be a hit, the awkward lines and the setting that playing yo-yo can save the world make it difficult for people to have full confidence in this drama.
Director Zhang Yang looked very serious and even gave a few compliments.
He even came over to explain to Chen Feng, "Mr. Chen, although the shooting scene is very awkward, it won't be awkward when the special effects are added and the show is officially broadcast.
There are already successful cases in the island country. We can learn from their successful model and we will definitely succeed."
Chen Feng patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and said, "Old Zhang, I trust you to do the job.
Just go ahead and do it. I feel relieved indeed."
There is nothing to worry about for a TV series that is destined to lose money. In order to become a hit, Chen Feng used the script to identify the camera more than a dozen times. He knew the key points of shooting better than Zhang Yang.
The key point of this TV series is yo-yo.
The other actors, lines, and special effects are just tools.
The only thing to do is to highlight yo-yo.
It doesn't matter if it's embarrassing for adults to watch, as long as children don't feel embarrassed when watching it. Zhang Yang had no idea what was going on in Chen Feng's mind and was still touched by the recognition of Chen Feng as his mentor. The boss trusts him so much, there is no doubt that he must make this TV series well.
On the way back, Songya couldn't help but ask, this TV show is so embarrassing, will anyone really watch it? Chen Feng smiled and said, adults definitely won't watch it, but as long as children like it, it's fine. Why? Sonia looked confused. She was still a college student, ignorant about society and had no idea about the film and television industry. It happened that Chen Feng had made up a lot of knowledge during this period, so he gave Sonia some popular science lessons along the way. Xiaoya, even though there are so many TV series being filmed every year, in reality, less than 1/10 of them can actually be broadcast, and even less than 1/10 can make money after broadcasting. In other words, out of 100 TV series, only one can really make money, and most of the rest are losses. The only difference is whether the loss is more or less. Ah, that's so exaggerated, then why do you still want to invest in TV series? Songya was stunned. Not many people knew this knowledge unless they were professionals. Of course I am sure, because I have no intention of making money from TV dramas. The real place to make money is the ID? Next, Chen Feng began to tell Songya about his strategy of selling yo-yos by giving away TV series. This was the idea provided to him by the identification camera. Chen Feng had already supplemented it very well. Both the yo-yo factory and the TV series were ready. All that was left was to wait for the TV series to be broadcast after it was completed. Looking at Chen Feng talking in front of him, Songya couldn't help but be a little dazed for a moment. When is a man most handsome? Of course, he looks best when he is confident. Many middle-aged uncles rely on deception to bring harm to young people who are ignorant of the world. What's more, Chen Feng's plan is not just a scam, but a practical business plan. At the same time, he looks a bit handsome. With all these conditions combined, Songya couldn't help but fall in love. The main reason is that Chen Feng is indeed very outstanding. In the evening, Chen Feng sent Songya back to school in a very graceful manner. However, in order to avoid suspicion and not to irritate Hejia, Songya returned to school secretly and did not let others see that she was sent by Chen Feng. Looking at Hejia, who was in a trance in the dormitory because of her breakup with Chen Feng, Songya actually felt a sense of excitement of having an affair. In the next few days, Chen Feng followed the routine, urging the toy factory to speed up the production of yo-yos while checking the progress of the filming of Yo-Yo King. As time passed, the 7th sign-in quietly arrived. Ding, sign in for the 7th time, reward dream come true card. Dream come true card. Effect, write your dream on a card, and it will become reality in the next period of time. Note, dreams cannot be too exaggerated or unrealistic, otherwise they will fail. Looking at the small white card in front of him, Chen Feng began to think seriously. What kind of dream would be better? Is it possible to be the boss of the United States? However, it is estimated that such an exaggerated dream is difficult to achieve. Besides, what's the good of being a boss? You live under the spotlight every day and have no freedom at all. After various dreams went through Chen Feng's mind, he made a choice and took out a pen to write carefully on the card. I hope that a beautiful, hot, and capable lady will come to my company to apply for the position of general manager, and fall in love with me at first sight, love me to death, and remain loyal to me until death. That's right, this is Chen Feng's dream. Who doesn't want to have a beautiful woman who admires him by his side? Moreover, Chen Feng indeed lacks a capable general manager. He has the ability to identify cameras to make up for his vision, but when it comes to management, Chen Feng is not so good. He needs a professional to help him do all this. Wouldn't it be even better if this professional was extremely beautiful and also completely devoted to him? After thinking about it, Chen Feng added another sentence. Must be a chick. He is a germaphobe in this regard. And you have to be 100% loyal. After adding 2 sentences, Chen Feng chose to activate the dream card. This dream should not be too excessive and there should be a high probability that it will come true. After a few seconds, the dream card burned and then disappeared. The dream is judged to be successful. Soon, a beautiful and capable lady will come to our company to apply for a job. Just when Chen Feng was imagining what the next beauty would look like, the phone at the company rang. Hello, this is Mr. Chun from Chen Feng Culture Media. My name is Xiao Shanshan. I saw your recruitment information online. Are you in need of a general manager? That's right. Chen Feng nodded frantically. The system is so powerful. As soon as my dream was approved, someone called me. Chen Feng made an appointment with the other party, and not long after, Xiao Shanshan appeared in front of Chen Feng. In an instant, Chen Feng's eyes widened. Chapter 22. The system understands my dream too well. She has an almost perfect face, like a fox fairy in mythology, bewitching everyone. Especially the perfect body curves, which make people's mouths dry. At this moment, there was only one thought left in Chen Feng's mind. The system really understands my dreams. Xiao Shanshan was used to seeing men who were attracted by her beauty, and she wanted to cough to wake him up, but for some reason, when she saw Chen Feng's handsome and fair face, her heart couldn't help but beat fast. What is going on? Why is my heart beating so fast? What is going on with this numb and tingling feeling? Xiao Shanshan covered her chest. The two of them just stared at each other, and the air was filled with a pink scent. Ahem. In the end, it was Chen Feng who came to his senses first. He coughed and nodded with satisfaction. This general manager is great. Ms. Xiao, right? Can I ask about your work experience? Although I have already decided in my heart that this is the person, I still have to go through the necessary formalities. Cough. Xiao Shanshan sat down with a blushing face and introduced her situation with her two charming big eyes flashing. He has a master's degree and joined a Fortune 500 company after graduation, but was fired for special reasons. He is proficient in 3 languages. Such a resume should be very impressive, but Xiao Shanshan's tone was particularly hesitant and she spoke very softly. For some reason, her heart beat faster and faster, causing her to lose the confidence to speak. Chen Feng knew the reason and believed in his dream 100%. After listening to Xiao Shanshan's experience, Chen Feng nodded without hesitation. Congratulations, Miss Xiao. From now on, you will be a member of our Chengfeng Entertainment. The treatment will definitely satisfy you. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Xiao Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. But whether it was because of the successful application or because she could stay with Chen Feng, only she herself knew. I have to say that Xiao Shanshan is really capable. She figured out the company's situation in just half a day, and then she found Chen Feng with the information. Mr. Chen, I don't quite understand why a cultural media company like ours has a toy factory under its umbrella, and it's only just opened. Are you planning to develop into the manufacturing industry? Chen Feng shook his head. Because he was sure that Xiao Shanshan was 100% loyal to him and would never betray him, Chen Feng told him his plan. After hearing Chen Feng's plan to use TV dramas to boost yo-yo sales, Xiao Shanshan's eyes lit up and she showed an expression of admiration. Using TV dramas to promote toys may sound exaggerated, but if you think about it carefully, it seems to be quite feasible. There are already successful cases of this business model abroad. Disney and Ultraman have both succeeded by relying on this model. This area in the country is still a desert at present, and there is great potential in this area. In that case, I have an idea. Yo-yos are probably something only boys like to play with. Why don't we make another TV series to promote girls' toys? Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. Xiao Shanshan is indeed very capable. It seemed like after he learned about this business model through the camera, he only thought about making a good TV series and buying more yo-yos. Unlike Xiao Shanshan, who learned from her experience and wanted to drain not only the wallets of little boys, but also the wallets of little girls. Well, what you said makes sense. I'll leave this task to you. You will be fully responsible for it. Chen Feng made the decision immediately. This is exactly the life of a boss he imagined. All things are done by his subordinates, and he only needs to make the final decision at the critical moment. It's not like before, when he had to do everything by himself and couldn't find anyone to help him. Xiao Shanshan rolled her eyes at Chen Feng and took out a document. I looked at the company's licenses. Basically, we have everything the film and television industry needs. I think that in addition to investing in and producing TV series, we should also get involved in artist management. Even if it's just to make a second-tier star famous, the commercial value is very considerable, and it will also be a big bonus to the company's business. No problem, just go ahead and do it. As long as it's your idea, I support it. Chen Feng decisively delegated power. This is his dream, he must delegate power. In fact, Chen Feng had long been impatient with the company's management. Finally, someone came to help him get rid of it. Chen Feng was so happy that he couldn't contain himself. The company is not well known at the moment, so I don't think it's necessary to sign too many people, because the company doesn't have that many resources to train them. However, there are 2 people who must be signed, and they are the male and female protagonists of Yo-Yo King. This is also to prepare for future sequels. In addition, I need to do a comprehensive cleanup of the company's accounts. The company's funds are currently in a very chaotic state,
which makes it impossible for me to formulate plans and is not conducive to the company's future development. Xiao Shanshan explained her plans for the company, and Chen Feng nodded repeatedly.
Look, this is called professionalism.
He doesn't have to worry about the company's affairs in the future. The dream card is so powerful. Otherwise, where can he find such a capable and beautiful girl?
The key is to be 100% loyal to him.
After pondering for a while, Chen Feng transferred 90 million into the company's account, leaving only 10 million for himself. After all, he also needs to spend money, and 90 million is already a huge sum of money, enough to last him for a long time. After discovering that she had nearly 90 million yuan in funds to use, Xiao Shanshan was filled with ambition. She wanted to develop the company and repay Chen Feng for his kindness to her. The two had just met not long ago, and Chen Feng was willing to hand over so much money to her to manage. This kindness must be repaid with all his heart. Just as Xiao Shanshan was thinking hard about how to better develop the company, Songya entered the office. Although she is interning at Changfeng, her schedule is actually very flexible. She only needs 2 or 3 hours a day, and she can even not come if she doesn't want to. After all, Changfeng strictly speaking only has one project now, so Songya has nothing to do. When she found that there was suddenly a beautiful woman in the office, she was instantly surprised. Especially after seeing Xiao Shanshan's extremely hot body, Songya couldn't help but feel a little inferior. Her figure is actually average, but she has a good temperament and is a famous campus beauty in school. But compared with Xiao Shanshan, Songya was outdone in every aspect, and even felt like she was being beaten, especially in her all-important figure. In an instant, Songya felt a sense of crisis. Chapter 23 Xiao Chuchu is back. Originally, she was somewhat reserved in front of Chen Feng, but now there was another person snatching food next to her, who was prettier than her and had a better figure.
Songya couldn't be reserved even if she wanted to. Mr. Chen, who is this sister?
Songya walked to Chen Feng with a smile, her tone more gentle than ever before.
Chen Feng smiled and said, "This is the general manager I just hired.
She is in charge of the company's management.
When I'm not around, she can basically represent me." Songya's expression couldn't help but freeze.
She had only been away for 1 day, so how come the company had changed so much?
Songya couldn't help but secretly leaned close to Chen Feng's ear and whispered, "What's her ability? Can she run the company well?" Chen Feng glanced at Songya with a smile. In the past, Songya was a little averse to such intimate actions. Women are like this.
Even though they are willing in their hearts, they still want to pretend to be noble and let men take the initiative. This is what Chen Feng hates the most.
You women are human beings, but men are not. Why is it that men always take the initiative? Will you die if you take the initiative? Now, Songya finally took the initiative.
It seems that people still need to have a sense of crisis.
Don't worry, I've checked her out. Song Shanshan is very capable. I feel confident handing the company over to her. How can he not be at ease? This person was selected by the system and it is his dream.
After hearing what Chen Feng said, Songya had nothing to say, but she was still very unhappy.
It's as if something that originally belonged to you is about to be taken away by someone else. QQ. Zhu Wei walked in.
"Mr. Chen, there is a woman named Xiao Chuchu outside who wants to see you."
"Do you want to let her in?" Xiao Chuchu. Chen Feng smiled.
"It seems that this woman can no longer stay with Qin Jie. You know, he has brought bad luck to Qin Jie 3 times in a row. Now Qin Jie not only has a broken right hand, but even his leg is broken. He has to lie in bed for at least half a year.
There is no doubt that his company will be affected.
This kind of small company mainly relies on the founder to lead the company.
If the founder is not there, it will easily fall behind."
But Chen Feng also revealed the news of Qin Jie's cheating to Qin Jie's wife Liu. She is the legitimate wife, Qin Jie's parents support her, and now Qin Jie can't move, so of course she is the one who makes the decision. In this case, Xiao Chuchu, the mistress who is not allowed to see the light of day, will undoubtedly become unlucky.
There are not so many bargains to be had in this world.
You think you can get ahead by giving up your body, but you don't think about the fact that you don't have diamonds, so how much is your body worth?
Let her in. Chen Feng nodded. It's not that I still have any thoughts about Xiao Chuchu, I just want to mock Xiao Chuchu.
There's nothing I can do about it, he's just such a petty person. Besides, he was responsible for Xiao Chuchu's fate, so it would be a shame if he couldn't appreciate it.
Zhu Wei nodded and left immediately, and soon Xiao Chuchu walked in.
Her expression was a little haggard, and despite her delicate makeup, it couldn't hide the fatigue deep in her eyes. Chen Feng guessed correctly, she really couldn't make it in Qin Jie's company anymore. Qin Jie was injured and lying in the hospital. Li Yu immediately took over the company and soon set her sights on her. How could the wife have a good attitude towards a mistress who was trying to get ahead of her? If it weren't for the fact that the company had 2 big orders to do and there was no time to delay, Li Yu might have taken action. Even if she didn't take action, Xiao Chuchu would not be able to continue working in the company and could only resign on her own initiative. She had also contacted Qin Jie, but unfortunately Qin Jie was in trouble now and couldn't give her any guarantees. Out of desperation, Xiao Chuchu had to find another way out. As a fresh graduate, she was fired just half a year after joining the company. She would definitely not be able to find a good job. In addition, she also knew that Chen Feng now owned a mansion and had become a wealthy bachelor. Xiao Chuchu simply made up her mind and decided to go find Chen Feng. At most, she could admit her mistake with a sincere attitude, and Chen Feng would definitely forgive her. Chen Feng used to be very infatuated with her and would definitely welcome her back. But the moment she entered the office, Xiao Chuchu was stunned. When did 2 beauties appear beside Chen Feng? One is classically graceful, the other has a hot body, and they beat her in all aspects. Xiao Chuchu, what are you doing here? Chen Feng asked directly. Xiao Chuchu looked embarrassed, and her confidence disappeared the moment she saw the 2 beauties. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chuchu said helplessly, Chen Feng, I have something very important to tell you, can you let the 2 of them go out first? I'm sorry, one of them is my secretary, and the other is the general manager of my company. They are both very important people and cannot go out. If you have something to say, just say it here. Are you kidding? You are just an ex-girlfriend. What qualifications do you have to ask 2 new lovers to get out? Xiao Chuchu was stunned for a moment and had to say, Chen Feng, can we get back together? I know I was sorry to you before, but that was all because I was deceived by that bastard Qin Jie. In fact, I still love you in my heart. Let's just forget the past and get back together. I promise I will treat you well. Puff. Chen Feng couldn't help laughing. This woman is so shameless. She obviously can't get along with Qin Jie anymore, but she still has the nerve to ask him to get back together. Why? Because you have a big face. Xiao Chuchu, you are so nice. When I had nothing, you left me behind. Now that I have a successful career, you come back to get back with me. You don't deserve it. Who the hell do you think you are? You're just a worn-out slut. Why do you think I would still want you? To tell you the truth, if I go out and beckon a woman like you, there will be 100 women coming up to me, and every one of them is prettier than you. Chen Feng mocked without hesitation. He is not a pushover. If you want to take advantage of him, you are just wishful thinking. Xiao Chuchu looked stunned. She didn't expect Chen Feng to be so merciless in his words. It was only her fault that she had treated Chen Feng without any mercy at the beginning, otherwise Chen Feng would not have treated her like this. Feeling the surprised looks from Songya and Xiao Shanshan, Xiao Chuchu felt extremely ashamed and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Chen Feng, after all, we were in a relationship for a while, you don't have to be so heartless, Xiao Chuchu defended. TSK, Chen Feng curled his lips in disdain, yeah, then you put a hat on me and let Qin Jie fire me. Fortunately, I became rich, otherwise, how could I survive as a fresh graduate who was fired not long after graduation? Xiao Chuchu was speechless and could only plead, Chen Feng, can't you give me a chance? After all, we were still lovers at the beginning. Chapter 24 Why should I take over? Opportunity. Chen Feng showed a sneer on his face, it's not that I can't give it to you. Kneel down now and help me choke, and I'll give you a chance. What did you say? Xiao Chuchu looked surprised. Don't you understand? I told you to kneel down and help me choke, only then will I consider forgiving you. After all, you are dirty now, and I don't know how many times Qin Jie has penetrated you. If I don't do something special, why should I be with you? Just because you are so shameless. Chen Feng said mercilessly. Chen Feng, you're going too far. Although I'm not as rich as you, I also have dignity. Xiao Chuchu's face turned red with anger. Yeah, your dignity has been played away by Qin Jie in the car every day. I guess it has been worn out a long time ago, and he still wants me to take over. Chen Feng sneered disdainfully. You bastard. Xiao Chuchu cursed Chen Feng angrily, then turned and left. Chen Feng snorted coldly, without any intention of trying to keep him.
You are just a worn-out slut. Who cares? Do you really think that you can be sold for a good price just because you have been in a relationship? Don't you think about whether you are worth that price? Chen Feng, you just went too far. Even if she was wrong, she is still a girl. Isn't it too cruel for you to treat her like that? Songya couldn't stand it anymore.
Chen Feng glanced at Songya coldly, then you can go with her.
Songya was angry, but she couldn't do anything about Chen Feng.
If it were before, she might have left and thrown a tantrum, but now Xiao Shanshan, her competitor, is right beside her.
If she left, wouldn't that be a waste of money for this vixen?
Chen Feng knew that Songya was angry, but he had no idea of comforting her.
Even if you are the school beauty goddess, so what? You want me to comfort you? No way. Chen Feng is not a bootlicker and will definitely not lick those women.
He is a very chauvinistic man and his woman must listen to him. Mr. Chen, the launch conference of Love is Not Blind will be held in 2 days.
I think we should attend it.
Xiao Shanshan suddenly sat in front of Chen Feng.
Why?
Chen Feng showed a strange expression. A press conference is just a gathering of people eating and drinking, so why is there any need to go? Seeing Chen Feng's expression, Xiao Shanshan smiled slightly. Mr. Chen, our company is still in a stage where it has no reputation. In this case, let alone participating in those big projects, no projects will even come to us. So, we need a certain level of fame and connections in the industry, so that others will know about our company and we will be qualified to participate in some projects.
Chen Feng nodded slowly.
What Xiao Shanshan said made sense. The company had been established for such a long time, and although it had participated in 2 projects, it was still in the stage of self-entertainment, and others didn't even know about the existence of this company. In this case, let alone good projects, in fact no projects have ever come to Chen Feng. The only one who was found by Zhang Yang was a film about a broken heart, and it was also an art film that everyone else thought would lose money, so he got the chance.
I see.
When the time comes, we'll go together and show off in front of our peers.
I want to go too. Songya said decisively.
Xiao Shanshan smiled and said, Mr. Chen is the boss of the company. I am the general manager.
I am participating in the press conference for the development of the company. What are you, a mere secretary, going to do? Do you want to take the opportunity to travel? Songya was angry again because she couldn't say anything to refute and didn't know how to refute.
Turning to look at Chen Feng, she found that he did not react, as if he agreed with Xiao Shanshan's words.
I'm so angry. This mistress's attack is so fierce that I can't bear it at all. It seems that we must take the initiative to attack Chen Feng, otherwise the mistress will take over.
As if she felt that this was not enough to hit Songya, Xiao Shanshan added, I have read your application form.
You are still a student now. It is best for you to focus more on your studies. Zhang Huatang is a famous director.
He has been in the industry for more than 10 years and his network of contacts can be said to be very impressive. The leading actors and production team were all present at this grand opening ceremony, as were several producers. Although the total amount of money they contributed was less than 1 million, outsiders did not know the specific situation.
They only knew that the drama had many financial sponsors.
At the same time, many reporters also came, including some of Zhang Huatang's friends.
Zhang Huatang is not an unknown person like Zhang Yang.
When he planned to make a movie, he attracted attention from the industry from the very beginning. But no one quite understands why he wanted to make an art film that was destined to lose money.
Could it be that he is tired of filming normal dramas, and he is feeling literary and artistic and wants to express something profound?
Especially after the investment for this art film was raised so quickly, reporters became even more interested in the film. These are all ready-made news. Which idiot, oh no, which rich man took a fancy to this project that is bound to lose money? Because of these reasons, Chen Feng's appearance was highly anticipated from the beginning. When everyone knew that he was the brainless rich guy, their expressions became quite subtle. Especially after they knew that the company had invested in a TV series about yo-yos, they immediately concluded that he was a spendthrift with too much money to spend. Who would watch a TV series about yo-yos? What's popular on screen these days are stories about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and ancient idol dramas. But after all, Chen Feng invested tens of millions of real money, so no one dared to underestimate him. Several directors who felt their talents were not recognized were even prepared to take out their scripts that they had put aside for many years to see if they could trick Chen Feng, the kind-hearted boy, into investing. They also want to be supported by a financial sponsor. Fortunately, Zhang Huatang valued Chen Feng as his financial sponsor and arranged a good seat for him, with a female star sitting next to him. It's a pity that this female star has been famous for many years. Although she has maintained herself well, she is not Chen Feng's type. To put it bluntly, he is not even as good as a finger of Xiao Shanshan, who is beside Chen Feng. In order to leave a better impression on people today, Xiao Shanshan wore a professional suit, a white shirt, a skirt, and black stockings. She also wore glasses to conceal a little of her beauty. Although she no longer had the charm that bewitched everyone, she looked more intellectual and elegant. Many reporters and boys were looking at Xiao Shanshan secretly, which made the girl's presence sulky. Like repels like. Reporters were also very interested in Xiao Shanshan, especially after she took the producer's seat. Many people asked her questions.
Hello, Miss Xiao, are you in this movie?
I'm sorry, our company pays very well, and I have no plans to change careers for now.
Excuse me, why did your company invest in an art film that is bound to lose money? Is it because you just started and can't find a good project? Chapter 25 Launch Conference.
This reporter's questions were much sharper, and Zhang Huateng, who was smiling next to him, looked a little ugly. One after another, people said that this art film was destined to lose money. Even the big companies in the industry believed that it was destined to lose money. Otherwise, such a famous director would not have gone to Chengfeng to seek investment. He finally got the investment, but some people used it to whip him.
Who says art films are destined to lose money? I just want to make an art film that can make money for you to see.
Zhang Huateng secretly became angry in his heart. He has heard these words so many times recently that his ears are calloused.
He is not made of clay, so how can he not have a temper?
At the same time, he began to worry that Xiao Shanshan would not be able to withstand the reporter's questions. These guys all just want to watch the fun, and it would be terrible if some scandal were to arise at the press conference.
Xiao Shanshan smiled calmly. We believe in the talent of director Zhang Huateng. The reporter turned around and pointed the finger at Zhang Huateng again. Director Zhang, how much do you think this movie will do at the box office? Can it live up to the trust of Chengfeng culture media?
Zhang Huateng was criticizing her in his heart, but he still smiled on the surface. We have done our best in every aspect for this movie, please wait and see.
It is impossible to say what is in my heart. If I really say it, it will make the headlines. I can only deal with it with some general words.
Seeing that they could not get any hot news, the reporters had no choice but to stop asking questions. After all, they could not force others. After the formalities, the launch conference ended, and the reporters left happily with their red envelopes.
Do you really think that so many people would be interested in the launch conference?
They were all invited with money, on the one hand to increase the popularity, and on the other hand to make the reporters go easy on them. In addition to the reporters, some other people who were there to support the show also left, including the leading actress, and only a few related people stayed.
Mr. Chen, thank you for your investment. Without you, this movie would have been aborted.
Zhang Huateng specifically toasted Chen Feng and also toasted Xiao Shanshan. Only now did he know that Xiao Shanshan was the general manager of Chengfeng. Although he felt that she had achieved her position through special means, he still had to show her due respect. Although Chengfeng culture has agreed to invest, only a small portion of the money has been received so far. The remaining money will be paid based on the progress of the shooting, which is also a common practice in the industry.
If you don't respect the general manager, others will make things difficult for you and hold back your money, which will be extremely frustrating.
Director Zhang, business matters are not about gratitude or not. We invested because we saw the potential of this film.
I hope someone from our company will be the producer.
Xiao Shanshan smiled, and Zhang Huateng's expression froze for a moment. The producer is responsible for managing the crew, and basically does everything except filming. Zhang Huateng certainly wants to reserve such an important position for his friends so that it will be more convenient for filming. But Chengfeng was unwilling to do so and wanted to place his own people there, which made things very troublesome. When we signed the contract, we said you wouldn't interfere with the filming. Zhang Huateng said helplessly. We certainly won't interfere with the filming, but we are the ones who provide the funds and we have the right to supervise their use.
Xiao Shanshan took the lead. Oh, all right.
Zhang Huateng had no choice but to nod.
The one who pays the money is the boss, so whatever you say goes.
Moreover, it is a common practice for people from the investment party to serve as producers, and Zhang Huateng would not feel offended.
It's just that I feel a little unhappy subconsciously.
Xiao Shanshan was not the kind of person who would pester others. After Zhang Huateng nodded, she did not make any excessive demands, nor did she mention any arrangements for casting, which made everyone present feel relieved. Although the one who pays the money is the boss, they also have dignity and they will get angry if the boss goes too far. Before getting in the car, Chen Feng curiously asked Xiao Shanshan, "Do you think this movie can make money?" Xiao Shanshan is not as uneducated as Chen Feng. She knows a lot about the entertainment industry and can understand scripts. Before coming here, she had finished reading the script about a broken heart. It's hard to say. The subject matter is very novel and I feel it has the potential to be a big hit. It mainly depends on whether the audience likes it. If they like it, everything is fine. If they don't like it, Xiao Shanshan answered conservatively. Chen Feng stood in awe. It's worthy of being called a dream, it's really awesome, and we can actually see that this movie has the potential to be a big hit. Unlike others, everyone thinks that this movie will lose money, the only difference is whether it loses more or less. Fortunately, Xiao Shanshan was not sure that this movie would be a big hit, otherwise Chen Feng would have suspected that this guy was a monster. He confirmed that this movie would make money by identifying the camera. If Xiao Shanshan could see it directly, then Chen Feng would be in trouble. The audience will definitely like it, and the movie will definitely be a big hit. It's just a matter of making more or less money, Chen Feng said with certainty. Who doesn't want to show off in front of girls? Miss Xiao, Miss Xiao. As the two were about to get into the car, a middle-aged man in a suit ran up from behind. Miss Xiao, let me take you there. As he spoke, the middle-aged man pointed to his car, which was a BMW worth about 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. Who the hell are you? Chen Feng stood up unhappily. As a man, how could he not see the greed deep in the eyes of this middle-aged man? How dare you covet my woman? You probably don't even know how to write the word death. Ms. Xiao, I'm Wu Mingwen from Perfect Entertainment. I have a very good project in hand, the movie Three Kingdoms. I wonder if you are interested. Wu Mingwen didn't even look at Chen Feng, and simply treated him as a follower. His eyes were always on Xiao Shanshan. Although Xiao Shanshan no longer had that enchanting charm after wearing glasses, she gained intelligence and elegance that she didn't have before. To be honest, she is more attractive to men like this. No wonder this middle-aged man came up without finding out anything. But the thing is, this is my girl. Xiao Shanshan didn't say anything, but turned her gaze to Chen Feng. Wu Mingwen was stunned for a moment, then he realized that Chen Feng was the dominant one between the two. Who are you? I'm the boss of Chen Feng. I have no interest in your Three Kingdoms project. Also, next time you go out to pick up girls, don't bring out your BMW. You dare to show off a car that costs less than 1 million? How shameless of you. Chen Feng waved his hand disdainfully and pulled Xiao Shanshan into the car. Wu Mingwen was very angry. This was the first time someone had given him such a lack of respect, and he was a perfect man, a giant in the industry. Besides, at least he has a car. Why are you being so arrogant by taking a taxi? Boss, there's no need to be angry about this kind of person. I won't be attracted to him. He's not even as good as you. Xiao Shanshan sensed Chen Feng's unhappiness and reached out her jade hand to gently comfort him. Chapter 26. Is the boss asleep? Of course Chen Feng would not take his anger out on Xiao Shanshan, he knew that Xiao Shanshan was 100% loyal to him. All this was just Wu Mingwen's wishful thinking. Don't worry, I'm not angry, just wait and see how I deal with him. Xiao Shanshan was stunned for a moment. Perfect Entertainment is a giant in the industry, while Chen Feng is just a newbie. Although he is rich, in terms of influence, they are not even on the same level. Chen Feng had no intention of explaining to Xiao Shanshan. He asked the driver to drive to the side of the road, then took out the doll of doom and added misfortune to Wu Mingwen. Wu Mingwen, who was reluctant to leave Xiao Shanshan, suddenly felt a chill and shivered uncontrollably. Wu Mingwen looked around in confusion, but didn't see anything, so he didn't take the matter to heart. Maybe it was because the wind was too strong just now. Alas, the beauty is right in front of me, but I can't touch her. This feeling is really terrible. Although he couldn't see anything through the taxi, that intellectual and elegant figure was always lingering in his mind. Just as Wu Mingwen was daydreaming about Xiao Shanshan, a car drove over on the road nearby. Its wheel happened to run over a stone, sending it flying. The stone happened to hit Wu Mingwen. Wu Mingwen covered his cheek and screamed, with bright red blood flowing down his wrist. The acceleration of the stones splashing from under the wheels is amazing, and the destructive power they bring is extremely powerful. Tormented by the pain, Wu Mingwen didn't care about the beauty.
He walked towards his BMW, ready to open the door and wipe it with a tissue.
At this moment, a car happened to drive over and hit Wu Mingwen directly, knocking him out and rolling several times on the ground.
Chen Feng smiled. I told you to pick up my girl, now you know the consequences. Master, let's go to the Emperor Hotel. Chen Feng asked the driver to drive.
The good show is over, there is no point in staying here any longer.
What just happened?
Xiao Shanshan was confused.
How come Wu Mingwen was hit by a car in just over a minute? He was so unlucky. This is what happens when you pretend to be cool. Chen Feng sneered.
Xiao Shanshan glanced at Chen Feng suspiciously.
This couldn't have anything to do with the boss. But she couldn't produce any evidence, so she didn't say anything. The Doll of Doom is a system reward. No one can guess what it is unless you see it with your own eyes. Even if you call the police, they will just call you a psychopath.
Wu Mingwen couldn't guess anything.
He just thought he was unlucky.
After entering the hospital, he had no time to pay attention to Chen Feng. That night, Chen Feng stayed in the hotel, feeling a little itchy. He and Xiao Shanshan live separately, after all, the two have not yet made their relationship clear. Although he knew that Xiao Shanshan fell in love with him at first sight and was 100% loyal to him, Chen Feng had not spoken a word yet, let alone done anything excessive.
After all, they just arrived.
But now he is alone at night, and Xiao Shanshan is right next to him.
It is really exciting for a man and a woman to be alone and have a passionate relationship. After all, Chen Feng is also a man, and a man full of vigor and vitality. It has been many days since Chen Feng broke up with He Jia. He hasn't talked about business with a woman for a long time and he is almost unable to bear it.
And Xiao Shanshan is so beautiful.
Otherwise, just take advantage of today to get it done, since they are only one piece of paper away from each other.
Just as Chen Feng was about to knock on Xiao Shanshan's door, the door suddenly rang.
Boss, are you asleep? Xiao Shanshan's sexy and charming voice came.
When Chen Feng heard Xiao Shanshan's voice, his eyes lit up.
Could it be that Xiao Shanshan is just like him and can't stand the loneliness? Or maybe Xiao Shanshan finally couldn't bear the surging emotions in her heart anymore and was ready to confess to him. Come, let me comfort your lonely heart. Chen Feng quickly opened the door, and then his eyes lit up.
Xiao Shanshan seemed to have just taken a shower. Her jet black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders. Her facial features were charming and alluring, especially her towering weapon, which made Chen Feng's nose heat up. The most important thing is that Xiao Shanshan was wearing a bath towel, which could only cover a small part of her body, revealing her body.
Boss, big news, Finger Company is going to raise funds. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. Finger Company wants to raise funds, what does that have to do with us?
Xiao Shanshan had a serious expression.
Boss, have you ever played Warcraft?
I played a lot in college, but I stopped playing after I graduated.
Boss, I've also played Warcraft and reached 1700 points in the ladder, so I know the potential of this type of game very well. I think if the threshold of Warcraft is lowered, this game will definitely be more popular.
So,
the Finger Company has the same idea as me, except that they have people with money and have already started to put it into practice. The game they developed, Hero Federation, is of the same type as Warcraft, but with a lower threshold. As long as it can be completed, it will definitely be a big hit.
There was a gleam in Xiao Shanshan's eyes.
So you came to me just to discuss business? Chen Feng's expression changed. This is different from what he imagined.
Xiao Shanshan was dumbfounded, and only then did she realize how inappropriate it was for her to come in alone. Late at night, a bath towel, a single man and a single woman, this is simply a naked signal of temptation. Why would she, who has always been a clean person, do such a thing and not be on guard against her boss at all?
Boss, I'm sorry, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Xiao Shanshan blushed. Chen Feng suddenly grabbed Xiao Shanshan's hand.
Now that you're here, why are you leaving?
After saying that, Chen Feng picked up Xiao Shanshan, threw her on the bed, and wanted to discuss a multi-billion-dollar business deal with her. The next morning, when Xiao Shanshan saw Chen Feng with a smirk on his face, she couldn't help but hit him lightly with her fist. The boss was really too bad, and he even came up with unspoken rules in the workplace. But she just happens to like this kind of boss, otherwise she wouldn't have been so unresisting.
Boss, what do you think about what I said last night?
Xiao Shanshan, who was eating breakfast, looked at Chen Feng seriously. Looking at Xiao Shanshan eating the fried dough sticks elegantly, Chen Feng couldn't help but think of the wonderful last night and the scene of Xiao Shanshan kneeling in front of him obediently to serve him.
No problem, any number of times is fine.
Chen Feng said absent-mindedly.
Xiao Shanshan was stunned for a moment, and when she reacted, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Boss, I'm talking about the financing of Jido Company.
They raised $8 million this time, which is a good opportunity for us to get involved.
If we miss it, we will basically have no chance of getting this company. That's what you're talking about.
Chen Feng was a little disappointed. $8 million is almost $60 million.
The company can indeed come up with this money, but are you sure that this company really has such great potential? Chapter 27 Acquisition of Finger Company Shares.
I am 100% sure that Warcraft is the favorite game of college students. League of Heroes is similar to Warcraft, but the entry level is lower than that of Warcraft.
I believe it will be a big hit. Chen Feng nodded. It can be considered, and you can give me the relevant information at that time.
Chen Feng has 100% confidence in Xiao Shanshan's ability, but it is a huge investment of $60 million, so he will definitely do some screening. After returning, Xiao Shanshan immediately handed the relevant information to Chen Feng, and Chen Feng took a photo of the information.
Finger Company information. Note 1, the font above is very neat. Note 2, this is bound with A4 paper. Note 3, there is a lot of English on it.
Well, the identification failed. All I can say is that this information is too broad and it is impossible to identify anything. Shanshan, please give me a copy of the game information they developed, and leave the company information with me for now.
The game company information is indeed useless.
These days, basically all game companies are pretty much the same, and the only thing that differentiates them is the games they make.
If the game is popular, the company will be valuable. If the game fails, the company will be disbanded.
Therefore, authenticating a company is not as reliable as authenticating a game. After all, there are many good companies that make bad games. Although Xiao Shanshan was curious, she still collected some game information for him, which even included the original files of Finger Company.
This appraisal is different from the last one. Hero Federation Plan. Note 1, it's a bit similar to Warcraft.
Note 2, there is the potential for a major fire. Remark 3, the completion rate is low, and the risk of failure is high.
Chen Feng frowned.
The results of this appraisal are somewhat contradictory. However, he was already used to the one-sidedness of the appraisal, so he tried it again, and the result was similar. It was not until the next day, after 5 consecutive appraisals, that Chen Feng made the decision to invest in Jido Company. Because according to the appraisal results, this game has the potential to be a big hit and has a long lifespan.
This is almost enough.
A 100% success rate is impossible, and an 80% success rate is already exaggerated.
Shanshan, I agree.
I'll give you $60 million and you can buy shares in Finger Company. Chen Feng sat in the boss's chair with an exaggerated tone. 2 months ago, he was still a pitiful office worker, but now he is able to spend $60 million to invest in a foreign company.
Boss, we don't need that much. Xiao Shanshan shook her head. Didn't they say they wanted to raise $8 million? By this calculation, the money should not be enough.
Chen Feng said seriously. Xiao Shanshan smiled and said, Boss, there are many people who are optimistic about the Finger Company, so strictly speaking, the Finger Company is not short of investors. They will not allow us to take all the shares, otherwise they will lose control of the company.
Chen Feng frowned, is that so?
After finally confirming that Hero Federation has the potential to become a big hit, I was ready to make a large purchase and look for someone with a discerning eye. But it turns out that he is not the only one with a discerning eye.
This is really frustrating.
Now he is sure that the future of this game is very optimistic, and he especially wants to eat the whole cake.
So Chen Feng asked seriously, is there any way to acquire this company, a complete acquisition? Why?
Xiao Shanshan looked confused.
Investing is a very risky thing. No one can be sure that an investment project will be 100% successful.
Even if you are very optimistic about a company, there is no need to invest all of it.
Otherwise, if it fails, the company will be seriously damaged immediately. Chen Feng was silent for a moment.
He had no way of explaining to Xiao Shanshan the matter of identifying the camera, so he could only speak seriously. Shanshan, my intuition tells me that the game League of Heroes will definitely be a big hit, and the shares of Finger Company will also skyrocket in the future because of this game, so I want to completely control this company. Xiao Shanshan was stunned for a moment, then nodded, okay, in that case, I'll go to the United States and find a way to get all the shares of Finger Company. But in this case, the funding gap will be huge, and a certain premium will be required to acquire all the shares of Finger Company.
How much of a premium is required? At least 30%.
I estimate that if you want to buy all of them, it will cost about $80 million, which is more than $10 million.
$80 million. Chen Feng frowned.
This was almost all the cash the company had now. The filming of Yo-Yo King is still going on, and the crew in the toy factory will need at least $13 million, and even $15 million if it's more. The TV series doesn't cost too much money, it just requires a large stock of yo-yos. Although the filming of Love Is Not Blind has already started, the shooting of a movie is much more detailed than that of a TV series. It takes roughly 4 to 5 months, and the money has to be transferred in batches, which costs another $9 million. After thinking for a while, Chen Feng nodded. There is indeed a little gap in cash flow, but it is not much.
As long as the Yo-Yo King project is successful, everything will be fine. Okay, 80 million is no problem. I want all the shares of Finger Company. Shanshan, you can go to the United States. Don't worry, boss. I won't let you down.
Xiao Shanshan also nodded, with a strong fighting spirit burning in her beautiful big eyes. In fact, with her looks, she could easily find a rich second-generation man and live a very leisurely life, but she just didn't want to do that.
How can people live in this world without any pursuit?
The same goes for Chen Feng. He could have lived a leisurely life as a landlord with the Jinding building and 100 million in cash, but he didn't want that and wanted to build a career. In addition to basic physiological needs, people also have the need to realize their self-worth. In this regard, Xiao Shanshan and he almost made the decision to hold as many shares of Finger Company as possible. Then the two began to prepare for this matter. The first was the issue of procedures.
For this kind of cross-border acquisition, all the procedures must be complete. Fortunately, Chen Feng spent money to find an intermediary.
In addition, the share merger is not a company merger, so the requirements are not high and the relevant procedures can be completed locally. After the formalities were basically completed, Xiao Shanshan prepared to go to the United States. This time, she not only had to deal with the Finger Company, but also the other two companies that had bought Finger shares.
The task could be said to be very arduous.
After all, if people are willing to spend money to buy shares of Finger Company, it means that they are optimistic about the future prospects of Finger Company. In this case, if you want them to give up their shares, you must spend a greater price, and it is even possible that they are unwilling to sell their shares. The more difficult the situation was, the more excited Xiao Shanshan became. At the same time, in order to ensure her safety, Chen Feng specially spent money to hire 2 female bodyguards for her. His woman would never allow anyone to hurt her.
Chapter 28 Reward Gene Potion. After finishing these things, it was time for the 8th sign-in.
There was almost half a month between this sign-in and the last one, which can be said to be a very long time.
There is no doubt that the next check-in time will be longer, and accordingly, the reward will definitely be better. Ding, sign in for the 8th time, reward, 1 injection of genetic medicine. Gene medicine.
Function, comprehensively strengthen the body without side effects.
Note, must have a strong physique, otherwise the enhancement may fail. The genetic medicine is a blue medicine in a test tube, which looks very dreamy.
Out of trust in the system, after getting the medicine, Chen Feng chose to use it at home without any delay. Of course, this kind of good stuff should be used by oneself first. If there are any extras, they can also be given to others, but the prerequisite is that they are people with whom he has a good relationship.
If it is given to outsiders, don't even think about it.
As the genetic drug entered his body, a chill instantly spread throughout his body.
Chen Feng trembled for a while.
And then I took a good sleep, and then I felt the symptoms subside. The next day, Chen Feng looked in the mirror and was shocked by his own changes. Although he was a little handsome originally, he was still within the normal range. At most, his skin was whiter and his complexion was better. But now, his skin looked crystal clear, like crystal, and so tender that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it, which was a bit inhuman.
He is much more handsome than before. I should be considered a handsome guy, right? With some packaging, maybe I can even make my debut. Chen Feng was extremely happy. Who doesn't want to be more handsome?
Although men don't attach as much importance to appearance as women, they will not refuse someone who looks more handsome than before.
These are just changes in appearance.
The changes in other places are even greater.
The physique and the brain are much more flexible than before. I think I can be considered a genius now.
Chen Feng thought narcissistically.
Good morning, Mr. Chen. During working hours, Sonia came to the office. Although the company was not very busy, she still came here every day. Especially after Xiao Shanshan came, she stayed as long as she could, for fear that she would fall out of favor by accident. Now that Xiao Shanshan has gone to the United States, Sonia can be considered relieved.
There is no way. Women like Xiao Shanshan put too much pressure on others.
Whether it is appearance or figure, they all crush other women. She really can't bear it.
Boss, here are today's documents.
Sonia handed a pile of scripts to Chen Feng. Chen Feng Entertainment is now finally somewhat well known, and some directors and screenwriters have submitted their scripts to Chen Feng in the hope of attracting investment. Unfortunately, most of the films that came were art films, and they were all bad. It may be that Chen Feng's investment in Broken Heart for many days gave them the illusion that Chen Feng prefers art films.
What a joke! How could Chen Feng like a movie that was destined to lose money?
If the company had money, he wouldn't mind spending a little money to gain a good reputation and win an award or something. Now that the company's cash flow is tight, it is impossible for Chen Feng to spend money on charity. After reading these scripts carefully, Chen Feng knew without the need for an identification camera that these were all bad movies. Maybe he made some mistakes in his judgment, but Chen Feng was not interested in such films that would most likely lose money. All in all, Chen Feng's popularity is too low. Although he gained some fame due to his investment in Broken-Hearted Days, Chen Feng is still a relatively unknown figure in the industry. In this situation, Chen Feng had no choice but to do nothing in the short term.
Newcomers in any industry are the same.
After finishing today's main work, Chen Feng suddenly noticed Sonia, who was staring at him closely.
What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Ah!
Sonia woke up from her trance and her face turned red with embarrassment.
What happened?
Nothing, I just think you look particularly good today, very, very handsome. Sonia said with a little shyness. She was not a girl who was obsessed with flowers, but for some reason, Chen Feng was particularly charming today, like a magnet, making people unable to take their eyes off him. Chen Feng smiled faintly, knowing that this was the effect of the genetic medicine. Now, he doesn't need to rely on money, he can attract girls just by his looks.
This is also a welcome change. By the way, how about we go shopping together? I haven't been out for a long time.
Sonia suddenly suggested. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment and nodded. There is nothing much to do at the company at the moment, so it might be nice to go out for a walk. By the way, you can also develop a relationship with Sonia. Xiao Shanshan has already left, and she will be gone for at least 10 days.
Someone has to take over in this gap, and Sonia is a good example.
He is not a scumbag, but it is a sacrifice for him to let more girls feel his broad mind. When Sonia heard that Chen Feng was willing to go shopping with her, her eyes immediately lit up. Xiao Shanshan, the vixen, had already left, so she had to take this opportunity to get close to Chen Feng. And now that Chen Feng had become so handsome, it would be her loss if they were separated. Thinking of this, Sonia showed a charming smile. Soon, the two went to the mall together. Sonia had just received her salary of 5,000 yuan, which made her feel confident, and she went on a shopping spree.
For a college student, $5,000 is an unimaginably high salary. Besides, Sonia doesn't like spending Chen Feng's money. This is the difference between her and He Jia.
She even spent money to buy Chen Feng a shirt.
After finishing shopping in the morning, Sonia continued shopping in the afternoon. This is the difference between women and men.
Men go shopping to buy things, but women go shopping for real. They can hold a cup of milk tea for several hours, just to deliberately not drink it all and keep some in their hands for posing.
That's what women are like.
Even when they were playing claw machines in the arcade, Sonia asked Chen Feng to hold the milk tea for her because she would need more later.
Xiaoya, why are you here?
A surprised voice sounded in his ears.
Chen Feng turned around and couldn't help frowning.
The woman who appeared in front of him was of average figure and appearance. If it were just that, it would be fine, but she was wearing heavy makeup, which made people feel disgusted at first sight.
Lu Xiaohua, why are you here? Didn't you go out to work after the college entrance examination? Sonia couldn't help but show a look of surprise.
Lu Xiaohua smiled and said, I work in this city. Look, this is my boyfriend Zhuyu.
Hello.
Zhuyu nodded, his eyes fixed on Sonia's delicate face, as if he had hooks.
Chapter 29. You must apologize.
Hello. Sonia nodded politely, but in her heart she was not used to Zhuyu's direct gaze and felt disgusted.
However, she was still very happy to meet Lu Xiaohua, who was her high school classmate and they were best friends in high school.
Lu Xiaohua asked curiously, Xiaoya, aren't you in college? How do you have time to come out and play? College is very free.
As long as you don't fail any courses, it's fine. Besides, I'm not far from graduation.
Is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. Haha, yeah.
Speaking of Chen Feng, Songya smiled happily.
While shopping in the mall today, many girls couldn't help but secretly look at Chen Feng, which made her very happy.
The two of them started chatting excitedly, and Chen Feng couldn't interrupt them. Seeing that the time was almost up, they even agreed to go out for a meal together.
When they got outside and Zhu drove over, Lu Xiaohua asked, Xiaoya, where is your boyfriend's car? Drive it out and let me see it.
Songya shook her head, the road was too crowded, and my boyfriend didn't drive. Zhu couldn't help but said sarcastically, if you don't have a car, then you don't have a car.
Why bother saying you don't drive? We won't discriminate.
Lu Xiaohua also smiled, with a hint of pride in her smile, Xiaoya, we are best friends. Although some of the words may sound a little harsh, they make sense.
I tell you, having a handsome face is useless. You can't make a living with it. These days, having money is more important.
Songya frowned slightly, Xiaohua, what do you mean by this? Xiaoya, with your looks, it would be a shame to give your child to a poor student. If you trust me, I can introduce you to some rich second generations and guarantee that you will have no worries about food and drink. Hearing this, Songya couldn't help but get a little angry. Xiaohua, I treat you as a friend, how can you talk like this?
I'm doing this for your own good. If it were someone else, I wouldn't be willing to say this. Lu Xiaohua frowned.
If it weren't for the fact that you, Songya, are beautiful, she wouldn't be willing to put in this effort.
Thank you, but I don't need your help. I can do it on my own.
After saying that, Songya took Chen Feng's hand.
Chen Feng, let's go.
Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Zhu stopped them with a fake smile, it would be too disrespectful to leave like this.
Chen Feng smiled and stood in front of Zhu. What do you want? Zhu couldn't help but frown.
Chen Feng is 1.8 meters tall, almost half a head taller than him, and completely crushes him in terms of height.
Even so, Zhu did not show any sign of backing down.
He's just a student who has never seen the world.
So what if he's taller?
No matter what happens, your girlfriend must apologize to my girlfriend, or you can't leave.
Apologize?
Yes, apologize.
Zhu nodded carelessly. Chen Feng showed a bright smile. You want us to apologize, right? No problem, I will apologize now.
After saying that, Chen Feng gave Zhu a slap in the face and slapped him so hard that he flew away.
Are you kidding?
A mere petty hooligan actually dares to cause trouble for him.
He really doesn't know his place. How dare you hit me?
Zhu's eyes were red, and he seemed a little bit unbelievable.
I'm going to hit you.
Chen Feng sneered disdainfully. It's no use trying to reason with these little hooligans.
The best way is to teach them a lesson with your fists. Asshole, I'm going to fight you. Zhu rushed towards Chen Feng.
Unfortunately, Chen Feng didn't take Zhu seriously at all because of his weak fighting ability.
With just a light kick, Chen Feng kicked Zhu away.
Zhu then realized what kind of freak he had provoked. Boy, if you have the guts, just wait here. After saying these harsh words, Zhu drove away. Not even his girlfriend Lu Xiaohua ran away.
Songya, how could you do this? I was helping you with good intentions, why did you hit my boyfriend? Lu Xiaohua asked angrily. Songya was so angry at Lu Xiaohua's shamelessness that she laughed. Can't you see that it was your boyfriend who provoked us first?
Lu Xiaohua curled her lips. You were wrong in the first place. Songya wanted to argue, but Chen Feng stretched out his hand to stop him. Forget it, there's no point arguing with such a brainless person, let's just go eat.
Now you're scared.
Lu Xiaohua sneered. Chen Feng frowned, thinking that this woman was really annoying.
He wanted to add bad luck to Lu Xiaohua, but thought better of it.
If this woman were to be beset with bad luck, she would probably either have a broken arm or a broken leg, and would definitely end up in the hospital.
You can do it, but it's not necessary. Mainly for Songya's sake.
Chen Feng ignored Lu Xiaohua and took Songya directly to a nearby fast food restaurant to order 2 fast food meals. Lu Xiaohua didn't leave either, she just sat outside, and no one knew what she wanted to do.
Soon, Chen Feng knew what she wanted to do. Zhu actually came back. Not only did he come back by himself, but he also brought a van with him. Lu Xiaohua excitedly went up to him and pointed out Chen Feng's location to Zhu Yu.
Songya also saw the scene and said to Chen Feng hesitantly, "Chen Feng, why don't we go first? There are too many people on the other side."
"Don't worry, just watch here."
Chen Feng curled his lips and walked out with full confidence.
"Are you kidding? Do you think the body enhanced by genetic drugs is fake?"
Even though there were a lot of people on the opposite side, to him, they were no different from a group of elementary school students.
Moreover, these small thugs are just relying on their numbers.
There are only 2 or 3 of them who really dare to fight. As long as they are dealt with, the rest will naturally become cowardly. When Zhu Yu saw Chen Feng coming out, his expression quickly became arrogant.
"Boy, weren't you very arrogant just now? Weren't you very good at fighting just now? Come on, let me see if you can still fight now. If you have the guts, try it again."
The reason why Zhu Yu was so arrogant was that he brought 5 people with him this time. All of them were tall and strong, and looked very intimidating. Chen Feng's expression became subtle, and the expressions of the people Zhu Yu brought with him were also strange. But Zhu Yu regarded this as cowardice, and he immediately became extremely arrogant.
"I'm telling you, it's too late for you to regret now.
Unless you kneel down and kowtow to me, don't blame me for being rude to you." Chen Feng ignored the idiot and looked at the burly man next to Zhu Yu.
"Li Hong, what's going on? Why aren't you guys staying at your posts during working hours?"
Li Heng gave a helpless smile. "Boss, I'm sorry, we didn't know it was you."
Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. "You mean, it's someone else who can leave his post during working hours?"
Li Heng apologized promptly. "Sorry, boss."
Zhu Yu was confused. "Brother Li, why are you apologizing? What does the boss mean?"
Chapter 30, Can you increase your attack speed? Li Heng slapped him and yelled, "You idiot!
This is our boss and your father's boss. How dare you cause trouble for him? Are you feeling itchy?"
Zhu Yu was shocked, as if a bottle of 5 flavors had been overturned. It was particularly exciting. That's right, Li Heng is a security guard at Jinding Building. If Chen Feng guessed correctly, Zhu Yu should be Zhu Wei's son.
The two look a bit similar.
After knowing Chen Feng's identity, Zhu Yu didn't even dare to say a harsh word and just turned around and left. He drove his dad's car out to show off, and then he used it on his dad's boss. There is no doubt that after returning home, he will definitely be punished by his father, and maybe even be severely punished. Songya also noticed something was wrong and ran out of the fast food restaurant.
"What happened just now? Why do they look so scared of you?"
Chen Feng smiled and told Songya what had just happened, which surprised her greatly.
"So, Zhu Yu is Zhu Wei's son?"
"Almost. Even if he's not a son, he must be a close relative."
"This world is really too small." Chen Feng nodded.
He also felt that this was a coincidence. This incident did not affect the relationship between Songya and Chen Feng, but instead made their relationship even deeper. Especially at that moment when Chen Feng stepped forward and stood in front of Songya, Songya fell irresistibly in love with him. The reason why the hero saving the beauty trick is enduring is because it is really useful. Anyway, from that moment on, there was no room for anyone else in Songya's heart. At night, Chen Feng took Songya back to his villa regardless of her reluctance. Songya blushed, but did not refuse. But at the most critical moment, she suddenly stopped Chen Feng.
"Chen Feng, tell me the truth, did you and Sister Shanshan have sex?" "Which one?" Chen Feng pretended to be stupid. "It's what we are doing now. If you do that with Sister Shanshan, then I won't do that with you. No matter what, I have dignity and will never allow you to have 2 relationships at the same time." Chen Feng showed an extremely aggrieved expression. "How is it possible? Shanshan and I have a very pure superior-subordinate relationship. I recruited her into the company because of her ability."
Songya breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt relieved.
"That's good. I'm not a stingy person. You can keep her in the company in the future, but you are absolutely not allowed to be with her. Of course, I will also satisfy you. You can do whatever you want." "Really?" Chen Feng asked seriously. "Yeah." Songya nodded. "Then you have to call me daddy." "Why?"
"It increases the attack speed and reduces the cooldown time of the ultimate skill."
Songya's face was as red as a tomato.
She wanted to refuse, but considering Xiao Shanshan, the vixen, she finally whispered, "Dad."
No words at night.
When Chen Feng woke up refreshed, Songya was still in her dreams. She was really tired last night. It was the first time, and he encountered Chen Feng, a pervert with super physical strength.
The result was naturally a complete defeat. Every part of his body had to be used, and only then could Chen Feng be satisfied. There's nothing we can do, this girl's fighting ability is not good enough.
From now on, she will definitely not be able to stop Chen Feng alone, and she must add Xiao Shanshan.
As for what I promised last night. Just kidding, how can you take what was said in bed seriously?
The rice has been cooked, it's too late for Songya to regret it. Not to mention that Chen Feng would never allow her to regret it. Songya, who was sleeping soundly, didn't know about all this, otherwise she would probably have been so angry that she would have cried.
I met the wrong person. And she didn't have time to be angry.
She lay in bed resting until it was time to go to work.
Chen Feng didn't mind this.
There wasn't much going on in the company right now, so it wouldn't make much difference whether Songya went to work or not. Not long after arriving at work, Zhu Wei found Chen Feng and looked guilty.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, about what happened yesterday.
What happened yesterday is not your fault, and it has nothing to do with you, Chen Feng said with a smile.
Zhu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your understanding. I will definitely perform well next time.
No, I don't need you to behave well, you should just resign.
This. Zhu Wei was stunned. But no matter what, this building belongs to Chen Feng.
If Chen Feng decides to ask him to resign, he has no way to resist. After some discussion and after giving him a generous compensation, Zhu Wei was finally dismissed by Chen Feng. Letting Zhu Wei leave was a decision Chen Feng made after careful consideration, not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Zhu Wei has been working here for more than 10 years and can be said to be familiar with the place. By keeping him, Chen Feng doesn't have to worry about anything else, and it can be said that he is very worry-free. But it was precisely because he had stayed here for too long that Chen Feng became worried about him. The reason why Zhu Yu was able to get the building's security to help him vent his anger yesterday was, in the final analysis, because they were too familiar with each other, which led to the security being more willing to listen to Zhu Wei. As a boss, it is not a good thing for your employees to collude with each other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he cleared Zhu Wei out, which would make it easier for him to command others. Zhu Wei's departure did not cause any ripples.
No matter what, we are all employees.
As long as the salary remains the same, no one will care too much about it.
The filming of Yo-Yo King is going very smoothly.
About half of the scenes have been shot so far. According to Zhang Yang's report, he will be able to complete it in another month. The reason why the speed is so fast is mainly because this TV series is relatively rough.
Again, the focus is on Yo-Yo. The other protagonists and plots are all tools to set off Yo-Yo.
If you want to highlight the Yo-Yo, special effects are essential. As long as the dazzling special effects are added, no matter how awkward the lines are, they will look cool when they are actually played. In order to deal with the special effects, Zhang Yang took time out from the shooting site and went to find a well-known special effects studio in China with Chen Feng, asking them to help produce the special effects. Upon learning that the client had come to their doorstep, the special effects company was so moved that they almost cried.
Finally, there is business.
If there was no business, they would have been prepared to eat coarse food and disband and return home.
This is not an isolated case in the industry, but the entire industry is like this.
This company once did special effects for Hollywood, but it still did very poorly, let alone other special effects companies. The main reason is that the client is trying to suppress the price too much these days, and everyone wants to use the lowest price to get the company to work for them for free. Another problem is that there are too many special effects companies, and each one is more aggressive in lowering the price than the other in order to get a single order. But in order to survive, these companies have no other choice.
Chapter 31 Reasonable Party A.
Especially after learning that Chen Feng and his team would take several hours to create the special effects, the special effects company called Xianguang became extremely excited. As long as this big order can be obtained, the company will be able to enjoy a good life in the future and recruit young models from the club.
However, after truly understanding Chen Feng's requirements, the boss of Xuanguang was stunned.
Are you sure that just emitting light will be enough?
Such a simple special effect, are you sure it can meet your needs? The dazzling boss said speechlessly. When did Party A's requirements become so low?
In the past, clients always requested colorful black and hoped to create special effects comparable to Hollywood.
Why do you only need to glow? Will anyone watch such rubbish special effects?
This is not a 50-cent special effect, but a 30-cent special effect.
Wait, let me add one more condition.
Director Zhang Yang spoke up from the side.
Boss Xuanguang breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, raise the requirements a little bit, both for you and me. You get high-quality special effects, and we get a little money. Isn't it a win-win situation for everyone? The light must be bright enough, but not too glaring. The smile on Boss Xuanguang's face froze. Adding this requirement is the same as not adding it. In fact, Zhang Yang also wanted special effects comparable to those in Hollywood, but he was a new director after all, and currently only Chen Feng was willing to invest in him. In this case, he could only make do with what he had. Moreover, Chen Feng had tried to convince him before. This is a TV series for children. No matter how good the special effects are, they will have no effect on them. It just needs to be cool. So, this is the result. The boss of Xuanguan wanted to raise the price to supplement his own wallet and improve the food for the people in the studio. However, because Chen Feng and his team's requirements were too low, the price was not raised in the end. Finally, after a not-so-intense debate, the two sides settled on the special effects of Fireboy King at a fairly good price. 1.5 million. This is because Chen Feng required a shorter construction period, otherwise the price could be even lower. The main reason for this is that the requirements are too low, and basically any programmer can do it. Any company can take this kind of order. Taking this into consideration, the boss of Xuanguan finally signed the special effects outsourcing contract. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Although the requirements are low, this can barely be considered a big order. If the special effects company really misses it, they will have to shed tears. There's nothing we can do about it. The market conditions are the same all over the world, so let's not be picky. After solving the special effects problem, the biggest problem of the TV series Yo-Yo King was also solved. Zhang Yang said that everything went smoothly during the filming and it could be completed in a month at the fastest. Boy's hot selection of peerless elixir. Hot and exquisite fantasy, full version for free. Framed by his enemies, Qin Sheng turns a disaster into a blessing and inherits all the memories of Wanjie Dan Emperor. The reason why the filming of Yo-Yo King was so fast was mainly due to Chen Feng's requirements and the positioning of this TV series. This TV series is positioned as a special effects drama, that is, a TV series specifically for children. It is precisely because of this special positioning that the requirements for this TV series are not that high and many aspects can be gotten away with. After all, children are not as picky as adults. As long as their greatest needs are met, other problems are simple. They won't care if the quality is a little worse or there are flaws in some places, as long as it looks good. In addition, Zhang Yang had the mature experience of the island country to draw on, as well as his own rich experience in the crew, all of which led to the unusually smooth filming of Yo-Yo King. Chen Feng was also very satisfied with the progress of the shooting and decided to give Zhang Yang a big red envelope after the shooting was completed. At the same time, Chen Feng went to the toy factory to prepare for the sale of the yo-yo. Although Yo-Yo King has not yet been aired, yo-yos are already available for sale. There is no such toy on the market yet. I believe children will like it very much. In fact, even if there is no TV series Yo-Yo King, yo-yos alone will still be a popular toy. Because of its novel shape and diverse gameplay, this kind of game naturally attracts children's attention. It's just like a marble, it's clearly just a bead, but children just love to play with it. The TV series Yo-Yo King can only make yo-yo popular faster. In fact, Chen Feng's judgment was very correct. To be precise, the identification of the camera was correct. When the yo-yo came out, it immediately attracted the attention of many students because of its unique shape. Boss, what is this? Little boy, this thing is called a yo-yo. It's really fun. Do you want to try it out? How do you play this thing? It's very simple. The entry-level move is timing, then jumping, and then the planet spinning. You just need to do this. The train shop owner demonstrated the yo-yo moves, and the eyes of the children nearby lit up instantly. This kind of unique toy is most likely to attract children's attention, so he spent money to buy the yo-yo without hesitation, and also took away a book with detailed instructions on basic yo-yo moves. After practicing for a night, the kid brought the yo-yo to school the next day and successfully became the coolest kid in the school. The children's eyes lit up when they saw the novel and cool yo-yos. After school, they ran to the stationery store and bought the latest yo-yos. In this way, yo-yo began to spread everywhere. In the toy factory, the factory director reported to Chen Feng the recent performance. The current sales of yo-yos are optimistic, but the dealers have not received their payments yet. We need to urge them for a while. Also, the price of our yo-yos is too low,
and in order to motivate the toy dealers, we give too much profit, which results in us not making much money.
Chen Feng nodded.
The current situation can be said to have not exceeded his expectations. After all, the yo-yo doesn't have much technical content.
If the price is not set low, pirated copies will be rampant.
I can only say that the domestic environment is really disgusting, and new manufacturers don't have much trust in you, so you have to give up more profits in order to get others to sell.
It's not easy for newcomers in any industry.
But it doesn't matter. Now the sales of yo-yos are still in the warm-up stage. When the TV series Yo-Yo King is broadcast, that will be the time to really take off.
The factory is currently maintaining this rhythm. There is no need for any special actions.
We just need to prepare a large amount of goods and then ship them out after a period of time.
Chapter 32 Yo-Yo sales begin.
By the way, the Yo-Yo King characters yo-yos with the same names have all been made. It has been produced and is currently being prepared for stock,
the factory manager said quickly. Only then did Chen Feng nod.
Ordinary yo-yos only make hard-earned money, but the yo-yos with the same name as the characters are the ones that make the bulk of the profit.
It's just like those private label clothes.
Obviously the two pieces of clothing have the same cost, but because one is not well known and the other is a famous brand, its price is twice as expensive.
The same is true for yo-yos.
After confirming that the toy factory was operating well, Chen Feng returned to the company and prepared to deal with the legal team.
Chen Feng had applied for the patent for the yo-yo a long time ago.
Anyone who dares to imitate it will be sued. Even if you can't avoid imitation, you should try your best to minimize the impact, otherwise you won't make any money. Naturally, Chen Feng was caught up in a busy state, with one chore after another keeping him busy. At this time, he missed Xiao Shanshan, who had passed away, very much. If she were still alive, he would leave all these things to her, and she would do a better job than Chen Feng. By then, Chen Feng can enjoy life leisurely.
Unfortunately, Xiao Shanshan is no longer around, and Sonia is unable to take on this responsibility.
However, compared to yo-yo, the things at Finger Company are indeed more important.
Although yo-yoing can make money, it's not much and it's very tiring as you have to worry about piracy all the time. It's not like a game. As long as you succeed, you can make money without doing anything.
The profits are incredibly high and you don't have to worry about cash flow issues.
And Xiao Shanshan did not disappoint Chen Feng's expectations.
She has already contacted a company that has invested in Jito shares. The two sides are currently having a good discussion. They hold about 15% of the shares and are willing to sell them at a 20% premium. In this way, Chen Feng almost got half of Jito's shares. As for the remaining shares, it is not so easy and requires more time and energy.
Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but complain about this when she called. Of course, despite all her complaints, Xiao Shanshan still enjoys the process of striving for her career.
She is a natural strong woman, unlike a big jerk like Chen Feng. Time passed quickly in such a busy schedule, and soon it was time for the 9th sign-in.
Chen Feng is very much looking forward to this sign-in reward. If possible, it would be best to get another dream card. Who wouldn't want more capable ladies like Xiao Shanshan?
So he decisively clicked the sign-in button. Ding, sign in for the 9th time, reward 10 strengthening pills.
Enhancement pill. Function, can effectively improve people's physical fitness. Note, the effect is minimal on people with very strong physical fitness.
The appearance of the strengthening pill can be said to have solved Chen Feng's urgent problem. You know, Sonia has been tormented by him recently and has to spend a lot of time catching up on sleep every day to replenish enough energy. The main reason was that her body was weak and she couldn't withstand Chen Feng at all. At the same time, it was also because Sonia was too stubborn and insisted on monopolizing Chen Feng, so Chen Feng had to teach her a lesson and let her know that it was a bad thing to eat alone.
It's okay to eat alone, but you also have to know yourself.
Of course, a girl like Sonia who has a classical temperament only needs a little teaching. Don't let her work too hard. In the end, it is Chen Feng himself who will feel distressed. The strengthening pill can improve Sonia's weak physique, which just happens to suit Chen Feng's current situation. I have to say that this system is quite considerate and can always solve Chen Feng's urgent problems. After getting the pill, Chen Feng did not rush to feed it to Sonia, but chose to take one himself to try the effect. Perhaps it was because his physique was too good, but after taking the strengthening pill, Chen Feng didn't feel anything at all. It was unlike when he drank the physical potion and genetic potion before, the effect was immediate. After confirming that the strengthening pill was useless to him, Chen Feng gave up and returned to the villa with the pill. Songya was staying at home obediently cooking at this time. Since Xiao Shanchan was not in the company, she was too lazy to go over. Strictly speaking, Songya is a good wife and mother, the kind that is suitable to be married home. As for work, that was not Songya's talent. Looking at Songya's virtuous appearance as she dressed in a yellow sweater and prepared soup, Chen Feng ran over, hugged Songya, and held her hand.
What are you doing? I'm still cooking, Songya said angrily. Although she said something coquettish, Songya did not stop him in action.
After spending these days together, she has long been accustomed to Chen Feng's mischief.
There's no way. You know, I'm a strong man.
Chen Feng sighed helplessly. Chen Feng is already at an age full of vigor and vitality, and his physique has been strengthened, so he is very energetic.
One person cannot satisfy him. Don't. I almost died yesterday. I finally recovered. If you continue like this now, you will kill me.
Songya was scared and begged for mercy quickly.
Then do you still object to me finding other sisters for you? Chen Feng gave a wicked smile. Songya stopped talking.
In fact, she really didn't want to share her boyfriend with others, but Chen Feng was too strong and she really couldn't handle it alone. After hesitating for a long time, Songya said helplessly, Xiao Shanchan can do it, but others can't.
Chen Feng showed a proud smile.
It seems that Songya was conquered by him. She had an unshakable bottom line before, but after finding out that she couldn't bear it alone, she finally came to her senses and allowed others to share the firepower.
The bottom line is often broken little by little.
Since Songya can accept 2 people now, she will be able to accept more people in the future.
If this continues, the future will be promising.
Since Songya had surrendered, Chen Feng naturally had to return the favor.
He took out a strengthening pill and fed it to Songya. What is this? Songya asked with wide eyes.
Good stuff, how do you feel now?
Chen Feng asked seriously.
I feel like my body is numb and a little itchy, and I feel like sleeping. As she spoke, Songya actually closed her eyes, as peaceful and elegant as the sleeping beauty in the fairy tale.
Chen Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly.
He is asking for trouble. There was no other way. Chen Feng had to cover Songya with the quilt and let her have a good sleep first. The next day, when Songya woke up refreshed, Chen Feng carefully tested how much her physical condition had been strengthened. It turned out that Songya's body had indeed become much stronger, but not to an exaggerated degree. It was probably just that she had gone from being a person who did not exercise to a person who exercised regularly.
Chapter 33, The Legendary Special Effects Film. So Chen Feng gave Songya a second strengthening pill.
This time, Songya did not sleep, but just felt very tired. 2 strengthening pills are almost enough, and Chen Feng can't give Songya a third one. The main thing is that the system rewarded 10 pills, he ate one himself, leaving 9 pills. Xiao Shanchan, Songya, Dad and Mom each got 2, so 8 pills were gone.
As for the remaining one, it would depend on the situation.
Chen Feng is a person who values fairness very much.
He believes that benefits must be equally distributed among those close to him.
After solving Songya's health problem, Chen Feng can devote himself to his career wholeheartedly. Of course, there was actually nothing much he could do, because the money on the company's books was only enough to keep the company running, and there was nothing else he could do.
Fortunately, the TV series Yo-Yo King has finally been completed.
Compared to other TV series, the shooting speed of Yo-Yo King can be said to be very fast. It took only 3 months to complete a series of work including shooting, special effects, editing, etc.
As for the quality, it is acceptable.
After all, Zhang Yang has a lot of experience, and Chen Feng used the identification camera to check and confirm that the TV series is qualified.
That's enough.
As a local, Zhang Yang found the director of the children's channel of Dahan City TV station through some channels. After all, it is a special drama, and its main target is the children's market, so naturally we have to find a children's channel. Although online broadcasting has become popular and fengxue.com has many regular viewers, most people still subconsciously watch TV series on TV.
Online broadcasting is just a supplement and only a few young people use it.
After all, it was a film and television company with compliant procedures, and it had invested tens of millions in filming film and television dramas, so Chen Feng and Zhang Yang easily met the director of the children's channel. Unfortunately, the other party's intention to purchase the film is not strong.
A special effects drama. This theme is a bit novel.
It's hard to say whether children will like it.
Besides, yo-yos are dangerous toys. Parents will also be worried if they see them.
After director Tao took a quick look at the edited film, he shook his head like a rattle.
Special effects drama is a new genre that has never appeared in China. It would be really difficult for him to be the first person to try it out. Moreover, the diligent and conscientious director Tao watched the entire TV series.
His first impression after watching it was that it was awkward and the lines in the series were extremely shocking. And that yo-yo, it's so flashy, and every time it comes out it creates light pollution.
He won't buy such a completely bad movie.
Director Tao, this kind of drama is very popular in Japan, such as Ultraman and Kamen Rider. I can guarantee that children will like it and the ratings will definitely not be low. As the director, Zhang Yang was anxious and tried hard to persuade director Tao. This TV series is the result of his hard work. If it cannot be broadcast on TV, it would basically be a waste of his efforts.
You also said that it's Japanese. Whether it's popular in China is another matter.
Besides, we already have a TV station that has introduced Ultraman and is broadcasting it.
With this in front, who knows if your Yo-Yo King will be successful?
Director Tao continued to shake his head. As a channel director in charge of film purchasing, you face so many directors and producers. If you are a successful director, maybe he will give you some face, but as a newcomer, it is too difficult to make people believe you.
Zhang Yang wanted to say something, but Chen Feng, who was sitting next to him, stopped him and smiled. Director Tao, with your many years of experience, how much do you think our special effects film is worth?
Well.
Director Tao thought for a moment and stretched out a finger. 100,000 per episode? Director Tao shook his head.
Total price, 1 million? Director Tao rolled his eyes and said, 10,000 per episode, no bargaining.
Zhang Yang's eyes suddenly widened.
There are 40 episodes in the movie Yo-Yo King, and each episode costs 10,000 yuan, which means only 400,000 yuan.
At this price, it will be a huge loss if it is sold. The total cost of this TV series is 5 million.
The first round broadcast rights are the most valuable. If sold at such a price, the show can be said to be a huge flop.
Chen Feng smiled faintly.
As expected, it is really difficult for newcomers. Obviously, this TV series has a high viewership and has the potential to become a hit, but just because of the newcomers, others are unwilling to pay a high price. Fortunately, he had anticipated this result.
Director Tao, forget about the money. We are willing to give this TV series to your Dahan TV station for free?
Chen Feng said seriously.
What? Director Tao widened his eyes, suspecting that he was hallucinating. It's free. There is such a good thing. However, Director Tao, who was old and experienced, soon showed a look of doubt. What are your additional conditions? If they are too excessive, then we would rather not have this TV series. Director Tao is an old hand and has experienced a lot.
He once met a producer who said he would give away a TV series for free, but actually asked for the right to broadcast primetime advertisements for a year. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Our conditions are very simple, just give us an advertisement to promote Yo-Yo.
I see.
Director Tao immediately smiled and nodded without hesitation.
Just kidding, this is free stuff.
Even if the quality is a little worse, it doesn't matter, as long as it can fill the time slot. Taking advantage of Director Tao's good mood, Chen Feng struck while the iron was hot and quickly signed an agreement with him. According to the agreement, Chen Feng Entertainment will donate the first round broadcasting rights of Yo-Yo King to Dahan TV for free, and Dahan TV promises to promote it in advance and give a 15-second advertisement. It is worth mentioning that this 15-second advertisement needs to be inserted in the middle of the TV series. Chen Feng was already satisfied with such conditions. After signing the contract with Director Tao, he declined Director Tao's invitation to dinner and left Dahan TV station.
Why, Mr. Chen, why should we give our TV series away for free? Our finished products are of qualified quality. Even if Dahan TV doesn't want them, other TV stations will definitely be willing to take them. As soon as he left the TV station, Zhang Yang couldn't help asking.
Compared with Chen Feng, Zhang Yang may attach more importance to this TV series because it is his first work and is related to his future career.
I know this TV series is of good quality, but we are not well known now.
It will take a long time to achieve our goal, and it will not be conducive to the promotion of our company's Yo-Yo.
Yo-Yo promotion?
Zhang Yang was stunned. Chen Feng smiled and explained in detail the plan to make a TV series to promote Yo-Yo, and emphasized that the Yo-Yo factory has already started operations and is stepping up production.
Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. So, from the beginning you thought of making money by selling yo-yos instead of selling TV dramas? Chapter 34 Who doesn't want free TV series?
Of course, selling TV series to TV stations can only bring a few dollars.
As a newcomer, the price will definitely be suppressed.
Even if the first round of ratings explodes, the second round of broadcast rights, the third round of broadcast rights, and even the network broadcast rights can't be sold at a high price.
It's better to change your mindset and treat this as a promotional video for Yo-Yo. Chen Feng nodded as a matter of course.
He did not waste this time. He has been using the identification camera to broaden his thinking, and his abilities have grown a lot.
Zhang Yang nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he can be a boss, his mind is different.
He was thinking about making a high-quality TV series, but he just went straight to selling yo-yos.
So, my script is not good at all?
For a moment, Zhang Yang felt a little sad. I thought I had met my mentor, but it turned out that this mentor was interested in the yo-yo. In the next few days, Chen Feng and Zhang Yang traveled all over the country, including Dasha City, Daying City, Dahai City, Dachang City, and Dahang City.
Chen Feng visited almost every TV station he could name.
The attitudes of these TV stations are almost the same as that of Dahan City TV station.
What?
This is the first time for a special effects drama, the quality is average, parents may not be able to accept it, etc., etc. To put it bluntly, since you are a newcomer and you bring a new topic, they feel uneasy and dare not take risks. But when they heard that it was free, the TV station managers immediately became excited.
Who doesn't like free things? Even if you just use it to fill your time, that's good too. It doesn't cost any money anyway.
Therefore, Chen Feng reached cooperation with people from 15 TV stations at once and sold the first round broadcasting rights of Yo-Yo King. Since it is free, these TV stations have become much more friendly. 7 of them are willing to broadcast Yo-Yo King on their general channels, while the rest are all broadcasting it on their children's channels. Of course, the time slots given to the 7 channels that were willing to broadcast on the comprehensive channels were all rubbish, either at noon or at night, and almost no one had much hope. Chen Feng didn't care about this because his goal had been achieved. He used the free strategy to promote the TV series Yo-Yo King on a large scale.
In the following period of time, children all over the country knew about the yo-yo toy.
As Chen Feng approached various TV stations, the film and television industry also learned about Chen Feng Culture's move to give its TV series to TV stations for free. Chen Feng Entertainment already had a certain reputation in the industry because of its investment in the TV series Love is Blind. Now, it is heard that they are giving away TV series for free, and their reputation has become even greater.
Remember that investor Chang Feng who had been heartbroken for a long time?
They gave the TV series they made to the TV station for free.
Is this true?
There are still such idiots.
What are they after? Do they have too much money and nowhere to spend it?
I heard that it was a special effects film.
How could someone dare to make this type of film? Do they think we are in Japan?
Taking advantage of this incident, Chen Feng Entertainment became famous in the industry. At the same time, it also caused hostility from many film and television companies. You gave the TV series to the TV station for free, which gave them a perfect reason to lower the price.
How can we survive? Of course, Chen Feng didn't care about this hostility at all.
He was exhausted from running around the country and needed to have a good rest.
After all, there are too few talented people under my command.
It would be great if the system could give me a few more dream cards, so that I could have more caring subordinates.
It always feels a bit monotonous to have only mature women in the company.
It would be best to have all the types, lowly, cool, and gentle. There was also the fact that he entered the film and television industry for the beauties in the entertainment industry. Now, he has entered the industry, but unfortunately, as a newcomer in the industry, those beauties in the entertainment industry don't even look at him. All I can say is that the revolution has not yet succeeded, and comrades still need to work hard.
Moreover, the company's working capital has been almost exhausted.
Whether it is investing in film and television dramas or acquiring shares in game companies, it is a very expensive thing. At present, the company can basically do nothing with the remaining money on its books, and can only wait for the payment to be paid back.
But now that Yo-Yo King is out, the company's cash shortage will soon be alleviated.
In a certain house, Wu Mingwen was lying on the sofa, watching the children's channel of Dahan TV. He heard that the Yo-Yo King produced by Chen Feng Entertainment was about to be broadcast, and he was going to see the quality of this TV series. The reason why he wanted to watch this TV series was mainly because he couldn't forget the super beauty Xiao Shanshan that he saw at that first glance. To be honest, after so many years in the film and television industry, he has seen a lot of beautiful women, and even had relationships with many of them that went beyond friendship.
But women like Xiao Shanshan are different from other women. Their elegant and intellectual temperament makes people deeply fascinated. It was a pity that they failed to establish contact the last time they met, and it seemed that the beautiful woman had a certain relationship with Qingfeng's boss, maybe even an affair. She was rich and pretty, so the possibility of her being attracted to him was very low. Therefore, Wu Mingwen basically had no idea about Xiao Shanshan. He just simply wanted to see the quality of this TV series that was given to the TV station for free. But if you think about it carefully, you will realize that since it is given to the TV station for free, the quality must be very bad, otherwise it would not be free.
This is just some nonsense played by a rich second generation who has too much money and nowhere to spend it.
Back and forth, the styles are ever changing, it's really not easy. The theme song sounded and Wu Mingwen nodded slightly. Although it is a catchy song, the quality is still acceptable and it highlights the theme very well. And judging from the opening theme, the quality is pretty good. Wu Mingwen subconsciously raised his expectations for this TV series. But when he saw the official content, his expression suddenly changed.
What is going on?
It's just playing with a yo-yo. Why are you making such a big fuss about it, as if what you're holding in your hands is not a yo-yo but some magical weapon? And the special effects are too dazzling.
You can't see anything except the yo-yo.
Wu Mingwen was stunned. This TV series really exceeded his imagination. The main problem with other bad movies is the bad costumes and props, and the bad filming. But strictly speaking, this movie is not bad.
On the contrary, it is still a decent movie. The main problem is that the content is too awkward. When will playing yo-yo be so cool? It makes yo-yo look like nothing else. It's really embarrassing.
Wu Mingwen couldn't stand it anymore and changed the channel. Watching this kind of TV series for one more time would damage his eyes.
Dad, don't change the channel.
I want to watch the TV series just now. At this moment, Wu Mingwen's son Wu Qi, who was still in elementary school, suddenly spoke.
Chapter 35. This TV series is a bit awkward.
Wu Mingwen was stunned. You like watching the TV series just now?
Yes, it's so exciting, and the yo-yo can glow.
Wu Qi nodded.
It glows, what's so good about it?
Wu Mingwen scratched his head and then changed the TV channel to yo-yo. Since the child likes to watch it, let him watch it. Wu Mingwen didn't care about that and chose to play with his phone. Not long after, the 2 episodes of Yo-Yo were finished, and Wu Qi quickly ran to him.
Dad, I want a yo-yo. I want a light-up yo-yo.
Wu Mingwen was stunned and dumbfounded.
What the hell? You actually like something that's pure light pollution? Wu Qi's reaction was basically the reaction of most children. Children don't understand so many twists and turns, and they can't understand complicated things.
As a special drama for children, the TV series Yo-Yo King is undoubtedly the first of its kind in China. Similarly, it has attracted a lot of dividends. After all, not many people have time to watch TV series at home, and children account for a very important group of them.
As expected, the TV series Yo-Yo King had a huge viewership rating.
Because Dahan TV was the first to broadcast the series and put it in prime time, its viewership reached 8%, which is close to those popular dramas. This result made director Tao of the children's channel of Dahan TV station smile from ear to ear.
This wave of profit is really huge. I actually bought a hit drama for free. This year's performance is definitely stable.
Similarly, those TV stations that were originally not very confident about special effects dramas, after discovering that this TV series had the potential to become a hit, immediately started broadcasting it, preparing to boost their own ratings. With the help of these TV stations, the TV series Yo-Yo King became even more popular, and as a result, the yo-yo toy also became popular.
After discovering this, director Zhang Yang felt very regretful. Alas, we really shouldn't have given the TV series to so many TV stations for free. We are really losing a lot of money now.
Chen Feng shook his head. You are wrong.
We should say that we have made a lot of money. Do you know how many yo-yos we have sold in the past half month? How many yo-yos were sold? Zhang Yang asked curiously.
1 million, and this is just the beginning.
So many?
Zhang Yang was shocked. The TV series has only been aired for a few days, but so many yo-yos have been sold. Chen Feng smiled but said nothing.
Nonsense, if it wasn't for the chance to sell more yo-yos, who would be stupid enough to give TV series to TV stations for free?
On the surface, it seemed like a loss to give a TV station a hit TV series for free, but Yo-Yo became a hit.
Moreover, the yo-yo is not a one-time deal like in TV dramas.
This thing can be sold steadily for many years. Looking at Chen Feng's smug expression, Zhang Yang suddenly felt itchy in his heart. How much money can you make from a yo-yo? For an ordinary yo-yo, the profit is only $1. The profit of an ordinary yo-yo is only $1. What about an extraordinary one? Zhang Yang suddenly understood what was going on. Chen Feng showed a proud smile. The special yo-yos, the ones with the same names as the characters in the TV shows, have a minimum profit of $10 each. So much? Zhang Yang showed a surprised expression. Chen Feng smiled but did not say how many extraordinary yo-yos he had sold. Even though it's just a yo-yo without any technical content, it can really make money if it becomes popular. According to estimates, this yo-yo can bring Chen Feng hundreds of millions of net profits. The main reason why there are so many of them is that it is so easy to make money from children. Don't think that the ratings of Yo-Yo King are not as good as those of the hit annual dramas. But as long as there is one child who watches the TV series and brings a yo-yo into the campus, then other children, whether out of competition or just to follow the trend, will buy a yo-yo. The TV series only serves as an introduction. The main reason is that yo-yo is a novel way to play and it is also a relatively trendy toy. Of course, while making money, troubles are also inevitable. Because with the explosive popularity of yo-yos, pirated yo-yos have emerged uncontrollably. Chen Feng naturally hated these pirated products and immediately ordered the Ministry of Justice to prosecute. This is stealing money from his bowl, how can he tolerate it? Unfortunately, due to the domestic environment, the cost of piracy is very low, so suing this thing can at most curb the proliferation of pirated yo-yos. It is impossible to ban it completely. If it weren't for these pirated manufacturers, Chen Feng could have earned even more. Fortunately, there is good news. As Yo-Yo King became popular, a large number of TV stations came to the door, ready to take over the second and third rounds of broadcasting rights. At the same time, the two giant video websites, Toto and Penguin, also came to the door, wanting the exclusive online broadcasting rights. The only pity is that the most valuable first-round broadcasting rights of Yo-Yo King are no longer available, so the price of the second-round broadcasting rights is not high. It was only sold for a few $100,000 and was taken away by 3 TV stations. On the contrary, the online broadcasting rights gave Chen Feng a great surprise. Penguin Video, which has strong financial resources, acquired the exclusive online broadcasting rights for a price of 100,000 renminbi per episode, with a total price of 4 million renminbi. Chen Feng was shocked by the result. He couldn't understand why Penguin was willing to pay so much money. I can only say that Penguin is really rich and it spares no effort to promote its own video website. So, after all the calculations, Yo-Yo King still made 1 million by selling the broadcasting rights. This result also puzzled Chen Feng. It seems that the appraisal of the camera was wrong. Yo-Yo King can make a profit just by selling the broadcasting rights. Or maybe he misunderstood it at the beginning. Airport. Chen Feng opened his arms and warmly welcomed Xiao Shanshan's return. "Shanshan, I miss you so much." Xiao Shanshan rolled her eyes at Chen Feng. "If you really miss me so much, why don't you contact me every day?" Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged. "It's because of the time difference. You were working when I was sleeping, and I was working when you were sleeping. So in order not to disturb your rest, I had to hide my longing in my heart." Smooth talk. Xiao Shanshan rolled her eyes. "Then do you like my smooth talk?" Chen Feng smiled playfully. Xiao Shanshan glared at Chen Feng charmingly, said nothing, and walked towards the car. She didn't know what was going on, but she became inexplicably obsessed with this guy, and then she completely fell for him and couldn't get out. "Boss, I have already acquired 90% of the shares of Finger Company, and this is all thanks to the money you transferred to me. Otherwise, things would not have gone smoothly." When they got in the car, Xiao Shanshan began to report her work honestly. But when Chen Feng touched her thigh, she couldn't help but give him a blank look. Chapter 36, Yo-Yos are selling well. Well done. Chen Feng nodded. In order to get the shares of Finger Company, Xiao Shanshan worked hard in the United States for several months. She must be rewarded for her hard work. Next, he will personally reward Xiao Shanshan with tens of billions. "Boss, we spent 100 million yuan for the shares of Finger Company. If the new game developed by Finger Company is not successful, then this money will be wasted." Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but open her mouth to remind her. "Don't worry, I have confidence in the Game Hero Federation. Besides, don't you also think that this game has great potential?" Chen Feng said calmly.
He used the identification camera to confirm it more than a dozen times, and was sure that this game would be popular, before he was willing to invest.
Games are a good thing.
Just think about it, the boss of Xingda made more than $1 billion a year by relying on a legendary game and became the richest man in Xia country.
This Hero Federation is definitely not worse than the original legend. Xiao Shanshan didn't know where Chen Feng's confidence came from. Although she was optimistic about the potential of this type of game, what if 100 million yuan in funds is almost the company's entire cash flow? This is no longer an investment, but almost like gambling.
What has been done has already been done.
There is no point in regretting it.
From now on, I can only use my own abilities to make the company get the rewards it deserves.
Boss, does the company still have money? Xiao Shanshan suddenly asked.
The company still has about 20 million in funds on its books, and it will slowly increase over time.
Why are there so many?
Xiao Shanshan was confused.
She remembered that when she left, there was almost no money left in the company's account.
Later, in order to acquire the shares held by the senior executives of the Finger Company, she transferred another 20 million.
Logically speaking, the company should be just an empty shell now. The main reason is that the yo-yos are selling well.
Our peers have come to us to ask for authorization and have paid a considerable amount of deposit in advance.
Chen Feng smiled proudly. Although yo-yo piracy is rampant, there are also many genuine manufacturers.
After discovering that yo-yo toys are very popular recently, these genuine manufacturers all approached Chen Feng, hoping to obtain authorization to produce yo-yos.
Chen Feng did not refuse these manufacturers who came to him.
After collecting a licensing fee, he granted them the license for the yo-yo product. It was impossible for his factory alone to satisfy the national market, so authorizing it to other factories became the best option. And not authorizing is not an option either.
Not authorizing is equivalent to giving the money to the pirates for free. Even if you authorize, you won't earn as much as others, but at least you can get a piece of the pie. In addition, Chen Feng also established an international yo-yo federation and plans to hold an international yo-yo competition in a few months. Of course, it is only natural to take advantage of the competition to launch an authentic yo-yo designated for international competitions and make some money. Xiao Shanshan has been in the United States for a long time and is not very clear about these yo-yo things. Hearing that the company still had money in its account, she quickly said, "Boss Chen, when I came back, the game of Finger Company had been almost developed and was about to be launched in public beta. I tried the public beta version and found that the quality was pretty good. I think we can set up a game company in advance to operate the Hero Federation in China." Chen Feng nodded. "Okay, I'll leave this to you.
By the way, Mr. Chen, I think the company can increase its efforts in the development of games.
Compared with movies and TV shows, games actually make money faster.
A successful game can at least continue to operate for several years.
It is almost a cash cow. No problem, I'll leave all this to you?" Xiao Shanshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. "Boss, why do you leave everything to me? Is there no one else in the company? You are the boss's wife. If you don't do these things, who will?"
Chen Feng said as a matter of course.
Xiao Shanshan blushed. Soon, Chen Feng drove back to the villa and brought Xiao Shanshan down. "Where is this? Why did you bring me here, boss?"
Xiao Shanshan looked at the swimming pool and the beautiful garden in the courtyard with a puzzled look.
Chen Feng said calmly, "This is the villa I bought. It's also where you will live in the future."
After saying that, Chen Feng took Xiao Shanshan's hand and walked into the hall.
"Sonia. Boss Xiao?"
When Sonia and Xiao Shanshan saw each other, their expressions were startled at first, and then became subtle. Especially when she saw Sonia in home clothes, Xiao Shanshan's expression was full of weirdness. I remember that when she left, Sonia still had an expression of wanting to accept but not wanting towards the boss. But after just a few months, they were living together and she even cooked for the boss.
Could she say she had anticipated this? Why did the boss bring her here?
Before the two of them could ask, Chen Feng said casually, "Xiaoya, Shanshan, you two know each other, so I won't introduce you. Also, you two will be my women from now on, remember to live in harmony and don't quarrel." Hearing Chen Feng's explicit words, Xiao Shanshan and Sonia looked at each other with shy expressions.
But none of them refuted Chen Feng's opinion, obviously acquiescing to the other party's existence. Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but pinch Chen Feng. "Boss, how did you do it? I remember Xiaoya is a very conservative person. How did you make her accept me?"
Chen Feng smiled slightly. The reason why Songya was so honest was the result of his hard work for many nights.
If Songya hadn't been completely convinced, she would never have accepted anyone else.
Of course, I need to tell Xiao Shanshan about the twists and turns here, but it is better to put it into practice directly. Without saying a word, Chen Feng pulled Xiao Shanshan and Songya towards the room upstairs.
Wait, there's still soup cooking in the pot. Songya couldn't help but exclaim. That's not important.
Chen Feng ignored the two people's weak struggles and prepared to play a very interesting game with them. In the next few days, Chen Feng, Songya, and Xiao Shanshan played all kinds of games, which almost made him forget about work. Unfortunately, Xiao Shanshan and Songya disagreed with Chen Feng's suggestion to play for a few more days, especially Xiao Shanshan, who was eager to work every day. In desperation, Chen Feng had to feed Xiao Shanshan 2 strengthening pills. Xiao Shanshan's physique is much better than Songya's. After taking the strengthening pill, the effect is not as immediate as Songya's, but her physical fitness has improved a lot, her flexibility has also increased a lot, and she has unlocked a lot of cheese. Well, the rewards from the system are great, and Chen Feng must give it a 5-star rating.
Of course, this is secondary. The main thing is that when you are in good health, you will have more energy to work.
Chen Feng is reluctant to tire out such a beautiful girl like Xiao Shanshan.
Chapter 37 I Must Do It. Boss, this is the company development plan I wrote. Please take a good look at it.
In the office, Xiao Shanshan handed Chen Feng a line of documents.
Compared to the lazy Chen Feng, Xiao Shanshan is much more dedicated. She is a career-oriented woman and feels uncomfortable if she doesn't work for a day.
It just so happened that with Xiao Shanshan's help, Chen Feng could take advantage of the situation with justification. Taking the document from Xiao Shanshan's delicate hand, Chen Feng read it carefully. According to Xiao Shanshan's plan, the company's next most important task is to set up a game department and prepare to operate the Hero Federation national server. Then comes the preliminary preparations for the second part of Yo-Yo King, as well as related preparations for the yo-yo competition.
And about the filming of female special effects films.
These originally extremely chaotic things were carefully put into order by Xiao Shanshan, allowing Chen Feng to be lazy as much as he wanted.
Very good.
Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction.
Xiao Shanshan's ears were almost calloused from Chen Feng's compliments.
She sat down on the sofa, showing off her sexy body.
Boss, do you have any instructions for the artists that the company is about to sign? A pretty female with a good figure.
Oh, and she must be a virgin. Chen Feng said very seriously. Xiao Shanshan was silent for a while. Boss, if you use unspoken rules, it will have a great impact on the development of the company.
I must do it.
Chen Feng said very seriously.
Ha!
Xiao Shanshan let out a long breath, and her eyes almost rolled up to the sky.
How did I fall in love with this lazy but also very lustful boss?
After a long while, Xiao Shanshan held her forehead and said, Okay, I will help you select qualified artists, but if there are any hidden rules, please inform me in advance so that I can minimize the impact.
Okay. Chen Feng nodded.
Xiao Shanshan is worthy of being his dream girl. She is actually willing to help him start a harem. What a good girl she is. Oh, by the way, remember to help me convince Xiaoya, and also help me convince the new girl. Also, remember to help me find a capable and beautiful secretary.
Chen Feng gave another order. This is the life of a boss.
All the work is left to his subordinates and he only needs to give orders. Xiao Shanshan looked disdainful, but finally nodded. The secretary is already looking for one for you.
By the way, there is a director named Yang Cun who brought a script here to solicit investment. Yang Cun? Chen Feng's expression became a little more serious, famous? He knew Xiao Shanshan's character.
Since she said it so seriously, it meant that Yang Cun was definitely not an ordinary director, at least not a flop director. He had experience in shooting 2 films before. One was an art film that won an award, and the other was a commercial film that was successful and profitable, but it didn't make much money.
Xiao Shanshan carefully told him about Yang Cun's situation.
It's impossible for a director like this with such successful experience to fail to attract investment, right?
Chen Feng frowned. Xiao Shanshan smiled and said, We are now a well-known film and television company in the industry. Isn't it normal for famous directors to look for us? Only then did Chen Feng nod.
Chen Feng culture finally gained some fame in the industry, and famous directors began to come to them.
Soon, Chen Feng met Yang Cun in the reception room.
The director has an average appearance, is in his 30s, and looks very mature.
Hello, Mr. Chen. I have heard a lot about you. The first time Yang Cun saw Chen Feng, he greeted him politely. Hello, Director Yang, I have seen your first film.
It is a very profound film.
Chen Feng also greeted Yang Cun very familiarly.
Chen Feng was already very familiar with this kind of scene. After chatting calmly for a while, he went straight to the point. Yang Cun took out his script, and Chen Feng took a quick look at it and found that it was a martial arts drama. In an instant, Chen Feng sneered in his heart. Martial arts dramas have been in a slump in recent years, and few film and television companies are interested in them.
Yang Cun probably ran into a wall with other companies, so they came to him.
Compared with the big companies in the industry, Chung Feng culture is not attractive enough after all, and only second-rate directors and scripts are willing to find them. While thinking, Chen Feng took a picture of the script with his identification camera.
The script of the movie Genie Wei. Note 1, this movie is a slight innovation of the traditional martial arts drama.
Note 2, this script has a total of 32 pages.
Note 3, the sixth word on the third line on the second page of this script is typed incorrectly.
After reading the notes, Chen Feng took another photo without changing his expression. He is already very familiar with identifying cameras. It is easy to use, but it needs to be used many times to extract truly useful information from the complex information. After shooting 3 films in a row, Chen Feng finally nodded after he was sure that the film could make a profit and the possibility of profitability was not low.
Director Yang Cun, I am very interested in this movie. In principle, I can invest in it. Yang Cun breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Mr. Chen really has a good vision. This is my third movie. I am confident that this movie will make money. Director Yang, let's talk about something serious. How much investment do you think this movie will require?
If you add the production cost and the publicity and promotion, it will probably be around 40 million. I can give up the director's fee, but I must give him a share.
I see. Chen Feng's expression was very calm. Yang Cun is a successful director.
He must want to maximize his own interests. It is normal for him to ask for a share of the profits. However, you must carefully measure how much you can get. The two talked for about half an hour, but ultimately failed to reach an agreement, so they agreed to continue the discussion tomorrow. The reason why the matter had to be postponed until tomorrow was, firstly, because Chen Feng was afraid that the identification camera would fail to display the key information of the script, and secondly, the time for the 10th sign-in was approaching.
The system is the foundation of his life and is much more important than investing in a movie.
After returning to the office, Chen Feng waited carefully for a while, and after confirming that the sign-in time had arrived, he clicked it decisively. Ding, sign in for the 10th time, and you will be rewarded with an all-round simulation robot.
All-round realistic intelligent robot.
Details, the robot from the future is the crystallization of high technology.
Function, an all-powerful robot that can do almost anything and is a perfect assistant to humans.
Note, it has a useful life of only 3 years. When Chen Feng saw the rewards from the system, his expression changed. An all-round realistic intelligent robot, and it comes from the future, it sounds so cool.
Moreover, this robot can actually pinch its face. Is there any need to think about it?
You must pinch a girl's face.
Chen Feng doesn't want to look at a man's face every day.
Of course, face shaping requires skills. Chen Feng specially found a model of the famous game character Tifa on the internet, and then sculpted it carefully.
Chapter 38, Almighty Robot.
After spending more than half an hour, Chen Feng finally finished the face shaping process.
Although the modeling is based on Tifa, the 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional are definitely different.
Therefore, the appearance of this robot is just similar to Tifa, but there are certain differences from Tifa. She has eyes as gentle as water and delicate facial features, which combined together form a woman as gentle as water. That's right, this time Chen Feng created a gentle face. After the modeling was finalized, Chen Feng clicked confirm and materialized the all-round simulated intelligent robot.
In the office, a woman with an indifferent expression appeared out of nowhere.
She nodded at Chen Feng and said calmly, "Master." Chen Feng couldn't help but slap his head, feeling that he had made a mistake. The gentle face was molded out, but the problem is that this robot has no emotions. A gentle face with no expression makes people feel very uncomfortable.
Can you smile for a moment? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask.
The robot smiled quickly, as if flowers were blooming and water was flowing. And as if it saw Chen Feng's thoughts, the robot took the initiative to say, "I am an intelligent robot."
There are various personality templates in the system. Master, you can set my personality. Is there such a good thing? It is indeed a high-tech intelligent robot, the effect is great.
Chen Feng's eyes lit up and he decisively set the gentle type. The robot's expression quickly softened, as gentle as spring water.
Wow, the effect is so immediate.
Master, if possible, you'd better give me a name so that I can better integrate into human society and assist you in completing various tasks.
The intelligent robot suggested again. Yes, the name. Chen Feng slapped his head. Although it is a robot rewarded by the system, we can't always call it a robot. It must have a nickname. What's a good name?
Chen Feng pondered for a while and chose a name that he thought was very suitable.
From now on, your name will be Njishui. Yes, master.
Njishui smiled faintly, as gentle as water. For a moment, Chen Feng was actually a little obsessed. Although I know this is a robot, the woman's face was made so beautiful that it feels a bit weird.
By the way, can you give birth to a child? Do you have the relevant documents? Chen Feng asked curiously.
He could swear that he had absolutely no bad intentions when he asked this question, he was just simply curious.
Njishui shook his head. Master, I am a robot.
I don't have normal physiological functions, and I can't mate with humans, let alone have children. As for the certificate issue, I can use technical means to hack into relevant websites and tamper with the information to solve it.
Well, it looks like this is a serious robot. Chen Feng was a little disappointed, then nodded. Okay, then you should find a way to resolve your identity issue. If you need any help, you can come to me.
Njishui nodded, then asked Chen Feng for a computer, and then started typing on the keyboard with both hands. The speed at which the fingers moved on the keyboard made Chen Feng feel ashamed of himself. As expected of an all-round robot, it even has hacker skills.
Boss, here is a document that needs your signature. Hey, who is this woman?
At this moment, Xiao Shanshan walked into the room and found the unfamiliar Njishui. The spring-like eyes and delicate facial features made her feel alarmed.
Ahem, Shanshan, let me introduce you.
This is Njishui, my newly hired secretary.
Chen Feng coughed. Secretary? Xiao Shanshan frowned. But you asked me to help you find a new secretary this morning. How come you found a new one so quickly, and she's so pretty? This is God's will. I didn't expect to meet Njishui by such a coincidence. Maybe it's because I'm lucky. Chen Feng explained vaguely. Xiao Shanshan glared at Chen Feng and said, I understand. I will get along well with this secretary. After saying that, Xiao Shanshan just left. In the afternoon, Njishui got everything settled.
She made up a story for herself, saying that she was a mountain dweller who lived deep in the mountains. She had just become a naturalized citizen and registered her household registration a year ago. She was the only one in her family, and her family members had died a long time ago. It has to be said that this identity is simply impeccable. China has a vast territory, and there are many places with rugged terrain and scattered unnaturalized mountain people. It is almost impossible to disprove such an identity by fabricating it. Master, I got it done. Njishui stood up. After watching her operation, Chen Feng felt like he had picked up a treasure, and handed the Jinui script that Yang Cun had sent to Njishui in the morning. Please help me look at this script and tell me how much it will be in the box office. Njishui took the script and read it through in just a few minutes. He thought seriously, this is a qualified script. The box office is expected to be over 100 million. If it encounters a good release date, it can be even higher. Chen Feng's eyes widened in extreme shock. This robot is so amazing that it can even predict the box office. Is its ability even more terrifying than Xiao Shanshan's? But it's also good this way. With such a secretary, it will be convenient for him to do anything in the future, and he can just do his job without worrying about it. The next day, after filming the script 3 times with an identification camera and confirming that the script had a high chance of making money, Chen Feng finally decided to invest in Yang Cun and shoot the movie Genie Wei. However, the total budget of the film was cut to 35 million, and Yang Cun was given 5% of the box office share. At the same time, Changfeng Entertainment will also send producers and financial personnel to supervise the flow of funds. Yang Cun accepted all these conditions. 40 million was originally an exaggerated number used for bargaining. His bottom line was 30 million. As long as 30 million is enough, the movie can be made. 35 million will be no problem. As for the producers and finances, these are routine operations of film and television companies, so Yang Cun would have no objections.
News in the entertainment industry spreads quickly.
When the film Jean Yue was approved, other film and television companies immediately knew about it. Immediately afterwards, they contacted Chungfeng Film and Television through various means, hoping to get their own artists into the film, especially the several protagonists, who were coveted by countless people. There are limited projects in the film and television industry, especially the good projects, which are fought over by countless people.
Yang Cun has had successful experience, and Changfeng Entertainment is no unknown company either.
The combination of the two has led many people to be optimistic about this project, especially the characters in it. Faced with this situation, Yang Cun remained calm and decided to hold an audition to select roles fairly.
Chapter 39 Robot in Jishui goes online.
Of course, although it is a fair casting, some roles had actually been decided long ago. For example, the two leading actors of Yo-Yo King who signed with Chungfeng Entertainment got two important roles without having to audition. Maybe the two of them were not very suitable for the roles, but Yang Cun had no way to refuse. Since Chengfeng Culture invested the money, it was only natural for them to have two roles, and no one could say anything about it. When many film and television companies shoot movies and TV series, they only select internal contracted artists for roles and never leave them to outsiders. In comparison, Chengfeng Culture is already quite good. The casting location was set at the Jinding building, which currently had many vacancies that had not been rented out. One of the floors was used by Chen Feng as the office location for the film and television company. The place here is very big, more than enough for auditions. Knowing that the movie Jean Yue was going to cast here, everyone who got the news and had some connections came here, some of them were even first-line stars. Chen Feng was also an auditioner, and he even had the greatest decision-making power. Although he knew nothing, it was he who invested in this TV series. The reason why the audition was held here was because Chen Feng really wanted to experience the casting process. When he was making Yo-Yo King, the company wasn't well known and the selection process was very small, but when he was making Lovelorn, all the main roles had been decided and it wasn't his turn to choose. Only this Jean Yue was a big production and attracted attention from the industry. Many beautiful women came to audition, and many of them were even very famous.
Chen Feng was eager to make a move.
The reason why Chen Feng entered the film and television industry was for this day.
He really wants to try out what it feels like to have unspoken control over a female celebrity.
In life, we always have to experience more special things, so that our life will not be in vain. However, after auditioning several people in succession, Chen Feng felt very disappointed. These female stars are indeed beautiful, but their level seems to be just average, far inferior to Wen Jishui and Xiao Shanshan. Chen Feng has become more discerning now, and ordinary women really cannot make him fall in love with him. He is not so impatient as to sleep with everyone he sees, and he still has some requirements for girls. Just when he was hesitating whether to leave, a woman walked in from outside and Chen Feng's eyes lit up. I saw that this woman had skin whiter than snow, smooth as jade, elegant and graceful, with a pure and spiritual aura. She seems like an elf on earth, delicate and graceful with a delicate and elegant appearance.
Top beauty.
And she is a top beauty who is no less beautiful than Xiao Shanshan and Jishui. Chen Feng's expression became serious and his sitting posture became straighter.
This is called casting. Hello, director. My name is Gao Yu, and I'm here to compete for the role of Ziyan. Gao Yu bowed politely to Yang Cun, who was in charge of the casting. Yang Cun gave a bitter smile and shook his head.
I'm sorry, Miss Gao, you're not suitable for our movie. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, feeling that something was not right.
This beauty's looks alone would make her a great addition to the movie, so why would director Yang Cun not want her? Even if it's really not suitable, can't you just act out a few scenes and then say it's not suitable?
Gao Yu's face changed and he gave a bitter smile. Director, if the role of Ziyan doesn't work for me, other roles will also work.
My acting skills are very good and I will definitely not let you down. Yang Cun shook his head decisively. Ms. Gao, please stop talking. Whether it's Ziyan or any other role, I won't give it to you. We are just an ordinary crew and we dare not offend a big shot like Yi Xiao.
Gao Yu's face turned pale, but she said nothing in the end.
She just nodded and turned away.
Her departing figure seemed extremely desolate.
What's going on?
Chen Feng's curiosity reached its peak and he turned to look at Yang Cun.
Director Yang, what's going on? Who is Master Yi? Yang Cun did not dare to delay and quickly told them the situation of Gao Yu and Yi Xiao.
It turned out that Gao Yu was an artist from a small company and had played a small supporting role in a TV series.
To be honest, there are such amateurs everywhere in the entertainment industry.
If they are lucky, they can stand out, but most of them are just mediocre.
But Gao Yu was different.
When he attended a cocktail party, he met Yi Xiao, a big shot in the circle who controlled shares of several entertainment companies, even including shares of Huawei. Although he is not the boss of any entertainment company in public, his power is enormous in secret. Then, Yi Xiao fell in love with Gao Yu and wanted her to be his woman.
If it were an ordinary young star, she would probably agree.
After all, young Master Yi is well known for his generosity in the circle. He may sleep with her, but he will definitely provide her with a lot of resources.
Many female stars in the circle are eager to be noticed by young Master Yi.
Unfortunately, Gao Yu refused. Not only did he refuse, but he also splashed wine on Yi Xiao's face.
Then, things got serious.
Yi Xiao threatened to ban Gao Yu. Not only that, he also bought Gao Yu's company and directly sued Gao Yu in court for non-compliance with the contract. Gao Yu's family was relatively well off, but when he met Master Yi, he was not well off and almost lost everything. Gao Yu originally wanted to pay back the money by taking on acting jobs, but after Yi Xiao gave the order, no crew dared to use her, not even a supporting role.
There is such a thing?
Chen Feng felt a little shocked. Yang Xiyuan's expression remained unchanged. This kind of thing is very common in the industry, especially among those artists who are not famous at all. For a little bit of resources, they will take the initiative without you even telling them. Miss Gao originally had good conditions. If she was lucky, she might have become famous, but who told her to offend Master Yi?
I'm going out for a while.
Chen Feng didn't say anything and left the casting scene without saying a word. In broad daylight, in a clear and bright world, there are actually such dark things happening. There is no doubt about it, we must take care of it. After leaving the room, Chen Feng ignored the surprised looks of others and quickly chased after Gao Yu.
Ms. Gao Yu, please wait.
Gao Yu turned around in surprise, and seemed to recognize Chen Feng as the auditioner just now, and his expression was a little excited.
Hello, what can I do for you?
Chen Feng looked at Gao Yu carefully and said with a smile, Miss Gao, I do have something to discuss, but it is not convenient to discuss it here.
Can we find a quiet place? No problem. Gao Yu nodded.
Chen Feng took Gao Yu to his office. On the way, he adjusted his position and used an identification camera to identify Gao Yu. While identifying, Chen Feng silently recited the information he wanted to know most.
25-year-old female Gao Yu.
Note 1, she is 168 centimeters tall.
Note 2, she is still a chick. Note 3, she is feeling very anxious at the moment.
After secretly reading the appraisal information, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief.
Chapter 40. Gao Yu is confused.
Fortunately, it seems that Gao Yu is indeed a woman who keeps herself clean. In that case, there is no problem with him helping her. Then, taking the opportunity, Chen Feng took 2 more photos of Gao Yu, hoping to get some useful information.
Note 1, she herself has a slight obsession with looks. Note 2, her underwear is white. Note 3, her relatives came today. Note 4, her high heels have been out of the factory for a year. Note 5, her phone only has 26% battery left.
Note 6, she was very confused and had begun to waver. She was ready to compromise with a big shot and accept the unspoken rules. As always, the camera identification gave a lot of information that didn't make much sense, but fortunately, among these meaningless information, there was a crucial piece of information.
This woman is actually ready to compromise with Master Yi? Chen Feng was a little surprised. But if you think about it carefully, it seems normal. Life is not a fairy tale. The adult world is very realistic and there is not so much steadfastness. Besides, this is a good thing for him.
If Gao Yu can accept Yi Xiao, then accepting him should not be a problem.
He is a handsome guy.
It would be such a waste to give such a beautiful flower to Mr. Yi.
The right thing to do is to let him pick it.
Looking at Gao Yu's graceful figure, Chen Feng began to have different thoughts in his mind, wondering what he should say to make Gao Yu accept it.
Shui, make me a cup of tea. Chen Feng gave an order, and Shui walked out gracefully. Gao Yu looked a little surprised.
The spacious office and the beautiful secretary were beyond her expectations.
Ms. Gao, please take a seat.
Chen Feng greeted him and then looked serious.
Let me be frank. I'm the boss of Chengfeng Entertainment. I also invested in the movie Jin Yi Wei.
I can decide who will play the role of Ziyan.
Gao Yu nodded slowly.
In fact, when she came to the office and saw that Chen Feng had a beautiful secretary, she could guess that Chen Feng's identity was not ordinary.
But she didn't understand why Chen Feng asked her to come over. Do you want to help her? No, it's impossible. Young Master Yi has great influence in the circle. Since Mr. Chen is in the entertainment industry, it is impossible for him not to know how powerful young Master Yi is. Chen Feng looked at Gao Yu seriously and decided to get straight to the point. Actually, I like you, and I want you to be my woman. If you are willing, you can play the role of Ziyan, and I can promise that the company will fully support you in the future.
Gao Yu's expression changed, his eyes flickered, and he suddenly fell silent.
Chen Feng was a little curious about what that look meant: anger, loneliness, or sadness.
However, he has no psychological burden about the unspoken rule over Gao Yu.
We are all adults and should be responsible for our own choices.
Although his behavior is somewhat despicable, it is also a good choice for Gao Yu.
He would not be happy if he was replaced by someone with average looks. Moreover, Gao Yu himself had the same idea.
Instead of letting such a beautiful woman fall into the hands of young Master Yi, it would be better for her to fall into his hands.
Mr. Chen, do you know that I have offended Mr. Yi?
After a long silence, Gao Yu suddenly spoke.
Chen Feng nodded. I know, but I don't care about that so-called young Master Yi. If you follow me, you won't have to worry about the threat of young Master Yi in the future.
Gao Yu closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly.
Can you let me think about it for a few days? No problem. Chen Feng nodded.
He was very confident and felt that this girl would fall for him sooner or later. And with him as an additional choice, she probably won't look for that so-called Mr. Yi anymore.
That was enough, time was on his side. With the existence of the system, sooner or later he will stand on top of the world and call the shots.
A mere Yi Xiao is not worth mentioning.
Oh no.
And Ji Shuwei came in and started massaging Chen Feng's shoulders with moderate strength, which was very comfortable.
I have to say that this robot is really useful. The only pity is that it is just a robot. It can be seen but not eaten. Help me investigate Mr. Yi. Also, check Gao Yu. Chen Feng gave the order calmly. And Ji Shui's efficiency is terrifying. As a robot, she does not need to eat or drink.
She only needs to stand in the sun to recharge herself every day to sustain her activities for several days. And she is also an all-powerful robot from the future. So very quickly, and Ji Shui found out all the background of this young Master Yi. As a child of a wealthy family, his father has some power, but it is just average.
He cannot be considered a top figure. However, he can still call the shots in the entertainment industry, and dealing with a small star is even easier than before.
The most important thing is that Ji Shui also found out some negative information about this Master Yi. If this information were to be leaked, not only would he be ruined, but he would definitely suffer serious consequences. Wow, the robots rewarded by the system are so powerful that they can do things like this. It is conceivable that Yi Xiao will definitely use all means to cover up these black materials and secretly hide them so that others will not find them. But Ji Shui was able to find out these things, giving Chen Feng a big surprise.
The other is Gao Yu's information.
Her family was well off, but after the penalty incident, their financial situation has been severely damaged. All their savings over the years have been lost. The house she lives in is not bought but rented. In addition, there were her chat records with others, as well as some private photos from her childhood, all of which were found out by Ji Shui. When reading these materials, Chen Feng found them very interesting.
This feeling of knowing every bit of information about a person is really fascinating.
Moreover, Gao Yu, who is a cool and aloof type, has actually taken many photos in the shamat style in the past, which is really funny. Gao Yu had no idea that Chen Feng had thoroughly investigated him.
Of course, after she returned, she also used some means to check Chen Feng's information.
However, with her ability, the information she could find was very limited. She only knew that Chen Feng had several companies under his name and had filmed several TV series. However, she still found out that Chen Feng was very capable. After hesitating for 2 days, Gao Yu finally chose to come to Chen Feng and found Chen Feng.
Okay, I promise you. Gao Yu finally chose Chen Feng. Since you're being seduced anyway, why not choose a handsome guy? She has been under a lot of pressure during this period of time. She entered the entertainment industry to become famous and make money, but instead of making any money, she lost a lot of money and even implicated her parents. On the surface, she acted as if she would never compromise, but in fact she was extremely confused inside.
The appearance of Chen Feng was just right, giving her a new choice. Even if Chen Feng wasn't there, she might have taken that step. Chapter 41 all checked out. Very good. Chen Feng nodded. Don't worry, I keep my word. The role of Ziyin is yours, and I will support you with all my strength in the future. Oh, by the way, let me show you this, so you don't have to worry about this and that all the time. Chen Feng gave Gao Yu a file bag. Gao Yu took it casually, opened it, and his expression changed quickly. These are actually photos of Yi Xiao. The nightmare that had haunted her for a long time. Gao Yu's hands began to tremble slightly. She carefully read the contents of the file bag, and her expression became more and more serious. It contains all of Yi Xiao's information, including his family, his interpersonal relationships, and his negative information. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. People's greatest fear is actually the unknown. Before, Gao Yu only knew that Yi Xiao was very powerful and could ban her with just one sentence, but she didn't know Yi Xiao's real information, so she was afraid of this Yi Xiao. But now, Chen Feng had thoroughly checked all the information about this young Master Yi and put it in front of Gao Yu, and Gao Yu was no longer afraid. Because she already knew all of Master Yi's background, and she even had some dirty information about Master Yi in her hands, which could make this guy extremely embarrassed if she threw it out. Remember what I told you, as long as you follow me, that so-called young Master Yi is not worth mentioning, and you don't have to worry about the threat of this young Master Yi in the future. Chen Feng's expression was full of strong self-confidence and was very contagious, which made Gao Yuqing nod involuntarily. Indeed, she was not worried about this Mr. Yi at all now, because she had all the information about Mr. Yi. She is now beginning to be afraid of Chen Feng. It's really terrifying that they were able to investigate a person like Yi Xiao thoroughly and even find out his black material. If one day I offend him. Thinking of this, Gao Yu shuddered and looked at Chen Feng with eyes full of awe. I have brought the contract. Once you sign it, the role of Ziyin will be yours. As for the agency contract, you can think about it carefully. The conditions here are very generous, and I said I will do my best to support you, and I will definitely make you famous. Gao Yu nodded slowly. Things had come to this point, and she no longer had any thoughts of regretting. Following Chen Feng, I should be able to relax a little more in the future and no longer have to worry about encountering some bad things. News spreads extremely fast in the entertainment industry. The casting for Jeannie Wei had just ended, and the news that Gao Yu would play Ziyin spread throughout the entire entertainment industry. Many people were secretly waiting to see this film and television company make a fool of itself. Although Changfeng Entertainment has gained some fame in the industry, its foundation is still shallow. Compared with Yi Xiao, it is far behind. Director Jiang Huateng, who had been heartbroken for many days, even made a special phone call to Chen Feng and told him about Yi Xiao and Gao Yu. He thought Chen Feng did it unintentionally and was deceived by Gao Yu. But the result was not like that at all. Chen Feng did it on purpose. Jiang Huateng felt very troubled about this matter, but at this point, there was nothing he could do. The rich are the boss, he is just a director. Chen Feng has already made up his mind, what can he do? If Chen Feng hadn't invested money in this movie, it might not have been possible to make it. In his heart, he was prepared for the film to be shelved for a few years. Jiang Huateng, as a supporting character, knew about this matter, let alone Yi Xiao, who was at the center of the storm. Yi Xiao's real name is Yi Kanyang, and he is a second generation. When he found out that someone dared to let Gao Yu play the leading role, he felt a little unhappy. Don't you know the power of me, Master Yi? Even though I am not famous on the internet, when it comes to power, I am not afraid of any big shot in the entertainment industry. Even the bigwigs in the entertainment industry have to try to please him. This is his strength. It is easier to get things done if you have someone in the court. The first moment he learned about this, he asked his men to check Chen Feng's information. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. After all, he is a second generation, and he has received elite education since childhood. He has been influenced by his surroundings and has some skills. You must first understand the situation clearly before making a decision. Soon, Yi Kenyang found out Chen Feng's background. There is a building, several companies, and investments in several film and television dramas. To be honest, Yi Kenyang was a little surprised when he saw this information. That's it? With such little strength, you dare to go against me? Are you getting too proud, or am I too weak to lift the knife? You are just a company that has been established for less than half a year. What qualifications do you have to challenge me? After thinking it over carefully, Yi Kanyang decided not to do anything extreme, so he decided to call Chen Feng first. If the other party is willing to give in, let's just leave it at that. After all, he is a boss and cannot be compared with a little star like Gao Yu. At Jinning Building, and Ji Shui picked up the phone, listened for a while, and then handed the phone to Chen Feng.
Master, it's Yi Kanyang calling.
Oh? Chen Feng's expression changed and he felt a little surprised. I didn't expect that Yi Kanyang would call him directly.
That's quite interesting. Since others have called, you can talk about it. Hello, Master Yi. Xiong Dongfeng greeted. Hello, I'm Yi Kanyang, you should have heard of me. Of course, everyone in the entertainment industry knows Mr. Yi's name.
Chen Feng said with a smile.
Hearing this, Yi Kanyang felt even more upset. Since you know my name, why do you dare to use Gao Yu? Is it a provocation? Mr. Chen, let me be frank. I have some grudges against this woman Gao Yu. I don't want her to stay in the entertainment industry. Can you please give me some face and kick her out of the crew?
Yi Kanyang was not in the mood to greet Chen Feng. Besides, he and Chen Feng didn't know each other, so there was no need for small talk.
He simply got straight to the point. Chen Feng smiled and said, Face, how much is your face, Yi Kanyang? Calling you young Master Yi is giving you face. If I don't give you face, then who are you? To tell you the truth, Gao Yu is my woman now. If you know what's best for you, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Yi Kanyang was stunned.
It has been so long since anyone dared to yell at him like this.
After he reacted, he was shaking with anger. Okay, I'll remember what you said.
After saying that, he hung up the phone.
Damn it, how dare you talk to me like that? Yi Kanyang was very angry.
He is just a small boss, worth less than 10 billion, yet he is so arrogant. If he doesn't teach him a lesson, no one will take him seriously in the future.
We must show him some power.
In the office, Chen Feng returned the phone to Ji Shui.
He really didn't care about Yi Kanyang.
With the system plug-in, he is destined to become a big shot. A mere Yi Kanyang is really not enough. He also doesn't like to play the pig and eat the tiger game.
If he has the ability, he should use it.
There is no need to hide it and let others look down on him.
Chapter 42, Robot wants to be a killer. Master, do you want me to go to Dying City and assassinate this person now?
Suddenly, Ji Shui next to him made a suggestion.
Chen Feng gave Ji Shui a strange look and said, I hope there won't be any trouble. Absolutely not.
I have a way to make his death look like an accident and won't implicate you. Ji Shui said calmly.
It is indeed an all-round robot from the future. It is too all-round, even a killer can work part-time.
But in the end Chen Feng shook his head.
No need. I already have leverage over him.
I can make him bow his head.
Besides, we live in a society ruled by law now. By the way, how is your stock trading going? How much money have you made now?
By chance, Chen Feng discovered that Ji Shui also knew how to trade stocks, and was even better than the god of stocks, so he gave his idle funds to Ji Shui to manage, allowing her to make money with money. I have already made 10 million yuan, but as the funds increase, the speed of making money will slow down. Ji Shui said calmly.
10 million. Chen Feng was surprised.
I remember that the principal I gave you was only 10 million, and only half a month had passed. Ji Shui smiled gently, Master, stock trading depends on the market conditions, and has nothing to do with time. The oil futures market has been very good recently, so I can make so much money. Once the amount of funds increases, it will not be so easy to make money in the future.
Chen Feng waved his hand, forget it, I don't know much about this. Just go ahead and do it. Just report the basic situation to me every once in a while. Yes, Master. Ji Shui nodded and continued to trade stocks on the computer.
This robot from the future can keep an eye on the stock market 24 hours a day and stay calm at all times.
She is even better than the god of stocks.
With her helping him to trade stocks, Chen Feng can really make money while lying down. Xiao Shanshan and Ji Shui took care of the company's affairs, and Sanya was looking after the household affairs. Chen Feng was surprised to find that he had actually had some free time and could make endless money just by sitting still. Chen Feng was quite satisfied with this situation.
What was wrong with being able to live off someone? Others wanted to eat gigolo food but couldn't.
Moreover, these two people are absolutely loyal to him, so Chen Feng can be 100% assured. Not many people knew that Yi Kanyang had called Chen Feng, and it was impossible for Yi Kanyang to tell everyone about his modeling.
But several other things soon spread throughout the entertainment industry.
First, the Jinui project was rejected on the grounds that fighting and killing could corrupt the masses. Then, the game license for the Hero Federation was suddenly rejected on the grounds that it did not conform to the green and healthy tone of the country. It wasn't that bad after being heartbroken for many days, and the filming was still going on. Jiang Huatang's connections played a certain role in this, and there was no black spot to be found in this matter of heartbreak. However, the first two events alone were enough to make Chengfeng Entertainment extremely anxious, and let people in the circle see Yishao's methods.
Jinui director Yang Cun even put aside the matter of preparing the crew and went directly to Jinning Building to find Chen Feng.
This movie is his hard work. If the situation continues like this, it will not do him any good. If Yishao banned him in anger, he would be finished. Looking at Yang Cun, who was nervous in front of him, Chen Feng smiled.
Director Yang, please go back first. I will give you an explanation for this matter within 3 days. Yang Cun smiled bitterly. Boss Chen, why not just fire Gao Yu from the crew? The penalty for breach of contract is not worth much. This is a 40 million big production. We can't let a woman affect everyone. Director Yang, if you don't want to shoot, you can leave.
Just pay me the liquidated damages.
Besides, I said, give me 3 days. I will get everything done within 3 days.
Chen Feng's smile was warm, but Yang Cun shuddered. From the moment he signed, things were out of his control. It's okay to leave the crew, but leaving the crew means that this movie has nothing to do with him anymore.
Yang Cun really didn't dare to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll wait for 3 more days. Yang Cun finally compromised. There was no other way. He couldn't bear to give up the movie, and the amount of liquidated damages was not low.
Yang Cun left quickly to reorganize the crew, leaving only Chen Feng and Njishui in the office.
Chen Feng was not at all disturbed by Yang Cun's hesitation. This kind of thing is normal and there is no need to get angry.
He was well prepared for this, and even provoking Yi Kanyang to cause him to fight back with all his strength was just part of Chen Feng's plan.
Shui, we can start now. Give me the phone. Chen Feng gave a faint instruction, and Shui smiled and nodded, then helped pass the phone to Chen Feng.
In Dying City, Yi Kanyang smiled when he saw the call from Chen Feng.
You were so arrogant before, but now you're scared and call me to beg for mercy? If you continue to be tough, I will still respect you as a man. Now you are showing off.
It won't be easy to solve the problem without paying some blood. With the pride of a winner, Yi Kanyang answered Chen Feng's call.
Mr. Chen, how have you been recently? Is there any problem with the operation of the company?
Don't worry, Master Yi.
My company is running very well.
It made more than 10 million a few days ago.
Even if you die, my company will still be alive and well. Really? But I heard that your film project was rejected and can't be released. TSK, a movie with a 40 million investment can't be released. It must be a big loss.
Yishao smiled coldly. He's so stubborn that he even dares to pretend in front of him.
Chen Feng smiled. It's just a small matter.
Anyway, the film has just been prepared, and as long as the follow-up is approved, there will be no loss at all.
I think your movie will definitely not be approved.
You should disband the crew as soon as possible to avoid further wasting money.
Really, Master Yi? By the way, the kiss mark on your neck is quite cute. Wow, you had a lot of fun last night. You didn't get up until 9 o'clock. And the girl next to you has a hot body.
Yi Kanyang suddenly sat up from the bed with a shocked expression.
How did the other party know? Did he install surveillance cameras here? Yi Kanyang's heart tightened and he was no longer as calm as before. How did you know that you installed surveillance cameras here?
Don't worry, I won't do such a mean thing.
Turn around and look at the computer next to you and see the file I sent you.
Yi Kanyang turned his head suddenly and was shocked to find that the computer turned on automatically without his control, especially the camera at the top, which was pointed directly at him. Yi Kanyang quickly put on his clothes and ran to the computer. Then he saw a new document on his desk. When he opened it and read the contents, cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Chapter 43 Yi Kanyang surrendered. How did you get these things? Who gave them to you? Have you shown them to anyone else? Ha, Master Yi, let me remind you that the internet is not as safe as you think. Some things cannot be exposed to the internet.
In addition, I have not spread these things, but if my film project and my game version number cannot be obtained within 3 days, I will spend money to hire internet trolls to spread these things all over the internet. Then, people all over the country will be able to enjoy these photos and videos.
That's all I have to say. Please think about it carefully.
After saying that, Chen Feng decisively hung up the phone, without giving Yi Kanyang a chance to bargain.
It is too easy to deal with a mere second generation. Right now this is just a trial.
A day later, Yi Kanyang flew to Dahan City in person and met Chen Feng at the Jinding building.
Come, have some tea. Chen Feng enthusiastically asked Anji water tea to entertain Yi Kanyang.
Even though the current situation was not good, Yi Kanyang couldn't help but look at Anji Shui a few more times. This beauty is so beautiful, especially her gentle and virtuous temperament, which makes men obsessed with her. Compared with this woman, all the women around him basically became vulgar.
For a moment, Yi Kanyang was even a little jealous. How come Chen Feng, this bastard, has such a beautiful woman around him? Why can't he meet one? However, seeing Chen Feng's half smile, Yi Kanyang quickly collected his thoughts.
His future is uncertain at the moment, so he should stop thinking about those messy things. As long as he gets through this crisis, he can get any kind of woman he wants.
Mr. Yi, is there anything that brings you here?
Chen Feng asked directly. He had no interest in any patience test, so he just got straight to the point.
Yi Kanyang asked in a low voice, Chen Feng, how did you get those things? Chen Feng smiled and said, didn't I tell you long ago that the internet is not as safe as you think?
You think that if you encrypt your files on a network disk, no one will find them.
You are so naive. You don't even have antivirus software installed on your computer. Any hacker can control your computer. Yi Kanyang's face suddenly turned gloomy.
No one would be in a good mood if they knew that their most private things had been leaked.
I don't want to talk about the past anymore.
As long as you destroy the documents, I can write off the past and will never interfere with your business again.
Chen Feng couldn't help but shook his head. I say, Master Yi, you haven't even graduated from elementary school yet, right? This kind of thing can be destroyed. Just click the mouse randomly and you can make hundreds of copies. Even if I really destroyed it in front of you, would you believe that I didn't keep a backup? And you don't have the ability to verify it at all. You don't even know computers, how can you verify it?
Yi Kanyang frowned, but had to admit that what Chen Feng said made sense. This kind of thing is really difficult to destroy, because you have no idea whether the other party has kept a backup privately. You only need to find a USB drive to copy countless copies of this thing. He was very upset at himself for being so stupid to save such important things on a computer, and it was an internet-connected computer.
I won't talk about destruction or anything like that. I only have one request, which is that this thing cannot be spread out and only you know about it.
Yi Kanyang said in a deep voice.
Well, that depends on your performance. Actually, I have no interest in you. If you hadn't come to provoke me, I wouldn't have asked anyone to investigate you.
Chen Feng said with a smile.
Don't worry, I will admit defeat. This time my sincerity will definitely satisfy you.
Yi Kanyang reached into his briefcase and took out a few documents, then handed them to Chen Feng silently. Chen Feng took a quick look and found that it was actually a share transfer agreement and a company transfer document.
What are you doing? Chen Feng was a little surprised. I admit defeat this time and will not go against you in the future.
I have already taken care of the Jinui and game license issues for you.
They will be available in 2 days.
In addition, here are the equity transfer documents of Huai and the transfer letter of Jingjing Entertainment Company.
They are my sincerity. As long as you promise not to leak the information in the future, you will be my friend from now on.
Feel free to come to me for help if you need any help. Yi Kanyang said seriously. I have to say that he is really a bachelor. After realizing that Chen Feng had the leverage over him, he immediately became timid and tried his best to satisfy Chen Feng. After all, it would be too disastrous if these things were leaked out. It wouldn't matter if he himself was ruined, but if his family was implicated, then he would be really finished.
Li Gang's incident was a lesson learned, and Yi Kanyang didn't dare to gamble. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Huai is currently the most powerful entertainment company in China.
Although 2% of the shares is not much, its value is at least over 300 million. As for Jingjing Entertainment, that was the company Gao Yu had signed a contract with.
Yi Kenyang used the agency contract with this company to frame Gao Yu. This Yi Kenyang is really nice.
Chen Feng decisively signed his name on the document.
Since you are so single, I have nothing to say. I promise to hide those things very well and not let anyone else see them.
Besides, there is no deep hatred between us, so you don't have to worry about me messing with you in the future.
Yi Kenyang breathed a sigh of relief.
The reason why so many things were given away was just to get Chen Feng's guarantee. Jingjing culture is fine, as the company is not valuable, but the shares of Huayi are really a treasure, and he feels very sad to give them away like this.
But it doesn't matter.
As long as his family is still there, money can be earned back at any time.
Although the loss is not small this time, the problem is finally resolved.
After suffering such a great loss, Yi Kenyang had no intention of staying any longer. He had a meal with Chen Feng, exchanged contact information, and left.
Both parties handled the matter in a low-key manner.
However, the approval of Jinyui and the fact that Chen Feng suddenly became a shareholder of Huayi still gave everyone a clear signal.
There must be something wrong somewhere. Who is Ji Xiao? He is the second generation in the circle, has huge power and connections throughout the entertainment industry.
What the hell is your Cheng Feng culture?
Why can you handle this matter so easily?
Silently, Cheng Feng culture has become a big name in the industry, and everyone in the circle understands Cheng Feng's strength. The cruise preparations, which had been very difficult at first, suddenly became extremely smooth. At the opening ceremony, a large number of people from the industry came to show their support. The scene was like a festival. At the same time, the game version number was also issued quietly. Xiao Shanshan struck while the iron was hot and quickly launched the national version of the Hero Federation online.
This game has become popular in Europe and the United States.
Many game enthusiasts go to foreign servers to play it. After knowing that the domestic server is online, many people quickly registered accounts.
Chapter 44. Who would have thought he would move so fast?
During this period, other companies contacted Cheng Feng Culture and wanted to pay to buy the domestic agency rights. The highest price was even 50 million, and it was for 1 year. Xiao Shanshan rejected all the companies that approached her, even the two gaming giants, Penguin and NetEase.
Are you kidding?
Why should I give such a cash cow to you?
Wouldn't it be better to keep it for yourself and make money?
Everyone knows that games make money faster than robbing money, especially popular games, which are an inexhaustible goldmine. In just half a month, the game League of Heroes has become the most popular PC game in China. Especially in offline internet cafes, almost half of the people are playing this game. Please tell me why you gave up your shares in Finger Company.
In the conference room, Penguin's CEO Ma Tang was furious.
Manager Wang, please tell me why you failed to successfully acquire the shares of Finger Company. A middle-aged man stood up with a wry smile and said, Boss Ma, we did notice when Finger Company was raising funds, but when we applied for funds, their shares had already been snapped up, and we were simply too late.
Ma Tang was very angry.
When Finger Company was raising funds, Penguin Company had actually noticed it and had started to allocate funds, but who could have thought that it was just one step slow and its shares were snatched away by someone else? After all, it was an investment of tens of millions, so it was normal to go through the process, but in just a few days, someone got there first.
Is there any other way?
For example, buy other shares of Finger Company and try to take control of the company and cut off the source of the trouble.
I'm afraid not.
More than 90% of the shares of Jito Company have been acquired by Cheng Feng Culture.
The remaining little bit is all in the hands of the senior management of Jito Company. It will be useless even if you get it.
Ma Tang couldn't believe it. How come it's so fast again? The game is a big hit, so those who hold shares can't sell them so easily.
Ahem. Manager Wang coughed cautiously. Boss, that's not true. Cheng Feng Culture bought all of Jito Company's shares long before the game went online. Ma Tang frowned. What was the valuation of the Finger Company at that time?
The valuation is about $10 million, but in fact it is just a shell company with nothing except a game that has not been launched. Manager Wang, who was in charge of the relevant business, reported the data easily. They are crazy to spend $10 million to buy a shell company.
Isn't this just gambling? Aren't they afraid that the game will fail and the company will be worthless? Ma Tang felt extremely puzzled.
$10 million was not a small number, and even he needed some time to raise it.
The other senior executives also fell silent. Yes, it is really a crazy move.
Before the game is launched, hundreds of millions of cash are used to purchase related shares.
If it fails, the consequences will be disastrous.
But they succeeded and became a large game company with this game. And looking at this hot trend, it is very likely to repeat the legendary glory and remain popular for several years.
Ma Tang felt a toothache. Games and Penguin are the two pillars of the company.
The popularity of Hero Federation means a decrease in gaming revenue, which has a significant impact on the company.
After thinking for a while, Ma Tang said seriously, form a team immediately, copy this game, no, learn from it to make a new PC game, and then use the traffic from Penguin to defeat it. Also, prepare to form a new team and try to talk to the people from Changfeng to see if we can establish a cooperative relationship and let our Penguin log into their game. Even if they ask for a stock swap, we can accept it. Following Ma Tang's instructions, the big company Penguin started to operate.
Not only Penguin, but also industry giants such as Net1 and Yozu also contacted Changfeng, hoping that Changfeng would give up the agency rights or acquire the game Hero Federation. Changfeng rejected all the guys who came to him.
What a joke! How could Changfeng give up such a profitable game to others?
You know, this game has only been online for half a month, and it has brought Changfeng tens of millions in revenue.
This is just the domestic server, and the revenue from foreign servers is not included. Changfeng would never give such a cash cow to anyone.
These companies were helpless and upset at Changfeng's response.
You are an entertainment company, why don't you just focus on making movies? Why do you suddenly want to break into the gaming industry? Wouldn't it be more attractive to have unspoken rules over female celebrities?
But no matter how upset they are, a powerful disruptor has indeed entered the gaming industry. Although Changfeng currently only has one game it represents and does not have any ability to develop new games, its strength is in no way inferior to those giants in the industry.
This is not a joke.
Back then, Shengda became the leader in the gaming industry by acting as the agent for the game Legend.
Although it is now in decline, the game Legend still becomes the sentiment of a generation.
The gaming industry and the film and television industry have something in common, which is that they rely solely on works. As long as you have successful works in your hands, other problems are not a problem. Compared to the film and television industry, the gaming industry is extremely profitable, and the speed of making money is much faster than making movies and TV series. More than 4 months ago, Changfeng invested in the movie Love Is Not Blind and spent 10 million yuan.
As a result, the movie has not been completed yet. Even if it is completed, it will take several months to wait for its release. After the release, it will take several more months to wait for the repayment. From investing money to getting the money back, the process takes a year if it is fast, and 2 or 3 years if it is slow.
If it can be released, the money will be wasted. In comparison, games make money much faster. As long as they are online and players pay, the money is immediately in hand.
Compared with the film and television industry, it is almost the speed of light.
Seeing the speed and scale at which Hero Federation was making money, Xiao Shanshan immediately shifted her focus to the gaming industry. She voted with her feet and spent countless times more time in the gaming department than in the film and television department. If it weren't for the fact that the film and television industry could still make some money and that Changfeng was more particular about cars, Xiao Shanshan might have written to Changfeng to cut the film and television department. You waste so much energy every day, and end up making such a small amount of money. Look at the game department downstairs, there are only a few people, but they make dozens of times more than you. How can you feel guilty about this? There is no doubt that the film and television department has fallen out of favor in Xiao Shanshan's heart. She has suggested to Changfeng to expand the game department. Simply being the agent of a game can no longer satisfy her. She wants the company to have the ability to develop and produce games.
Chapter 45 I'm really wronged. Changfeng wisely chose to listen to Xiao Shanshan's advice.
She was his most trusted minister and the pillar of the country, so he had to listen to her. After seeing the profits generated by the gaming department in the financial statements, Changfeng had to admit that compared to film and television production, gaming does have more potential. Moreover, compared with other companies, Changfeng has an inherent advantage, that is, he has an identification camera, which can predict in advance whether the game will make money through identification. In recent days, Changfeng can be said to be in high spirits. The popularity of the game and Jishui's financial operations have caused his wealth to grow exponentially. His fame has gradually spread, and even when local entrepreneurs hold symposiums, people will specially invite him to participate. Although that meeting did not produce any useful content and was a pure waste of time, it also proved his status from the side.
Unfortunately, Sonia started school.
Although college students have a lot of freedom, Sonia is an ambitious girl, which means that she may have to focus on her studies for some time to come.
Changfeng felt a little helpless.
He was now accustomed to Songya's service, and now that she was leaving, he felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the place where she lived was far from the school, and it was impossible for Songya to run back and forth, so she could only rent a house near the school to live in. As for why she didn't live in the dormitory, there was nothing she could do about it. Songya felt guilty. Although she didn't want to steal her roommate's boyfriend, Chen Feng was so outstanding and handsome. And every time, Chen Feng could make her fly to the sky and enjoy the ultimate happiness, which made it difficult to give up. In order to prevent some bad rumors from spreading, Songya only asked Chen Feng to drive to the school gate instead of letting Chen Feng take her directly into the campus. Even so, the two of them standing together still stood out like a crane among chickens, attracting many people's attention. Songya had a very good foundation to begin with, and the strengthening pills improved her physique. In addition, she had been constantly nourished by Chen Feng during this period, which resulted in her appearance reaching an all-time high. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she already charmed everyone. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng smiled proudly.
Look as much as you can. Unfortunately, you can only look.
And the goddess that you have been thinking about day and night will immediately place various cheeses in front of me every night and use her voice to help increase the attack speed. Don't smile at those girls.
Songya suddenly patted Chen Feng.
Chen Feng showed an innocent look. I didn't. You still say no, but look at how coquettishly those girls are smiling.
Songya snorted coldly. Chen Feng was speechless. He really didn't notice those girls just now.
His attention was all on the boys.
No, he is a man, why should he pay attention to other men? It's a sin.
Songya was right in reminding him that he should focus on those girls. And after a closer look, Chen Feng did see a lot of good talents, especially the freshmen, who were all dressed youthfully and beautifully, making people eager to try them. Okay, just drop me off here, I'll take care of the rest myself. Also, no flirting with girls outside, I can only accept 2 people. Songya turned around and warned Chen Feng fiercely.
No problem, as long as you two can beat me.
Chen Feng smiled wickedly.
Songya's cheeks turned red and she glared at Chen Feng.
She didn't know what Chen Feng did. His spear skills were so strong that 2 people together were no match for him. Especially when someone's relatives come over, he is forced to use other means to deal with them. If you think about it this way, 2 people may not be able to satisfy him.
Okay, I can accept Sister in Jishui, but definitely not anyone else.
Songya reluctantly relaxed her bottom line again.
3 women are her limit, not 1 more. Chen Feng's expression suddenly became subtle. And Jishui is a robot, how could he possibly join their fighting game?
However, Chen Feng had no way to explain to Songya, and she might even think that he and Jishui were having an affair.
Chen Feng was really wronged.
He really had no feelings towards Jishui at all.
How could a robot have any thoughts?
Chen Feng had always regarded Jishui as a large movable figurine.
At most, this figurine was very capable and could be entrusted with any task. Unfortunately, no one will believe this if you say it out loud.
A man and a woman, living together very closely, leaving all important matters to the woman.
If you say that the 2 are innocent, who would believe you?
Chen Feng himself didn't believe it, but he and Jishui were indeed innocent. Even if he had the intention to do something bad, he didn't have the conditions. See, when Sister Shui is mentioned, her expression changes.
All men are bad. Humph, I'm leaving. You don't have to see me off.
Songya turned and left, and Chen Feng could only shake his head and smile bitterly.
Handsome, can you give me your phone number?
Songya had just walked for more than a minute when a graceful figure came towards her. She has charming eyes, skin whiter than snow, and a face as delicate as an angel.
Yo, top beauty? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He is a philanthropic person with a broad mind.
When he sees a beautiful woman, he can't help but want to hug her in his arms and comfort her.
If possible, it would be best if he could play some games with the other person only for 2 people. You can call me, but you have to kiss me.
Chen Feng smiled faintly. If he could only rely on money to attract girls in the past, now he can do so with just his face. With enhanced genes, he exudes a special temperament in his bones and is very attractive to girls. Every time Chen Feng went out, there would be many girls secretly looking at him, and the bolder ones would even come up to him and ask for his phone number. Unfortunately, Chen Feng has always been dismissive of ordinary girls.
Only top beauties can get his phone number. The one in front of me barely meets the requirements. The girl was stunned.
She didn't expect Chen Feng to be so bold, even bolder than her. But looking at Chen Feng's handsome face, her face turned red, and she mustered up the courage to kiss Chen Feng boldly.
Here, can you give me your phone number now? Chen Feng smiled and gave her his phone number. He also learned the girl's name, Xiao Nianwei.
Looking at the phone numbers stored in the phone, an idea suddenly flashed through Chen Feng's mind.
Since there is a communication tool called Penguin on the computer, why can't a similar one be developed on the mobile phone?
This way you don't have to waste money on phone calls anymore. Chen Feng secretly kept this idea in mind and prepared to go back and ask Shanshan or Shui to see if this idea could be implemented.
Wei, what did you talk to him about?
At this moment, a young man with ordinary looks ran over from the opposite side of the street and looked at Xiao Nianwei nervously.
Chapter 46. Someone is already here.
Basically, everything he wore were famous brands, and Chen Feng could tell at a glance that the watch on his hand was a Rolex, worth about $1 million.
Rich man.
There was a hint of amusement in Chen Feng's eyes. The clothes he wore were not as good as those of this young man, and the car he drove was also an ordinary Mercedes-Benz.
Lu Yu, my affairs have nothing to do with you. Seeing the boy coming over, Xiao Nianwei's face darkened.
This Lu Yu is her suitor and he always pesters her. But the problem is that Lu Yu looks too ordinary, with some scabies on his face, which is totally not her type. Hearing Xiao Nianwei say this, Lu Yu's face looked a little embarrassed.
He didn't say anything, just stood there.
Seeing this, Xiao Nianwei glared at Lu Yu, then turned and ran towards the school gate. Anyway, I've already got the phone number, and there will be plenty of opportunities to contact each other in the future, so there's no need to rush. After Xiao Nianwei left, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to Chen Feng, and said in a deep voice,
"Brother, give up. It's impossible for you and Wei." Chen Feng laughed and found it very interesting.
"Why do you say that?"
Lu Yu showed an impatient look. "You still can't tell? Do you know what Xiao Nianwei's family conditions are like? How much money does her family have? I won't say much else. Look at the watch in my hand. This is a Rolex.
I spent 1.3 million to buy it. Wake up, brother. This society is very realistic.
You are so different from Wei. His family will never agree with it. To tell you the truth, my family owns a company. If you are willing to delete Wei's phone number, I can consider giving you a little benefit in handing over our company's business to you. This is a rare opportunity for you." Chen Feng nodded, "Not bad."
A hint of joy flashed across Lu Yu's face. "You agreed?" "No, I mean you are a nice person, but unfortunately you are a little ugly."
Chen Feng laughed. A trace of anger flashed across Lu Yu's face.
In fact, he was not ugly, just average looking. Besides, a man relies mainly on money, not looks. He had never cared about his face before. It's a pity that Xiao Nianwei cares a lot about it, and she is also a heavy fan of looks.
Okay, your performance is great, but you got one thing wrong.
There is no need to show a person's strength through his clothes. Even though the car I drive is worth less than 1 million, my net worth is at least several billion.
Keep your eyes open, brother. You'll easily suffer in the future if you keep doing this.
After saying that, Chen Feng patted Lu Yu on the shoulder, turned around and drove away. If he had met such a person in the past, he would definitely be very angry because he really had nothing, but now, he has let it go.
As the saying goes, the more you lack something, the more you care about it.
Chen Feng didn't have money before, so he cared a lot about others making trouble about this, but now that he has become a big boss, of course he doesn't mind it.
Lu Yu's matter was just a minor episode.
Chen Feng didn't take it to heart at all and went straight back to the company. Seeing Chen Feng coming back, Xiao Shanshan said quickly, "Boss, you're back just in time.
The game department has now expanded its recruitment. You can go over and take a look. In addition, we must decide in advance what kind of game we are going to make next. What about Yo-Yo King 2 and Balala the Fairies? How are the preparations going? Weren't these two things done earlier?" Chen Feng asked curiously.
Xiao Shanshan said lightly, "This is not important."
Chen Feng's eyes widened. "What do you mean this is not important?"
"Hey, boss, judging from the current situation, the annual profit of the film and television department may not be as much as the annual profit of the game. Moreover, the speed of film and television payment is frighteningly slow, at least 1 year.
It is better to focus on the game." "What are you talking about? The film and television department can still make money, right?" Chen Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Yes, you can make money, but the amount is very little, and the pace is very slow," Xiao Shanshan said nonchalantly.
Although the game department has only been established for more than a month, in her mind it is already the most important department of the company. Chen Feng shook his head and had no intention of arguing with this money grubber. Instead, he expressed his thoughts.
Shanshan, more and more people are using smartphones now. Have you ever thought about our company developing a mobile chat software, just like the penguin on the computer? Are you talking about MeXin and EXIN? MeXin? EXIN?
Yes, these two softwares are comparable to the Penguin account on computers. MeXin was developed by the Rice Company and is currently very popular among young people.
ESIN is a new function of China Telecom. It is free to send text messages. It is currently the most popular. The other one is Penguin.
I heard that they are preparing to develop a mobile phone version of Penguin account. It turns out that there is already relevant software.
Chen Feng felt a little disappointed.
He thought he had come up with a good idea, but who knew that someone had already gotten there first, and much earlier than him?
Xiao Shanshan nodded. Yes, this market has been occupied by others. We should focus on making games.
With the Hero Federation, our start is very smooth.
We should continue to make progress. Wrong.
At this time, Njishui suddenly interrupted, the market has not been fully occupied yet.
Most people are still using old-fashioned mobile phones.
In the future, they will definitely find a way to switch to smartphones.
This is the best opportunity for expansion. If you miss it,
after 2 years, it will be basically impossible to catch up.
Xiao Shanshan frowned. Why do we have to develop chat software?
It doesn't make money, and it certainly doesn't make as much money as games. Njishui smiled gently. Penguin didn't make money at the beginning, but relying on the linkage between Penguin and games, Penguin Company has now become the overlord of the game industry. We should copy their path. Maybe chat software doesn't make money, but we can use chat software to divert traffic to games. Xiao Shanshan was speechless, feeling somewhat convinced by Njishui.
Chen Feng nodded. Shanshan, I think what Shui said makes sense. We should copy Penguin's success in computers. Mobile internet is a hot topic and we must seize it.
He knew very well that Xiao Shanshan was good at company management, but her grasp of the future was not as good as Njishui's, because Njishui herself was an omnipotent robot from the future, and her words were basically correct.
Okay, I will find someone to develop the software as soon as possible. Xiao Shanshan nodded.
It's nothing more than hiring a few dozen more programmers, which is really nothing for Chengfeng now.
With games as a cash cow, Chengfeng's cash flow is extremely abundant, which can support their expansion.
So, after chatting for a while, Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but urge Chen Feng to go to the game department to decide what game the company should develop in the next stage.
This is the company's current focus. As for chat software, it is just a side job. Chapter 47 Mobile games are the mainstream.
This is Wang Chang, the manager of the game department. He is currently in charge of most of the game department's affairs. When he arrived at the gaming department, the senior executives had already gathered together, looking at Chen Feng in awe. This is the big boss who decides their future. But this big boss is a little too young.
Has he graduated from college?
Wang Chang is a middle-aged man in his 30s who wears glasses. His hair is a little sparse and his hairline has moved up, which clearly shows the characteristics of a programmer. When he saw Chen Feng, Wang Chang came up to him politely, shook his hand and chatted with him for a while. The two had met before, and now they were just getting more familiar with each other. After chatting for a while, Chen Feng sat down and asked directly.
So, have you decided on the type of new game? Wang Chang nodded. We have almost finished discussing it.
We decided to learn from the most popular game Legend and make an online game focusing on Guild Wars. The success of Legend has proved the feasibility of this game mode.
The advancement of technology will allow us to optimize the graphics. At the same time, we can also learn from the lessons of Legend.
Wang Chang began to talk, and it was obvious that he was a professional in this area, with great confidence in his tone. Although Chen Feng was rich, he didn't know much about this aspect. He didn't know whether what Wang Chang said was right or wrong. He turned his head silently and looked at Njishui.
He trusted Njishui's judgment more.
Njishui noticed Chen Feng's gaze and shook his head slightly. Chen Feng had no choice but to suppress his desire to ask questions and listen quietly to Wang Chang's specific plans for the game. After finishing his speech, Chen Feng nodded and said in a proper manner, "Well, very good. Come up with the design plan as soon as possible, especially the budget, which must be calculated well."
There is no way to know whether this design is reliable just by talking about it. Even if there are obvious problems, Chen Feng will not be able to hear them. But if there is a design plan, he can use an identification camera to check whether the game has the potential to be successful. With this plug-in, it would be hard for the game made by Chen Feng to fail. Wang Chang didn't know what Chen Feng was thinking. He thought his idea was recognized by the boss, and nodded excitedly, "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely come up with the design in the shortest time possible." After the meeting, Chen Feng asked Jishui, "Do you think Wang Chang's idea has a chance of success?" Jishui is an all-round robot from the future. She also knows a lot about games and is better than anyone else in the company. She can even design a game by herself. It's right to ask her. The authentication camera plus Jishui is Chen Feng's double insurance. Jishui shook his head slowly, "Just listening won't tell you anything. We have to wait until the design plan comes out before we can tell you the details." Chen Feng had no choice but to nod. "By the way, Master, there is one thing I must remind you of." Jishui's expression became serious. "You say?" Seeing Jishui's serious expression, Chen Feng also became serious. Jishui is his Zhuge Liang, so what she says must be taken seriously. "Master, I think the company should devote some of its energy to mobile games instead of putting all its efforts on computer games." "Why do you say that?" "Because not everyone has a computer, but everyone has a mobile phone. As the performance of mobile phones gradually improves, mobile phones will definitely become people's most important tool in the future, and mobile games will definitely occupy the mainstream of games. We must plan ahead." Chen Feng nodded, "What you said makes sense." "That's true." The computer is too big for Chen Feng to carry with him at all times, but he does carry his cell phone with him at all times. According to a survey, only 10% of households in the country own a computer, which is why street-side internet cafes are so popular. However, more and more people own mobile phones. The company needs to focus part of its energy on mobile games, which will be the mainstream of future games. Fortunately, he had Jishui's assistance, otherwise he would not have noticed this. Now that you have noticed it, the problem is very simple. It's just a matter of hiring more people. The company's cash flow is sufficient, so there is no problem in recruiting people. At the same time, Chen Feng was also reminded by Jishui. "Well, if that's the case, will watching movies and TV series on mobile phones become the mainstream in the future? Our company might as well develop a similar software." Jishui shook his head, "I don't recommend doing this." "Why?" Chen Feng looked puzzled. Compared to the cash flow of games and the coverage of chat, the importance of video software should be ranked behind, and the speed of making money is very slow. We should not invest too much energy in it, which will affect the development of the company. Jishui said very seriously. Chen Feng suddenly smiled. Jishui's suggestion was indeed correct, but it was a pity that she did not understand human nature. There are many beautiful young ladies in the entertainment industry, so of course you have to plan ahead. He is a man who is going to be the overlord of the entertainment industry. However, what Jishui said does make some sense, including the development of PC games, the layout of mobile games, the development of chat software, the investment in film and television, and the expansion of toy factories. The company has been developing too many businesses recently, so it would be better to slow down a bit. He will not give up on the entertainment industry. Sooner or later, he will dive into it headfirst and defeat all his opponents. "What's my next schedule?" Chen Feng suddenly said. "Today's work is almost done. If you have time, you can go to the film and television department to supervise the progress of Balala the Fairies in Yo-Yo King. Also, Su Zhang wants to meet with you to talk." "Su Zhang, the comedian, why did he look for me?" Chen Feng was a little surprised. "He wants to make a movie and is looking for you to raise investment." "Hey, another one looking for investment, have you sent the script?" "It has been sent. By the way, I remember he is from Guangxian, why doesn't he seek investment from Guangxian?" Chen Feng asked again. "I don't know. I guess it's because he's an actor and Guangguang doesn't trust his ability." Chen Feng shook his head and had no intention of asking further questions. Now, the people who seek him for investment can line up from here to the United States. He is too lazy to meet ordinary people. Only those with particularly excellent scripts will he make time to meet them. But this Su Zhang is somewhat famous after all, so let's meet him. However, whether to invest or not depends on the script. If it can make money, then invest. If it can't make money, then no one can help it. Chen Feng is not some kind of lucky guy. He must see a return on his money when he invests it. Boss. Mr. Chen.
Seeing Chen Feng coming, everyone in the film and television department stood up.
Chapter 48, $1 billion movie. Among them, Zhang Yang was okay.
He was familiar with Chen Feng and had met him many times. His attitude was relatively calm. However, the others were very nervous.
Don't be shy, everyone take a seat. Zhang Yang, how is the script preparation for the second part of Yo-Yo King going?
Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand, while Njishui stood silently behind him. The script outline has been drawn up. It will continue the story of the first part, and the two leading actors on the spot will still be the protagonists. However, Mr. Xiao said that this will not start shooting until next year, so I haven't prepared the crew yet.
Yes. Chen Feng nodded.
You know, we make money not by selling TV series, but mainly by selling derivative products. Now most people have bought yo-yos once, and they will definitely not buy them again in a short period of time. When they get tired of the old yo-yos next year, we can launch the TV series and sell a wave of new yo-yos.
Zhang Yang nodded.
In fact, he was very clear about the strategy of the company's film and television department. Xiao Shanshan had told him about it many times. However, the company's strategic focus suddenly shifted to the game department, which made Zhang Yang, who worked in the film and television department, feel a little unbalanced. He quickly said, "Mr. Chen, the script of Balala the Fairies has been written.
We have already earned pocket money from the little boys. Now it's time to earn some pocket money from the little girls.
Chinese people have the habit of raising boys poorly and girls well. They are stingy with boys but generous with girls. I believe Balala the Fairies will be a big hit after it is launched."
Chen Feng's expression became serious. Do you want to film Balala the Fairies? Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment, then nodded, that's right.
Yo-Yo King can't be filmed now, so I want to film Little Magic Fairies.
After all, I'm also the director of the company.
Since it's a TV series prepared by the company, I will definitely do my best to do it.
Is that so? Chen Feng was a little hesitant. The Little Magic Fairies and Yo-Yo King are different.
Yo-Yo King focuses on the second-year student culture in yo-yos, and its main target audience is men, while the Little Magic Fairies focuses on transformation, and its main target audience is women. The styles can be said to be completely different.
Can Zhang Yang do a good job in filming it?
No matter what, Zhang Yang is an old employee of the company, and it is difficult for Chen Feng to refuse his request.
Zhang Yang, you know, this TV series is different from Yo-Yo King. The main audience is women, which is quite different from the style you are good at.
Zhang Yang was anxious and said quickly, "Mr. Chen, they are both TV series, so the filming process is similar.
Besides, Little Magic Fairies is much easier to film than Yo-Yo.
The main focus is transformation, which makes it even easier."
Oh?
Chen Feng showed some interest.
I didn't expect that Zhang Yang was quite knowledgeable. He could actually figure out that the main theme of this TV series is transformation. He was able to confirm this by identifying the camera.
Next, Chen Feng talked with Zhang Yang for a while and found that Zhang Yang was actually very knowledgeable about the Little Magic Fairy, and it was obvious that he had put a lot of effort into it in private.
Okay, Zhang Yang, if that's the case, then you will be the director of this TV series.
You can tell me the budget, but I'll tell you one thing first, don't let the same thing happen again. When we were filming the Yo-Yo King in the previous crew, there was a prop master who, out of sheer audacity or she was crazy with poverty, actually wanted to falsify the accounts to make money. He was discovered by Xiao Shanshan, who called the police and had the man arrested. The company has ample cash flow, so Chen Feng doesn't mind adding a little more budget, but if you want to do something fancy, he will definitely not be polite. Zhang Yang's heart sank, and he patted his chest to assure, "Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will personally supervise this time, and there will definitely be no mistakes.
I guarantee that the filming of the TV series will go smoothly." Chen Feng nodded.
He still trusted Zhang Yang more in this regard.
After all, he was the director, and the success of the TV series would be the biggest benefit to him.
Moreover, he also has an identification camera as his trump card.
Although there is a lot of complicated information, it should not be a big problem to detect whether there is any trick.
The company is now on the right track, with two great gods, Xiao Shanshan and Njishui, watching over it. Although Chen Feng is not as capable as them, he has plug-ins, which in a sense makes him more powerful than these two gods.
Therefore, the company's future is very bright.
Look, Chen Feng used the plug-in and immediately found a super profitable movie.
The script of the Thai movie. Note 1, this is an excellent comedy. Remark 2, this movie has great potential. If the filming and promotion schedule is satisfactory, the box office will not be less than 1 billion. Note 3, there is a 95% chance that the movie will make a lot of money.
When Chen Feng saw the information identified by the identification camera, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. No way, the box office of this movie is actually 10 billion. Chen Feng read the movie script carefully and seriously. There is nothing special about it, it is just a simple comedy movie script, and even the background is set in Siam, which has nothing to do with China. I thought this was just an ordinary movie, but no one expected that the box office would have a chance to break 1 billion. The current domestic box office revenue seems to be just around 10 billion, but this movie actually has the potential to break the box office record. I looked at the investment cost, it was only 30 million, but the profit was over 300 million. It can be said that there are very few domestic companies whose annual profits can exceed this. Chen Feng suddenly laughed, feeling it was very interesting. Who would have thought that such a good movie that could make money would come to us on its own initiative? After taking several shots with the camera and confirming the potential of the film, Chen Feng decisively asked Ding Jishui to call Su Zhang and ask him to invest heavily in the company. Upon learning that Chung Feng Culture wanted to invest, Su Zhang was startled. Without any delay, he decisively took a plane over here, and even brought along his wife, Tao Hong, with whom he met through the play Little Dragon Girl.
Unfortunately, time never spares beauties. The once peerless beauty is now only left with a little bit of her charm.
In this matter, she is just an embellishment. Su Zhang brought her here mainly to show off his strength. After all, Chung Feng Culture is quite famous in the industry. Even Yi Shao had to give in after offending them.
Their strength should not be underestimated.
In addition, Chung Feng Culture is also involved in the manufacturing and gaming industries, and both are developing very well, with more potential than ordinary entertainment companies.
As long as Chung Feng Culture is willing to invest, even if the investment is not much, it represents a good start.
Relying on the reputation of Chung Feng Culture, Su Zhang was able to immediately seize the initiative and find other companies to obtain sufficient investment.
Su Zhang is an actor, and a successful one at that.
He once filmed The Legend of the White Snake with Tao Hong, which had very high ratings. Later, he even starred in several movies in succession, all of which had good box office results.
Chapter 49 I invested in this movie.
From this point of view, Su Zhang's acting career can be said to be very successful, and as an actor, he is qualified. But Su Zhang is ambitious, he does not want to be just an actor. He is already over 30 years old and his acting range is obviously getting narrower, so he wants to transform himself and become a director. To this end, Su Zhang specially bought a script that he thought was very good, and then tried to find someone to invest in it. The first place Su Zhang found was Guangxian because it was his old club. Guang agreed to invest, but did not agree to give director Su Zhang a share of the profits. Because Su Zhang has never proven himself in the field of directing. There are a lot of actors, and even more who want to become directors, but only a few succeed. Even if Su Zhang did not want a director's fee or even a film salary, Guang was unwilling to give Su Zhang a share of the profits. In this situation, Su Zhang could only look for other film and television companies to see if he could get investment. Other companies had even worse conditions than him, and some even asked him to sign a bet agreement. To put it bluntly, no one believed in his abilities. Submitting the script to Chung Feng was just a matter of hope. Su Zhang himself did not have much confidence. He was very clear about his situation and had even begun to consider whether to agree to Guang's conditions. In this situation, Chen Feng extended a hand of friendship to him and was willing to give him a share of the box office profits, so Su Zhang came over without hesitation.
Hello Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to be so young. You are really promising at a young age. Su Zhang couldn't help but praise him. In fact, what he was thinking was, reincarnation is really a technical job. Mr. Su Zhang, I won't say any more. We are very optimistic about your script and have decided to invest in it. Chen Feng's face was serious. That's great. Su Zhang smiled.
In fact, Guang also agreed to invest, but I want the director's share.
How many do you want? 10%. That's a bit much.
I don't need the director's fee or the film remuneration. I believe this movie will definitely make money and make up for my losses. I also believe that this movie will definitely make money, but 10% is still too much. After all, Mr. Su Zhang, you are an actor and have no experience at all.
You have not even been an assistant director.
After a heated argument, the two men finally decided on Su Zhang's share at 5%. Originally, Chen Feng wanted to lower it, but considering that there might be opportunities for cooperation in the future, as well as factors such as reputation in the industry, he finally decided on 5%. Su Zhang was a little dissatisfied, but Chen Feng was willing to pay him normal film and director fees, which made him unable to say anything against it. This condition is actually very generous, especially for a new director like him. Strictly speaking, he even made a profit. After all, no one knows what will happen to the movie after it is released. It might even be a loss. Su Zhang picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip. The director's share is set at 5%, but Mr. Chen, the total cost of this film is 30 million. If you invest too little, other investors may not agree to this condition. Don't worry, there won't be another investor. We, Chen Feng culture, have invested all the money in this movie. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Invest all? Su Zhang was stunned for a moment. Are you sure? You don't need to find other companies to invest together to spread the risk? No need. Chen Feng shook his head slowly. I told you, Su Zhang, our company is very optimistic about your movie, so we don't want to share the cake with others. Hearing Chen Feng say this, Su Zhang didn't know whether to thank Chen Feng for his trust or to lament Chen Feng's madness. You know, the most taboo thing in the entertainment industry is that one company invests all its money. With a movie, no one knows whether it will make money until it is released. If you are not careful, you may lose everything. Let us not talk about people who happen far away, let us talk about someone who happened recently, a famous director named Stephen Chow. After making money as an actor, he wanted to become a director and started filming A Chinese Odyssey. However, he suffered heavy losses and his company went bankrupt. He then worked for several years before paying off his debts. This is why Su Zhang must find someone to invest. Even though he was really optimistic about the movie, he didn't dare to bet on it. In the end, Chen Feng took the gamble, which made Su Zhang feel complicated. He had no choice but to pat his chest and said seriously, since you trust me so much, Mr. Chen, I will definitely not let you down. After I return, I will immediately start preparing the crew and strive to shoot this movie as soon as possible. Don't worry, I believe you. Chen Feng patted Su Zhang on the shoulder. Having settled the investment matters in Thailand, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little proud. People who have cheats are amazing. They can make a lot of money without even realizing it. After the movie is broadcast, the people at Guangguang will definitely be very depressed. A movie that could have made a lot of money was taken away by Chen Feng culture just because they were unwilling to give Su Zhang a share of the profits. Originally, this money should have been earned by them, but it was snatched away by accident. Maybe the top management of Guangxian will still hold a grudge against him. But it doesn't matter. It will take at least a year from filming to broadcasting of this movie. By that time, Chen Feng would no longer take a mere ray of light seriously. Even now, Chen Feng is not afraid that the people from Guangguang will come to cause trouble. Mr. Chen, what are you laughing at? Seeing the smug expression on Chen Feng's face, Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but ask. I just invested in a great movie, how could I not laugh? Is it Tai Wu who just signed the contract? That's right. But the people in the business department said that this movie is very risky because the filming location was changed from China to Siam, which might make it difficult for the audience to empathize with the movie. They even suggested that we only invest in a part of the movie and get a few more companies to invest in the rest to avoid too much risk. Don't pay attention to them. Geniuses always transcend their times. I believe in my vision and I believe that this movie will be a big hit, even break the box office record and surprise everyone. Chen Feng said with extreme confidence. Okay. Xiao Shanshan shrugged. Just do as you say. You're the boss of the company. Anything else? Recruitment for the mobile game department has already started. Do you want to go and take a look in person? Xiao Shanshan asked. No need, let Shui go and see it. I believe in her judgment. Chen Feng waved his hand. Shui, you're really being affectionate. Xiao Shanshan sneered and leaned close to Chen Feng's ear. It's come to this, and you're still not going to tell me about your relationship. Xiao Shanshan's breath is as sweet as orchid, which makes people feel itchy. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. What the hell, and Shui is just a robot, he can't do anything, why does he care? You'll know later. Chen Feng simply waved his hand to deal with it. Chapter 50 Huai's Cocktail Party. Xiao Shanshan curled her lips, but ultimately didn't press too hard. As a man, it doesn't matter if he is a little fickle, as long as he has her in his heart. Anyway, Chen Feng never paid less than the public grain he was supposed to pay, and every time he gave her more.
Well, if you don't want to tell us, then don't tell us. Someone from a TV station in Japan came and wanted to introduce the Yo-Yo Boy King.
At the same time, many foreign toy manufacturers came to us and hoped to buy yo-yos. You go and negotiate for these, and make sure you get a good price. Chen Feng nodded decisively.
It is a good thing that Japanese TV stations want to introduce TV dramas.
Chen Feng has no reason to refuse. Besides, earning foreign exchange by selling yo-yos is an even better thing. Foreign children are rich, especially in the United States and Australia, which are developed regions, and the prices of toys must be set. There is one annoying thing, that is, if foreigners pirate and produce yo-yos, Chen Feng cannot do anything about it because they are too far away.
In fact, even in the country there are many places that cannot be managed. One last thing. Hawaii is hosting a cocktail party. Would you like to go and take a look?
Hawaii's cocktail party. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment and nodded. Hawaii is a giant in the industry, integrating film and television production, variety show production, artist management, distribution, and theaters. It is much more powerful than Chen Feng.
Of course, Hawaii does not dare to underestimate Chen Feng. Currently, Chen Feng is a shareholder of Hawaii. Although the shares are small, the process of obtaining them is very dramatic.
He also had the phone number of Hawaii's boss, and the two even had a phone call and contacted each other once.
Hawaii's cocktail party is quite famous in the industry.
Participants include companies that have cooperated with Hawaii, directors, producers, and actors. It is almost the same as the Spring Festival Gala, except that no one performs.
In fact, no one wanted to watch the show.
Most people attended the cocktail party with their own purposes.
Some come to negotiate cooperation, some to raise money for their own projects, and some to find financial sponsors. This is a world of fame and fortune, filled with hunters and prey.
In order to host this cocktail party, Hawaii specially booked a banquet hall. There were people coming and going, and it looked extremely lively.
After Chen Feng pulled Xiao Shanshan in, few people paid attention to them. Most people just treated them as ordinary guests.
After all, Chen Feng Entertainment has only been established for less than half a year.
If it weren't for Yi Kan Yang's incident, it wouldn't even be qualified to attend this cocktail party. Who among those here is an ordinary person?
Chen Feng and Xiao Shanshan are not famous enough to be recognized at a glance, so of course few people pay attention to them.
After discovering this, Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but snorted, feeling a little unhappy.
She felt even more upset when she found out that those big-bellied men were looking at her with greedy eyes. In the company, she was the one who made all the calls and could make everything happen, but here, few people paid any attention to her.
Chen Feng patted Xiao Shanshan on the shoulder, signaling her to calm down.
No one came to disturb him, so Chen Feng felt at ease. As for other people ignoring him, Chen Feng didn't care. It has only been less than half a year since he got the system, but he has achieved his current success. After a while, he is confident that he will surpass everyone present.
Let's go, just treat this as a dinner party. There's nothing to be disappointed about. Don't forget, we are not only an entertainment company, we are also a gaming company, and our cash flow is more abundant than anyone else here. Chen Feng consoled him.
Xiao Shanshan nodded, but she still felt unhappy. It was clearly her suggestion that the company shift its focus to gaming, but she felt uncomfortable seeing this scene. The two of them silently went to get a glass of wine, ready to blend into the party in a low-key manner.
Mr. Chen, Mr. Xiao, long time no see. A familiar face came into their sight. It's Mr. Wu. How is your injury?
Chen Feng smiled when he saw this person. The person who came was Wu Mingwen, a perfect senior executive who once had a crush on Xiao Shanshan. However, he was sent to the hospital by Chen Feng using the Doom doll. Several months have passed since the last time. Judging from his appearance, his injury should have healed.
Wu Mingwen smiled bitterly. Oh, don't say it, I was so unlucky last time. Chen Feng smiled secretly. It's not that you're unlucky, it's that you've offended me.
There was nothing he could do. It was Wu Mingwen who was trying to snatch the woman from him.
Chen Feng is not a saint.
If anyone dares to offend him, he will definitely retaliate severely. He has already decided that if Wu Mingwen still dares to have an ambiguous relationship with Xiao Shanshan, he will probably have to go to the hospital for the second time today.
Fortunately, Wu Mingwen is not so horny.
After he went to the hospital last time, he had already found out everything about Changfeng culture through various channels.
This is not a small company.
In fact, it has a strong background. Even Yi Xiao has to submit to it. Moreover, Changfeng culture has also entered the field of gaming and has a currently very popular game, which is no less powerful than any company present.
Games make a lot of money.
The most important thing is that Qin Feng is the boss of the company, and Xiao Shanshan obviously has a very close relationship with him. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. No matter what, he is just a company executive, an employee who might be promoted at any time.
How can he compare to a boss?
So, Wu Mingwen came to surrender, and his words showed that he hoped Xiao Shanshan would not bother with him. Xiao Shanshan took advantage of the situation and Chen Feng didn't care. He had already taught Wu Mingwen a lesson last time, so he was naturally willing to accept Wu Mingwen's apology. Wu Mingwen breathed a sigh of relief and without wasting any time, turned around to look for someone else. He came to the cocktail party for a company mission and couldn't stay here for too long. However, after Wu Mingwen came over, he attracted the attention of others. It's funny to say that Qin Feng and Xiao Shanshan are not as well known as Wu Mingwen in the industry, even though he is just an ordinary senior executive. Because Qin Feng and Xiao Shanshan are just newcomers, while Wu Mingwen has been working in the entertainment industry for several years. Wang Jun, the boss of Huai, showed a hint of surprise and apologized to Cheng Hua, the boss of Guangguang who was negotiating with him.
Wait, a friend is coming over, I'm going to go talk to him. Who is it? Cheng Hua was a little curious. Who on earth has such a great reputation that Wang Jun actually left him aside and went to look for him on his own initiative? He is the boss of Guangxian, and his ranking in the industry has never fallen out of the top 3. The boss of Changfeng Entertainment is also a shareholder of our company, although his shares are not large. Changfeng Entertainment?
Cheng Hua's expression changed.
What's wrong? Wang Jun asked. Looking at this expression, it seems like there is a story behind it.
Cheng Hua quickly regained his composure. It's nothing, just that a promising project was snatched away.
You know how embarrassed Su Zhang is. If it was so promising, why was it snatched away? Wang Jun asked curiously. Chapter 51, a movie that will be a big hit.
Cheng Hua gave a bitter smile. Su Zhang wants a share of the box office.
How can that be possible? He is a new director, how can he ask for it?
I was planning to leave him alone, but who knew he would go find Cheng Feng?
You can invest as well. Wang Jun was still very confused. I can't follow the investment.
Cheng Feng has bought all the shares.
There is not a single share left. So reckless. Wang Jun widened his eyes, feeling shocked.
What courage this requires.
Aren't you afraid of losing money?
For example, their Hui, even if it is a very promising project, can only account for more than half of the market share at most.
There is no way. No one dares to put all their eggs in one basket. Everyone would rather earn less than take risks. Maybe they are relying on their abundant cash flow. They have a game that is very popular in the market. Many people in the internet cafe are playing it.
Cheng Hua felt sad. Although he is a big shot in the film and television industry and has a very glorious life, it is really difficult for him to make money.
He invests hard and finally makes money, but it takes 1 or 2 years to get the money back. How can he make money as quickly as playing games? That's no big deal.
Don't worry, I'll go talk to him later and get some shares for you.
Wang Jun smiled.
Forget it, it's just a comedy movie, I don't care.
Cheng Hua waved his hand. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. It's better to talk it out.
Maybe we can have a chance to cooperate in the future.
Wang Jun patted Cheng Hua on the shoulder and walked towards Chen Feng and Xiao Shanshan with a glass of red wine.
He was the celebrity of the party, and many people's eyes were always on him. When they saw Wang Jun taking the initiative to find Chen Feng, many people looked at him in surprise and started asking people who these two people were.
Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to be so young.
And the person next to you must be Ms. Xiao, she's so beautiful.
Wang Jun approached and started chatting with Chen Feng.
I have to say that Wang Jun is extremely sociable, witty and humorous, and he had a very pleasant conversation with Chen Feng.
Chen Feng is not a wooden man. Since the big boss comes in person, he naturally has to give face. Xiao Shanshan would occasionally interject with a smile, and the atmosphere among the three of them was very friendly.
Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Wang Jun said, "By the way, I heard that you recently invested in a project, and you invested all of it." Chen Feng nodded. Brother, I have to advise you not to invest all your money. The risk is too great. Do you know how many companies went bankrupt because of a movie? Don't worry about that, Mr. Wang. I have confidence in this movie. Chen Feng smiled. Just kidding, I have a cheat, so there is no risk at all in investing. Wang Jun couldn't continue speaking. Why is this young man so stubborn? How can I respond when you speak so directly? Don't you know that the most important thing in the business world is tact? Ahem, actually, this is what happened. Guangxian was originally optimistic about your project and was planning to lead the investment. Now you're cutting in midway, which is considered breaking the rules. It would be better for everyone if you give up some of your shares. Chen Feng curled his lips. What a joke, this is a movie that has the potential to break the domestic box office record, why should it give up its share? As for breaking the rules, that's even funnier. What rules can there be in a shopping mall? There is only one rule here, and that is to make money. As long as you can make money, the rules don't matter at all. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I won't give up my share. If the people from Guangxian are not satisfied, let them come to me. Wang Jun's expression froze. Why are you so disrespectful? Ahem, let's put it this way, Chen Feng, you know 1942, it's Feng Xiaojiang's work. If you're willing, I can give you 10%. Wang Jun said with a painful look on his face. Chen Feng also looked a little surprised. Of course he knows Feng Xiaojiang, who is known as the Little Cannon. He was the first to pioneer the concept of New Year comedy films and is a famous director in the circle. Such a director will definitely not be short of investment. Many bosses are eager to put money directly into his hands. As for the project 1942, Chen Feng has also heard about it. It is a key project of Huai. The shooting cost alone requires 200 million yuan. It is a blockbuster among blockbusters. You know, there are very few movies with box office of over 100 million yuan in China nowadays. Huai actually spent 200 million yuan to make this movie. You can imagine the status of this project in Huai Company. This is a rooster that lays golden eggs. Huai has only released a very small share because they firmly believe that this movie will bring them rich returns. Chen Feng was really surprised that Wang Jun was willing to give up part of his shares. After thinking carefully, Chen Feng finally shook his head. Boss Wang, you don't have to say anything. I won't give up my share. Wang Jun had nothing to say. He had already offered the best conditions, but even so, Chen Feng still didn't want to agree, so there was nothing he could do. To put it bluntly, this is a matter between Guangguan and Cheng Feng. He intervened in order to get both sides to give him face, but now he has messed up and is a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, Wang Jun had experienced many storms before, so he forced a smile and said a few more words to smooth over the situation, then left with a smile. Boss, why don't you agree? I've heard of the 1942 project. It's the best resource in the industry. I don't know how many people want to get involved. Xiao Shanshan, who had remained silent, couldn't help but ask. There is no comparison between the two movies, 1942 and Lost in Thailand. If Lost in Thailand is a small street restaurant, then 1942 is a 5-star hotel. The two are simply not in the same league. Shanshan, do you believe in my judgment? Chen Feng suddenly turned around and asked. Xiao Shanshan nodded without hesitation. I believe it, of course I believe it. Although Chen Feng seldom takes charge of things and doesn't have a very good understanding of the company's operations, Xiao Shanshan really admires his vision. The Yo-Yo King used the TV series as a toy promotional film, making the yo-yo the most popular toy in China, and even many foreigners began to come to the door. Finger Company raised funds and boldly bought most of the shares of Finger Company before the game was completed. Then, Hero Federation became popular, and the value of these shares skyrocketed several times in just a few months. These two things fully verified Chen Feng's keen vision. Just believe it, Shanshan. I can tell you very clearly that this Thai movie will be a big hit at the box office and may even break the domestic box office record. In fact, when Wang Jun said that he was willing to give Chen Feng a share of the project 1942, he was really a little shaken. But after careful consideration, Chen Feng felt that this deal was not worthwhile. You know, the cost of Taiyuan was only 30 million, but the revenue was over 300 million, which is a profit of 1,000%. What about 1942? With a cost of 200 million, how much could the final box office be? Even if we assume a high estimate, breaking the domestic box office record and having a box office of 2 billion, the final profit would still not be as good as that of Thailand.
Chapter 52. Someone finally noticed. If that is the case, why should Chen Feng change it? Is it because he is afraid of offending Wang Guang? Are you kidding? The most important thing about doing business is to make money. If you are afraid of this and that, then you might as well not do anything.
Wang Jun felt a little unhappy after being rejected outright by Chen Feng, but Chen Feng was also a boss after all. Although he was not as good as Huai in the film and television industry, he was also involved in the gaming field, and his strength was not much worse than his. Therefore, Wang Jun's anger quickly dissipated, and after finding Cheng Hua, he simply shook his head. Sorry, brother, it didn't work out. Chen Feng was very determined and thought the project was great, so he didn't want to give up any of his share.
Cheng Hua frowned and said, "Forget it, it's just a movie, I might lose money if I don't know."
Wang Jun breathed a sigh of relief. It's great that you think so. By the way, I have a project here that I'm sure you'll be interested in.
Are you interested in Feng Xiaojiang's 1942?
Since Chen Feng didn't give him face, Wang Jun simply gave the share to Guangxian. One is to share the risks, and the other is that Guangxian's strength is much stronger than Cheng Feng's, especially in the field of film and television, where it is more than 10 streets stronger than Cheng Feng.
Then I'm very interested. Cheng Hua's eyes lit up. A project like 1942 was much better than the Thai version, and he didn't want to give up.
The two people discussed quickly and finally decided that Guangguan would invest 20 million and hold a 9% share, and one of the roles would be played by someone from Guangguan. The two bosses were chatting animatedly here, and on the other side, people started to approach Chen Feng and Xiao Shanshan to chat with them.
After chatting with Wang Jun, someone finally paid attention to them.
Chen Feng is quite famous in the industry, and now that the boss is here, it would be nice to get to know him. Maybe there will be a chance to work with us in the future, especially with some less famous directors and actors, whose attitudes are very enthusiastic.
Chen Feng never turned away any of these people.
If one wanted to do business, the most important thing was to be good at dealing with people.
Get your dirty hands off me, asshole. Just when Chen Feng was happily chatting with a director, a loud shout suddenly came from the side.
Everyone's eyes were drawn over there, and Chen Feng also looked over there in surprise.
What is going on? How could something unexpected happen at a cocktail party where so many big names in the industry gather?
I saw a young girl staring at a middle-aged man with a big belly with an angry look on her face. The middle-aged man's face was wet with red drops of wine.
Suddenly, many people showed expressions of watching a good show.
But looking at this scene, many people can guess what happened without anyone saying it. It was nothing more than a middle-aged man who wanted to take advantage, but ended up meeting a hot-tempered man, got splashed with wine, and lost face.
This kind of thing is extremely common in the entertainment industry and happens basically every moment. Sure enough, the following conversation verified their guess.
I'm telling you, I'm an actor, not a prostitute, so please be polite to me.
The young girl said angrily.
The middle-aged man snorted coldly, said nothing, and calmly wiped the wine off his face with the tissue on the table.
Seeing this scene, Wang Jun's face changed instantly.
I'm sorry, buddy, I have something I need to take care of. Wang Jun apologized to Cheng Hua and immediately walked towards the middle-aged man.
It's over, that little beauty is in trouble. Xiao Shanshan suddenly laughed.
Why do you say that?
Chen Feng asked with interest.
That man is a leader who is in charge of entertainment. Although he has no money, he has power.
The girl looks like an ordinary artist. How could she possibly please him?
Even Wang Jun doesn't dare to offend her.
Xiao Shanshan said softly. You know all this? Chen Feng was a little surprised.
Xiao Shanshan rolled her eyes. Of course, otherwise you think it's easy to manage a company.
You know, you have to take care of people from all walks of life. For the development of the company, you don't know how much I worry about it secretly.
Chen Feng smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work.
No sincerity at all. Xiao Shanshan rolled her eyes, and then whispered in his ear, Alas, that little beauty is obviously going to be in trouble. Do you want to go up and save her? Why are you a hero saving a beautiful girl? Do you think I have nothing to do? Because that little beauty is so pretty. Look at her fresh temperament. Even a woman like me is very moved. There are beautiful women everywhere. It's different.
The others are all made up, but that little beauty obviously has a good foundation, which is different from those made up.
What does that have to do with me?
Xiao Shanshan looked at Chen Feng strangely and said, Boss, you really shouldn't intervene.
If you don't intervene, this little beauty will definitely suffer. She might even be sent to bed tonight. That's her own path. Chen Feng's expression didn't change at all.
Xiao Shanshan was stunned for a moment and gained a new understanding of Chen Feng's character. In fact, Chen Feng really has no interest in this matter. On the surface, the little beauty seems very aggrieved, but in fact, if she had not entered the entertainment industry, she would not have encountered such a thing. You want to make money without paying anything, but there is no such thing in this world. To put it bluntly, as long as the woman doesn't want to, who dares to force her? The law is no joke. Chen Feng is too lazy to meddle in other people's business. As expected, after Wang Jun walked up to the girl, he didn't care what had just happened, and said in a deep voice, "Zhang, how did you do it?" Apologized to Director Zhang immediately. "Boss, it's him." Zhang wanted to explain. Wang Jun's face darkened. "Apologize." Zhang looked aggrieved, but did not dare to refute. "I'm sorry." Director Zhang smiled generously. "It's okay, it's just a small misunderstanding, it will be fine once it is resolved." "Thank you, Director Zhang, for your understanding." Wang Jun smiled, chatted with Director Zhang for a few words, and easily smoothed over the situation. Director Zhang seemed to have forgotten the embarrassment just now and was chatting happily with Wang Jun. Soon, an older woman called Zhang Shi away, and the party returned to calm again, as if nothing had happened. Except there is a little girl named Zhang Shi missing here. "What? You want me to sleep with him tonight?" Zhang Shi was extremely shocked. "Sister Wang, are you mistaken? I am also a star. If this gets out, how can I survive in the entertainment industry?" Sister Wang rolled her eyes and said, "Xiaoxi, don't blame me for not reminding you. Celebrities are nothing here. Director Zhang is in charge of the review of film and television dramas. The company can't afford to offend him. If you don't go with him, then you can forget about being in the entertainment industry in the future. In order not to offend Director Zhang, the company will definitely hide you. If I remember correctly, the contract you signed with the company is for 15 years, and it's only been a year and a half. Think about it, 13 years, how many 13 years can a person have?" Zhang Shi's heart suddenly trembled. Chapter 53. What does your popularity have to do with me? Not to mention being hidden in the dark for 13 years, she couldn't even bear it for 3 years. As for terminating the contract, that was even more impossible because she simply couldn't afford the termination fee. Do I really have to sleep with that greasy middle-aged man? Zhang Shi felt sick when he thought of Director Zhang's lecherous look just now. I am so beautiful, and I haven't met my Prince Charming yet. Am I really going to give up my virginity like this? No, absolutely not. Zhang Shi shook his head decisively. Sister Wang, I cannot agree to this request. Don't agree? Sister Wang sneered, wake up, don't take yourself too seriously. If the company didn't support you, do you think you could become a star? These days, 3-legged frogs are hard to find, but 2-legged women are everywhere. Let me tell you, others who want to accompany Director Zhang don't have this opportunity yet. Zhang Shi couldn't help but ask, if I want to be famous, do I have to be hidden? Can't I rely on my own real strength? Sister Wang couldn't help but roll her eyes. How old are you and still so naive? Strength? What a joke, what strength do you have? There are many people out there who are stronger than you. If you don't listen, why should I give you a chance? Gao Yu, he offended Master Yi last year and was immediately banned. If he hadn't been lucky enough to be noticed by Chengfeng's boss, he would still be living in poverty at home. Don't blame me for being realistic. This is how the entertainment industry is. You should think carefully about what to do next. After saying that, Sister Wang left. We are all adults, there is no need to make things too clear. Everyone chooses their own path and must bear the consequences themselves. Zhang Shi sat helplessly on the chair, looking confused. On the other side, after drinking a few glasses of wine, Chen Feng felt very bored and said to Xiao Shanshan, let's go, this party is boring. I'm hungry. Let's go out and eat something. Okay. Xiao Shanshan actually wanted to stay a little longer to see if she could discuss a good project, but when she saw that Chen Feng was a little impatient, she finally nodded. Boss, several directors came to us at the reception to ask for investment, and some actors even wanted to sign a contract with our company. What do you think? Ha ha. Chen Feng sneered, what kind of good project can find us? As for signing with our company, it's up to you. As long as you think it's worth training, it's fine. Okay. Xiao Shanshan nodded. In fact, what Chen Feng said was true. The current Chengfeng Entertainment can only be said to have established a firm foothold in the entertainment industry and is qualified to mix with other entertainment companies. But in terms of strength and popularity, they are still far behind those old companies. In this case, it is really difficult to find good projects. For a truly good project, such as 1942, even if Huawei Company wants to diversify its risks and give up its share, it still requires you to give up something in exchange, such as a share of a good project, or your TV series helping us to promote a certain star. This is the entertainment industry, you are in me and I am in you. Currently, Chengfeng is merely qualified to stand in front of other companies, but it still lacks a little to get them to share good projects. That's why Chengfeng said that this cocktail party was meaningless. It was just a way to get acquainted with those people. As for other effects, it had no effect at all. When the two decided to leave, they didn't say goodbye to anyone. They just put down their wine glasses and left the banquet hall. However, just as the two men reached the parking lot, an urgent voice suddenly came from behind. Mr. Chen, wait for me. Chen Feng turned around and saw the person running over. He was surprised and said, "Are you Zhang Shi, the one who spilled the wine at the party?" "Yes, it's me." Zhang Shi nodded and got straight to the point. "Mr. Chen, I actually came here to talk to you about something. I heard that you guys at Chengfeng Culture are short of people right now, so why don't you sign me?" Chen Feng showed a strange expression and looked at Xiao Shanshan next to him. Xiao Shanshan's expression was also a little subtle. There were indeed many young actors who wanted to join Chengfeng at the cocktail party today, but those people were either unsuccessful young actors or came from unknown small companies. There was really no one like Zhang Shi who came from a big company. "Why do you want to join our company? Isn't Huawei much stronger than ours?" Chen Feng asked. Zhang Shi smiled helplessly. "It's because Huawei is too big and there are too many female artists in the company. I can't compete for any good resources at all, so I want to join your company." In fact, the real reason was that she heard that Chengfeng Culture had a strong background, was not afraid of offending people, and was also a shareholder of Huawei. Under the current circumstances, only Chengfeng had the ability to keep her from being banned and hidden. Chen Feng's expression became playful. "Ms. Zhang, if an actor as talented as you joined our company under normal circumstances, we would welcome you. But now, you have already offended Director Zhang. Letting you join our company is equivalent to offending Director Zhang. We are not so bold." Zhang Shi was anxious, "But your company is not even afraid of Mr. Yi, there is only Director Zhang. As long as you sign me, I promise you will not regret it, because I will definitely be popular in the future and can help you make a lot of money." Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng couldn't help laughing, and even Xiao Shanshan next to him shook her head helplessly. "This girl is too naive. Whether you become famous in the future has nothing to do with us. To tell you the truth, as long as I want, I can make anyone famous. It just takes some effort." Chen Feng curled his lips in disdain. "As for offending Master Yi, it was because Gao Yu agreed to be my lover, so I was willing to protect her and give her enough resources to support her. What about you? What do you have that is worth me offending Director Zhang? You know, he is the current head of the entertainment industry." "You?" Zhang Shi's face turned pale. She didn't expect that Mr. Chen would speak so bluntly. But since she found this place, it means she has actually made up her mind. Zhang Shi looked directly at Chen Feng and gritted her teeth and said, I can also be your lover." "Oh?" Chen Feng looked Zhang Shi up and down with a half smile on his face. His naked eyes seemed to want to eat her up. Zhang Shi felt a little uncomfortable, but thinking of his own situation, he stood there obediently, even straightening his chest, with his tender buds forming a seductive arc. Zhang Shi is very confident about her appearance. Unlike other actresses, she does not rely on makeup to look stunning. She can outshine all the other actresses even without makeup. Otherwise, Director Zhang wouldn't have taken a fancy to her. Chapter 54. You are nothing. After all, a man in that position would never lack women. If Zhang Shi wasn't stunningly beautiful enough, how could she have attracted Director Zhang? She also thought it through. Since it was an unspoken rule anyway, why not find someone more handsome? At least, compared with Director Zhang, Chen Feng looked much more pleasing to the eye. Moreover, Chen Feng obviously has several women around him. Maybe they have been squeezed dry and he may not have time to find her. As if seeing Zhang Shi's determination, Chen Feng smiled and said, "With your face, you are barely qualified to be my lover. Unfortunately, I already have several women around me. One more or one less won't make much difference. But I happen to have a little bitch by my side.
How about you be my dog? As long as you are willing to be my little bitch, I will promise to protect you and give you resources to make you famous in the future. You bastard. Zhang Shi's eyes widened, and he was furious. Being a bitch? This guy actually said such words. I thought Chen Feng was barely a good guy, but who knew he was even more perverted than Director Zhang? It's really a waste of his face. If you don't want to, just leave. Chen Feng curled his lips in disdain. You think you have diamonds there, don't you? If you want to be my lover, I will let you be. To tell you the truth, at the cocktail party just now, I don't know how many actresses wanted to sleep with me. Compared with them, you are nothing. Letting you be my dog is because I respect you. Others want to be my dog, but you are not willing to do it. Shameless. Zhang Shi suddenly raised his hand. Xiao Shanshan, who was watching calmly nearby, could no longer sit still. She quickly reached out her hand and subdued Zhang Shi with one move. You dare to take action? Chen Feng gave a sly smile. I had no interest in you at first, but now I am a little interested in you. Shanshan, help me hold her tight, don't let her run away. Asshole, what do you want to do? I tell you, I will call the police. Zhang Shi's heart trembled and he felt very scared. This is a parking lot and there is no one around. If Chen Feng wants to do anything to her, she will have no power to resist. Do you think I'm afraid? Chen Feng curled his lips and signaled Xiao Shanshan to take Zhang Shi into the car. Xiao Shanshan looked hesitant, but when she saw Chen Feng's determined look, she finally sighed and pulled Zhang Shi into the car. Soon, the car body began to vibrate regularly. After a long time, Zhang Shi got out of the car with red eyes and yelled at Chen Feng, "Asshole, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will become famous on my own, so that you can know that the entertainment industry does not need unspoken rules." After saying that, Zhang Shi ran away limping. In the car, Chen Feng stretched comfortably, then patted Xiao Shanshan's little butt and said carelessly, "Drive, I'm hungry." Xiao Shanshan smiled bitterly and started the car. Soon, the two found a roadside stall with a strong smell of fireworks and ordered a lot of barbecue and beer. Chen Feng took a bite of the skewer, then took a big sip of beer and sighed in relief. It's comfortable. I haven't eaten at a roadside stall for a long time. I miss it. I remember when I was in college, I often went out with my roommates. Unfortunately, now that I'm working, no one is in touch with me anymore. Even in the group, no one shows up anymore. Xiao Shanshan also took a sip of beer. It's normal. College students are simple, so it's easy for them to get along with each other. Now that they're out in society, they know the cruelty of reality. If they don't make it, they won't keep in touch. For example, I rarely keep in touch with my college classmates, and I don't even keep in touch with my high school classmates anymore. By the way, boss, can I ask you something? Xiao Shanshan looked hesitant. Chen Feng took a bite of the skewer and said, "Go ahead and ask. What's our relationship?" There's no need to be so cautious. Boss, just now, actually, as long as you nodded, Zhang Shi would agree. Why did you have to? Why did you have to? You have to say it so harshly, don't you? Right. Xiao Shanshan nodded and looked at Chen Feng curiously. Chen Feng smiled and said, "The reason why I said such harsh words is that I am annoyed by her arrogant look. It seems that men will definitely fall in love with her just because she is beautiful. I just want her to know that she is nothing in my eyes. Don't pretend to be anything when you ask for help." But what you did just now is against the law. Xiao Shanshan said hesitantly. It doesn't matter. She has no evidence. If we really go to court, she will be the one who suffers. Chen Feng said nonchalantly. Boss, can you please not do that in the future? With your status, you can find any woman you want. If you are short of a woman, I can help you find one. Why do you have to use this method? Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but persuade. She is 100% loyal to Chen Feng and does not want Chen Feng to make any mistakes and suffer from irreparable consequences. Chen Feng looked at Xiao Shanshan seriously. Shanshan, I know you are doing this for my own good, but remember, no matter what I do in the future, you only need to obey my orders. There is no need to think too much. Can you do it? Looking at Chen Feng's serious expression, Xiao Shanshan thought about it for a long time, and finally nodded solemnly, yes. Why? What did you say? She ran away? Wang Jun showed a helpless expression. Sister Wang nodded, yes, she is nowhere to be found now, and she won't answer the phone. Damn, what does she think of the company?
She doesn't even think about the fact that if it weren't for the company's training, she wouldn't have become a star. Now the company is giving her benefits, but she dares to be ungrateful.
Wang Jun cursed angrily. What should we do about Director Zhang? He's still waiting. Sister Wang couldn't help but ask. Wang Jun frowned and sighed helplessly. What else can I do? I can only go and talk to him myself. By the way, ask Lang Lung, who was still in the company, to go with me. Soon, Wang Jun met Director Zhang.
Even though he is worth hundreds of billions, he really doesn't dare to offend Director Zhang too much. After all, they are in charge of the review of film and television dramas, which is very important to Huai's development. After Zhang Shi ran away, he quickly called Lang Lang over. Lang Lang is a first-line female star, and her fame spread all over the country. She is much more powerful than Zhang Shi and is the leading actress of Huai. Director Zhang was extremely satisfied when he saw Wang Jun bring this popular female star over. But men always eat from the bowl and look at the pot. He still has some thoughts about the cold and young Zhang Shi. The more he can't get it, the more he wants it. While moving his hands dishonestly on Lang Lang's body, he asked in great dissatisfaction, "Where is Zhang Shi? Why doesn't she come?" "Director Zhang, I'm sorry, Zhang Shi has gone home and I can't get through on the phone. I guess it's impossible to get through today, but don't worry, I will ban her and hide her soon. After she suffers for a while, she will be obedient."
Chapter 55 New Game Design.
After hearing what Wang Jun said, Director Zhang knew he had no chance. If the other person doesn't want to, he really can't force him.
His energy isn't there yet.
But I still feel very unhappy in my heart. Such a beautiful girl will have nothing to do with him from now on. By the way, your company has just signed a female star named Cece.
She is a fairy sister. How about letting her accompany me? Director Zhang's eyes turned and he made a new request.
Men like pure girls outside, especially beautiful female stars.
Wang Jun shook his head. Director Zhang, you are wrong. We haven't successfully signed Cece yet. And even if we did, it wouldn't work.
She is a first-line female star.
It's impossible.
Neither this nor that will work. Director Zhang increased his force in dissatisfaction, but there was nothing he could do. Just like Wang Jun didn't want to offend him, he actually didn't want to offend Wang Jun either. After all, Wang Jun was the boss of a company.
If it really came to a fight to the death, he would be the one who would suffer. Then he can only use Ling Ling to vent his anger.
This woman is a socialite specially trained by Huai and is extremely mature. Ding, sign in for the 11th time, 3 bonus cards.
Enhancement card. Function, can be used to comprehensively strengthen an item. Note, it can sublime items, but there are limits.
On the plane, Chen Feng received the sign-in reward on time. It has been 50 days since the last sign-in, and Chen Feng got the good stuff for signing in again. After seeing the function of the enhancement card clearly, the first thing Chen Feng thought of was to use it to enhance the identification camera. This thing is useful, but every time you want to get confirmed information, you have to use it 7 or 8 times. If you are unlucky, you may even have to use it more than 10 times, which makes Chen Feng very impatient. Now that there is an opportunity to strengthen himself, Chen Feng naturally will not let it go.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. After finding an excuse, Chen Feng left the crowd and placed the enhancement card on the identification camera. The next second, the enhancement card turned into a ray of light and merged into the camera. The size of the camera shrank again and looked more like a watch. At the same time, the name also changed. Identification of camera. Function, can identify items and get an accurate evaluation. Note, this is a strengthened item with greatly improved efficiency and accuracy.
Chen Feng tried to take a picture of the faucet in the toilet and found that the identification camera function had indeed been enhanced a lot, and the information obtained was basically all useful information. As for the number of uses, although it is still 3 times, the speed of power recovery has been greatly accelerated, and it can be restored once every hour. In other words, under extreme circumstances, Chen Feng can use it 24 times a day, which is an epic improvement compared to the previous 3 times a day. By the way, Chen Feng also strengthened the Doom doll and turned it into a cursed doll.
Cursed doll. Effect, can cast a curse on a person. The effect of the curse is determined by the user. Note, use with caution. Like before, the puppet has also undergone an epic enhancement. The first is the way of cursing. Originally, it could only curse people within 3 meters, but now it can curse people within 100 meters.
At the same time, it can also rely on special media to curse others. For example, hair, nails, blood, or underwear. Even the cursed doll can store the breath of 3 people in advance. The effects of the curse have also changed dramatically, including but not limited to nightmares, physical weakness, mental weakness, hair loss, bad luck, and so on. This cursed doll can even be absorbed into the body after dripping blood, which is countless times more convenient than before. With this thing, if anyone offends him in the future, Chen Feng can easily kill that person. The system's product is indeed a top-notch product. The 2 enhancement cards have greatly improved the capabilities of the items in Chen Feng's hands. There is only one last enhancement card left, and Chen Feng decided to keep it well and use it as the situation requires. After all, this kind of good thing must be used on special items to achieve the greatest effect. Returning to his seat, Chen Feng's expression was full of joy. What happened? Xiao Shanshan asked curiously. Nothing, I just thought of something happy. Chen Feng said casually. The system is his biggest secret, and he will not tell anyone, not even if Xiao Shanshan is 100% loyal to him. After getting off the plane, Chen Feng had a good rest for a few days before returning to the company to work. The design draft of the new game had already been written and was waiting for him to make the final decision. Xiao Shanshan, the workaholic, only rested for half a day before returning to work in the company. In contrast, Chen Feng seemed very lazy. But who says he is the boss? When he arrived at the company, Wang Chang took out the design plan and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng picked it up and looked at it carefully. It's so long, and so messy. If Chen Feng could understand the script after taking some lessons, then the design plan was really difficult to understand. If you don't study this thing for a year or 2, you won't even know what the above words mean or what they represent specifically. Fortunately, Chen Feng had a rough idea in mind and knew his own strength, so he used the identification camera without saying a word. Unknown game design. Note 1, this is almost a reskin of the legendary game, the design has not changed much. Note 2, there are many areas where this game design can be improved. Remark 3, it is no longer suitable for the times. It can only keep players addicted for a few months at best, but there is a high probability of losses. Call. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. Fortunately, there is an identification camera, otherwise there would be big problems. Boss, what do you think of this design? Wang Chang saw Chen Feng's expression change and couldn't help but ask. Not very good, not much different from the legend. Chen Feng shook his head decisively. Wang Chang gave a bitter smile. Boss, I know this is not much different from the legendary one, but there is no other way. This is the safest design. It has been used countless times and has successful cases. As a game maker, Wang Chang also had the idea of innovation, but after thinking it over, he still didn't dare to do it. Game development costs a lot of money, and if it fails, he really can't afford the consequences. So he chose the most conservative plan with the least chance of error, preferring to make less money and reduce risks. I'm in my 30s now, with elderly parents and young children to take care of, so it's better to be safe. So Wang Chang came up with a game design that Chen Feng was not very satisfied with. Manager Wang, Legend has been popular for 10 years. There are many games imitating it on the market. Even if our graphics are better, it is difficult to snatch users from them. Therefore, we need innovative, special, and bold gameplay. Boss, innovation requires taking risks, Wang Chang couldn't help but say. Go ahead and do it. I believe in you. Chen Feng patted Wang Chang on the shoulder. Chapter 56 Mobile Game Dragon Soul Warrior. Of course he knew that innovation would involve risks, but he had an identification camera that could tell in advance whether a design was feasible. With such a powerful tool, there will be no risk for new games. Wang Chang didn't know about this, but he had to obey his boss orders, so he could only leave with a helpless smile. Chen Feng's words sounded nice, but Wang Chang didn't listen at all. After working in the workplace for many years, he knew very well that the boss's words were never counted. If the game was successful, it would be fine. If not, he would most likely be fired as a scapegoat. After Wang Chang left, He Ying from the mobile game department walked in. He is just 30 years old this year and his qualifications are much less than Wang Chang's, but Chen Feng used the identification camera to check and knew that his ability is not weaker than Wang Chang. He Ying has a steady personality. After taking out the game design draft, he placed it directly on Chen Feng's desk. Although the mobile game department is smaller in size and has fewer people than the PC game department, the research and development of mobile games is much simpler than that of PC games because the performance of mobile phones is far inferior to that of PC games. As usual, Chen Feng looked at the design plan and then showed a look of surprise. Because he found that the design plan was written very concisely, and also included some illustrations of the game screen to make it easy to understand.
Even a layman like Chen Feng could understand it.
Since he could understand it, Chen Feng was not in a hurry to use the camera to identify it, but looked at it carefully. The mobile game produced by Ying is basically a traditional 2D horizontal game, similar to Contra and Super Mario, but the levels and graphics have been greatly changed, and the gameplay has also been enriched.
There is no other way. The performance of current mobile phones is limited and can only produce games like this. Heavy mobile games like League of Legends cannot be run on current mobile phones even if they are made.
Just by looking at the design plan, Chen Feng felt that this mobile game was quite interesting and wanted to play it as soon as possible. As for whether it is good or not, you still need to use an identification camera to check it.
Dragon Soul Warrior Mobile Game Design Plan. Note 1. This is an excellent game design proposal with little room for improvement. Note 2. If the measures are taken properly, it will almost certainly be profitable. Remark 3. It is recommended to make the ultimate move screen more vivid.
Seeing the results of the appraisal, Chen Feng showed a look of satisfaction. The PC game department disappointed him a little, but the mobile game department gave him a big surprise.
This Ying is a talented person.
Although he is not as experienced as Wang Chang, his abilities are more outstanding. At least Chen Feng felt comfortable with the design.
Ying, this game design is very good. Just do it according to the above. No matter how much money it costs, I will fully support you.
By the way, remember to make the Ultimate Moves graphics more vivid, so it will be more in line with the market.
I understand, Mr. Chen. I will do as you say. Ying nodded.
Although I don't understand why the boss wants to change the ultimate move, there is no need to refuse such a small request.
Wait, don't leave in a hurry.
Chen Feng stood up from his boss chair, then pulled Ying to the sofa and said warmly, I remember that you have only been in the company for half a month. Yes, it was President Xiao who recruited me into the company, and then promoted me to be a supervisor, responsible for the development of mobile games.
What do you think of the company? Are you used to it? Ying's heart sank. The company environment is very good, and President Xiao also takes good care of me. I am quite used to it.
Seeing that Ying was a little uncomfortable, Chen Feng simply got straight to the point. So what do you think about the future of mobile games?
Ying's expression became serious.
I think mobile games will definitely surpass PC games in the future and become the most important category of games.
Their market share will far exceed that of PC games. Why do you think so?
Mr. Chen, I am not making this up, nor am I trying to exaggerate the importance of the department.
This is a conclusion I made based on the development trend of the industry.
According to a report released by an authoritative department, the number of people in the country who own mobile phones has reached 800 million, and the number of smartphones accounts for 15% of them, while the number of computers is far less than that of mobile phones.
The most important thing is that you can carry your mobile phone with you at any time. You can pick it up and play whenever you want. This is something that a computer can never do.
Chen Feng nodded repeatedly after hearing this. This Ying is indeed good, and her views coincide with Xue's. As the leader of the mobile game department, he not only needs to be able to lead the team to develop mobile games, but also must have sufficient understanding of the development trends of mobile games.
From this point of view, Ying's ability is still qualified.
As if encouraged by Chen Feng's appearance, Ying felt a little excited and continued to preach. I believe the development trend of mobile games will be the same as that of PC games, starting with the simplest 2D horizontal games, such as Contra and Super Mario, and gradually developing into heavy games that require a lot of time and energy, such as Warcraft and Starcraft. Our mobile game department should also follow this trend to develop corresponding games.
Manager what you said makes sense. Do your job well and I won't treat you unfairly. Chen Feng smiled and became even more satisfied with Ying. This guy is indeed a talent. He has really found a treasure this time.
Ying was happy to be appreciated by her boss. She nodded, walked out of the office excitedly, and started to develop a new game with full confidence.
Shortly after Ying left, Xiao Shanshan entered Chen Feng's office. Boss, I heard that you sent the game department's design proposal back and asked them to redo it?
Right.
Why? There are many successful cases in the market. Shanshan, you don't understand. Why would you want to continue eating a food you've tasted for a long time?
It's because there are too many games of the same type on the market, so this game is destined to be unpopular.
Okay, I don't know much about this, I'll listen to you. Xiao Shanshan nodded helplessly.
That's right, Shanshan, you have to trust my judgment. Chen Feng gave a wicked smile, then pulled Xiao Shanshan into his arms and touched her all over.
I'm at the company. Let's talk about it when we get back.
Xiao Shanshan said coquettishly.
It's exciting to be in the company. Don't worry, no one will come in. Shui is here to guard it for me.
Chen Feng ignored Xiao Shanshan's struggle and carried her to the desk. After a long time, Xiao Shanshan left Chen Feng's office with full of spring and continued to manage the company's affairs. Chen Feng also began to identify scripts that might make money. After Cheng Feng was established, many TV series and movie scripts came to it to seek funding. In this world, there is never a shortage of people who think they are talented but not appreciated and who have dreams. Cheng Feng is now somewhat famous in the industry, so naturally he will not lack scripts.
Perhaps the next Zhang Yimou and the next Tai Chi are hidden here. Chapter 57 Xiao Family Manor.
However, there were too many scripts submitted, and the identification camera in Chen Feng's hand was not able to identify so many scripts at the same time, so he had to put most of the scripts aside and only identify a very small number of screen scripts. Now, with the major upgrade of the identification camera, Chen Feng can screen scripts without any scruples. With the help of the identification camera, Chen Feng spent several days to find 3 good projects from more than 50 projects. Moreover, these more than 50 projects have been preliminarily screened, and as long as they are moderately acceptable, they have been sent to Chen Feng. From this we can see that the film and television industry is unreliable. It can only be said that most people are not talented but have no talent at all.
Shui. Boss, you called me.
And Ji Shui opened the door and walked in from outside. Contact the people involved in these projects and have people from the company talk to them to see how much investment is needed.
And Ji Shui nodded and prepared to do as he was told. Wait, how's the investigation going for me?
Chen Feng suddenly asked.
Boss, I checked and there is no problem.
The Jinding building and the 100 million in cash are both normal channels. And Ji Shui said seriously.
That's good. Chen Feng nodded.
He had always wanted to know where the system's money came from, but he didn't have the ability before. Now with Ji Shui's help, after confirming that there was no problem, he was finally relieved.
Not long after, Xiao Shanshan came to the door. Boss, are you mistaken? Why is one of the movies you invested in an art film that is obviously not profitable?
You're right, this art film is very profound and should win an award. As a film and television company, it is normal to occasionally invest in an art film that can win an award. Chen Feng said calmly. Xiao Shanshan was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently. Now that Cheng Feng culture has established a firm foothold in the entertainment industry and has ample cash flow, under such circumstances, investing in a money-losing art film to win an award is indeed necessary. Moreover, the cost of making art films is not high, only a few million, which is really nothing for the company. A few minutes after Xiao Shanshan left, Chen Feng's phone suddenly rang, indicating that someone had sent him a text message.
Tomorrow is my birthday, can you come over?
Chen Feng remembered that this was the beautiful girl he met at the school gate a few days ago. Her name seems to be Qiao Nianwei, and she has a rich bootlicker named Lu Yu by her side.
I don't know you well, why should I go to your birthday party? Chen Feng quickly replied with a message.
Soon, the other party sent a text message.
Then what do you want in exchange for attending my birthday? Come to bed with me.
In a bright room, Qiao Nianwei was so angry when she saw the text message that she almost dropped her phone.
Who do you think I am? Do you know how terrible my identity is?
But when she thought of Chen Feng's handsome face, her heart suddenly softened again. Then she lay on the bed, posed in a seductive posture, took a photo, and sent a MMS to Chen Feng.
I can go to bed with you. Do you dare to come? Tonight at 8 o'clock, the address is?
Seeing this tempting MMS, Chen Feng immediately said that he couldn't bear it.
Are you kidding? What is there for him to be afraid of? I can expose everything if I show up.
So, Chen Feng notified Ji Shui to come in and said in a domineering manner.
I'll give you 3 minutes. I want to know all the information about this woman. Right away, boss. And Ji Shui agreed calmly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Ji Shui drove Chen Feng to the gate of a manor. Yes, the manor.
The place where Qiao Nianwei lives is not a villa, but a vast manor. Chen Feng asked Ji Shui to check Qiao Nianwei's information in advance, and found out that Qiao Nianwei's identity was very unusual. She was a genuine white, rich and beautiful woman. And they are extremely rich. The Chow Group, which is involved in multiple industries including mining, real estate, and medical care, is a truly giant company.
There are even rumors that the Chow family is the descendants of Chow Zhiyong, a famous Shanxi merchant in the late Qing dynasty. Xiao Nianwei is the daughter of Chow Yan, the helmsman of Chow Group, and the only daughter.
Naturally, her birthday was celebrated with great fanfare, with celebrities and business tycoons from all walks of life flocking to attend. Although Chen Feng had read the information about the manor in advance, he couldn't help but show an expression of amazement when he saw the manor with his own eyes. This manor is really big and it is right by the river. It has beautiful scenery and you can enjoy the river view anytime and anywhere. Inside the manor, there are rockery, clear ponds, pavilions, towers, and various trimmed exquisite plants. Originally, Chen Feng thought that his villa was nice, but now when he saw this manor, he immediately felt that his villa was like a doghouse. This is a wealthy family with great background. Sooner or later, I will also live in such a luxurious manor. No, it has to be better than this manor. Under the guidance of the waiter, and Jishui parked the car in the parking lot, and then Chen Feng followed the waiter towards the conspicuous big villa. Before leaving, Chen Feng took a special look at the cars parked in the parking lot. They were all luxury cars. $1 million is considered relatively low-end here, and there are quite a few cars worth tens of millions. One can imagine what kind of people drive these cars. This is the legendary banquet of the rich. Compared to it, I am just a nouveau riche. Following the waiter, Chen Feng walked to the entrance. In the villa, a group of well-dressed men and women were holding wine glasses and talking in twos and threes. Some were laughing heartily. Almost no one noticed Chen Feng coming. In fact, even if someone noticed, no one would care. Chen Feng has only been rich for half a year, and few people here know him. Chen Feng, you are here. Xiao Nianwei appeared from nowhere with a smile on her face. She was wearing a royal blue dress, which perfectly highlighted her slender figure and delicate features. She looked brighter than the bright lights on the ceiling. Chen Feng was not polite either. He boldly grabbed Xiao Nianwei's tender little hand and said directly, "Since you said that, I will definitely come over." Xiao Nianwei blushed, but did not resist, but whispered, "My father wants to see you, he is behind." Xiao Yan? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. This is a big shot in the business world, and currently, he is much stronger than him. Yes. Xiao Nianwei nodded. Okay, let's meet then. Chen Feng didn't care. It was just a meeting, not a big problem. He really wanted to meet Xiao Yan, the helmsman of Chow Group. Xiao Nianwei led Chen Feng to the back. Along the way, many people who saw Xiao Nianwei took the initiative to say hello. At the same time, when they saw Chen Feng boldly holding Xiao Nianwei's hand, their expressions were a little strange. Xiao Nianwei responded to these people with a smile and then ignored them. Chen Feng did not say a word at all and just observed these people silently. However, Lu Yu was not so easy to deal with. When he saw Xiao Nianwei pulling Chen Feng to the back, his expression changed. Chapter 58 Xiao Yan. Wei Wei, where are you taking him? Xiao Nianwei rolled her eyes impatiently. Lu Yu, this has nothing to do with you. Seeing this scene, a middle-aged man in formal attire walked over. Xiao Wei, what's wrong? Uncle Lu. Facing this middle-aged man, Xiao Nianwei became a little more respectful. Because this person is Lu Yu's father and also his father's old friend. Chen Feng also knew this person through the information found by Jishui. His name was Lu Jiangwo. Like the Chow family, he was a wealthy man, mainly involved in real estate and construction. Lu Jiangwo clearly saw that Xiao Nianwei was not very polite to Lu Yu, but his expression did not change much. Instead, he smiled. Xiao Wei, this is your boyfriend. He's quite handsome. Xiao Nianwei laughed. Yes, it's my boyfriend. My dad wants to see him. Uncle Lu, I'm leaving. Well, go ahead. Lu Jiangwo smiled gently. Lu Yu was so angry that he almost went berserk. Why? This guy has only known Wei Wei for a few days. How come he suddenly became Wei Wei's boyfriend, and now he even wants to meet her parents? No, he didn't accept it. He was the one who had grown up with Wei Wei, so how could he let Wei Wei run away with this guy who appeared out of nowhere? Immediately, Lu Yu wanted to chase after him. Lu Jiangwo quickly grabbed him. What are you doing? Dad, I'm going to chase Wei Wei. She already has a boyfriend, why are you chasing after her? Didn't you see that she went to see that old man Xiao Yan? Can't you find someone else?
With your ability, you can find any woman. Even if you want to play with a celebrity, it won't be a problem. I want Wei Wei.
Lu Yu said, gritting his teeth.
Lu Jiangwo was speechless.
He has a good relationship with Xiao Yan. They have worked together for more than 10 years. Lu Yu and Xiao Nianwei also grew up together, so logically they should have a good relationship. But Xiao Nianwei is not interested in her son because she is a face control and likes handsome and beautiful guys.
Why are young people nowadays like this? They never cared about this before. As long as the person was suitable for living, it was enough.
But his son still couldn't forget Xiao Nianwei and was trying his best to get her.
It's really confusing. You two are enemies.
Chen Feng didn't know how the Lu family was troubled by his actions, because he had already met Xiao Yan under the guidance of Xiao Nianwei. When he saw Chen Feng, he nodded with satisfaction and extended his hand.
Hello, you must be Chen Feng. I am Wei Wei's father. You can call me Uncle Qiao.
Chen Feng extended his hand and shook hands with Xiao Yan in a dignified manner. Hello Uncle Qiao, I am Chen Feng.
How was the trip here? There was a traffic jam. It's not congested. This road is quite smooth. Ah, that's good. My family is doing well. It's pretty good. Xiao Yan asked questions like an elder. Chen Feng was a little annoyed and got straight to the point. Uncle Qiao, what on earth do you want me to do?
Hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiao Yan smiled and did not answer, but waved to the housekeeper in the distance.
The butler came to Chen Feng and bowed to ask, Hello, Mr. Chen, what would you like to drink?
Chen Feng frowned, but still replied reluctantly, a glass of boiled water.
Okay, I'll get ready. The butler turned around and started preparing for Chen Feng.
With the housekeeper's interruption, the pace of the conversation quietly returned to Xiao Yan's hands. He looked at Chen Feng and smiled. Chen Feng, I actually checked you out.
To be honest, you're pretty good.
You're young, but you're the boss of a company. You've filmed TV series, invested in movies, and you have a game that's very popular among young people.
To be honest, you're better than me. When I was your age, I was still working in a mine.
I finally got a mine, and I had to bribe people from all walks of life to make money.
It took several years to get a second mine.
Sometimes, after the mine was sold, the money would not be paid for several months.
Sometimes, it was delayed or even not paid at all. It was really fucking stupid. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile.
What Xiao Yan says is really interesting.
Xiao Yan also laughed. Now that I think about it, it was really difficult at the time.
It was because I had a very hard time when I was young and suffered so much, so I didn't want my daughter to suffer as well.
Chen Feng, I'm so much older than you, so there's nothing wrong with me calling you Xiao Feng.
Chen Feng nodded. No problem, Uncle Qiao, you can just call me Xiao Feng.
Xiao Yan showed a satisfied expression. To tell you the truth, my daughter is a person with personality. She said that she likes you and wants you to be her boyfriend. In fact, I think the boy from the Lu family is better. They grew up together. I feel relieved if they are together. I know that the boy from the Lu family will definitely treat my daughter well.
Unfortunately, my daughter has grown up and has her own ideas.
She doesn't want to listen to me and has fallen in love with you. It's free love. I understand that. There's nothing I can do about it. It's a new era now.
Since she values you so much, I can only agree.
But there's one thing. You can't have other women around you.
Chen Feng smiled, looked directly into Xiao Yan's eager gaze, and turned his head without hesitation.
No. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly became gloomy, and he no longer had the kindness he had just had. Do you really regard this tycoon with a net worth of tens of billions as an ordinary person?
Doing business in the past was much more difficult than it is now, especially mining, which was full of darkness. How could Xiao Yan be a good-tempered person since he was able to start from the mining industry and get to where he is today? The reason why he was in a good temper just now was because his daughter Qiao Nianwei liked Chen Feng. If it weren't for Qiao Nianwei, he wouldn't have taken Chen Feng seriously at all.
You know, I only have one daughter, Wei Wei. After I die, all these billions of assets will be yours.
With such a huge family business, it's not possible for you to only like my daughter.
Xiao Yan glared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head. No.
Besides, I don't even care about your tens of billions of assets.
Believe it or not, I can surpass you in 1 year. Xiao Yan was so angry that he was breathing heavily and glared at Chen Feng fiercely.
Just at this moment, the housekeeper brought over some hot water.
Chen Feng took it, drank a sip happily, and ignored Xiao Yan. Ha, old fox, you were controlling the rhythm of the conversation just now, and now you want me to listen to you. How is that possible? I have a cheat. If it weren't for your daughter, someone else would have turned against me a long time ago. Let me be frank, Xiao Yan. I don't want your money, and I don't care. Sooner or later, I will be able to earn it on my own. But your daughter is very beautiful and has a great figure. I want her. Xiao Yan's eyes widened and he was shaking with anger. Roll. Go away if you want. If Wei Wei hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have wanted to come. Chen Feng stood up and turned around and walked away. He walked so fast that no one could react. He walked all the way to the outside of the villa and almost to the parking lot when Xiao Nianwei caught up with him. Chapter 59. Anyway, I'm in good health. Wait, Chen Feng, wait for me. Chen Feng said helplessly, Wei Wei, I'm sorry, I had a falling out with your dad. Xiao Nianwei shook her head. It doesn't matter, I often make him angry, but he's in good health anyway, so it doesn't matter if he gets angry a few more times. Chen Feng couldn't help laughing. This is what a daughter would say. May I ask if you are polite? But he quite likes this kind of personality. At this moment, An Jishui walked out of the car and looked at Chen Feng. Xiao Nianwei's eyes lit up, as if she had seen a unique treasure, and she ran quickly towards An Jishui. Wow, little sister, what's your name? You are so beautiful. Can you give me a phone number? I want to contact you. And Jishui smiled slightly, as gentle as water, but did not answer. Instead, he looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng walked over and said, She is my secretary, her name is An Jishui. If you want to contact her, just call me. Secretary? Xiao Nianwei turned her head and said, Is she the kind of secretary who does the work when there is something to do and works as a secretary when there is nothing to do? Chen Feng was stunned. This girl was too direct in her words. Most people would never say it out loud even if they thought so. However, seeing Xiao Nianwei's expectant look, Chen Feng nodded. He didn't want to hide this kind of thing. That's great. Xiao Nianwei cheered immediately, then the three of us can play together. I like playing with good-looking boys and girls the most. Is it okay to play on the bed? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask. Okay, no problem. Xiao Nianwei nodded without hesitation. Chen Feng was shocked. This girl was too open-minded. She could actually accept 3 horses. Could it be that she has already lost her virginity? If so, he would just play around at best and would never truly accept it. That's just the kind of person he is. Chen Feng quickly gave Xiao Nianwei an appraisal. 24-year-old girl Xiao Nianwei. Note 1, she is a serious face addict, basically hopeless. Note 2, what she looks for most in a car is the skin condition of the person. She is a skin control freak. Note 3, she is still a novice. This. Chen Feng was startled and looked at An Jishui carefully. Sure enough, An Jishui's skin was whiter than milk, and so tender that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. This state was simply impossible for a normal person to achieve. Because An Jishui is not a human at all, the skin on her body is artificial skin. As for himself, he had taken genetic drugs and his skin was much better than that of normal people, which was basically a level that normal people could not achieve. As the saying goes, a white complexion can hide 100 imperfections. Even if the facial features remain unchanged, as long as the skin condition is good, both men and women will become good-looking. I didn't expect that Xiao Nianwei is a skin-obsessed person, and she likes skin that is better than ordinary people. No wonder he and An Jishui stick together when he sees them. And it's a chick, which is even better. No problem, just take it away. Soon, Xiao Yan learned that his daughter had followed Chen Feng. After hearing the news, Xiao Yan almost died of anger. What a shame to have a daughter like this. She follows her father even though he has had a fight with her. Don't you see your dad is still here? I can't celebrate this birthday yet, everyone is here. After hearing the news, Lu Jiangwo hurried to find Xiao Yan to persuade his old friend. Brother, don't be angry. Children are like this now. They don't listen. My son doesn't listen either. It's okay that my daughter is disobedient, but the problem is that guy named Chen Feng actually dared to scold me. I'm so upset. Xiao Yan paced back and forth in the room angrily. Lu Jiangwo blinked his eyes. How about I help you teach him a lesson? Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, it's good to teach them a lesson, so that young people today don't have no idea of the immensity of heaven and earth.
Lu Jiangwo smiled, and quickly drove away with his son Lu Yu. Son, that Chen Feng and that old guy Qiao Yan have had a falling out.
The two of them don't get along. Let me find an opportunity to teach him a lesson.
That's great.
Lu Yu smiled immediately.
It would be better if Chen Feng and Qiao Yan didn't get along. Only if they don't get along will he have a chance.
Lu Jiangmo frowned. I said the same thing again, you don't need to worry about Wei Wei.
I know who she is, there is no way she would like you.
Can't you find someone else? Lu Yu remained silent. Lu Jiangmo suddenly sighed in his heart. Why is this son so disobedient?
Old Zhou's daughter is disobedient, his son is disobedient, and all the young people are disobedient. Forget it, he is my son after all. I should teach that guy named Chen Feng a lesson first to calm his anger, and then I can think of ways to persuade him. As for how to teach him a lesson, Lu Jiangwo already had an idea in his mind. He has been undertaking municipal projects in Dahan City for many years and is very familiar with officials from top to bottom. He can cause trouble for Chen Feng just by talking. In China, relationships are the most important. If you are a guy who just became rich not long ago, it would be like a piece of cake for them to deal with you. Wow, you actually have two such beautiful ladies here. When Xiao Nianwei was brought to the villa by Chen Feng, her eyes lit up instantly. Xiao Shanchan and Sonia are both very good looking, just the type she likes. Although the skin of these two young ladies is not as good as in Jishui's, it is better than hers and much better than that of ordinary people.
This is basically a skin condition that normal people cannot achieve.
The reason for this is that Xiao Shanchan and Sonia have both had their physical fitness strengthened by Chen Feng using strengthening pills. If they were ordinary women, even if they took care of themselves every day, they would not be able to achieve this effect. It just so happens that Xiao Nianwei is a skin-obsessed person and likes people with good skin, especially girls. When he was with her, Chen Feng even had a very strange feeling. He felt that it was not him who slept with Xiao Nianwei, but Xiao Nianwei who cheated on him. Because Xiao Nianwei never objected to him playing with other women, she was also the girl who accepted Chen Feng's having other women the fastest. Chen Feng simply brought Xiao Nianwei to the villa.
Although it was not as good as her family's manor, it was her hometown.
As for Xiao Shanchan and Sonia, they would not have any objections.
Both women were persuaded by his hard work day and night. Well, we can try 4 people this time.
But after only a few days of enjoying the good life, Xiao Shanchan found Chen Feng.
Boss, this is bad. The firefighters are here to check. Just check it. It's not like we haven't checked it before. Chen Feng didn't care. Xiao Shanchan frowned and said, Boss, this time is different.
The firefighters came for the inspection without any prior notice, and they haven't left yet.
What? Chen Feng was startled and stood up immediately.
The firefighters came to conduct an inspection without notifying us in advance, which means they were serious.
And they haven't left yet, so it's not just an inspection, it's completely tantamount to finding fault.
Who on earth dares to cause trouble for him? Chen Feng's face was solemn, and he and Xiao Shanchan hurriedly drove to the company.
Chapter 60. There are 2 more beautiful ladies. Now the Changfeng group is getting bigger and bigger.
It has occupied 2 floors of the Jinding building at once, filling up the entire building.
In order to make room, it even spent money to send a company away. Among the nearby office buildings, Jinding building is the only one that is almost fully rented. It is very popular and there are always many people even on holidays.
It's working hours now, and everyone should be working, but instead these people are standing in the corridor, whispering to each other, looking like they're watching a fun event.
Upstairs, there were people in uniform checking.
When Chen Feng saw this scene, he frowned, walked over, and couldn't help asking, Captain Xiao, what's going on? Captain Xiao is in charge of firefighting.
The two of them have even had meals together and their relationship is usually good. Why is he suddenly causing trouble?
Captain Xiao didn't say anything, but winked and pointed at another person in uniform. He is Section Chief Wang who came from the provincial government.
If you have any questions, go to him.
Chen Feng immediately understood that this matter had nothing to do with Captain Xiao, but was caused by Section Chief Wang. So Chen Feng went to see Section Chief Wang and said in a deep voice, Section Chief Wang, it's not impossible to conduct a fire inspection, but you are going too far.
If you do this, how can we do our business? If we can't work, how can we create economic benefits and pay taxes to the city?
Section Chief Wan was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hearing what Chen Feng said, he sneered and said contemptuously, I'm doing this for your own good.
Nowadays, many people don't know anything about firefighting.
If there's a fire, you'll be the one who'll be in trouble. I'm helping you check it out with good intentions, but you don't even appreciate it. Chen Feng laughed in anger. You are helping us investigate with good intentions, but you are clearly looking for trouble. Section Chief Wang put his head close to Chen Feng's ear with a fake smile and whispered, Yes, I am picking on you on purpose.
What can you do about it?
Chen Feng sneered and responded in a low voice, Of course I can't do anything to you openly, but I advise you to go back quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Section Chief Wang smiled, turned his head away and ignored Chen Feng.
Obviously, he didn't believe that Chen Feng could do anything to him.
He is a government official. Seeing his look, Chen Feng sneered secretly.
You think I'm easy to bully, right?
Well, I'll show you what the consequences of looking for trouble are. Silently, Chen Feng used the cursed doll to collect the aura of Section Chief Wang, and then cast a curse on him.
Section Chief Wang felt cold and couldn't help shivering. What is going on? I'm dressed warmly, so why do I feel so cold?
Then, he inexplicably felt a little dizzy and had a dull headache.
Chief Wang, are you feeling unwell?
You should go to the hospital for a checkup. Chen Feng suddenly said from the side. Don't worry, I won't delay my work because of my health. Section Chief Wang said nonchalantly.
Let's go take a look. You look like you are possessed by evil spirits.
I happen to know a Taoist priest who may be able to help you. Chen Feng said in a mysterious tone and handed over a business card.
Section Chief Wang couldn't help laughing. He was still haunted by evil spirits.
You were thinking this was a horror movie. However, he still took Chen Feng's business card, but he didn't take Chen Feng's words seriously. The next second, Section Chief Wang suddenly felt someone blowing a breath towards his neck from behind. The breath was very cold and he couldn't help but shiver.
Who?
Section Chief Wang's hair stood on end and he turned around suddenly. As a result, there was no one behind him and everyone looked at him with strange eyes. Chen Feng stood 3 steps away from him, looking at him with a smile. Section Chief Wang was surprised and doubtful, but he slowly turned his head back. A few minutes later, he felt someone blowing air on his neck again. This time Section Chief Wang sensed it very clearly. The breath was so cold that he felt it immediately.
This time, he felt a little uneasy. Could it be that I'm really entangled by something unclean?
Originally, Section Chief Wang was planning to check for a while longer, but from time to time someone blew a breath from behind, and he really couldn't stand it anymore, so he hurriedly took everyone back. Who would have thought that the situation did not change after getting on the bus? From time to time, he would feel an inexplicable chill on the back of his neck. Even when he turned his head away, the back of his neck would still feel inexplicably cold, as if there was an invisible person staring at him from behind.
This feeling is really terrifying.
Thinking of this, Section Chief Wang could no longer sit still and drove directly to the hospital. He needed to check carefully to see if there was something wrong with his body, as he always felt like someone was blowing air from behind.
It's impossible that there is really something unclean going on with him.
Boss, this guy is obviously here to cause trouble.
If it's just once, it's fine. But if he comes every day, then we won't be able to work at all. Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but say.
Chen Feng smiled confidently, Don't worry, there won't be a next time.
After our examination, there is nothing wrong with your body. Are you sure? I can feel someone blowing on the back of my neck right now. Section Chief Wang asked anxiously.
That sudden feeling of coldness was so creepy that it made one's hair stand on end.
It's indeed no problem. And this is the first time we have encountered a situation like yours. Maybe it's due to mental exhaustion caused by long hours of work. Why don't you take a good rest for a few days and try it? The doctor looked through the test results but still couldn't find anything. All right.
Section Chief Wang took the medical record, frowned, asked for leave from work, and returned home alone.
He has family, but they don't live in Dahan City.
They live somewhere else and he only goes back to visit them during holidays. Alone at home, Section Chief Wang felt more and more uneasy, as if someone was watching him from behind. The cold air blowing from behind was so unbearable that even if he wrapped the scarf around his neck, it was useless and the cold air was still there.
After wrapping it up, the feeling of coolness became even more obvious because my neck was hot. Section Chief Wang was almost going crazy. What the hell is going on? Why did it suddenly turn out like this? Could it be that Chen Feng was behind this?
Section Chief Wang suddenly remembered what Chen Feng had told him in the morning, that he was possessed by evil spirits. He didn't believe it at the time, but not long after, he felt someone blowing from behind. He was deliberately causing trouble for him. Section Chief Wang himself didn't believe that this wasn't Chen Feng's doing. Thinking of this, Section Chief Wang quickly took out Chen Feng's business card and typed it on it. At this time, Chen Feng was playing a game called Hero Federation developed by the company. When he saw the call from Section Chief Wang, he smiled gently. It's only been a few hours and I can't hold on any longer. Chapter 61. This person is too scary. Hello, Chief Wang, what's the matter? Why are you calling me suddenly? Section Chief Wang swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice, My neck is cold now, is it you who did this? I don't understand what you are saying, but if you want to solve your problem, come to my office and see me. After saying that, Chen Feng decisively hung up the phone without giving Chief Wang a chance to continue speaking. When Chief Wang heard the busy tone on his phone, he was stunned for a moment. This Chen Feng is too arrogant. However, feeling the cool breeze blowing from behind, Section Chief Wang decisively went out. He was really scared. The feeling of someone blowing at his back all the time was too terrifying, and he was willing to pay any price to solve it. Soon, Section Chief Wang took a taxi to Jinding Building and went straight to Chen Feng's office. Chief Wang, how do you feel? Chen Feng sat above the boss with a playful look on his face. Strangely enough, as soon as he entered Chen Feng's office, the feeling of someone blowing on his back disappeared immediately, making Section Chief Wang breathe a sigh of relief. It was you who did this, wasn't it? Section Chief Wang looked at Chen Feng in awe. What people fear most is the unknown. Chen Feng's ability is so weird that it scared Section Chief Wang. That's right. Chen Feng nodded. Wang Xiao, there are some people you can't afford to offend, otherwise you will die a miserable death. How do you know my name? And aren't you afraid that I will call the police? Wang Xiao's expression changed. I know more than just your name. Come, look at this. Chen Feng threw a bound document to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao took the document and looked at it, his expression changed instantly. It turned out that the information in there was all his, from his birth to his work, no matter how big or small, it was all here. There were some things that even he himself had almost forgotten. They had only known each other for less than a day, but Chen Feng had already found out all his details. This was too terrifying. Seeing Wang Zhao's shocked expression, Chen Feng smiled and said, Call the police. Do you think they will care about you? Do you think they will believe you if you tell them that I know magic and can harm you with it? Wang Xiao swallowed and looked at Chen Feng with respect and awe. This person is so terrifying. You, what do you want? Chen Feng smiled and said, It's not about what I want to do now, but what you want to do. Tell me, who asked you to trouble me? It was Lu Jiangwo. He asked me to come and cause trouble for you. He said he wanted to teach you a lesson. Wang Xiao immediately told everything honestly, not daring to hide anything. You are honest. Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction. In fact, Chen Feng had asked in Jishui to find out the fact that Lu Jiangwo asked Wang Xiao to cause trouble for him several hours ago. Not only that, he also took the opportunity to thoroughly check Lu Jiangwo's information. He knew that this person started out by contracting municipal engineering projects, and then began to get involved in the real estate industry. He had strong connections in Dahan City, and people in the province spoke for him. To be honest, when he started out, there were a lot of dirty things. Originally, Chen Feng was too lazy to care about it, but now that Lu Jiangwo dared to cause trouble for him, he would definitely not let him off easily. I was going to let you suffer a little and stay in the hospital for a few months, but since you are so honest, forget it. Here, please take this briefcase to Lu Jiangwo for me, and give him a message. Chen Feng took out another file bag and threw it to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao weighed the file bag and found that it contained a lot of things. He couldn't help but ask, What's in it? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. You just need to help me deliver the things in words. You don't want to die for no reason, do you? Seeing Chen Feng's cold expression, Wang Xiao shuddered and said fearfully, I know, I will send the things to Lu Jiangwo now, and I will never trouble you again in the future. Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand, Go ahead, don't provoke me again, otherwise, next time it won't be as simple as just scaring you. In Wang Zhao's mind, Chen Feng was basically equated with the big devil. When he heard him say that, he hurriedly walked out with the file bag, not daring to stop. As soon as he left the office, Chen Feng's face immediately darkened. Shui, continue to monitor Wang Xiao and Lu Jiangwo. Tell me immediately if there is any movement. Yes, master. And Jishui, who had been standing quietly by the side, responded respectfully. as the fruit of future technology, and Jishui's methods are beyond the present era. With her monitoring, neither Wang Xiao nor Lu Jiangwo can escape from his grasp. Chief Wang, why did you come so suddenly? Is there something important? Lu Jiangwo entertained Wang Xiao in his office. Wang Xiao gave a bitter smile. Boss Lu, there is no other way. If you don't come, I will be finished. Lu Jiangwo laughed in silence. Chief Wang, what's wrong with you? With your status, who can let you die? Wang Xiao swallowed his saliva and handed over the file bag in his hand. To be honest, you asked me to go find trouble with Chen Feng. He is too scary. I can't afford to offend him. I won't dare to cause trouble to him in the future. Also, this is something he asked me to give you. In addition, he asked me to bring you a message. Lu Jiangwo was stunned and frowned. You said, you can't afford to offend Chen Feng? That's impossible. According to my research, he's just a guy who got rich not too long ago. He just got lucky and acquired a profitable gaming company, which is how he got to where he is today. Wang Xiao shook his head with a pale face. Boss Lu, what you found out is totally false. To tell you the truth, this person is very scary, 100 times, 1,000 times scarier than you can imagine. Listen to my advice, you'd better beg for mercy quickly, otherwise, you will die. Hearing Wang Xiao say this, Lu Jiangwo felt both confused and a little scared. He knew Wang Xiao, a man with deep connections and a bright future. He had put in a lot of effort to establish a relationship with this person. As a result, in just one day, Wang Xiao was frightened to the point of being out of. Boss Lu, I've got my message across. I'm leaving now. For the sake of our friendship, I'd like to advise you to apologize quickly. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. After saying that, Wang Xiao left in a hurry. He was now truly in awe of Chen Feng to the core and didn't dare to interfere in this matter anymore. After Wang Xiao left, Lu Jiangwo sat in the boss chair, feeling confused. It seemed that he had caused a big disaster and offended someone he could not afford to offend. Did he really have to apologize to a young boy like Chen Feng? Just as Lu Jiangwo was thinking carefully, suddenly, his phone rang. Excuse me, are you Lu Yu's father? Your son just had a car accident. Please go to the hospital immediately. I'll be there in a minute. Lu Jiangwo's expression changed and he could no longer care about anything else and rushed to the hospital. 2 days later, at Xiao Family Manor, Lu Jiangwo handed a document to Chen Feng with a helpless look. This is my sincerity. Mr. Chen, please be magnanimous and let me go. Chen Feng calmly took the document and found that it was a land ownership transfer document, a piece of land plus a building. The location was also very good, and the value was estimated to be more than 10 billion. 10 billion is indeed not a small amount. Even with Lu Jiangwo's wealth, he would probably suffer a huge loss this time. Chen Feng signed his name on the document. Okay, don't mess with me in the future. There are some people you can't afford to mess with. It would be enough to teach these people a lesson. If they were to be killed, Chen Feng himself would not be able to get over it. Lu Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, I will learn from this lesson in the future. After saying that, Lu Jiangwo left in a hurry, as if an evil ghost was chasing him. Chen Feng smiled. It seems that this guy was scared to death by him. That's right, in front of the cursed doll, these so-called rich people are insignificant and pitiful. On the sofa next to him, Xiao Yan looked shocked. How on earth did you do it? Lao Lu has a very strong network of connections. How did you make him surrender in such a short time? Could it be that you and the one at the top? Xiao Yan had a mysterious expression. Chen Feng glanced at Xiao Yan and said, Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Xiao Yan was speechless. Damn, you are so rude. Do you know that I am your father-in-law? However, thinking of Lu Jiangwo's look of respect and fear towards Chen Feng just now, Xiao Yan didn't say anything in the end. Originally, he looked down on Chen Feng, thinking that he was just a nouveau riche who had become rich not long ago. However, after seeing how badly Lu Jiangwo was treated by Chen Feng, and how he surrendered after receiving a gift of huge value, he no longer had the contempt for him. In terms of wealth and influence, he and Lu Jiangwo are on par with each other. The fact that Chen Feng could treat Lu Jiangwo so badly means that Chen Feng can also treat him so badly. But why? He still felt a little unhappy when looking at Chen Feng. The cabbages that my family had worked hard to grow for decades were eaten by this guy. While eating my own cabbages, this guy also ate other cabbages as well, without caring whether his body could bear it. This feeling is so terrible. The worst thing is that the cabbages in my own garden actually enjoyed it, as if they were getting a good deal.
What is going on? Old Joe, I'm leaving now. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. I will protect you. Chen Feng picked up the asset transfer document and left happily.
Well, in 3 days, he earned a building worth more than 10 billion.
Let me ask, is there anyone else in the world who can do that?
Of course, this was just good luck. Lu Jiangwo took the initiative to provoke him, and Chen Feng fought back reasonably, so he was able to get this wealth.
Opportunities like this are rare.
Unless he is desperate and uses the cursed doll to threaten others to make a fortune. But if he did that, he would suffer backlash sooner or later, and Chen Feng would not be so stupid. Without Lu Yu's disruption, Chen Feng lived a very comfortable life. Every day he flirted with the girls in the company, and then spent time using an identification camera to identify if there were any projects worth investing in. After Chen Feng rejected his game plan 3 times in a row, Wang Chang from the PC game department finally came up with a game design plan that satisfied Chen Feng.
Game design plan for Endless Starry Sky. Note 1, this is a very novel game.
Note 2, the game design is somewhat immature and has a lot of room for improvement.
Note 3, this is a game design with great potential, and it is likely to be profitable.
After quietly using the identification camera to identify the game design, Chen Feng nodded silently. It seems that the game department did not waste time and finally came up with a decent game design plan.
Yes, this game is pretty good and quite new.
Next, the game department can go all out to prepare and try to develop this game as soon as possible.
Wang Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the boss was satisfied.
Over the past month, a group of game designers wasted countless brain cells and came up with several game design plans, but they were all rejected by the boss. At the beginning, they chose to borrow from those popular old games and just reskin them.
As a result, they were beaten back twice in a row.
After finding out that the boss didn't like skin-changing games, a group of them started to use their imaginations and try to find ways to innovate, but they were rejected again.
In the end, they chose to half borrow and half innovate, and spend all their efforts to come up with a game design plan, which finally succeeded in satisfying the boss.
After getting the game plan back, Wang Chang hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Boss, if we want to achieve the desired effect of this game, we need to spend a lot of money. Several of our designers estimated that it will cost at least 300 million, and it will take about a year."
Chen Feng raised his eyebrows.
Although the gaming industry is relatively profitable, it is also relatively expensive. Designing and developing a good PC game will cost at least hundreds of millions. If it succeeds, the funds can be recovered. If it fails, the investment in R&D money will basically be wasted, and the remaining game code will be basically like garbage and worthless.
In terms of risk alone, the risks in the gaming industry are actually no less than those in the film and television industry.
Wang Chang is now more worried. If the company's capital chain breaks halfway through the game development, or if the boss suddenly thinks that the game is too expensive and wants to cut the budget, then it is hard to say how effective the game will be.
Don't worry, don't be afraid to spend money. The company has sufficient cash flow and I won't limit your budget. Chapter 63 Someone plagiarized.
Chen Feng saw at a glance what Wang Chang was worried about and quickly made a guarantee.
Chungfeng Games now has 2 cash cows, Hero Federation and Anzishui Finance.
It has abundant funds and is not short of money at all.
Spending 500 million to invest in a game is nothing. Wang Chang felt a little relieved.
It's quite good that the boss can make such a guarantee. So he hurried out with the game design plan. In order to design a game that would satisfy his boss, Wang Chang worked so hard that his hair, which was already thin, became even thinner.
The boss was finally satisfied.
Now all he had to do was to develop the game in the shortest possible time and then put it on the market for consumers.
Not long after Wang Chang left, Xiao Shanshan walked in.
"Boss, I have some bad news for you. The new game developed by Softstar Technology, Heroes Continent, will be launched at 8 o'clock next Monday."
Chen Feng pondered for a while. Hero Continent, is it a game copied from Hero Federation? Xiao Shanshan nodded. Yes, this is the information about Diwu technology that I found on the internet.
Boss, you can take a look.
Chen Feng took the information and read it carefully.
Dahua Technology was established 3 years ago and has 3 successful games under its name, namely, the web game The Romantic Swordsman, The Flirtatious Emperor, and the PC game The Invincible Legend.
Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw this.
A romantic swordsman and a philandering emperor, one could tell the tone of these 2 games at a glance. As for Invincible Legend, it is obvious that they are all copies of the legendary game that was very popular back then. In addition, Dahua Technology has also copied many popular games, but only these 3 are successful. In 3 years, Softstar developed no less than 20 games, which were basically copies of successful games.
It can be said to be a genuine copycat company. Shanshan, if I remember correctly, it has only been about 3 months since the Hero Federation was launched on the national server.
Xiao Shanshan nodded. Yes, it has only been 3 months since the national server was launched, but if you count from the time the foreign servers were launched, it has been 4 months.
Chen Feng sneered. I'll just assume that this company took 4 months, but so what?
For a game as complex as League of Legends, even if there is an obvious reference, it only took 4 months, and the finished product would probably be very rough.
Don't worry, this is just a gaming company that's trying to make a quick buck. They probably want to take advantage of the popularity of the Hero Federation and cash in on the opportunity.
Understood, boss.
Xiao Shanshan nodded.
In fact, her thoughts were similar to Chen Feng's. They both felt that Dahua Technology was here to make a quick buck and then leave. The games it developed could not possibly pose a threat to the Hero Federation. Soon, Xiao Shanshan left, and Chen Feng continued to sit in the office, studying the information of Dawu Technology. In fact, commercial competition is very difficult to avoid.
You have to know that when it comes to games, it's always a case of you copying me and I copying you.
As long as a game is popular enough, it won't be long before similar competing games appear on the market. For example, The Legend, which was extremely popular in internet cafes, has been popular for 7 or 8 years. Even now, some people are still developing similar games. Even Wang Chang, the manager of the game department, subconsciously thought of plagiarizing Legend when he designed the game for the first time. There is also Happy Farm, which was originally developed by another company. After it became a success, Penguin soon developed a similar game to Penguin Farm, which directly crushed Happy Farm. This kind of business competition is inevitable forever, and Chen Feng will not be afraid.
He can only deal with it as it comes.
Chen Feng's enemies are obviously not small fish and shrimps like Dawu Technology, but the 3 domestic giants, Penguin, NetEase, and Shengda.
They are the real threat to Chen Feng Entertainment. Moreover, they should be developing competing games similar to League of Legends, just like Dahua Technology. However, compared to Dahua Technology's quick-fire approach, these large companies have a longer-term vision. What they actually want is the entire 5v5 game market. Therefore, they will definitely polish the game to be more complete before launching it online to compete with similar games for the gaming market. As the launch date of Dahua Technology's Hero Continent game approached, they began to spend money to promote the game, and the popularity of the Hero Continent game began to quietly increase. In bulletin boards, forums, and other places on the internet, many voices promoting the Hero Continent began to appear. A new game will be launched tomorrow, called Hero Continent. I guarantee with my integrity that this game will be fun. Second floor, look, what's on the ground? This is the integrity of the host. Third floor, Hero Federation is really popular recently. Many of my classmates are playing it. I wonder if this game is fun like Hero Continent, which is similar to Hero Federation. Fourth floor, it's obviously plagiarized, even the names are similar. Fifth floor, it's like this now, every company is plagiarizing, even big companies like Penguin.com plagiarize. Sixth floor, you can try it out. I'm a little tired of playing the Hero Federation recently. Similar comments are everywhere in various forums and websites. The game Heroes Continent has gained considerable popularity before it even went online.
After the game was launched, Chen Feng, who had nothing to do, chose to download the game and log in as soon as possible. The first thing that catches your eye is a 30-second game cutscene. On the vast land, a square continent appeared, divided into 3 roads. Gorgeously shaped generals led their soldiers out from the altar to lead their troops to the battle. Then, one hero after another flashed across the screen, releasing skills that were more gorgeous than the last, and the scene was extremely cool.
Chen Feng nodded in admiration. The quality of this cutscene is quite good. Although it only lasts a few dozen seconds, it cost at least several million. It can be said that Softstar Technologies spent a lot of money on it. After the cutscene, the novice tutorial began.
Chen Feng played the game according to the instructions and found that the content was indeed similar to that of the Heroes Federation, but in some details, it was far inferior to that of the Heroes Federation.
It is understandable.
After all, it is a new product that was hastily launched in just a few months. It is definitely not as good as the games that Finger Company spent a lot of effort to polish. Not to mention, Finger Company has been online for more than 4 months, and there are a huge number of players providing them with data, allowing them to make targeted improvements.
After the novice tutorial, Chen Feng officially started the game. However, in the first game, there was a lag problem during loading. After finally getting in, the opponent had already been in for 5 minutes. The gaming experience at the beginning was not very good. As I played the game, I encountered various bugs and it even got stuck on a wall at one point. The gaming experience was terrible. Chapter 64 Trash Game. You know, Chen Feng himself is also a player of the Hero Federation. He occasionally plays a few games. His rank has reached the astonishing king level, and he can be regarded as a veteran player. He represents the mainstream game players. If his experience in the game is not good, it means that this game is not very popular among mainstream game players. After reluctantly playing 2 games, Chen Feng chose to log off, then logged into a gaming forum and searched for comments about Heroes Continent. As expected, there are already a lot of negative reviews here. Oh my god, this game Heroes of the Continent is so bad. It's advertised as beautiful, but it plays like a loquat. Stop talking. The images are so shaky that I'm dizzy. And those skills are like flashbulbs. They're almost blinding me. It's just so playable, but there is no need to put too much thought into it. I can only say that the game crashed 4 times in one game. This game is basically a half-finished product. After reading the comments from veteran players in the game forum, Chen Feng felt relieved. He then went to other game forums and found that the players' comments were similar, with only a few differences. It seems that most players don't like this game very much, and only a few players are interested in it. Everyone has different tastes. Even if a game is bad, there will always be a few players who like it. But as long as the profits of the game cannot keep up with the investment, the closure of the game is only a matter of time. It is obvious that Land of Heroes is a game that started off strong but ended up weak. It is hard to say whether it can maintain its success. What happened in the next few days did not exceed Chen Feng's expectations. The game Heroes Continent became more and more popular, but it also received more and more criticism. What is funny is that some players, whether by mistake or on purpose, even cursed the Federation of Heroes. But the more people curse, the more popular the Hero Federation becomes. The reason for this is that due to the high-profile promotion of Hero Continent, many players who were unaware of this type of game were attracted to it, but because the quality of Hero Continent was not up to standard, they were attracted to Hero Federation. This is a complete win without any effort. Boss, the investigation report on the new game Hero Continent is ready. Take a look. Xiao Shanshan handed a document to Chen Feng. After taking the report, Chen Feng habitually pulled Xiao Shanshan into his arms, and Xiao Shanshan did not resist at all. This office is soundproofed and Njishuwei is guarding outside, so Xiao Shanshan lets Chen Feng do whatever he wants to her. Xiao Shanshan has been managing the company for more than half a year. She has become much more capable and has a bit more dignity as a president. Usually in the company, many people dare not look her in the eye. But when they were in private, Xiao Shanshan was his good baby, very obedient, and she would put whatever cheese Chen Feng asked her to. It seems that, judging from the report alone, the trend of Hero Continent is very good. Chen Feng said as he flipped through a few pages of the report. Xiao Shanshan shook her head. It looks good now, but the game Hero Continent is too powerful. Whoever spends more money will have better stats. It's obvious that it will only be popular for a few months at most. When there are more high-powered players, the game will almost collapse. Chen Feng smiled and said, Dayu Technology is originally a fluoro gold game company. It is normal for them to make this kind of fluoro gold game. After all, they also need to recover their costs. We are not like us. We picked up a bargain when the stock price of Finger Company was at its lowest. We have already recovered the original cost. And did you notice that the name of Dahua Technologies game is similar to the name of our company's game? Although they copied and took advantage of the popularity, they actually attracted a lot of new players, and finally these new players flowed into our company's game. In other words, we are the ones who are taking advantage. We don't have to do anything next. We just need to wait quietly. Our company's game quality is better, and we will definitely win over Dayu Technology in the end. I understand, boss. Xiao Shanshan gasped weakly. Also, stop moving. I have something serious to tell you. Go ahead. Chen Feng did not take his hand back. I don't know why, but the more serious Xiao Shanshan is, the more Chen Feng likes to tease her. After a long time, Xiao Shanshan tidied her clothes, glared at Chen Feng, and started talking about business. Boss, the company's development has hit a bottleneck.
Whether it's a movie or a game, it takes a long time to go online, and it takes even longer to get the money back. The company's profits mainly come from the game League of Legends, and the financial department led by Njishui.
The financial risk is too great.
Although League of Heroes makes a lot of money, just one successful game is definitely not enough for the company.
You mean?
What I mean is that it takes too long to develop a game.
We should make use of this gap. If possible, it would be best if we could acquire a game from outside. Chen Feng suddenly realized, which game have you taken a fancy to?
Xiao Shanshan took out a tablet and began to show the content. The name of this game is Minecraft. It is a sandbox management game where players have almost unlimited freedom. It was launched at about the same time as League of Legends.
Although it is less popular, data shows that user stickiness is higher. It's a Swedish company, and its market value is estimated at 3 billion.
Chen Feng looked at the data and felt a little scared. It's not that he can't take out 3 billion in cash, but he needs to sell some assets, and the company's cash flow will also have certain problems in the next few months. There is no need to acquire them directly, and we don't have the ability to do so for the time being. What I mean is, we should first find a way to negotiate the domestic agency rights, and then slowly acquire their shares through other means. Chen Feng silently evaluated it and nodded after confirming that the game Minecraft had great potential and was not much worse than League of Legends.
Okay, you should go and discuss this matter. Yes.
Xiao Shanshan nodded excitedly. In addition to this, there is also a game called Blade and Soul, which was developed by a South Korean game company. I think it also has great potential.
Which one do you plan to talk to first?
I'll talk to both of them, but I plan to go to South Korea first because there is a TV station there that wants to recruit Yo-Yo King.
I can take this opportunity to go there.
Besides, the game Blade Soul has just been launched, and it has only shown the potential to be a big hit, but it has not completely taken off. Come on, if we talk about it earlier, the price can be lower.
Chen Feng looked thoughtful, then slowly shook his head.
No, you go to Sweden to discuss the rights to the Chinese version of Minecraft, and I'll go to South Korea to discuss Blade Soul.
Xiao Shanshan frowned. You go? But you are the boss. Chapter 65. Bye. What's wrong with the boss? Who says the boss has to stay in the company? Besides, I have wanted to go abroad for a long time. South Korea, which is relatively close to us, is a good choice. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. There are also the girls from South Korea. If he remembers correctly, there is a group called Girls' Generation that is very popular recently. I wonder if I can take this opportunity to see them when I go there this time. Xiao Shanshan nodded. Okay, then we will split up. By the way, boss, how about we make a bet? What bet? Let's bet on who can accomplish the goal faster. What about the loser? The loser just has to agree to do something for the other person. Okay, I agree. Chen Feng nodded without hesitation. Xiao Shanshan showed a smug smile. After spending some time together, she discovered that although her boss had a sharp vision and a unique perspective on things, he was not very good at dealing with people. Coincidentally, this is her specialty, so she is sure to win this bet. Chen Feng also smiled. He has cheats, and he has an almighty super robot by his side to assist in Jishui, so it is easy for him to negotiate the agency rights for a game. After the plan was drawn up, the two quickly booked tickets to Sweden and South Korea. Xiao Shanshan selected two smart and capable employees from the company as assistants, and Chen Feng calmly asked Njishui to accompany him. For this kind of thing, Njishui is enough, she is omnipotent. On the plane, Chen Feng, who was traveling abroad for the first time, was a little excited and walked around. This is my first time sitting in a first-class cabin. The space is very spacious. Domestic flights usually only allow you to book business class. Sir, may I ask what I can do for you? The flight attendant came forward and asked very politely. It's okay, I just sat for too long and wanted to take a break. Chen Feng smiled embarrassedly. The flight attendant hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, is that your girlfriend sitting over there? Chen Feng couldn't help but take a look at the stewardess. There's something wrong with this question. Could it be that you've fallen in love with him? Well, she has a thin waist, long legs, and okay facial features. It's not bad to play with her. Chen Feng shook his head. No, that's just my secretary. Secretary, that's even better. Can you help me ask her how she takes care of her skin? The flight attendant became excited. Chen Feng was speechless. Give up, it's natural, you can't achieve it no matter how hard you take care of it. After saying that, Chen Feng sat back in his seat. This feeling of self-conceit is terrible.
After a simple episode, Chen Feng and Njishui got off the plane and officially entered the territory of South Korea.
The first impression South Korea gave Chen Feng was exquisiteness.
On the street, men and women, old and young, all put on makeup and looked extremely gorgeous. However, Chen Feng, who has enhanced his physical fitness and amazing eyesight, can see through the gorgeous makeup and see the ordinariness underneath the makeup, as well as the slightly unnatural marks on some people's faces.
Chen Feng couldn't help but shook his head.
As for that, there is nothing wrong in pursuing beauty, but excessive pursuit of beauty is a bit pathological.
Natural is the best.
However, he is not from South Korea, and perhaps this is the custom here.
Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Park Young-nam, can I meet you?
Just as the two of them walked out of the airport, a sunny and handsome young man ran out from somewhere, smiled and spoke to Njishui in Korean. Njishui smiled gently, then shook his head. Sorry, I don't want to know you. Park Young-nam's eyes lit up. You can actually speak Korean, that's great, I thought you were Chinese.
If you think I'm Chinese, then why do you speak to me in Korean? Park Young-nam was speechless.
Chen Feng, who had been listening to the birds chirping for a long time, couldn't help but said, Shui, who is this guy?
What does he mean?
Master, he is from South Korea and thinks I am a Chinese who has never seen the world, so he wants to come and pick me up. Njishui responded gently. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. He would also say such things.
No, master.
I read his thoughts through his scattered brainwaves. He didn't actually say these words out loud.
Fuck, you can read other people's minds? Chen Feng was shocked. This omnipotent robot was too terrifying.
Master, you have to be very close to each other and the other person's thoughts must be very active in order to read their mind.
It's not like you imagine that you can read the other person's memory. Njishui smiled. Even so, it's scary enough. Fortunately, you are mine, otherwise I would be scared to death.
Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a sense of excitement rose in his heart. The stronger Njishui's ability, the greater the benefit to him.
Miss, what else did you say to him?
Park Young-nam asked with a smile. Njishui shook his head. Hello, Mr. Park, this has nothing to do with you, you should leave. Park Young-nam's face changed. Miss, there is no need to be so heartless, I just simply want to get to know you.
But I don't want to know you, and only you know whether it's simple or not.
Njigwa shook his head decisively. Park Young-nam didn't know that his dirty thoughts had long been seen through by Njishui. As for his handsome appearance and elegant conversation, these were completely meaningless in front of Njishui, an emotionless robot. Seeing Njishui so determined, Park Shangnan had no choice but to look at Chen Feng hatefully, then turned and left.
What a pity that a flower is stuck in cow dung. Damn it, you're looking for death.
Seeing the contempt in Park Young-nam's eyes, Chen Feng, who was already impatient, decisively cursed him, adding bad luck to his fate.
The effect of this misfortune was not strong.
It just caused Park Young-nam to lose his hand and stay in the hospital for a few months.
Chen Feng is a magnanimous person and would never let someone die just because he doesn't like them.
Park Young-nam, who was leaving, felt inexplicably cold, then shook his head and left. Soon, the sound of an ambulance was heard beside him. Chen Feng and Njishui went to the booked hotel, had a good night's rest, and went to the TV station the next day to discuss matters related to the Yo-Yo King. After the TV series was broadcast in Japan, it achieved good ratings, and even the yo-yo toy became popular and became a hit in the streets. Of course, even without this TV series, yo-yo has gradually spread from China to other countries, and even international leagues are being prepared. The South Korean TV station saw this and invited Chen Feng's company to introduce this TV series.
Chapter 66. You can actually read minds.
When we walked downstairs to the TV station, the relevant person in charge of the TV station, who had learned the news in advance, came downstairs to greet us, and then extended his hand enthusiastically. Hello, Mr. Chen, my name is Jean Taiming, and I am the person in charge of introducing this TV series. Chen Feng also extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Jean, I didn't expect you to know Chinese, and speak it so well.
Jean Taiming smiled and said, Of course, I have a Chinese language certificate.
The station originally wanted to send me to discuss the issue of importing TV series, but I didn't expect you to come here in person. I had something to do in South Korea, so I came here.
Let's not talk anymore. Let's go to the conference room and talk. Jean Taiming took Chen Feng into the TV station.
Unlike China, there are very few TV stations in South Korea, only a few dozen, and 3 of them account for 80% of the market share.
The sole TV station that they are currently negotiating with is one of the three major TV stations. As employees of the three major TV stations, everyone here appears very confident. However, when they saw Chen Feng and Njishui, many people were amazed, especially Njishui, whose brows were as gentle as water, which made many boys unable to walk. Chen Feng laughed secretly when he saw this scene. If these men knew that Njishui was a robot, he wondered what their expressions would be. Would they be ashamed of their momentary intoxication? Master, what's wrong with you? In the distance, an intellectual female secretary suddenly asked. That girl is so beautiful, can you help me ask who she is? A capable young man looked at Njishui obsessively. Njishui's gentle and pure temperament, like water, really touched his heart. The intellectual female secretary looked at Njishui in the distance and also showed a look of amazement. It's really shocking that there is such a beautiful girl in this world. No wonder the young master wants to know her name. I understand, young master. I'll go over and ask for you. The intellectual secretary nodded and walked quickly towards the meeting room. Soon, she knocked on the door and entered the meeting room with an apologetic smile. Sorry to bother you, Director Jean, please come out for a moment. I have something urgent to discuss with you. Jean Taiming, who was discussing the specific terms with Njishui, was stunned for a moment. He recognized that this was the secretary of the group's young master. He apologized to Njishui and walked out quickly. Secretary Li, what do you want to talk to me about? Does the young master have any instructions? Secretary Li nodded. Let me ask you, who is the girl who is discussing business with you inside? She is from China and is the secretary of the chairman of Chengfeng Group. She is here to discuss the introduction of a TV series. Jean Taiming told everything he knew about Njishui. It's a pity that he knew very little. He only knew that Njishui was Chen Feng's secretary, and he didn't know more. Secretary. Secretary Li frowned. Do you think Njishui has that kind of relationship with their boss? I don't know about this, but it seems that it's not the case, because Njishui is very capable. When I was negotiating with her, I felt like she saw through me. Okay, I get it. You can continue to talk to them, but remember, drag it out and don't reach an agreement. I understand, Secretary Li. Jean Taiming walked back quickly. Secretary Li went back and told his young master Li Yuangui the news he had found out. After hearing that Njishui was their boss's secretary, Li Yuangui's expression changed. He was well aware of the importance of the secretary position to the boss. If a man had a young and beautiful secretary, there was a high possibility that there was an unspeakable relationship between the two. Secretary Li, can you confirm the relationship between that secretary and their boss? I'm sorry, sir, I can't do that. Damn it. Li Yuangui couldn't help but curse. When Li Yuangui thought about a gentle beauty like Njishui having had the most intimate relationship with another man, he felt like eating a loquat in his heart. After thinking for a moment, Li Yuangui showed a sinister look. Secretary Li, go talk to Jean Taiming and ask them to offer the other party a slightly more relaxed condition. Then, invite them out for a drink tonight at the hotel under our group. Secretary Li looked stern, and quickly bent down and lowered his head. Okay, I understand. Li Yuangui smiled slightly and felt a little better. Tonight, he will have the chance to taste this beauty and make up for the regret in his heart. He never failed to get what he wanted. Soon, Secretary Li went to the conference room to find Jean Taiming and told him Li Yuangui's instructions. Jean Taiming's heart trembled and his expression became a little bitter. As a senior employee of the TV station, he vaguely knew some rumors and knew what kind of person his young master was. South Korea is a country ruled by chaebols, and their young master is the young master of the modern chaebol among the four major chaebols. His power is so amazing that he can almost cover the sky with one hand. Many girls have been harmed by this young master Li, and even some incidents had happened before, but they were suppressed later. Now, the young master actually wants to use this trick to deal with foreigners and wants his help. If something goes wrong, he will not be used as a scapegoat, right? Jean Taiming, did you hear clearly? When Secretary Li saw that Jean Taiming was slow to respond, he frowned and his expression became serious. I understand, Secretary Li, I will do as you say. Jean Taiming nodded helplessly. The TV station was just a subsidiary of the Hyundai Group, and he was just a small cadre at the TV station. He really couldn't resist his own young master. Alas, you are unlucky to be favored by the young master. Secretary Li then nodded with satisfaction. Do a good job. When this is over, the young master will not treat you unfairly. You are also a veteran employee of the TV station. I think it's time for you to get a promotion. Okay, I understand. Jin Taiming was cheered up. Immediately, he pushed open the door of the conference room and walked into it. In the meeting room, Chen Feng had already shown impatience. The people in South Korea are really too slow in doing things. It's just an introduction of a TV series, but they have to talk about it for so long. Sorry, there's something urgent going on at the station. I kept you waiting for a long time. Jin Taiming bowed skillfully and began to negotiate with Njishui in detail. This time, both of them negotiated much faster and soon reached an agreement. Seoul TV would buy the South Korean copyright of Yo-Yo King for 350 million won. Overall, this condition is quite good, and Chen Feng nodded decisively. Seeing that an agreement had been reached, Jin Taiming smiled, stood up, and then made a warm invitation. To celebrate our agreement, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I happen to know a restaurant that serves very tasty beef. Chapter 67. The master fell in love with her. Chen Feng nodded, sure, I also want to taste Korean food. Jin Taiming's smile deepened, then it settled. I'll notify you in advance tonight. See you then. Originally, Jin Taiming wanted to invite Chen Feng to visit the TV station, but was directly rejected by the impatient Chen Feng. It's not like he hasn't watched TV before, so why does he have to watch yours? Jin Taiming did not insist and enthusiastically saw Chen Feng off from the TV station, even helping him to call a taxi. After returning to the hotel, Chen Feng originally planned to go out for a walk and experience the exotic customs, but Njishui pulled him into the room. Master, Jin Taiming has bad intentions towards me. What's wrong? What news did you read? Chen Feng asked back. During the second half of the negotiation, his mind was not entirely focused on the negotiation. By reading his brainwaves, I discovered that a young master from their group had ordered him through his secretary to find a way to invite us to a hotel. Moreover, their young master often used this trick to play with women. Poochie. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. Another fool who was deceived by Njishui's appearance. If he really succeeded, he would be shocked to find that there was nothing under the Anji water. Thinking of that scene, Chen Feng found it very funny. Master, what are you going to do? Njishui asked calmly. Chen Feng smiled slightly, what else can I do? He has provoked me. Of course I have to find a way to teach him a profound lesson. You dare to provoke me? You are simply courting death. Understood, master. Njishui lowered his head quickly. That night, Chen Feng and Njishui happily attended the welcome party organized by Jin Taiming. At the meeting, he enthusiastically introduced the young master of his group, Mr. Chen, secretary, and this is the director of our TV station, Mr. Li Yuangue. He is very optimistic about the TV series Yo-Yo King, so he came to the party specially. Let us welcome him. Chen Feng clapped his hands out of respect. Njishui even gave Li Yuangue a bewitching look that completely captivated him. Li Yuangue's heart was moved and his soul was possessed by lust. Could it be that this girl has a crush on him? That's right, he is young, rich and handsome, so it's normal for women to like him. I don't know how many girls can't wait to throw themselves into his bed. Njishui's subsequent actions made Li Yuangue's inner thoughts firm, because at the dinner table, Njishui would occasionally wink at him, and even touch him with her little hand deliberately when clinking glasses, which made the little flame in his heart stir. Under the temptation of Njishui, Li Yuangue felt like he was about to explode. Fortunately, the arrangements he had made in advance were successful. After drinking the food and wine he had prepared in advance, everyone at the table fainted, especially the beautiful woman Njishui, who quietly closed her eyes with flushed cheeks, exuding amazing charm under the light. Li Yuangue swallowed and pushed his secretary, only to be surprised to find that she had also fainted. What's going on? Li Yuangue was a little confused. Didn't the secretary know his plan for a long time? Why was he so confused? Forget it, I can't care about so much. The most important thing is to move this coveted beauty into the room first. Li Yuangue, who was full of lust, didn't realize that something was wrong. He picked up Njishui without saying a word and walked upstairs impatiently. He wanted to vent his desires on this beauty. After Li Yuangue left, Chen Feng, who looked drunk, stood up immediately, sneered, and followed him swiftly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Li Yuangue had no idea that his plan had already been clearly known by Njishui through mind reading. Chen Feng and Njishui both pretended to faint on purpose to give him a chance.
As for his secretary and other people at the table, they were all knocked unconscious by Njishui in order to prevent being disturbed by irrelevant people. In order to achieve his ulterior motive, Li Yuangue deliberately cleared out the employees around him, which made it convenient for Chen Feng to follow him easily. Soon, Li Yuangue pulled Njishui into the room prepared in advance and threw her roughly onto the big erotic bed. Under the warm yellow light, the beauty lies on her body, as if embodying all the beauty in the world.
Li Yuangue's eyes were red and he was breathing heavily.
Then he quickly took off the clothes that were in the way and rushed towards Njishui.
The next second, Njishui opened his eyes and showed a charming smile. Li Yuangue's heart skipped a beat. What happened? How did this woman wake up?
I clearly saw her drink so much drugged red wine. In fact, as a robot, Njishui doesn't need to eat or drink, and it is even more impossible for him to be knocked out by human drugs. Before Li Yuangue could figure out the reason, Njishui kicked him lightly and sent him flying.
Bang! Li Yuangue hit the wall, showing a painful look. Even this was the result of Njishui deliberately holding back. If he had really used all his strength, Li Yuangue would have been kicked to death long ago. Damn it, you dare to kick me! Li Yuangue showed an angry look. Snap, snap, snap. What a great show!
A teasing voice came from the side. Li Yuangue turned around and found that Chen Feng, who had just fainted on the table, was standing at the door with a sarcastic look on his face.
You guys?
Li Yuangue was stunned at first, then his drunken head quickly sobered up, and then he showed a look of sudden realization. You have already discovered it, right?
And the fainting of others was also caused by you.
Chen Feng smiled and said, the fact that you can think of this shows that you are not too stupid. Li Yuangue stood up slowly, his face changing from gloomy to bright.
Then, he spread his hands and said, what do you want?
Chen Feng sat on the bed and said with interest, I haven't thought about it yet.
What do you think I should do? Li Yuangue smiled and said, you may not know my identity yet.
I am the son of the chairman of the Hyundai Group and also a director of the TV station.
I can decide the purchasing quota of the TV station. I heard that you are an entertainment company and have produced many TV dramas. I can make the decision and give priority to your company's products in the future. This condition is about right? Chen Feng showed a sarcastic look. Do you think this matter can be resolved so easily? Li Yuangue showed an indifferent look. Otherwise, what else do you want?
To tell you the truth, let alone I haven't done anything yet, even if I really did do something, you can't do anything to me.
You are a Chinese, you can't imagine how amazing my power is. To tell you the truth, even if I kill someone, I don't have to go to jail. Chapter 68. The secretary gives it to you. Chen Feng shook his head.
In fact, he had already known that there was no way to do anything to this guy through normal means.
There is a famous saying that goes, on the surface it is the government that rules South Korea, but in reality, it is the chaebols Samsung, Hyundai, Lotte, and LG that rule South Korea. The four major chaebols are the masters of this country.
Many people with lofty ideals have exposed the darkness of the chaebols through various means such as making movies and TV series, but the irony is that no matter how popular these movies are, the chaebols remain standing.
Li Wan-Q is a chaebol, and the core of the chaebol. He is the ruling class of this country.
It is impossible to make him plead guilty through normal means.
That's why he was so fearless. Even though he was caught, he still looked righteous. Because he firmly believed that Chen Feng could not do anything to him.
On the contrary, Chen Feng would have to worry about his own safety next.
Li Wan-Q's power is so terrifying.
But unfortunately, the person he provoked was Chen Feng.
And Chen Feng, he was cheating. In fact, I know your strength very well. I also know that even if I call the police, they can't do anything to you.
But, in this world, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Facing the fearless Li Yuangue, Chen Feng smiled faintly at him. The next second, Li Yuangue felt inexplicably cold and shivered. Then, he showed a look of extreme pain and fell limply to the ground. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if countless steel knives appeared in his stomach, stirring wildly inside. No, it was not a feeling, but there was really a steel knife, and all kinds of illusions suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. He seemed to see a pale woman standing in front of him, then she gave a sinister smile, and then turned into a skeleton the next second. It was also as if they saw a blood-red full moon rising, and the red moonlight burned their bodies like flames. Then he saw himself turned into a skeleton and lost all physical sensation.
This is no longer the human world, but hell. Li Yuangue wailed in despair. Now, how do you feel?
Chen Feng's voice rang out, and the strange feeling suddenly left him. Li Yuangue was stunned and dazed, and he couldn't wake up for a long time.
Mr. Li, now, do you still think I can't do anything to you?
Seeing Li Yuangue's dazed look, Chen Feng asked again.
Li Yuangue woke up and showed a look of fear.
The feeling just now was like being in hell, and he never wanted to experience it again. At this moment, in his heart, Chen Feng was even more terrifying than the devil.
You, who are you? Li Yuangue asked fearfully. Chen Feng asked back, what do you think? Are you the legendary Onmyoji, or a person with supernatural powers in science fiction? Do such things really exist in this world? Li Yuangue made various speculations.
What happened just now is obviously not something an ordinary person can do.
Chen Feng smiled faintly. It doesn't matter what you guess, you just need to know that I can easily take your life.
Okay, Mr. Li, don't waste time. What happened just now is not over yet. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?
Don't try to fool me with ridiculous things like you did just now. My patience has its limits.
Li Yuangue no longer dared to ignore Chen Feng's words, and began to rack his brains to think about how to compensate Chen Feng to satisfy him, money, or... Li Yuangue glanced at Jishui next to Chen Feng, and his eyes lit up. I can give you my female secretary.
Female secretary?
Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, and the intellectual and elegant figure at the table just now immediately appeared in his mind. It must be said that Li Yuangue was quite lucky to find such a charming secretary.
Pity.
Chen Feng shook his head decisively.
I have no interest in second-hand goods. Second-hand?
Li Wenqiu quickly explained, No, I haven't touched her yet. Chen Feng curled his lips and said, such a beautiful woman has been by your side for so long, can you resist?
No, it's not what you think. Secretary Li was sent by my father, and I dare not do anything to her. Li Yuangue explained quickly. Are you talking about Li He? Chen Feng asked back. Li Yuangue nodded quickly.
No wonder this guy didn't dare to attack his own secretary. Compared to Li Hyuk, the chairman of Hyundai Group and a business tycoon, Li Wenqiu was just a small figure. Of course, he didn't dare to influence his father's opinion because of a woman. After all, everything he is comes from his father. Without his father, he is nothing. Therefore, no matter how beautiful and seductive the secretary was, he didn't dare to make a move. If Li Yuangue had not been frightened by Chen Feng and had not really had anything good to offer, he would have been forced to offer his secretary with great reluctance. After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng shook his head. No, I'm not interested in your secretary. Although Secretary Li is cute, she belongs to old man Li He. If you touch her, it will definitely alarm Li He, so forget it. It's not that he's afraid of Li He, but Chen Feng doesn't have the ability to ignore everything right now, so he can't be too reckless.
Li Yuangue was at a loss. Then, I can't come up with anything. Chen Feng immediately showed a look of contempt. No way, you are the young master of Modern Group, but you can't produce anything? Li Yuangue's face turned red. Actually, I'm not as glorious as you think. My father controls me very strictly. My every move is under his surveillance. Even in the TV station, I don't have much power. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile.
It turns out that this guy Li Wenqiu is only good on the surface.
That's right, the second generation, the first generation is still in power. What rights can the second generation have? Why do rich second generations often like to play? It's because they can't take over the family business.
Seeing the angry look on Chen Feng's face, Li Yuangue felt ashamed. But there was no way, he really couldn't produce anything substantial, because his father knew all his property and there was no way he could give it to him.
Forget it, give me a strand of your hair.
Chen Feng suddenly said.
Hair? Li Yuangue was stunned.
Of course, a strand of hair meant nothing to him, but considering the pain he had just suffered, giving this hair away might lead to terrible consequences.
In folklore, there are many stories about wizards casting curses through hair.
Thinking of this, Li Yuangue hesitated. If he gives this hair away, Chen Feng will not use it to curse him in the future. However, when Li Yuangue met Chen Feng's gradually cold gaze, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a strand of his hair.
Let us talk about the future later. The most important thing is to get through this hurdle. Chapter 69. Year late.
And Jishui came over, took the hair, and put it in Chen Feng's hand.
The next moment, the hair disappeared and was taken into the cursed doll by Chen Feng, becoming the medium of the curse.
If Li Yuangue does anything bad to him in the future, Chen Feng only needs to think about it and make Li Yuangue live a life worse than death. Seeing the hair disappear inexplicably, Li Yuangue was shocked and became even more in awe of Chen Feng.
This guy is indeed not an ordinary person.
I really shouldn't have offended him.
Okay, Master Li, let's just leave it at that. My request is not high. I just need you to do one thing for me in the future.
Chen Feng stood up and let In Jishui out.
Li Yuangue felt relieved. This matter is finally over.
However, the figures of Chen Feng and In Jishui remained firmly in his heart, leaving a very deep impression on him.
The matter of Li Yuangue was just a small episode for Chen Feng.
As for helping with something in the future, it was just something Chen Feng said casually.
This was just a casual move.
Li Yuangue might be a big shot to others, but to Chen Feng at the moment, he was nothing. The next day, Chen Feng and In Jishui went to the TV station to sign the contract, and the content of the contract remained the same as previously agreed. As for the subtle expression on Jean Timing's face, Chen Feng pretended not to see it.
Only the three of them knew the inside story of what happened last night.
As for what outsiders thought, it had little to do with him. The South Korean broadcasting rights of Yo-Yo King were sold at a good price, which put Chen Feng in a good mood. But soon, Chen Feng's good mood disappeared.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, the Chinese agency rights for our game have already been sold. The game director of Blade Soul showed a helpless expression. Chen Feng frowned. How could it be so fast? We hadn't received any relevant news before we came.
The game manager of Jianling shook his head. The other party is China's Wangi company, which offered very generous conditions. After discussion among the company's management, most people agreed to cooperate with Wangi company.
Chen Feng was speechless. The speed of getting online is so fast. But if you think about it carefully, it seems normal.
South Korea's gaming industry has always been very developed, and Jiangxinwei has always held the agency rights for the country's most popular games. First there was Legend, and then there was Dungeon Fighter.
These are all enduring popular games that are now making a lot of money.
With these two cases in mind, the domestic gaming industry has paid close attention to the South Korean gaming industry. Right now, Blade Soul is very popular in South Korea. It is obviously impossible to expect other companies not to notice it and let them take advantage of it. Wangi is also a veteran in the gaming industry, so it is impossible for it not to have noticed it. It immediately sent a team to South Korea to start negotiating the introduction of the game. I don't know if it can be salvaged, but our company can still offer generous conditions.
The game director smiled and said, it's too late because they are signing the contract now. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. I happened to arrive just in time for signing the contract. It seems like there is really no chance. The contract has been signed. If you want to breach the contract, you will have to pay the penalty.
Chen Feng and In Jishui had no choice but to leave in disappointment. I just walked out of the door of Jianling Company and didn't have time to leave. Chen Feng suddenly heard the sound of running behind him, and found a middle-aged man running towards him with his hand outstretched.
Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Zhao Mengyang, the manager of Wangi. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Chen Feng extended his hand politely. Excuse me, what can I do for you?
Zhao Mengyang smiled and said, nothing serious, I just came over to say hello because I knew Mr. Chen was here. Your company's Heroes Federation has become the most popular game in the country. If you go to an internet cafe, you can see people playing this game.
As the head of the gaming department, I have always been curious about you, Mr. Chen. Now, I can finally meet you in person.
Chen Feng smiled slightly. If he acted unkindly when others came to meet him, it would make him look narrow-minded. I didn't expect I would be so famous.
Fame is also a kind of strength, Mr. Chen. I wonder why you are here. Zhao Mengyang showed curiosity. Just like you, we are here to discuss the agency rights for Blade Soul in China.
But we didn't expect that you, Net One, would act so quickly and get the deal done so quickly. Chen Feng said frankly. Zhao Mengyang smiled brightly, of course.
With Legend and Dungeon as examples, China has always been paying close attention to the developments in the South Korean gaming industry.
Now that Blade Soul is so popular, of course we have to act early. Boss Zhao, negotiating the agency rights for such a popular game should cost a lot. It's true that I paid a small price, but I believe it's all worth it. Blade Soul will definitely become a popular game like Legend and Dungeon. Then I congratulate you in advance.
We have something else to do, so we'll leave first.
Chen Feng and Zhao Mengyang exchanged greetings for a while, then turned and left. The Chinese server agency rights of Blade Soul were snatched away by someone.
This is definitely bad news for Chen Feng.
Chen Feng had checked it with a camera in advance and found that Blade Soul had the potential to become a popular game. He had come to South Korea originally with the intention of getting the sword spirit as soon as possible, but the final result disappointed him. Walking on the street, Chen Feng frowned. And Jishui next to him made a new suggestion. "Master, I have a good idea."
"What method?"
Chen Feng turned his head. "Negotiate the domestic agency rights for Blade Soul's competing game."
And Jishui suggested calmly. Chen Feng's expression instantly brightened. And Jishui's suggestion immediately broadened his thinking. And the more I think about it, the more I think this suggestion is feasible.
Competing games refer to two games with similar styles and modes, such as Happy Farm and Penguin Farm, and Magic Dance and Penguin Dance. In the gaming industry, whenever a popular game comes out, it is inevitable that similar games will follow suit and copy it, trying to get a piece of the pie. The quality of these copied games is actually not that bad, and some are even better than the originals.
For example, Penguin Farm and Penguin Racer. Blade Soul is a very popular South Korean game. There is definitely no shortage of similar competitive games in the South Korean gaming community.
Although they lost to Blade Soul in the competition, it does not mean that the quality of the game is necessarily worse than Blade Soul. It may be because the publicity strategy did not keep up, or for some other reason, that the game was affected. Since the domestic agency rights for Blade Soul are no longer available, buying a competing game similar to Blade Soul is also a good breakthrough idea.
Chapter 70. Someone dives into the water. There is currently no game of similar style in China.
As long as the publicity strategy keeps up, it is not impossible to surpass Blade Soul. The more Chen Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but hug Jishui tightly and said, "Shui, you are so strong."
And Jishui smiled gently. "It is my honor to be able to share the master's worries."
Chen Feng nodded. "Let's go back to the hotel and see how many games similar to Blade Soul there are in South Korea." Just as the two were about to quickly return to the hotel to reselect a target, a girl jumped down from the bridge next to them in despair.
Thump!
There was a splash on the water surface.
Help! Someone jumped into the river.
The people nearby immediately gathered around, showing their anxious expressions.
Some even shouted anxiously, "Is there anyone who can swim? Is there anyone who can swim?" Someone actually committed suicide. Chen Feng looked under the bridge out of curiosity and found a slender figure struggling desperately in the water.
Maybe before jumping off the bridge, she was determined to die, but when she really felt the fear of death, the girl immediately became scared and didn't want to die at all.
Shui, can you swim?"
Chen Feng asked suddenly.
And Jishui nodded. "Yes, I also have first aid skills, I can definitely save her if I jump down." "Then go down and save them," Chen Feng said.
Although he doesn't think he is a good person, he still can't bear to watch someone die, especially when he has the ability to save the person. Of course, if he had no ability to save people, he would never rush forward foolishly. With Chen Feng's signal, and Jishui ran to the bridge and jumped off like a light mermaid. When she fell into the water, there wasn't even a splash. With this level, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to win a diving championship. In the river, and Jishui also demonstrated extremely superb swimming skills. He swam to the girl easily like a fishman, approached from the back, controlled the girl who fell into the water, and then pulled her to the shore.
The entire rescue process was extremely fast, without any unnecessary movements.
It is worthy of being an all-round robot from the future. "Please make way, I'm a girl's friend." When Chen Feng ran from under the bridge to the shore, and Jishui had already started giving the girl artificial respiration.
It's still the same as before, a very standard first aid action. Cough, cough. The girl started coughing and spat out several mouthfuls of river water, looking painful.
And Jishui patted her shoulder gently.
"Are you okay?" Chen Feng asked.
At this moment he discovered that the girl was unexpectedly beautiful, as pure and flawless as clouds, and as warm as her heart.
"I'm fine, thank you, sister." And Jishui shook his head. "You're welcome. This is what I should do."
"Where do you live?"
"I'll take you back."
The diving girl shook her head. "No, I don't want to go back.
They are all bad people." "Is this a conflict with family members?"
Chen Feng estimated the girl's age and found that she should be no more than 16 years old. This age is the most selfish and the most immature, and it is easy to cause an accident because of a momentary lack of thinking. After asking several times, the girl was unwilling to tell him where she lived. Chen Feng had no other choice but to take out his phone and call the police to solve the problem. The police arrived quickly, took all three people to the police station, and tried to contact the girl's family. Soon, a mature and charming beauty walked into the police station and asked the police anxiously, "Hello, Mr. Policeman, where is my sister?" "Sister, I'm here." The rescued girl spoke weakly. The mature beauty immediately turned around and showed a happy look. "That's great, Hui Zhen. When I got the call from the police, I thought you were injured." The rescued girl Hui Zhen shook her head and said, "Sister, I'm fine. I was rescued by this beautiful sister not long after I jumped down." The mature beauty breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at Njishui, and bowed very solemnly, "Thank you very much for saving our Hui Zhen, I will definitely repay you." Njishui shook his head, "No need to thank me, you should focus on your sister. She was lucky to meet me when she committed suicide this time, but next time if she is in a place where no one is, she won't be so lucky." The mature beauty looked serious. "I know, but no matter what, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, Hui Zhen might have left us completely. The police station is not the place to discuss matters. Can I invite you to our home?" "Please rest assured, I will thank you very much and pay you a satisfactory reward." And Jishui nodded, "Okay." Chen Feng next to him showed a strange look, but did not refuse. He and Njishui got into the mature beauty's luxury car. "Master, this car is a customized Land Rover, and it's very expensive." After getting in the car, Njishui found an opportunity and explained to Chen Feng in his ear, "Who is this woman? Why did you agree to her?" Chen Feng asked. He knew that Njishui was equipped with a very advanced artificial intelligence, which had sharper judgment than humans. What she agrees to must be what she judges is necessary. That's why Chen Feng didn't refuse the invitation of this mature beauty just now. After all, he really doesn't care about ordinary thanks. "Master, this woman's name is Li Xinjin. She is the eldest daughter of Samsung chairman Li Kuan-hee and is known as the Samsung Princess. Having a relationship with her will bring us many hidden benefits in the future." And Jishui explained in a low voice. Chen Feng asked curiously, "How did you recognize her?" "Master, after I came to this world, I built a database in my mind by downloading information from the internet. I can recognize any celebrity or person who has left a trace on the internet." And Jishui said in a low voice. Chen Feng nodded. "Very good and powerful. It turns out that Shui can also be used as Google." After knowing the girl's identity, Chen Feng was no longer in a hurry to return to the hotel. Instead, he chose to sit quietly in the car, thinking about what to do next. Then he found that he could do nothing because there was almost no connection between Qingfeng's business and Samsung's business, so they could not cooperate even if they wanted to. The only thing that can be utilized is Samsung's network of connections in South Korea. As the number one chaebol, Samsung is the uncrowned king in South Korea. By leveraging their connections, many things can be easily accomplished. While thinking, Li Xinjin drove Chen Feng and Njishui into a luxurious villa and asked the servants to prepare everything. As for Li Huizhen, the little girl who wanted to commit suicide, Li Xinjin directly asked her to go back to her room and have a good rest. Chapter 71: The Tragedy of the Three-Star Princess. "Thank you for saving my sister. Actually, I didn't tell you outside just now that my name is Li Xinjin and my father is the chairman of Samsung, so I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward." "No need, Miss Li. Actually, we don't need anything. Why don't you leave me your phone number and we can talk about it later if there is anything?" And Jishui replied. "You are Chinese, right?" Li Xinjin spoke slowly. Chen Feng and Njishui nodded at the same time. "In fact, as a multinational company, Samsung has a lot of assets in China. Perhaps I can offer you a job with good pay." This time, Li Xinjin spoke in extremely pure Chinese. "Ms. Li, maybe you don't know that I'm a wealthy Chinese man with assets exceeding $1 billion. I don't need the job you offer me at all." $1 billion? Li Xinjin looked surprised. This number, no matter which country it is placed in, can be regarded as a real rich man. Although this wealth is not as much as her father's. But don't forget that her father struggled for decades to gain this wealth. The handsome guy in front of you is probably less than 30 years old. Even looking at his delicate skin, if he said he was only 20, maybe some people would believe him. If the other person is worth $1 billion, then ordinary gifts will not be able to impress him. For a moment, Li Xinjin was silent. Just at this moment, a handsome man reeking of alcohol walked into the villa and started shouting. Li Zhenjin, come out here. When she saw this man, a hint of disgust and helplessness flashed across Li Zhenjin's eyes. Chen Feng turned his head curiously and took a look.
If he guessed correctly, this guy should be the legendary security guard.
Before coming, and Zhishui had told him the story of Li Zhenjin. When she was young, Li Zhenjin, the young and beautiful princess of Samsung, fell in love with an ordinary security guard. At that time, this news shocked countless people.
After learning the news, Samsung scholar Li Cohen he was almost angry to death.
He was determined to break up the two of them. Who knew that Li Zhenjin was so determined to marry the young security guard and even threatened to commit suicide? In the end, Li Cohen he had no choice but to agree to their marriage. I thought this was the news of a poor boy marrying into a wealthy family and making a comeback. Who would have thought that after Li Zhenjin became pregnant, this security guard was exposed by reporters for having an affair with a mistress?
This news quickly made headlines, and even many people in China knew about it.
Because of this incident, Li Zhenjin became a laughingstock and gradually faded out of the Samsung group and no longer participated in the management and operations of the group. After Chen Feng knew this ridiculous story, he was also very curious about how handsome this security guard must be to make Li Zhenjin so obsessed with him. Now looking at him from the front, this guy does look good, with a good foundation, and is obviously a handsome guy, but his pale complexion and puffy eyebags lower his impression score a lot.
Zhenjin, where are you, Zhenjin?
The legendary security guard Ren Yuzhe shouted. Li Zhenjin stood up angrily. Asshole, this is home, not a place for you to act crazy when drunk, get out of here. It was obvious that Ren Yuzhe didn't listen to Li Zhenjin's words at all. When he found that there was a strange man sitting on the sofa, he became furious.
Damn it, who are you and why are you in my house? Tell me, are you trying to seduce my wife?
Li Zhenjin was almost unable to bear it any longer.
This is my guest, get out of here right now.
But if she could really make Ren Yuzhe obedient, all the bad things that happened later would not have happened. Ren Yuzhe had been drinking and was obviously emotional. He couldn't listen to what others said at all and directly regarded the handsome Chen Feng as his love rival.
You bastard, you dare to seduce my wife, you're asking for a beating.
As he spoke, Ren Yuzhe rushed towards Chen Feng angrily.
Chen Feng couldn't help but smile.
Not to mention that Ren Yuzhe was drunk and not in his right mind. Even if this guy was in right mind, he would not take him seriously. Facing the aggressive-looking Ren Yuzhe, Chen Feng raised his hand and slapped him decisively.
Pa!
Ren Yuzhe spun twice like a funny spinning top and fell to the ground.
A bright red slap mark appeared on his handsome face. This. Li Zhenjin was stunned.
Afterwards, she quickly reacted and apologized to Chen Feng.
I'm sorry, sir, for scaring you. Chen Feng shook his head. Ms. Li, he's just a drunk trash. He's nothing to me. But there are some things I have to say. You mean?
Ms. Li, I have heard your story before. I want to say that a marriage between people of different social status is doomed to be unhappy. Since you already know that this guy is a jerk, why don't you just break up directly? Li Zhenjin smiled bitterly. Actually, it's not that I haven't thought about breaking up, but I already have a child, and I don't want her to be without parents since she was a child. This would hurt her too much. Chen Feng shook his head again. Ms. Li, your idea is wrong. A tragic marriage has a greater negative impact on children than a single-parent family. Look at this piece of trash on the ground.
Do you think your child can learn well if he continues to stay with you?
Such a father is not a positive role model at all. He only brings pain to his children.
Li Zhenjin's body shook.
Yes, what's the point of keeping such a bastard father even if we try to keep him? When the child grows up and sees that he has such a bastard father, he will definitely feel ashamed.
Chen Feng's exhortation woke Li Zhenjin up.
Because Chen Feng was admonishing her from the perspective of a child.
Parents in the world are so pitiful.
As parents, what they care about most is not themselves, but their children. The reason why she has always tolerated the bastard Ren Yuzhe is because of the child. When Li Zhenjin realized that keeping Ren Yuzhe would only have a bad influence on the child, her thoughts suddenly changed.
Asshole, you dare to hit me.
Ren Yuzhe got up from the floor with red eyes.
Although Chen Feng's slap just now was very heavy, it still succeeded in waking Ren Yuzhe up.
Ren Yuzhe stared at Chen Feng with murderous intent on his face.
Damn you, do you know who I am?
Believe it or not, I only need one phone call to put you in jail.
That's enough.
Li Zhenjin's face turned serious. Ren Yuzhe, this is not a place for you to act wild.
Get out of here right now. Chapter 72 Ren Yuzhe goes crazy. Ran Yuzhe looked at Li Jinjin with disdain. You unfaithful woman, now you dare to yell at your husband, right? As expected, you have fallen for this boy's face, right?
A hint of anger flashed in Li Jinjin's eyes, and she slapped him decisively.
Shut up, asshole. Pa. Ran Yuzhe covered his face in surprise and looked at Li Jinjin in shock. This woman actually hit him. Then, Ren Yuzhe was instantly furious. Li Jinjin, you actually dared to hit me. Do you still regard me as your husband? You are an unfaithful woman. How dare you hit your husband?
Looking at Ren Yuzhe jumping up and down like a monkey, Li Jinjin's eyes flashed with deep disappointment, and then she called the security guard.
You two, drag them out. Yes, ma'am. Two tall and strong villa security guards bowed and responded. Asshole, you are my wife, this is my home, why are you kicking me out? Why? Because this is a gift from my father. Also, I'm officially informing you that you are no longer my husband. I've decided to go to court tomorrow and divorce you.
Li Jinjin said sternly. Ran Yuzhe was stunned, even the security guard was stunned for a moment.
Miss, are you going to break up with this scumbag?
After realizing what was happening, Ran Yuzhe struggled to break free from the security guard like crazy and crawled in front of Li Jinjin in panic like an abandoned puppy.
Jinjin, how could you break up with me? Have you forgotten our child? It's for our child that I want to break up with you. Trash like you will only set a bad example for the child. Looking at Li Jinjin's serious expression, Ran Yuzhe panicked instantly.
He is just an ordinary security guard with nothing at home. All along, he has been relying on the identity of Li Jinjin's husband, the eldest princess of Samsung, to bully others and attract their attention. Once he breaks up with Li Jinjin and loses the protection of Samsung, he will be back to his original state in an instant. At that time, it is not a question of whether he has money or not, but whether he can save his life.
Jinjin, please don't break up with me, please. If we break up, where should I go? You secretly bought several houses outside. Jinjin, have you forgotten our past and the feelings between us?
It would have been fine if Ren Yuzhe didn't mention this, but as soon as he mentioned it, Li Jinjin's anger instantly erupted.
Relationships? How dare you, damn you, mention relationships? When I was pregnant, you quickly found a new woman. Security, I don't want to see this guy anymore, throw him out quickly and don't let him in again. The two security guards quickly dragged Ren Yuzhe away, like a dead dog. Really? Jinjin, you can't do this to me. I'm the father of your child. Really?
Ren Yuzhe shouted at the top of his lungs, hoping that Li Jinjin would change her mind. But he has broken Li Jinjin's heart so deeply that now Li Jinjin doesn't want to pay any attention to him at all. Seeing that Jinjin ignored him, Ren Yuzhe was first desperate, then looked at Chen Feng with resentment and shouted.
It's you, right? It was you who deceived Jinjin with sweet words. I tell you, you will regret it. You will definitely regret it.
After Ren Yuzhe was dragged away by the security guard, the villa suddenly became quiet. Li Jinjin's eyes were red and she bowed hard towards Chen Feng.
Thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't be able to make up my mind to get rid of this garbage. Ms. Li Jinjin, everyone has irrational moments. This is not your fault. Let the past be the past. A brand new life will greet you in the future. A new life.
A glimmer of longing flashed in Li Jinjin's eyes.
Yes, after getting rid of Ren Yuzhe, she will be greeted by a brand new life.
All this is thanks to Chen Feng who enlightened her.
Thinking of this, Li Jinjin's heart was filled with gratitude towards Chen Feng.
Next, the three of them had a passionate conversation. Thanks to Njishui's high emotional intelligence, the conversation was very pleasant. Li Jinjin even cooked on the spot and demonstrated her cooking skills to them. When they left, sisters Li Jinjin and Li Huizhen even came out together to see them off. Even Li Huizhen insisted on sending her to the hotel, which was even more enthusiastic than Li Jinjin. This made Chen Feng start to think that this little girl Li Huizhen was interested in him. As a result, when they arrived at the hotel entrance, the foxtail of this little girl Li Huizhen was instantly exposed.
Sister Shui, can you come with me? I have something to tell you. Li Huizhen looked at Njishui expectantly.
Njishui shook his head without giving any face. I'm sorry, Miss Li, if you have anything to say, just say it here.
We still have things to do.
Li Huizhen pouted in dissatisfaction and glared at Chen Feng fiercely.
Chen Feng was suddenly speechless. Njishui rejected you, why are you glaring at me?
At the same time, a hint of curiosity arose in his heart.
What exactly did this little girl want to say to Njishui? Sister Shueishui, I heard that you are this guy's secretary, right? Njishui nodded. Li Huijin smiled and said, Sister Shueishui, you are working for others anyway, why don't you come work for me?
I am willing to pay you 3 times what he pays you, no, 10 times. As long as you are willing to work for me, I can pay you 10 times the salary.
Chen Feng's eyes widened.
I asked Njishui to save you with good intentions, but you actually wanted to steal my girl.
How shameless.
Faced with Li Huijin's good intentions to recruit him, Njishui calmly shook his head. Sorry, Miss Li Huijin, I am very happy working with Mr. Chen, and I have no intention of leaving him for the time being. Li Huijin immediately became anxious. Sister Njishui, this guy doesn't look like a good person at first glance, you must not trust him wrongly. Chen Feng, who was listening nearby, turned pale.
You little girl, you dare to say bad things about me in front of me, do you want to be spanked?
Li Huijin continued, Sister Shueishui, you should know that my father is the chairman of Samsung Group. He is very rich. As long as I come of age, he will give me a large sum of money to use as a startup fund. The amount of this money will definitely not be small, at least 100 billion won.
When the time comes, I can hand it over to you to manage. You can do whatever you want, and I will never interfere. With such good conditions for you, why do you have to work for this guy?
Njishui shook his head again. Ms. Li Huijin, thank you for your kindness, but I have no interest in starting a business for the time being, nor do I plan to leave the company.
Chapter 73, Poisoned by Njishui. Why? Li Huijin shouted in grievance, why don't you want to come and work for me? Are you doubting my sincerity? Actually, I was serious. When I was struggling in the water, I felt like I was abandoned by the world. When I was desperate, Sister Shueishui appeared like a ray of light. I was conquered by you.
So, what I said was true, not just a random remark.
Chen Feng's face was expressionless. It's over.
Another person was poisoned by Njishui. The simulated skin on Njishui's body has deceived countless people, mostly men, but there are also many girls who have been deceived. Li Huijin is the new victim.
Facing Li Huijin's passionate confession, Njishui shook his head again. Ms. Li Huijin, please stop pestering me. I will not leave my boss, so please stop talking.
Li Huijin glared at Chen Feng fiercely.
What kind of magic did this guy cast on Sister Shueishui to make her so loyal? Well, if you don't want to, forget it, but no matter what, I won't give up. One day, I will make you change your mind. Whatever, Miss Li, we have something else to do, so we'll go back first.
Njishui gave Chen Feng a look, and the two returned to the hotel room together. Li Huijin actually followed them all the way with great persistence. When she found out that they lived in the same room, she couldn't help but scream.
Oh my god, how can you two people of the opposite sex live in the same room? How can you live in the same room? Sister Shueishui, did he force you? Tell me, I will make the decision for you.
Njishui ignored her. Chen Feng felt that he was more wrong than Doi. Ever since Njishui appeared and served as his secretary, many people misunderstood that the two of them were having an affair.
But in fact, there really wasn't anything.
Njishui was a robot and had nothing underneath.
How could Chen Feng have had sex with her?
As for booking a room, it was just for convenience. After all, Njishui was a robot and could be on call all day long.
He didn't need to sleep at all, so what was wrong with staying in a room?
As a result, after Li Huijin saw the scene, it immediately became evidence that Chen Feng was forcing Njishui, and the way she looked at Chen Feng became as if she was guarding against a thief.
Chen Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this naive little brat.
Let her stay where she wants.
He didn't believe she could stay there after dark.
Anyway, he and Njishui are now going to get down to business and find a game that can replace Blade Soul. Blade Soul, a game that has a high probability of becoming a big hit, has already had its domestic agency rights snatched away by Net1 in advance, so they decided to find another way and develop a competing game similar to Blade Soul and bring it to the domestic market to compete with Net1. Chen Feng originally thought that for a popular game like Blade Soul, there would definitely be many copies to compete with Blade Soul. At that time, they would just need to pick the one that was most similar to Blade Soul and most suitable for the domestic market. In fact, he was thinking the wrong thing.
South Korea has a small land area.
Although it is a developed country, its population is not very large and the market is extremely small.
There are only a dozen or so competing games similar to Blade Soul.
Excluding those shoddy products designed to make money, there are only 2 or 3 targets left to choose from. After Njishue's screening, Chen Feng finally chose a game called Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind.
There were many reasons for this choice.
On the one hand, the guarantee of the camera identification confirmed that this game had great potential. On the other hand, the company that produced this game was about to go bankrupt.
Yes, this company is going bankrupt.
As a small company, seeing the popularity of Blade Soul, the boss of the company got excited and decided to make a similar game. He did not aim to surpass Blade Soul, but just to make some money so that the company could survive.
But unfortunately, it failed.
He was a small company without any channels or sufficient influence, so he was unable to shake the position of Blade Soul at all. Instead, a large number of game players were attracted to Blade Soul, and he became a pure tool.
Although in Chen Feng's opinion, the quality of their game was very good and not much worse than Blade Soul, and even had some unique settings, the game ultimately failed. This is the cruelty of the gaming world. It doesn't mean that making a good game will definitely lead to success. There are too many factors that can affect the success of a game, such as publicity, operation, channels, etc. Even a problem in a minor link may affect the survival of the game. Even if you have done nothing wrong, you may be defeated by other games simply because of bad luck and have to give up the market.
Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind is such a game.
It was apparently well made, but after it went online,
it was faced with a big devil, Blade Soul, and there were several competing games similar to Blade Soul all around it. As a result, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind was defeated. The company boss has already started considering giving computers to employees to pay their back wages.
There was no other way.
In order to build the Valley of the Wind, all the company's cash was thrown into it. As a result, the project failed and the cost has not been recovered until now.
We have to live on that little money every month.
When the boss learned that someone was willing to buy his company, he was so moved that he almost cried.
Finally, someone came to take over, and they were the warm and hospitable Chinese people.
In order to leave a good impression on Chen Feng, the company boss specially ordered a Rolls-Royce to pick him up, and all the employees went out to bow and greet him, just to get a good price.
Chen Feng lived up to everyone's expectations and gave him a good price. 50 million.
To be honest, the research and development of the Nausicaa game alone cost more than 50 million, not to mention the subsequent publicity and operating costs.
But who said the game failed?
Although it is still operating and able to make money, the income is getting lower and lower every day. If one day the money earned is not enough to cover the cost of operation and maintenance, then the game can be declared dead.
A failed game is just a useless bunch of code that is almost worthless.
50 million is already a fair price, at least it can make up for some of the losses. The company's boss has decided to leave the gaming industry, which is a deep pit, and move into the rewards of other industries. Chen Feng carefully selected a vice president named Pu Xiangming. This guy had been in the company for many years, and after being evaluated on cameras, he was found to have good abilities, so Chen Feng hired him.
A new emperor appoints his own ministers.
After Park Xiangming took office, he immediately prepared to launch the Chinese version of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind according to Chen Feng's request. At the same time, he humbly accepted Chen Feng's suggestions and made a series of changes to Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind in order to make it more suitable for the tastes of Chinese players.
This is also the second reason why Chen Feng chose to acquire the company. The game company behind Blade Soul is a big company in South Korea. They have their own will.
Even if they have obtained the agency rights for the game's national server, it is just a cooperative relationship. Chapter 74 Acquisition of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. In case there are some problems with the national server, or if the national server players want to make some changes, Blade and Soul may not listen to him. After all, they are a cooperative relationship and they have their own will. It's not like Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, the company belongs to him, and the entire company is a tool, and the purpose is to expand the national service, and everyone is more obedient than the other.
This wave, there are some to fight. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind will not necessarily lose to Blade and Soul in China.
On the contrary, there is a great hope of counterattacking. After completing the acquisition of Valley of the Wind, Chen Feng's business in South Korea was basically done. In the next few days, he traveled around South Korea. Li Huizhen, the follower, has been following behind him. Of course, Li Huizhen is not clinging to Chen Feng, but to Njishui, the gentle and kind sister Shui. But when she found out that Chen Feng was so shameless as to ask Njishui to carry things for him, Li Huizhen exploded instantly.
You are still not a man. You actually let Sister Shui carry things for you. How can you, a grown man, have the nerve to do that?
It is worth mentioning that this passage was spoken by Li Huizhen in Korean, and then translated by Njishui for Chen Feng. After staying in South Korea for so many days, Chen Feng has learned a lot of Korean words, but he is not yet able to talk to the South Koreans.
Facing the angry Li Huizhen, Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Why do you care about me? Your sister Shui doesn't mind. Why do you mind? If you don't like it, just leave.
Li Huizhen had no choice but to persuade Njishui, Sister Shui, you see, this bad guy doesn't respect you at all, so why don't you follow me?
I won't do anything like asking you to carry things.
Njishui smiled gently at first, then rejected Li Huizhen again. As Chen Feng's robot, she had no concept of betrayal at all. Li Huizhen could only follow beside him with a pout, and even helped carry a few bags because she was worried that Njishui was too tired. Seeing the delicate girl struggling to carry the bags, Chen Feng became more enthusiastic in shopping.
I make you hate me every day, and now I want to take revenge on you.
Of course, as a grown man, he couldn't buy many things, and the things he bought were basically given to Songya and Xiao Shanshan.
After shopping, they prepared to leave South Korea. China is Chen Feng's home.
Upon learning that Chen Feng was leaving, Li Huizhen was extremely reluctant and asked Njishui to keep him again, but was rejected by Njishui again. In order to comfort the little girl, Chen Feng specially treated her to a barbecue meal with South Korean characteristics. I have to say that South Korean barbecue is quite delicious and has a very special taste. The barbecue is very delicious, and it will be even more delicious if it is accompanied by Li Huizhen's aggrieved expression. Because the barbecue that Chen Feng ate was grilled by Njishui, Li Huizhen had no choice but to help with the grilling in order to prevent her sister Shui from being too tired.
Li Huizhen was very unhappy.
She was the second princess of 3 stars. When did she fall to this point?
She actually has to serve a man with another woman.
Why is Sister Shui refusing to leave Chen Feng even though he is such a bastard?
Does Sister Shui have any leverage over Chen Feng?
Otherwise, it's impossible that Chen Feng's charm is so beyond measure that Sister Shui is willing to stay with him forever. After taking a close look at Chen Feng, although she hated this guy, Li Huizhen had to admit that Chen Feng was still quite handsome, especially his skin, which was smoother and more delicate than that of a girl.
She didn't know how he grew up. Could it be that Sister Shui likes this one?
Li Huizhen was very confused.
At the same time, she was also very sad. Sister Shui, are you really going to leave? Can't you stay? You know I'm very rich. Your future prospects will be much better if you follow me than if you follow this guy Chen Feng.
And Njishui didn't even turn his head. I'm sorry, Miss Li Huizhen, I have rejected you several times. I believe you should understand my determination.
You can call me Huizhen, I don't mind.
Li Huizhen corrected. But at this time, Njishui had already ignored her. Even though she is deeply in love with Njishui, to a robot without emotions, Li Huizhen is actually not much different from cats and dogs on the street.
Her gentle personality is just artificial intelligence disguised according to human behavior patterns. So Li Hui's true affection is destined to be misrepresented.
Unfortunately, Li Huizhen was a stubborn person, so the next day, when Chen Feng and Njishui were about to leave, Li Huizhen still took the trouble to run over to see them off and said firmly, Sister Shui, maybe you just think I'm a child, but I want to say that I'm serious.
No matter what, I won't give up. I know, Shui, let's get on the plane.
Chen Feng waved his hand impatiently and pulled Njishui towards the passage. Damn bastard, sooner or later I will snatch you back from Sister Shui. Li Hui was so angry that he gritted his teeth, then looked at Njishui eagerly, hoping that his sister Shui would turn around and look at him.
But unfortunately, it didn't.
Until they got on the plane, her sister Shui, whom she was thinking about all the time, did not turn around. Instead, she followed Chen Feng very honestly all the way to the plane. Shortly afterwards, a passenger plane took off from the airport, carrying Li Huizhen's beloved sister Shui away from South Korea.
Finally got rid of that annoying little guy.
Chen Feng stretched lazily.
During this period, the damn Li Huizhen followed him like a follower.
Whenever he asked Njishui to do something, she looked at him with extreme contempt, which made Chen Feng very depressed. Please, Njishui is originally his personal property, he can use it however he wants, it has nothing to do with you, Li Huizhen.
If I hadn't given the order, do you think Njishui would have saved you? You're thinking too much.
Even if all human beings died, Njishui, a robot without emotions, wouldn't care. If Njishui wasn't a robot that couldn't do anything, Chen Feng really wanted to play with Sister Shui, whom Li Huizhen had been thinking about so much, in front of her to see what her expression would be. But then again, this little girl Li Huizhen is still very delicate. Although she is still young, she has everything she should have. If she grows up well in a few years, she will definitely become a great beauty. Looking at such a beauty every day, Chen Feng still felt itchy in his heart. However, after this girl was rescued by Njishui, she actually became obsessed with Njishui and didn't even look at him, which made Chen Feng very unhappy. When he returned to the company and heard the bad news about Xiao Shanshan, Chen Feng felt even more unhappy.
My world failed to obtain the agency rights for the Chinese server? Chapter 75 I want to give up. Yes.
Xiao Shanshan smiled bitterly. I have already given very high conditions, but this company just has no intention of developing a national service.
Why? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask. Xiao Shanshan shook her head. To be honest, I don't know why.
My world is obviously very successful, and the domestic server market is not small. As long as they agree, the My World game company can make money without doing anything, but they just don't want to.
Chen Feng frowned. Do they want to open up their own national service market? The market is limited, and there is often only one winner for a type of game.
If Minecraft enters China, then for at least a year, games of the same type will be greatly affected and their living environment will be greatly deteriorated. Xiao Shanshan shook her head again. This is what I find most strange. They are not willing to give us the agency rights for the national server, nor have they thought about opening up the Chinese market.
They simply do not move.
Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Forget it, everyone has their own aspirations.
This kind of thing can't be forced. If they don't agree or are unwilling, there is nothing we can do. That's all for now. You've worked hard on this trip to Sweden. Go back and have a good rest. Xiao Shanshan was feeling a little depressed.
This trip to Sweden can be said to be a complete failure and no results were achieved. Not everything in this world can be accomplished through hard work. Seeing Xiao Shanshan's lost look, Chen Feng comforted her.
Shanshan, don't be sad. This failure is not your fault.
The boss of the company has his own ideas.
It has nothing to do with you.
The new year is coming soon, you should concentrate on your work and we will fight again next year.
Okay.
Xiao Shanshan nodded, and then said unwillingly, how about we develop a game similar to Minecraft to seize the domestic market first? The company doesn't have the energy right now, and it may not succeed, Chen Feng explained. Xiao Shanshan sighed in disappointment. In fact, she knew that this was not a good idea, but she always felt unwilling in her heart. This was the first time she encountered such a big failure. Fortunately, Chen Feng took special care of her in the next few days, allowing her to recover from her loss and continue to manage the company. The new year is approaching, and things at the company suddenly become more busy. Year-end bonuses and salary increases must be taken care of, otherwise employees will not feel at ease at work. After finishing all these, Chen Feng originally thought that this year would pass peacefully. However, before the Chinese New Year, big news suddenly came from the gaming industry.
The Chinese version of Blade Soul is now online.
The launch of Blade Soul Chinese server was very sudden and Chen Feng had not received any news about it before. He and the people from Net1 went to South Korea at about the same time, but because he was a step slower, the people from Net1 got the Chinese agency for Blade Soul. Then the people from Net1 went back directly and started preparing for the launch of Blade Soul on the Chinese server. Chen Feng and Njishui stayed in South Korea and began to study the acquisition of competing games.
The acquisition of Nausicaa and the adjustment of the company structure inevitably took a lot of time.
Although Chen Feng reminded Park Xiangming before returning that the most important thing for the company was to launch the national server of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, the pace still could not be accelerated. After all, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind company is just a small company. A lot of people left due to the company handover some time ago, so it is even more short of manpower. Unlike Blade Soul, which had sufficient manpower and after deciding to cooperate with NetEase, it quickly released the national version and took the lead.
I have to say that the online version is of a certain standard. The operation of the national server is quite good. The server was packed on the day of the launch and the players gave it rave reviews. Looking at the data sorted out by the employees, Xiao Shanshan frowned. The situation is not good.
Boss, how long will it take for the Chinese version of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind to be launched? I just called and asked. It will probably take another month.
1 month. Xiao Shanshan shook her head.
After a month, Blade Soul has probably attracted all the players who like to play this type of game. By the time Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind is launched, players will probably have already laid a solid foundation in Blade Soul, so who would still want to play Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind? Chen Feng also felt it was a bit tricky, but he really had no way to deal with the launch of the national server. The South Korean company was already fast enough and it was impossible to speed up further.
Don't worry, Shan. We still have a chance.
Besides, it only cost 50 million to acquire Wind Valley. Even if we fail, it won't have much impact on the company.
And don't forget Penguin Farm and Penguin Speed.
They were launched later than Farmville and Cartwriter.
In the end, Penguin Farm and Penguin Speed drove Farmville and Cartwriter out of business.
Xiao Shanshan smiled bitterly.
How can these two light games be compared with heavy games like Blade Soul?
Moreover, Penguin has its own platform, Penguin Account, to bring traffic, but Changfeng has nothing.
But there is really nothing we can do right now.
The game has not been launched yet, and nothing we do will work.
We can only watch the Sword Spirit continue to capture cities.
By the way, boss, a few copycat games of the Hero Federation have been launched recently.
What's the result? It didn't make any impact.
The quality of these games was terrible.
Chen Feng nodded. Plagiarism is very common in the gaming industry.
For a successful game, there may be hundreds of similar copies, but only 2 or 3 of them may actually survive. In the 5v5 type of games, League of Heroes is the leader, so there is no need to worry about it for now. For now, let us take a look at Blade Soul on NetEase.
The momentum of this game seems a bit scary. Gamers in many forums have begun discussing the game Blade Soul.
The beautiful art style, sophisticated missions, and highly playable game modes have sparked huge discussions among players.
There is one thing that makes players very unhappy.
Blade Soul is a South Korean game, and the localization of the national server is not very good.
Some details always make players feel that they are not quite right. However, the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Blade Soul is an extremely excellent game.
Combined with the various channels of NetEase, a giant in the gaming industry, it is like drywood meeting fire, or a talented man meeting a beautiful woman. The game's data began to skyrocket from the moment it was launched, becoming the most popular game in the second half of the year.
Even the popularity of League of Legends was temporarily overshadowed by it. Chen Feng even got a lot of information.
It was said that many game companies saw how popular Blade Soul was on NetEase and started to develop similar games to get a piece of the pie. Some game geniuses even planned to combine League of Legends and Blade Soul to create a new game. When this designer was interviewed, he even vowed to subvert all existing game modes and create a new game mode that would lead the trend.
Chapter 76 Returning Home for the New Year.
Chen Feng really couldn't figure out how the two completely different games, League of Legends and Blade Soul, could be combined, but seeing the designer's confident look, he decided to believe him first, laugh at this matter, and then deal with it after it fails.
Then, it was the 12th time to sign in.
Ding, check in for the 12th time, reward 200 strengthening pills. When the system prompt sounded, Chen Feng's expression lit up with joy.
This strengthening pill came at the perfect time.
The Chinese New Year is coming soon, and I must go home to visit my parents. My parents have worked so hard for so many years, and as they get older, they always have some minor problems. The strengthening pill just fits their situation, it can improve their physical fitness and make them live longer. As for who to take home, Chen Feng has also made up his mind, so he will take Njishui back. After all, Njishui is a robot, all alone, and has nowhere to go except to go home with him.
Haven't his parents always been worried about his marriage? Njishui, this excellent daughter-in-law, will definitely satisfy them.
Of course, there is another more important reason.
Chen Feng is used to using the robot Njishui.
If he is not around, he would feel a little uncomfortable.
With the arrival of the Spring Festival, the company's affairs will come to an end and a long vacation will begin. Chen Feng had already prepared to go home. He is from Shangbei Province, and his hometown is actually not very far from Dahan City.
It is a small and unknown county town in Dayi City, which is about 4 or 5 hours drive away. For such a short distance, Chen Feng chose to drive, but it was not him who drove, but Njishui. Robots don't need to rest anyway, so it's a waste if they don't use them. When the car drove downstairs, it caused Uncle Wang to be amazed.
Hey, isn't this the kid from old Chen's family? He actually got in the car. Uncle, this is what I bought. Chen Feng showed off a little.
If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it's like walking in fine clothes at night.
It's human nature to show off when you become rich, and it can also give face to your family, so why not do it? The neighbors around were also quite friendly when they saw Chen Feng coming back. After all, they had watched Chen Feng grow up.
Njishui stole the show, and everyone praised him. Fortunately, and Jishui was very smart and handled the situation with ease, which made Chen Feng breathe a sigh of relief. After dealing with these neighbors, Chen Feng walked into the apartment building and opened the door of his own room. The first thing he saw was old Chen curled up on the sofa watching TV, looking lazy. Old Chen is over 50 years old this year.
He is an ordinary civil servant. He has worked hard all his life and is now waiting for retirement.
He lives a very comfortable life. My mother was reading a magazine nearby. When she saw Chen Feng coming back, her eyes lit up.
My son is back.
When she saw Jishui standing gently next to Chen Feng, her expression changed with a hint of joy.
This is. Mom, you've been urging me to find a girlfriend. This is my girlfriend. Her name is Jishui. My mother's face suddenly darkened. Why did you find someone like this? Chen Feng was stunned. No way, Mom, you dislike this? Jishui's appearance is very deceptive.
I don't know how many people have been deceived by her.
But my mother is still not satisfied?
My mother walked quickly towards Jishui with a smile on her face.
Girl, you are so beautiful. How could you fall for a stinky boy like my Afeng?
He is not worthy of you at all. Jishui showed a gentle smile, turned his head and glanced at Chen Feng. His expression was no different from that of a real person. Although she smiled, Auntie, Afeng is very good. My mother shook her head and said, I know this brat best.
He's such a jerk. It must be a blessing for our ancestors to find someone like you. I won't say much.
Old Chen, quickly take out the gold bracelet I hid last time.
Old Chen didn't care about watching TV at this time.
Seeing Jishui's beautiful appearance, he was very satisfied and went to get the gold bracelet without saying a word. Then, the two of them pulled Jishui aside to ask about his well-being and inquired about Jishui's family situation in a subtle way. When they found out that Jishui was a mountain dweller who lived alone in the family, they were heartbroken. His mother even threatened Chen Feng on the spot that if he dared to let Jishui down, she would not want him as her son. Of course, this is also because Jishui is good at speaking and pleases the two elders. After all, he is an omnipotent robot.
While the two women were talking, Lao Chen waved his hand and secretly took Chen Feng to a corner to talk. I heard that you have opened a company now, specializing in games.
Right.
Chen Feng nodded.
From the moment he got the system, he began to think about how to explain it to his family. It is definitely not possible to directly say that you have obtained the system, but it is relatively easy to explain how you got rich. Chen Feng called home several times, saying that he had made some money from stock trading, then started a company, made a very popular game, and became a big boss.
My family was quite opposed to these things at the beginning.
They belong to the older generation and naturally distrust things like stock trading and games.
We can't say they are old-fashioned, we can only say that each generation has its own ideas.
But later, when they found out that Chen Feng had made a lot of money, they didn't object much. But in his heart, Lao Chen still felt that this matter was unreliable. Taking advantage of Chen Feng's return, he quickly persuaded him, Son, I know you've made a lot of money by speculating in stocks, but this is not the right way after all.
You might lose it all one day.
Many of my friends like to speculate in stocks, but they all lost money in the end.
I think you should stop speculating in stocks. It's better to quit while you're ahead while you're making money. This thing is too risky, it's worse than gambling. I know. That's why I don't trade stocks anymore. I make games and invest.
Chen Feng nodded repeatedly.
Game. Old Chen frowned.
Compared with stock trading, he has a deeper prejudice against the gaming industry. When he was young, Chen Feng would go to the arcade secretly, and even ate fried pork with bamboo shoots several times for this purpose.
In Lao Chen's mind, games are spiritual opium that can only lead to depravity. Not to mention playing them, even watching them is not allowed.
Now Chen Feng making games is equivalent to selling hundreds of fans in his mind, which is purely harming people. Son, let me tell you, games can do a lot of harm to people.
You still remember Shaoli upstairs?
He didn't get into college because he loved playing games, and ended up working for others.
Tell me, is this a future for him?
You are right not to speculate in stocks, but making games is not good.
If you make them, you will harm others.
Chen Feng was helpless and shook his head with a bitter smile. So many years have passed, and not only has Lao Chen not changed his prejudice against games has even deepened. I can only say that sometimes the ideas of the older generation are really stubborn.
Chapter 77 How did you find such a
Sometimes you really can't communicate with this kind of person because your values are different.
Dad, let me be frank with you.
I have invested all the money I made from stock trading into making this game.
If I don't succeed, all those millions will be wasted.
Ah?
Old Chen looked incredulous. How many millions does it cost to make a game? This isn't gold or silver, how could it cost millions? Chen Feng spread his hands and said, if I didn't tell you, would you dare to believe that you can make millions by speculating in stocks? It's the same with making games. It costs a lot of money. A few million is just a small game.
Some companies even spend more than $1 billion to make games. Old Chen almost fainted. Someone actually spent more than 10 billion to make something that harms people, and Guijia didn't care.
Dad, there's no way to control this, because everyone has the need to have fun, just like you. Don't you go fishing with your old friends occasionally? That's different.
Fishing is fishing, and games are games. Fishing can cultivate one's sentiments, while games are spiritual opium.
Forget it. I won't argue with you. I just want to ask you, what can I do if I don't make games? I've already invested all the money. If I don't make games, I'll go bankrupt now. You can't let your son go bankrupt, right?
Besides, I majored in computer science in college, which is a good fit for my major.
Tell me, what else can I do if I don't make games?
Chen Feng argued convincingly. Old Chen was suddenly speechless.
He doesn't even know much about computers, so how can he know what the computer industry can do?
Moreover, he couldn't come up with several million, and it was impossible for him to watch Chen Feng go bankrupt. Old Chen thought about it and sighed, forget it, just make games.
Anyway, you are older now and I can't control you anymore.
Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After spending so much effort, he finally made that old-fashioned guy, Lao Chun, admit the reality and stop interfering with him.
Dad, don't worry. I will consider these things myself.
Besides, games are not as bad as you think.
If they really harm people, why are so many people willing to be harmed by games? Are they all mentally retarded? Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about the girl you brought back.
I took a look at her and she is a good girl. You must treat her well.
Don't worry.
Chen Feng patted his chest and assured. And Jishui's simulated skin was so deceptive that he had captured his parents after only being home for a few hours.
This is good. Chen Feng can avoid his parents' constant nagging about getting married in the future.
Moreover, Jishui can be relied upon to persuade parents and change their ideas quietly. There was one thing that Chen Feng didn't expect, that Jishui's power could be so great. In such a short time, he had become friends with the two elders and formed a united front with them. Seeing how they were concerned about Jishui, it was obvious that they were deceived by her appearance and believed that she was the daughter-in-law of the Chen family. Old Chen even secretly reminded Chen Feng several times to be nice to Jishui, not to bully her, and to show his responsibility as a man. Chen Feng rolled his eyes after hearing these words.
What era is this? We are still following the old ways.
Girls nowadays are no longer as innocent as they were 20 or 30 years ago, and pursuing girls does not depend on being nice to them.
If you keep being nice to girls, you will end up being a bootlicker.
Only by improving yourself can you attract girls.
But there's nothing we can do.
They won't listen even if we tell them this. They still stick to the same ideas from decades ago and there's no way to change their mindset. Fortunately, Jishui is a robot and obeys Chen Feng's orders 100%, otherwise, his status in the family would definitely plummet. In fact, during the New Year holidays, Chen Feng had already shown signs of becoming a slave.
Whenever there was something to do, his mother asked Chen Feng to do it. As for Chen Feng, let Jishui do it.
This made my mother roll her eyes, but later, seeing that Jishui was willing, she didn't say anything.
Anyway, it's impossible for me to work. I will never be able to work in this life.
The next few days were a boring day of visiting relatives, so Chen Feng directly asked Jishui to go back and sent her to the company to take charge. Jishui is very important to the company, even more important than Chen Feng. For now, just let her show up in front of her parents and leave a good impression.
There is no rush for the rest. This year passed by so uneventfully.
Taking advantage of the New Year's Day opportunity, Chen Feng secretly crushed a strengthening pill into powder, mixed it with other things, and fed it to his father and mother. In order not to arouse their suspicion, Chen Feng fed the fish in small amounts over 10 days.
The effect after feeding was immediate.
My father and mother looked 2 or 3 years younger, and some of their old body ailments disappeared naturally. Dad and Mom were puzzled for a while about this result, but Chen Feng concealed it so well that they couldn't find the culprit at all.
Anyway, getting better is a good thing, so they simply don't pursue it. As for Chen Feng, he felt a little relieved.
He still has 100 strengthening pills in his hand. From now on, every time he comes back from the new year, he will secretly give his parents one, like he did this time, to improve their physical fitness, until there is no more effect. After finishing the work, Chen Feng felt relieved. After returning to the company, he was ready to cheer up and strive to take his career to the next level. However, just a few days after returning to the company, Xiao Shanshan brought him bad news.
Boss, Penguin's heroic glory is online.
Oh. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, without much reaction. To be honest, this matter was already expected by him. Penguin is notorious for plagiarism in the industry, with Penguin Farm in the front, Penguin Dance, Penguin Race, and Penguin Crossfire in the back. All of the above games are copied from others.
The most amazing thing is that Penguin actually copied the original company to death.
Penguin Farm killed the original Happy Farm, Penguin Dance killed the dance group, and Penguin Speed killed Cartwriter. Although Penguin Crossfire did not kill the original game, it made it less popular than before. Given this series of previous records, it is normal for Penguin to plagiarize, and it would be abnormal not to plagiarize.
Shanshan, don't worry. We have already anticipated this kind of thing. Let's go and see what Penguin's new game is like.
Chen Feng patted Xiao Shanshan on the shoulder, took her into the conference room, turned on the computer, and downloaded Heroes of Glory. Entering the game interface, Chen Feng's expression changed slightly.
The interface of this game is surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Although I am reluctant to admit it, this game interface seems to be slightly more pleasing to the eye than that of Heroes Federation. Why is this happening? Chen Feng frowned in thought. Chapter 78. Status at home is not as good as a dog.
Xiao Shanshan next to him frowned. This is not good, Mr. Chen.
Penguin obviously understands domestic players better.
The design and use of this game interface are obviously more in line with the habits of domestic players.
Chen Feng suddenly understood. No wonder I think this interface is more pleasing to the eye.
It turns out that it is because Penguin is a Chinese game company and their game designers are also Chinese. Compared with foreign game designers, Penguin's game designers obviously understand domestic players better, and the games they design are more in line with the usage habits of domestic players.
Finger Company is a little different.
They are all European and American people, and the games they design are obviously more suitable for the tastes of European and American players. I didn't think much of it before there was no comparison, but now with the competitor, Honor of Kings, the gap is immediately apparent.
After keeping this in mind, Chen Feng began to check the hero's skill introductions, talents, runes, and other things.
The more he looked, the uglier Chen Feng's expression became.
This Penguin is so shameless.
These hero skills are clearly copied from the Hero Federation, and the runes and talents are almost no different from the Hero Federation. After trying a few games, Chen Feng became even more angry, because the tower-pushing mechanism and wild monsters in Glory of Heroes were basically no different from those in League of Legends. It could almost be said that they were carved from the same mold, except that they changed the skin and the background was replaced with a modified ancient background.
Boss, this Penguin is so shameless. It's a complete plagiarism with almost no changes at all. Xiao Shanshan also discovered this and was very angry. Chen Feng was also very angry.
Since League of Legends became popular, many similar competing games have appeared on the market, but no matter what, they are just similar to League of Legends and have modified many settings. It's nothing like the Hero's Glory developed by Penguin, which is almost identical to the Heroes Federation, as if they were carved from the same mold.
Boss, we must appeal to the court. We cannot let Penguin copy our game so blatantly.
Xiao Shanshan said, gritting her teeth.
Chen Feng shook his head. It's useless to just sue.
The restrictions in this area in China are still very weak.
Even if we win, we will just be fined a little. There is no way to do anything to Penguin. So we're just going to ignore it? No, I just want you not to have too high hopes. Currently, the development in this area in China is not very perfect.
Chen Feng shook his head. We will definitely sue, but we want Finger Company to join us in the lawsuit, so that it becomes a cross-border lawsuit and makes a bigger splash, so that it can have an impact on the Penguins. Xiao Shanshan nodded in conviction. If only Chen Feng files the lawsuit, it will just be a domestic dispute with little impact and may not necessarily attract attention. However, if they join forces with Jito Company to file the lawsuit, it will be a cross-border lawsuit, which will be more likely to restrict Penguin.
In addition to having Finger Company sue Penguin for plagiarism, we also need to hire some online trolls to go to major gaming forums to guide public opinion and let all players know that Penguin plagiarized.
Doing this may not have a substantial impact on Penguins, but as long as it can slow down their expansion and make players' impressions worse, it's worth it.
The money for the water army should be paid from the company account. You have to be willing to spend it. Don't worry, boss. The company has sufficient cash flow on its books, enough for us to compete with Penguin. Xiao Shanshan is full of confidence.
Although companies now spend money in many places, the speed at which they make money is equally terrifying.
The Hero Federation alone is enough to keep the company running, not to mention Njishue's finances. As a robot, Njishue makes money through finance faster than robbing money. Sometimes Chen Feng is amazed at the profits.
Thanks to Njishue's operation, Chen Feng no longer has to worry about the company's cash flow.
He even plans to buy land to build a cinema because Njishue said that housing prices and land prices will continue to rise in the future, and buying land at this time is a sure profit.
In this case, it is more than enough to spend some money to hire a navy. Remember, while hiring trolls to discredit Penguin, you should also promote our game and attract more players.
I understand. Xiao Shanshan nodded.
These operations can only treat the symptoms for the time being, not the root cause.
The most important thing is that we have to improve the quality of the game.
You can contact the people from Finger Company later and ask them to find a way to modify the game so that it will be more suitable for domestic players.
This.
Xiao Shanshan frowned. Boss, this may be difficult.
When we acquired the company, we agreed not to interfere in the affairs of Jito Company. Moreover, compared with the domestic market, the European and American markets are actually more important and make more money.
Chen Feng shook his head. That's not what I meant, and I don't intend to interfere with the design of the game. What I mean is that we should let them give up the rights to the national server.
In the future, the company will not only be responsible for the operation of the game, but also for the localization of the game to make the game more in line with the usage habits of domestic players. If that's the case, Finger Company should be able to agree. I'll go talk to them later. Let's leave it at that for now. This is all our company can do for now. Chen Feng waved his hand and asked Xiao Shanshan to go out.
In the next few days, Chen Feng continued to observe the data of Heroes of Glory, and the results were not optimistic. Penguin is so powerful that before Heroes of Glory was launched, it launched an overwhelming publicity campaign, including posters, promotion in internet cafes, and promotion on forums.
It tried everything it could.
At the same time, they also have diversions for games such as Penguin Account and Penguin Farm. Especially the Penguin Account, almost everyone in China has one. A simple activity of giving diamonds for playing Heroes of Glory can bring huge popularity to this game. This kind of traffic diversion capability is something that Chengfeng culture cannot achieve because they have only been established for less than a year and do not have the channels, let alone the strength. In the game forum, there are a lot of positive reviews about Penguin's Heroes of Glory. Penguin does have some strength. Although the Heroes of Glory they produced is obviously plagiarized, they did a very good job in localizing the game. The popularity of Heroes of Glory immediately affected Chengfeng's Hero Federation, and the growth rate of game data began to gradually slow down. Fortunately, the Hero Federation has been online for more than half a year and has a group of hardcore players supporting it, otherwise the results would be even more tragic. Faced with this situation, Xiao Shanshan could no longer sit still and began to spend money frantically on advertising, confronting Penguin head-on and snatching players from them. However, the effect is not very good, because Penguin is too strong in this area. Apart from other things, the popularity of the game dungeon is no less than that of Hero Federation. If they organize a joint event, such as giving away dungeon equipment or materials for logging into Hero Glory, the effect is countless times better than that of riding wind. Chapter 79 Penguin Plagiarism. For the same amount of money, the effect of Penguin's drainage is almost 3 or 4 times that of riding the wind. This is a gap in hard power, and Chen Feng can't do anything about it. Who can blame Penguin for being established earlier? In desperation, Chen Feng had to find another way. He asked Xiao Shanshan to intensify the contact with Jito and quickly prepare the materials for the prosecution. He couldn't let the Penguin continue to be so arrogant. At the same time, something happened that made Chen Feng laugh and cry, that is, NetEase's Hero Federation competing game was also launched during this period, and its name was Hero 3 Kingdoms. They are slightly better than Penguin. Although they are still plagiarism, they are covered with a layer of 3 Kingdoms skin, which makes them look more realistic and very different from the League of Legends. Perhaps it was because Penguin's Heroes of Glory was so popular that it stimulated Net1, causing them to rush online without completing the game testing. Only 3 days after going online, the Heroes of Three Kingdoms service encountered bugs, resulting in account data loss and a large number of accounts being unable to log in. Countless players cursed Wang Yi for this, which resulted in the game being hastily taken offline just a few days after it was launched. It can be said that it was a lonely launch. Amidst the bad news, there is also good news. The mobile game Dragon Soul Warrior was launched at this stage, and the number of downloads has been climbing steadily. The game revenue data is encouraging, and it is estimated that the production cost can be recovered in just 1 month. The mobile game department became an instant hit, and the research and development of the PC game department, Endless Starry Sky, was also progressing in an orderly manner. Chen Feng would go there from time to time and use his identification camera to provide them with some suggestions for improvement, in order to make this game a hit and reverse the current weak situation of Chen Feng. At the same time, after a long period of communication with the Finger Company, Xiao Shanshan finally brought good news to Chen Feng. Xiao Shanshan came hurriedly, with a happy look on her face. "Boss, good news, Finger Company has agreed to hand over the national server to us completely, but requires us to synchronize with the international server." Chen Feng nodded. "Of course, our advantage is that this is an international game, and I will definitely not give up this advantage." Finally, there is good news. Seeing the Penguins' hero glory data rising steadily, leaving their hero federation almost powerless to fight back, Chen Feng couldn't stand it anymore. Finger Company is located in the United States, and there is a time difference with China, so communication between the two sides is very difficult. Moreover, as an American company, Finger Company has a very arrogant attitude and is not very willing to obey even the head office. If it were not for the agreement not to interfere in affairs when the acquisition was made, Chen Feng might have replaced it. Fortunately, the two sides finally reached a consensus, and Finger Company finally gave in and agreed to hand over the national server, retaining only the right to guide it. Boss, in addition to this good news, there is another good news. In order to face the emerging game competitors from all over the world, Finger Company decided to start an arms race. They plan to launch 2 heroes a month and 24 heroes within a year. In this way, every half a month, the Federation of Heroes can launch a large-scale promotion to ensure that the popularity of the Federation of Heroes always remains at a high level. The next hero that Finger Company is going to launch is Dragon Monk. He is a jungle hero, which is difficult to operate, but very graceful to use. At the same time, this is also a Chinese-style hero, which Finger Company launched specifically to occupy the domestic server market. Chen Feng frowned. "Are there competitors of Finger Company in other places?" Xiao Shanshan nodded. "Yes, according to my investigation, since the launch of Heroes Federation, a large number of games imitating Heroes Federation have emerged in North America, Europe, South Korea, and other places, which has brought great pressure to Finger Company." In order to cope with this situation and seize the market, Finger Company decided to speed up the hero updates and version upgrades, in order to occupy the game market as quickly as possible. At the same time, they also requested that all of this year's dividends be invested. What do you think? No problem. Compared with dividends, seizing the market is indeed more important. Chen Feng nodded readily. Anyway, the company has sufficient cash flow, and not receiving dividends from North American Finger will not affect the company's operations. Boss, since Finger Company has agreed to let us completely take over the national server, who should we send to be in charge? You know, now the company's manpower is basically all invested in game development. It doesn't matter. Just keep recruiting people. Ian came to me a few days ago and said that he wanted to expand the mobile game department and make more games. Xiao Shanshan frowned. The mobile game department is also going to expand? Yes. Chen Feng nodded. Dragon Soul Warrior was a huge success, so making money is inevitable. So Ian wants to take this opportunity to carry forward the successful experience and make a few more games. Anyway, mobile games will be the mainstream in the future, so expansion is also a good thing. Okay, I got it. I'll bring it to the attention of the HR department. Xiao Shanshan nodded and went out in a hurry. Not long after, Ji Shuwei came in. Boss, Zhang Huadeng called and invited you to a celebration banquet. Do you want to go? It's a celebration party. Chen Feng patted his head and remembered. That was the first movie he invested in, an art film that was said to be bound to lose money. But it turns out that this is a dark horse, and a group of unruly super dark horses. Last November, Love is Not Blind was officially released, and it grossed 180 million yuan in the first week. By the time it was taken off the screen, the total box office had reached 360 million yuan, becoming a typical example of making a small profit with a big return. Those who were not optimistic about this movie at the beginning were slapped in the face. Many companies began to launch similar love movies, preparing to copy the original. As director Jiang Huateng, he was even more proud and became a popular director and a guest of honor at major film and television companies. In fact, Jiang Huateng also invited Chen Feng to the premiere, but he was in South Korea at that time, so he asked someone from the company to go on his behalf, and he did not go.
Okay, let's go and give Jiang Huateng some face.
After all, he helped me earn 100 million.
Chen Feng nodded. Okay, I'll arrange the air tickets and hotel. And Ji Shuwei nodded.
By the way, boss, Fengxin has been online for 5 months, and its market share is rising steadily. I plan to hand over this software to another person.
His name is Jiang Xiaohu. Do you want to meet him? Feng Xin.
Chen Feng looked thoughtful. This was originally an idea that came to him when he had a flash of inspiration. Later, Ji Shuwei said it was very important, so he handed the task to Ji Shuwei and let Ji Shuwei be in charge.
As an all-round robot, Ji Shuwei lived up to Chen Feng's expectations.
He not only developed the software quickly, but also operated it very well, allowing Fengxin's market share to rise steadily and become the third among similar software.
Chapter 80, The Arms Race Begins. Of course, this software is currently a pure money-burning business.
It has burned through 100 million in just half a year, and there is no hope of making a profit at all. Chen Feng didn't take it too seriously and always let Ji Shuwei be in charge and report to him.
Anyway, Ji Shuwei is omnipotent and absolutely loyal to him. Chen Feng asked, "Do you really have to meet me?"
Ji Shuwei nodded, "It's best to meet him in person, and encourage him during the conversation. At the same time, promote him to manager and give him corresponding treatment."
Okay, call him over later.
Chen Feng looked serious and nodded. In the current company, we can leave anyone, but we cannot leave Ji Shuwei. She is the soul of the company. Chen Feng mainly relies on Ji Shuwei to manage the company. Since she said so, it means that Jiang Xiaohu is very important and the time has come to meet him.
Not long after, Jiang Xiaohu walked in from outside.
He looked to be less than 30 years old, wore a pair of glasses, and looked quite elegant.
"Hello, boss."
Jiang Xiaohu greeted him a little awkwardly. He had only been in the company for less than half a year and had met Chen Feng only a handful of times.
Moreover, every time they met, they were only seen from afar.
This was the first time they had met face to face. Although he had just joined the company, Jiang Xiaohu still had some understanding of Chen Feng. He started out by investing in film and television dramas, and in just 1 year, he became one of the most powerful giants in both film and television and games in the country.
Moreover, even powerful people like Assistant and President Xiao are loyal to the boss.
You can imagine how strong the boss's personal charm is.
"Come, sit down." Chen Feng politely invited Jiang Xiaohu to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. "I've looked at your information.
You're older than me, so I'll call you Brother Xiaohu."
Chen Feng's attitude was very kind.
Ji Shuwei said that this guy is a talent and can help him expand Fengxin, so Chen Feng must take him seriously.
Jiang Xiaohu was very pleased with Chen Feng's polite attitude. He waved his hands repeatedly. No, Mr. Chen, just call me Xiaohu. There's no need to be so distant. I'll just call you Brother Xiaohu. Don't worry about the name. I want to ask you, what do you think of the current Fengxin software?" Jiang Xiaohu's expression became serious.
"The current prospects of the project are very good. After 3 months of promotion, our market share has reached 15%. We are currently the third-ranked instant messaging software on the market, only behind Penguin and Miliao."
Chen Feng nodded slowly.
Ji Shuwei would report to him about the company's affairs from time to time, including the Fengxin instant messaging software. Thanks to Ji Shuwei's suggestions and Jiang Xiaohu's efforts, Fengxin's market share is still good.
Second only to the old overlord Penguin is Xiaomi's MiTalk.
Among them, Penguin has the advantage of interoperability with the computer side, and can be said to be the leader.
MiTalk has been established for more than a year and is very popular among young people. As for ASIN, which was once the industry leader, it suffered a major setback during the Chinese New Year.
It suddenly began charging for sending messages, and it collapsed all of a sudden. Taking advantage of the collapse of ASIN, Feng quickly seized part of ASIN's market share and thus reached the third place in the industry.
That's right, work hard and don't be afraid of spending money. The Fengxin project is very important to the company. If you need money, just tell me and I will allocate it as appropriate.
In addition, I have noticed your performance during this period and decided to promote you to the manager of the Fingxing project.
Zhang Xiaohu's heart trembled and he showed a look of joy. Who doesn't want to be recognized for their hard work? Chen Feng gave him money and showed his attitude, which immediately convinced him, and he nodded repeatedly. Boss, don't worry. I will work hard to make sure I can defeat Michat and Penguin.
Chen Feng smiled, had a good chat with Zhang Xiaohu for a while, encouraged him, and then sent him away.
It's actually quite easy to be a boss. Just pay them enough and be a little bit courteous to them.
Of course, the key is to pay enough money.
If you don't, no one will listen even if you talk a lot.
In a hotel in Beijing, Chen Feng and Njishui slowly walked out of a rented luxury car to attend a celebration party after their breakup.
There are two protagonists in today's celebration party, one is Zhang Huatang and the other is Chen Feng.
Knowing that Chen Feng was coming, Zhang Huatang came out to greet him personally, and with him were two familiar faces, Wang Jun, the boss of Huai, and Cheng Hua, the boss of Guangguang. Zhang Hua came out to greet them. Chen Feng was a little surprised, but it was also expected. However, it was really unexpected that Wang Jun and Cheng Hua came together. There's no need to be so polite to these two big bosses. Chen Feng hurried over to meet him.
If someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard.
Since others have given him so much face, he can't just act arrogantly. Before Chen Feng could speak, the three people quickly pulled him into a corner and started chatting privately. It turned out that Wang Jun and Cheng Hua had taken a fancy to the copyright of Love is Not Blind and wanted to buy it. To be honest, when Wang Jun and Cheng Hua learned that Love is Not Blind, a small to medium budget art film, had an unexpectedly huge box office success, they almost regretted it to death. If they had known that this movie would be such a big hit, how could they have let this good project fall into Chen Feng's hands? You know, when Zhang Huatang got the script, he first approached these big companies in the industry. But they didn't invest because they didn't think art films were good and thought they would lose money, so this good project fell into Chen Feng's hands. Now that things have happened, it is too late to regret.
The two bosses have learned their lesson and are thinking hard about it. They are quickly launching similar romance films and trying to see if Chen Feng can give them the copyright.
Love is Not Blind created a new genre of romance film. If the next romance film is titled as a sequel to Love is Not Blind, it will definitely make money.
Neither boss wanted to give up such an opportunity.
As soon as he heard that Chen Feng was coming, he hurried out with Zhang Huatang to greet him.
After figuring out what happened, Chen Feng looked thoughtful.
To be honest, this is the first time I have encountered such a thing, and I really haven't decided whether to sell it or not. I've been heartbroken for many days, and if I continue filming, it seems like I can really make money. It can also be adapted into a TV series, which is the second round of money. Zhang Huatang next to him was extremely envious. Even though he is the director of this movie, the ownership of this project is not in his hands. The only reason he can stand here is because a few bigwigs have taken a fancy to him.
Things in the entertainment industry are so wonderful.
When Love is Not Blind was just a script for an art film, investors didn't even want to take a look at it. But when Love is Not Blind became a box office hit, the project immediately became popular and people were eager to eat even the leftovers. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Feng looked at Njishui.
Chapter 81 Others Give Face.
Njishui immediately leaned close to Chen Feng's ear and whispered, "You can sell it.
The price is about 20 million. If it's lower, you'll lose money."
Seeing this scene, Wang Jun and Cheng Hua looked at each other in surprise. They thought that Njishui was just the kind of secretary who did things when there was work to do and did other things when there was nothing to do. They didn't expect that she had such a great influence on Chen Feng.
It seems that we must take this woman seriously.
With Njishui's support, Chen Feng immediately had an idea in his mind and looked at Wang Jun.
"Boss Wang, I remember that there was an artist named Zhang Shi in your company who was hidden away. Is that true?"
Wang Jun hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes, she is not very obedient."
"How come Mr. Chen is also interested in her?" "I want her agency contract."
Chen Feng said straight to the point.
Wang Jun nodded and said, "No problem, Brother Chen, since you asked, I will definitely give you face, but let's talk about the copyright issue. 10 million, plus Zhang Shi's agency contract." "Can." Wang Jun nodded and agreed.
This price was actually within his bottom line. He could exchange a negative asset, Zhang Shi, for the copyright of Love is Not Blind. Strictly speaking, he made a profit.
As for why Chen Feng must have Zhang Shi, Wang Jun didn't bother to care. He wasn't that gossipy.
Watching the deal being completed right in front of him, Changhua became a little anxious. Wang Jun, who came with him, gained something, but he got nothing.
How could this be acceptable? Mr. Chen, please don't think about it again. I can offer 20 million. Mr. Chen, please consider it again. I can offer 20 million.
Changhua said anxiously. His purpose of attending the celebration banquet this time was to get the copyright that he had lost for a long time, but in the end it was taken away by Wang Jun. He was such a failure.
Mr. Chang, I'm sorry. We can only work together next time if there is a chance.
Chen Feng showed an apologetic expression, and Wang Jun smiled comfortingly at Changhua.
Changhua frowned and pondered for a while. I heard that your company is going to remake a martial arts drama recently, adapting Huang Yi's The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. Chen Feng nodded, yes.
In fact, during this period, Chen Feng is not only expanding in the gaming field, but also in the film and television field, including film and television production, artist management, theaters, and even variety show production. Under the leadership of Ji Shui, Chen Feng is currently expanding in an orderly manner, attracting much attention in the industry.
Otherwise, Changhua and Wang Jun would not have come to Chen Feng in person.
The reason they came here in person was that they believed Chen Feng was qualified. The TV series The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty is Chen Feng's latest new project. The original Balala the Fairies has been successfully broadcast on TV with gratifying ratings. Not only did it make money from selling the broadcasting rights, but the corresponding toys also made huge profits. With such a powerful film and television department, it was only natural for it to expand. The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty was the project carefully selected by Ji Shui, and Chen Feng also confirmed that this TV series had the potential to become a hit, so this TV series immediately became the focus of the film and television department. But I didn't expect that the big boss Changhua also took a fancy to this project.
Can I take part in this? We can all make money together. Our company also has some high-quality resources. I believe you will be interested.
Changhua said seriously. Our company also has several projects.
Wang Jun interjected, unwilling to be left out.
Seeing this scene, Chen Feng felt a little complicated. After struggling for almost a year, I finally got recognition from these two guys and became qualified to stand on equal footing with the big companies in the industry. Being able to share the best resources in their hands with Chen Feng means that they have acknowledged Chen Feng's strength and accepted Chen Feng as one of them. Next, Chen Feng had a detailed discussion with the two people and determined a series of cooperation matters.
Of course, this is just a preliminary agreement, and the specific details still need to be discussed with the employees.
Of course, the most important thing is to reach an agreement, and the rest of the negotiations are just details. After discussing the exchange of resources, the relationship between the three people improved a lot.
Changhua tentatively mentioned participating in the movie Thai film and was even willing to pay more money.
He now feels more and more that Thailand is a good project and it would be a pity to miss it.
Chen Feng refused without hesitation. Are you kidding?
That is a golden project in Thailand, a gold mountain.
How could we give it to others? This is a movie that has the potential to break box office records.
Ha, it looks like you guys have made a lot of progress.
Why don't you take a look at my script?
While the atmosphere was still good, Jiang Huateng took out the carefully prepared script.
What's the point of going through so much trouble to host this celebration banquet? Isn't it to attract more investment?
Chen Feng took the script and read it silently. This is a script that is somewhat similar to Love is Not Blind, adapted from a famous novel but with science fiction elements added.
It's a science fiction movie.
Wang Jun and Changhua frowned. The cost of science fiction films is notoriously high, and there has never been a successful precedent in China. Seeing this scene, Jiang Huateng smiled and explained, actually, this is a romance film disguised as a science fiction film, similar to Love is Not Blind for many days.
Upon hearing this, both bosses were excited. There is no way.
Now that Love Break has become a hot topic, it seems that similar scripts can make a lot of money. The cost of this movie surprised them a little. It was more than 300 million yuan, and it was impossible for one company to invest in it all. They had to attract more companies to invest. The three people began to discuss the specific details, and it was obvious that they were ready to invest.
Without reading the script, just for Jiang Huateng's name, this movie is obviously worth investing in.
The movie Love is Not Blind successfully made Jiang Huateng a popular director and a darling of capital. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Feng used an identification camera to identify it. See Fortress movie script. Note 1, the theme of this movie is unclear and the cliches are outdated. Note 2, the probability of this movie making money is very small, and the probability of losing money is very high. Note 3, this is a movie with a cliched and vulgar plot. It will only make money if a small probability event occurs.
Chen Feng blinked. No way. Is this movie so bad?
This is a script carefully selected by Jiang Huateng, and it is also adapted from a novel by the popular writer Nan Jiang. In order to restore the original work as much as possible, the original author was specially invited to write the script.
Result? That's it?
Chen Feng looked at Wang Jun and Cheng Hua with sympathy. I guess they didn't expect that Jiang Huateng, who had just made a blockbuster movie, would make a bad movie next.
Forget it, there is no need to remind them. Besides, they may not believe it if I tell them. They might even think that Chen Feng deliberately lied to them.
In the business world, anything can happen.
Hey guys, I'm a little thirsty, let me go get a drink first. Chapter 82 Sea Fortress, do you want it? Chen Feng returned the script to Jiang Huateng. Jiang Huateng looked at Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, let's talk about the investment.
Chen Feng showed an apologetic expression. Sorry, the company is short of cash recently.
If he knew the script was so bad, he definitely wouldn't have invested in it.
Wang Jun and Cheng Hua looked at Chen Feng in confusion.
Such an excellent project, and you don't want it? They don't think that this movie will lose money.
Based on their experience, this project seems to be a very reliable adaptation of a famous work, with an excellent director, and it is a traditional romance film.
Anyone who doesn't invest in it is a fool.
Since Chen Feng doesn't want to, forget it.
The three of them chatted happily.
Chen Feng walked into the banquet hall, drank a glass of orange juice, and chatted with the two protagonists.
The director will give the red envelope, it's not his turn.
Compared to the last time Chen Feng attended Huai's cocktail party, where no one showed up, this time, more people knew him.
Love is Not Blind, Genie Wei, Lost in Thailand, Yo-Yo King, Balala the Fairies, The Twin Dragons.
Chen Feng Entertainment, which was established only a year ago, has an extremely fierce momentum, which has attracted the attention of the entertainment industry. Even Wang Jun and Cheng Hua did not dare to underestimate Chen Feng, let alone these celebrities.
In the entertainment industry, celebrities are actually just the middle class, and the top class are the entertainment industry giants and the capital. Chen Feng is the capital.
After entering the banquet hall, a large group of people surrounded him and greeted him, calling him Brother Feng and Mr. Chen, which made Chen Feng very confused. Faced with these enthusiastic star artists, directors and screenwriters, Chen Feng took a long time to deal with them before letting them leave. Sometimes, being too famous is not a good thing. In this process, Ji Shui's role was very obvious. With her around, all those glamorous female stars who had wanted to come up and recommend themselves retreated out of shame, saving Chen Feng a lot of effort. After finishing the social engagement, Chen Feng ate something to fill his stomach, while Ji Shui waited by his side dutifully. At this moment, a beautiful woman in her 40s, still charming, walked towards Chen Feng and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Chen."
Chen Feng immediately showed a polite smile, "Hello." Obviously, this is another attempt to get close to someone.
Maybe he has a project that he wants to invest in, or maybe he just wants to make an acquaintance and leave a good impression for future cooperation. The beautiful woman started chatting with Chen Feng very enthusiastically, and after a while she told him her purpose, which was to join Chen Feng's company.
"You seem to be a little old,"
Chen Feng said helplessly.
Chen Feng Entertainment has its own requirements for signing people.
At such an old age, I guess she can only play the role of a mother.
No, it's not me who signed it, but my daughter.
You should have heard of her name, Sisai.
She? Chen Feng nodded.
He had actually heard of the name of this female star. She has starred in famous TV series such as Demigods and Semi-Devils and The Return of the Condor Heroes, and is also known as Fairy Sister. But now the Fairy Sister is in an embarrassing situation. At the beginning, Cici was signed under her godfather, who had very good resources and really made her famous. Later, when the contract expired, the two parties broke up. At that time, Cici was a hot topic in the entertainment industry. Famous entertainment companies such as Huai and Guangguan all extended olive branches to Cici. In order to get Cici to join them, Huai specially gave out a top resource, the Sino-US co-production of The Forbidden Kingdom, and specially invited two superstars, Chang Tianwan and Li Tianwan, to star in the film.
It can be said that Huai showed sufficient sincerity.
This is the first time that Huai has taken such a fancy to this female star.
As a top entertainment company, female stars have always begged to join them. However, both parties did not know what happened in the middle. Cici did not join Huai, nor did she join any company in the industry, and is currently working alone. This angered the two bosses of Huai. I gave you such top-notch resources, but you stood me up. Do you really think you're great just because you're a popular star? Soon, Huai issued a ban order, and at the same time a series of overwhelming negative news emerged. Things like having an abortion for love at the age of 13, being trained by a godfather since childhood, and mother and daughter together, Yangzhou skinny horse, etc. The most exaggerated thing is that some people even say she is a transgender. What is even more outrageous is that some people actually believed it. Compared to the behemoth Huai, a mere fairy star is too fragile. Under the attack of Huai, the fairy sister is in a very embarrassing situation. She has no film contract or endorsement. She just stays at home picking her feet all day long. It can be said that she is miserable to the extreme. The entertainment industry is very realistic. When you are popular, everyone is your friend. When you are no longer popular, everyone will come up to step on you. At present, Cici is in a situation where everyone is stepping on her. She has almost become a rat crossing the street, and everyone is shouting and beating her. Lu Xiaoli was also frightened. Her daughter, Cici, was originally a first-line female star and possessed the best resources in the entertainment industry. However, after offending Huai, she immediately became a jinx. She even dared not participate in activities for fear of being questioned by reporters. In this situation, Lu Xiaoli can only turn her eyes to Chen Feng. They are the only one who is not afraid of Huai and has the ability to protect her daughter Cici. After listening to Njishui's account of the cause and effect, Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, I just talked to Mr. Wang, and I really can't intervene in this matter. Mr. Wang from Huai has shown kindness to him many times and given him enough face. Chen Feng feels embarrassed to always ruin his good deeds. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Although Chen Feng is not afraid of Huai, there is no need to offend them. Moreover, this wave of events was also Lu Xiaoli's own fault. She accepted top resources like Kung Fu King, but in the end, she was stood up by Huai. No wonder Huai was angry. When Lu Xiaoli saw that Chen Feng was unwilling to accept it, she suddenly became anxious. Since her divorce from her husband, she has focused all her attention on her daughter, determined to train her to become an international star. Originally, this path was going well. Lu Cici started out as Bai Xiuzhu in the story of a noble family. She played one classic role every year and successfully became one of the top female stars in China and the dream lover of countless boys. But now, her dream is obviously shattered. A mere star cannot withstand the wrath of Huai. The only backer they could find was unwilling to accept them. Lu Xiaoli then said a few more words, and even agreed that the contract could be a little more stringent, but Chen Feng still shook his head. He really didn't want to offend Huai because of a female star. At this time, Njishui leaned close to his ear and said, "Boss, Lu Chanxian has a high commercial value. It is profitable to sign her. Moreover, she is the only female star in China with fairy attributes. She plays an irreplaceable role." Is that so? Chen Feng pondered for a while and nodded. Let me ask my assistant to add your Fingxing first, and we can talk about the rest later. Chapter 83 What is a star? Okay, sure. Lu Xiaoli nodded. It would be good if we could talk, but I'm afraid that we can't even talk, then things will be troublesome. After dealing with Lu Xiaoli, Chen Feng wandered around the banquet for a few more rounds. Zhang Huatang's celebration banquet was quite grand this time. There were dozens of tables in the huge banquet hall, and the food on them was mouth-watering. However, it is obvious that few people who come here want to eat. They come here to socialize. You can eat anything at any time, but it will be a bit difficult to meet at a gathering like this where all the big guys gather next time. Hello, Mr. Chen. Just at this moment, a young man who looked a little immature walked up to Chen Feng. Hello, what's up? Mr. Chen, hello, this is what I mean. I graduated from the directing department of Beijing Film Academy. My name is Du Wei. I have a movie that will definitely make money. Chen Feng was getting a little impatient. This is another guy who thinks he is talented but not appreciated. Since he opened his entertainment company, he has encountered at least 800 people who want to invest in him. But in reality, most people are not talented but are not appreciated, they just really don't have talent. Mr. Chen, this is the project I wrote, a science fiction film. Dewey handed Chen Feng the script, appearing very confident. However, Chen Feng could see the uneasiness hidden under Dewey's confidence.
It was clear that he was not as confident in his script as he let on. Chen Feng felt very disgusted. After taking the script, he planned to take a quick look at it, hand it back, and then send this guy away. He really didn't want to deal with these self-righteous guys.
You just graduated and you want to make a movie, who do you think you are?
As usual, Chen Feng gave the script an appraisal. The Legend of Klein movie script.
Note 1, this is an excellent movie script. Note 2, this movie needs to be paired with an excellent director. Note 3, this movie is likely to make money.
Chen Feng, who was originally planning to throw the script back, was stunned. He silently opened the script and prepared to read it carefully. But he soon realized that this was not a good place to read the script, so he said to Dewey directly, "How about we find a quiet place to talk about it?"
Of course. Dewey nodded repeatedly.
What he feared most was that Chen Feng would throw the script back to him without even looking at it. Now that Chen Feng is willing to find a quiet place to talk, it means that there is hope for success in this matter. Soon, the two found a quiet place, and Chen Feng, with the help of the light, began to look through Dewey's script. To his surprise, this turned out to be a science fiction film, and a time-loop science fiction film at that.
To be honest, this kind of film is the first time it has appeared in China.
This alone makes Chen Feng admire Dewey a little. To be honest, if the appraisal camera had not confirmed that this movie had a high chance of making money, he would definitely not have given it a second look.
Other bosses will definitely not invest. The reason is simple: fear of risk.
The first time this happens, it means there is no successful precedent for this matter in the country, and the risk of investment is too great. It's not easy for everyone to make money, and no one would invest money in a science fiction film.
Chen Feng asked, "How much money does it cost to make this movie?" Dewey suppressed his excitement and said, 100 million. How many? The cost is 100 million yuan. Just give me 100 million yuan and I guarantee that I can make it. And the money cannot be less. If it is less, I can't achieve the effect I want to present. Chen Feng was shocked. The cost is 100 million, and it cannot be less. You really dare to say that?
A science fiction film, and it costs 100 million yuan. For such a large production, there are probably only a few directors in China who can attract so much investment, but Dewey is definitely not one of them. Zhang Huateng has shot several films in a row, including one called Broken Heart, which is a box office dark horse. Only then did he have the courage to shoot a science fiction film. You are just a newly graduated director with no works, yet you dare to ask for 100 million to make a science fiction film. This can no longer be described as courageous, it is completely a fantasy. Chen Feng did not reply to Dewey, but chose to read the script again. It's an excellent script, but the difficulty of filming is obviously very high, and ordinary directors may not be able to handle it. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Feng gave Dewey an appraisal.
He wanted to know what kind of person this guy was. 23-year-old male Dewey. Note 1, this is a genius. Note 2, he is a genius as a director, all he lacks is an opportunity. Remark 3, this is a good horse that needs a good horse trainer to find it. If you invest in it, you will never regret it. Chen Feng took a sip of water.
He felt that his three perspectives were challenged. It is really unexpected that this seemingly ordinary and whimsical guy would turn out to be a genius in the directing industry. Originally, Chen Feng thought this guy was very arrogant. Wanting a guy who has no achievements to invest 100 million is totally crazy. But after seeing the evaluation of the camera, he fell silent. Sure enough, only a true genius would dare to do this and spend 100 million yuan to shoot an unprecedented science fiction film. But then again, this Dewey just happened to be the one who had the identification camera. If it were someone else, they would be shocked to hear that it requires an investment of 100 million yuan, and it is a science fiction film, and the director is just out of school. Without a doubt, I would ask the security guard to kick this psycho out immediately.
Mr. Dewey, right?
Chen Feng said seriously, I am very optimistic about your script, but the cost of 100 million is a bit exaggerated.
Dewey suddenly became anxious, but this movie cannot reduce costs.
If the cost is reduced, it will not achieve the effect I want.
Chen Feng stopped him with a smile, I don't mean to reduce the budget, I mean, have you signed a company? Dewey shook his head. Then how about you sign with our company? Our company just happens to be in need of a director.
As long as you become a director of our company, investing in this movie won't be a problem.
Dewey looked hesitant.
Signing with a company has both advantages and disadvantages for him, and it is really not easy to make a decision.
Of course, I know this matter is a bit sudden, and you must need time to think about it. How about this? Give me your answer in a few days. This is my business card. If you have thought it over, you can call me anytime.
Chen Feng handed his business card to Dewey, then returned the script to him and left in a very cool manner.
He believed that Dewey would agree.
Because apart from him, no one would give Dewey 100 million to make a science fiction film. After all, there are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers.
Chapter 84. This is a psychopath. Without capital to support you, no matter how talented you are, you will not have the opportunity to show it.
It took a while to discuss the script with Dewey, and when Chen Feng returned to the banquet hall, most people had left. Seeing this, Chen Feng did not linger and said goodbye to Jiang Huatang directly. He politely declined the suggestion of investing in the Sea Fortress and left the banquet hall.
Jiang Huatang did not persist in pestering Chen Feng even though he was rejected by him twice. This is not last year.
At that time, he was just an ordinary director who wanted to make a romantic art film, but no one dared to invest.
It's different now.
Love Is Not Blind became the biggest box office dark horse of the year, and he himself took the opportunity to become a popular director. To put it bluntly, even if he took out a blank sheet of paper now, there would still be people who would dare to invest. Even if you, Chen Feng, don't want to invest, there are plenty of people who will invest, and it makes no difference whether you are there or not.
How could a country boss like you understand my pursuit of art? You will regret it when the box office becomes a big hit.
On the other side, Dewey left with a heavy heart.
He had to consider Chen Feng's proposal carefully. Heroes of Glory is once again experiencing a version update, and the jungle will undergo major changes. The new hero of the Hero Federation, Dragon Monk, has arrived.
With his graceful movements and fancy skills, he has successfully become the overlord of the jungle.
Finger Company accused Heroes of plagiarism and has taken Penguin to court.
The latest masterpiece of Cheng Feng Company, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, is coming soon. Please look forward to it.
In the company, Chen Feng was checking the latest news in the gaming area on his computer.
In general, after a series of operations, Chen Feng finally curbed the attack of Penguin Hero Glory. Currently, in the 5v5 game type, League of Legends occupies about 50% of the market, and Glory of Legends occupies 35%. The remaining 15% is divided among other games, and their players are still pouring into League of Legends and Glory of Legends. The Hero Federation still has the advantage, but Hero Glory has also established a firm foothold and built a player ecosystem, making it difficult to defeat them in a short period of time. Just as Chen Feng was watching the news, Xiao Shanshan pushed the door and walked in. "Boss, the litigation materials of Finger Company are ready, and the trial date has been set. Moreover, according to your request, I have hired a lot of internet trolls to publicize the plagiarism of Penguin on major game forums."
New. Chen Feng nodded.
This matter had been started a long time ago, but Chen Feng did not have much hope for achieving the desired effect.
Domestic laws in this regard are too weak.
Even if the lawsuit is successful, the final result is nothing more than a fine and ordering Penguin to make certain corrections.
This kind of punishment is almost painless for penguins. There is one more thing.
The national server of Nausicaa is ready for launch, and the publicity logistics are also ready.
Boss, would you like to take a look in advance? Compared to the last report, are there any changes? No. Then let's not watch it.
Now that the ecosystem of Net1 has been established, it is unlikely that they will be destroyed in a short time.
Let's just leave it this way for now. Okay, I'll go down and get ready. Xiao Shanshan nodded. Chen Feng was free again. Being a boss can be said to be busy and not busy at the same time.
If you are in charge of everything, then you are very busy, but if you leave everything to others, then you are not busy but rather have very little time. Most bosses are actually very busy, because it is difficult for them to be completely confident in their company, but Chen Feng is different. With Xiao Shanshan and Njishui watching over the company, he is actually quite relaxed.
Soon, Njishui's arrival broke Chen Feng's leisurely state.
Master, Lu Xiuli and her daughter Lu Chanshan are here, and the director from last time, Du Wei, is here with them as well.
Bring Du Wei to my office. As for Lu Xiuli and Lu Chanshan, let them wait in the reception room first.
Njishui went out quickly, and not long after, Du Wei was brought in by Njishui.
Dewey, you're here, sit down. Chen Feng's attitude towards this genius in the directing industry was very polite.
First he was pulled to the sofa, and then he was given a cup of fragrant tea. The same action, when performed by different people, has completely different meanings. If an ordinary person was so polite, Dewey would not care, but when Chen Feng, the president of a large company, did this, Dewey was somewhat touched.
Mr. Chen, I've thought about it and I'm willing to sign a contract with your company, Dewey said solemnly.
After returning from the last celebration party, he told a few people he knew that Chen Feng was willing to sign the contract. Everyone thought it was a good opportunity and urged him to sign the contract.
If a pie falls from the sky, why don't you just jump on it? Why are you still hesitating about it?
The business of directing is notoriously difficult.
Without connections and background, why would others give you the opportunity to be a director?
If you are lucky, after a few decades, you may have the opportunity to direct your first movie and become a success.
If you are unlucky, you may never have the opportunity to be a director in your lifetime.
Not to mention that Chen Feng was willing to give Dewey 100 million to let him direct a science fiction film.
To put it bluntly, this condition is enough even for those famous directors.
They are even willing to offer their own chrysanthemums to them.
You are a newcomer, so what qualifications do you have to hesitate?
Dewey figured it out later and felt that he had gone too far.
He had no fame and no connections.
Such a big boss was willing to give him a chance, but he was still hesitant. It was really a bit disrespectful to him. So after he discussed the specific terms with Chen Feng for a while, he hurried over to sign the contract. The contract is a standard director contract in the industry, and the terms are even more relaxed, but the duration is a little longer, 10 years. In fact, time is really nothing. Those directors would like to stay in a company for their whole life, so that they don't have to worry about not having projects.
After Dewey confirmed that there was no problem with the contract, he readily signed his name.
Mr. Chen, from now on I will be your employee and I will follow you for a living.
Chen Feng smiled and shook hands with Dewey. Don't worry, you won't regret it.
Then, about the Klein legend.
Dewey rubbed his hands, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He really wants to make this movie, make it well, and let everyone see his ability.
Since I promised you, I will certainly not break my promise, but there is one condition, that is, the roles in the play must be played by actors contracted by our company first, including cameramen, prop masters, etc.
Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I understand this. As long as they are not particularly bad, I will definitely give priority to people from our company. Dewey nodded.
He is just a little arrogant in his heart, but he is not really ignorant of the ways of the world.
Chapter 85 Plagiarism has no consequences.
If you don't use the movie produced by your own company to promote your own actors, then why do you use it to promote others?
That doesn't make sense.
Unless the company is really short of people, or the actors within the company are not suitable, they will choose people from outside for the smooth operation of the project. After reaching an agreement on the basic goal, the two discussed the specific details, and then Chen Feng made a phone call and asked Dewey to go to the finance department to collect the money. Of course, the 100 million will not be given in one lump sum, but will be divided into several payments. In addition, the crew will send a special financial officer to check whether the director or people within the crew have committed any corruption or waste. Dewey will also be assigned a producer to restrain him and prevent him from spending money recklessly. After dealing with Dewey's matter, Chen Feng walked towards the reception room, where a female star was waiting for him to sign a contract. In the reception room, Lu Shirley paced anxiously in the room with a frown on her face.
Lu Chanqian said helplessly, "Mom, you've been walking for so long, aren't you tired? Hurry up and sit down and rest. Why hasn't Mr. Chen come yet? Could it be that he doesn't want to sign the contract?"
Lu Xiaoli felt helpless. She thought that her daughter was a top female star after all, and even if her situation had been a little bit bad recently, when she came to Chen Feng, she should at least give her a warm welcome, if not a warm welcome. Who would have thought that after they arrived, apart from an assistant taking them to the conference room and serving them a cup of tea, half a day passed and no one came to take a look?
What does this show? It shows that people don't take them seriously at all.
If they were really valued, there wouldn't be a situation like this where no one is welcoming them. Just at this moment, Chen Feng pushed open the door and walked in with a smile.
You two beauties must be waiting impatiently. Let's stop talking nonsense and take a look at this contract.
Chen Feng smiled and handed over the contract that he had prepared long ago. Lu Xiaoli smiled politely, then quickly took the contract and started reading it. As she watched, Lu Xiaoli's expression changed, showing surprise, anger, hesitation and struggle. This is an agency contract, and an extremely long contract that is almost like a contract of sale, with the contract period alone being 10 years.
This is too much.
10 years have passed, and you still think our Cici is a newcomer. She is a top female star in China.
Sisai, stop looking at it. This treaty cannot be signed.
Lu Xiaoli wanted to snatch the contract away, but Lu Chanxian read the contract to the end and then looked hesitant. This contract is indeed very demanding, but the protection is also very good, especially the guaranteed income, which exceeds 1 billion in 10 years.
This is 1 billion yuan in revenue. It is clearly written in the contract. It cannot be false. But at the same time, this contract is also very restrictive.
Once you sign the contract, your life is basically under Chen Feng's control, and there is no place to escape.
Chen Feng smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with this contract?"
Lu Xiaoli frowned. "Of course I'm not satisfied, Mr. Chen. The terms of this contract are too harsh. There is no freedom at all. Even if I'm a newcomer in the entertainment industry, I can't be exploited like this." Lu Xiaoli is indeed materialistic, but she is also a mother, and there is absolutely no way she would push her daughter into the fire. She knew very well that if she signed the contract, her life would basically be under the control of this guy. If she was obedient, it would be okay, but if she was not, he would use various means to torture her mentally and physically. Many economic companies in Japan and South Korea do this. She did hope to sign a contract with her daughter in Changfeng, but it would only be for 5 years at most, and it would only be an ordinary artist contract. Her main purpose was to find a supporter for her daughter and quickly wash away the dirty water on her body. If Lu Chanxian continues to be slandered like this, her life will be ruined.
Aunt Lu, please take a closer look at the contract. The guaranteed income is 1 billion yuan. A 1 billion yuan agency contract is really too much. Believe it or not, if I throw this contract out now, no one in the entertainment industry will refuse it.
But this clause is too harsh.
Lu Xiaoli looked struggling.
It is exactly as Chen Feng said, the income of 1 billion is just the minimum guarantee. Such contract terms are indeed very generous. If it were someone else, they would not refuse it.
Only a fool would refuse. How many people in this world can earn 1 billion in 10 years? Lu Xiaoli didn't know about others, but her family really didn't have much money.
Ever since they broke off relations with Chen Jinfei, they had basically lost all their previous income. The ban and smear campaign from Huai also cost them a lot of money.
If she really couldn't make it, why would she come to Chen Feng?
Looking at Lu Xiaoli's struggling expression, Chen Feng smiled.
Aunt Lu, I'll tell you the truth.
I have a very good cooperation with the two Mr. Wines of Huai.
If there are not enough benefits, why would I offend them for you? Don't tell me your daughter is a top female star and come here to bargain. You should know the public opinion on the internet better than I do. Lu Chanxian is now being condemned by everyone. Her commercial value is almost negative. Without my support, you won't even have a chance to go out.
To be honest, I think Miss Lu has potential, so I gave you this generous guaranteed contract.
If it were someone else, I wouldn't want to sign it.
To put it bluntly, even without you, Lu Cici, there are still Zhang Cici and Li Cici. These days, it's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged female stars who want to enter the entertainment industry.
She's just a fairy sister.
Let the media publish more press releases.
I can always bring out the second and third ones. Think carefully about what to do next.
After saying that, Chen Feng left.
Shame on you. If An Shui hadn't said that Lu Chanxian was worth training, Chen Feng really wouldn't care much about the two of them.
Celebrities may be glamorous in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of business tycoons, they are just at the bottom of the food chain.
Lu Chanxian was very popular last year and was called Fairy Sister wherever she went.
But today, she has become a rat crossing the street, and everyone wants to kill her.
Why? It's because she offended Huai. Although she was not banned openly, it is obvious that Lu Cici can no longer survive in the entertainment industry. Without his support, Lu Chanxian would basically have said goodbye to the entertainment industry. Netizens are forgetful. After 2 years, they will probably forget about them.
As soon as Chen Feng left, Lu Xiaoli was at a loss and had to look at her daughter.
Cici, what do you think of this contract?
My daughter has grown up and has her own ideas. Maybe it's time to let her make her own decision.
I think this contract is pretty good. Lu Chanxian said seriously. But if he has bad intentions, you will be at his mercy.
Lu Xiaoli said in a low voice.
Chapter 86 Harsh Contract. Lu Chanxian shook her head. Mom, I think what Mr. Chen said makes sense. If I don't give them benefits, they won't offend Huai because of me. I know you want to train me to be a big star, but now look, who is willing to offend Huai and let us film? Only by signing a contract can we turn things around. To put it bluntly, even if he has bad intentions, so what? This is a guaranteed 1 billion. With this 1 billion, I can do anything in the future. If it were someone else, would they give us such good conditions? Lu Xiaoli looked at her daughter, who seemed to have grown up a lot, and sighed. Well, you are grown up now, make your own decision. You too, what do you think? Do you want to sign the contract or not? Please give me a straight answer. Chen Feng pushed the door open and walked in with a smile, looking very calm. He really doesn't care. It's just a star. With his current strength, it's not difficult to promote him. He is no longer the same person he used to be. Girls don't need to chase him. Those who have ulterior motives and want resources will beg him to have sex with them. He really has no shortage of women. If Lu Chanxian had not impressed him with the role she had played before, Chen Feng would not even bother to sign. If it was another unknown newcomer, there would be no need to throw in 1 billion, tens of millions would be enough. It's not like what's going on now, where they are still hesitating after being given a guaranteed 1 billion. Chen Feng has made up his mind. If these two guys still don't know what's good for them, he will hire some internet trolls to do some discrediting on them like Huai did, making sure they won't dare to go out for the rest of their lives. He is so petty. Mr. Chen, I have made up my mind. I agree to sign the contract. From now on, I will leave it to you to take care of me. Lu Chanxian stood up, and when she mentioned taking care of him, her face turned red, as if she was thinking of something. Once this contract is signed, she will have to do whatever Chen Feng tells her to do, without any room for resistance. So her attitude is also very bachelor. Chen Feng took the contract, saw Lu Chanxian's name, and nodded with satisfaction. Since you are mine from now on, I will naturally protect you. Don't worry, I will tell Mr. Wang about it. I believe he will give me this face. Lu Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to worry about the dirty water on the internet anymore. There are still benefits to signing this contract. She was very clear about Chen Feng's strength. Huai would not offend him easily. She estimated that they would give up in the end and pretend that this incident had never happened. By the way, this is for you. Take it and go find Chen Jinfei. It's time to settle some accounts. Chen Feng waved his hand outside, and Ji Shui came in and handed them a tablet. Lu Xiaoli took the tablet and found there was only a folder on it. When she opened it, she found that it contained evidence of some illegal operations by Chen Jinfei. Lu Xiaoli's eyes widened, and Lu Chanxian's brows were furrowed. Mr. Chen, how did you get these? Don't do it without letting others know. Once you do something, it will leave traces. I remember that you spent a lot of money when you terminated the contract with Chen Jinfei. Take this to find him. I believe he will give you an explanation. Chen Feng smiled unfathomably. He doesn't like women who become arrogant because of their favor. Showing this is also to let these two people understand his strength. As for the evidence of these illegal operations, it was really easy to find. After all, everyone who knew about the real estate industry knew about it. It took Ji Shui less than 10 minutes to look up the information. But the effect is really good. Lu Xiaoli looked at Chen Feng as if he was a ghost, and Lu Chanxian was also surprised. But after looking at it for a while, Lu Chanxian shook her head and said, "Forget it. The connection has been broken off for a long time. I don't want to go to him with this. After all, he was the one who made me famous." Lu Xiaoli also smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Chen, and we have nothing to do with them. What's on the internet is all nonsense. How could I push my daughter into the fire pit?" Chen Feng smiled disdainfully. A man took in a single mother with a daughter for no reason, treated her very well, spent millions on a coming-of-age ceremony, and even named the newly built apartment after both of them. You say it's nothing, do you believe it yourself? Lu Xiaoli suddenly became anxious. Our Cici really has nothing to do with him. Chen Feng stretched out his hand. Don't worry, I know this, otherwise I wouldn't have signed the contract. I am a germaphobe in this regard, and it must be a virgin, so I am willing to give Cici a chance. I don't care about the disputes between you and Chen Jinfei. I just don't want him to get away with it. Cici, I appreciate your nostalgia, but we still have to get our place back. Since you don't want to find him, let me do it. Lu Xiaoli asked cautiously, Mr. Chen, what are you going to do? Chen Feng showed a half smile, pulled Lu Xiaoli over and pinched her pussy.
Don't worry, I won't kill him. I'm just trying to get back what you deserve. Lu Xiaoli opened her eyes wide in shock and her body stiffened. There are so many people here, how dare he? Lu Chanxian also showed a strange look, but after looking at Njishui, who had a calm face, she guessed in her heart that Chen Feng probably did this a lot in the company, and maybe the secretary was his concubine. But having said that, this secretary is so beautiful, especially her gentle and watery temperament, which makes people unable to help but be intoxicated. After trying Lu Xiaoli's touch, Chen Feng withdrew his hand. This is just a precaution for the mother and daughter, and it does not mean that they have to take action now. He is not that impatient yet. Taking out a check, Chen Feng wrote 30 million on it and handed it to Lu Chanxian. Consider this as a signing bonus, use it wisely. Lu Chanxian took the check and was overwhelmed with emotion. She knew that Chen Feng and her godfather were actually the same kind of people. The only difference was that Chen Feng was younger, more capable, and more willing to spend money. If one wants to make it in the entertainment industry, it would be much better to have such a backer. It is better to rely on Chen Feng than those old men. At least Chen Feng is good-looking and more easily accepted. As the general manager of the company, Xiao Shanshan soon found out about the two contracts and came to the door speechless. Are you kidding me, boss? A new director was given 100 million to make a science fiction film, and a female star with a lot of scandals was given a guaranteed contract of 1 billion. I am increasingly confused by your actions. Chen Feng smiled and pulled Xiao Shanshan into his arms, then motioned for Njishui to go over and watch the door. Xiao Shanshan had long been accustomed to Chen Feng's style and did not refuse. She twisted her body, found a comfortable position, and let Chen Feng take advantage of her. Believe me, Dewey is a genius. He just lacks an opportunity to show it. Give him 100 million and he will bring us rich returns. Chapter 87. Your fate is in my hands. As for Lu Chanxian, don't you think it's exciting to have a fairy sister as your sister? Chen Feng smiled mischievously. There's no need to spend 1 billion. She has a lot of dirty water on her now. Can the company make a profit? Xiao Shanshan snorted in dissatisfaction. Don't worry, I won't lose money on this deal. When have you ever seen me make a mistake in my judgment? Chen Feng said confidently. After being affectionate for a while, Xiao Shanshan finally left. Although he is the manager of the company, Chen Feng has always been the decision maker. She would not object to the decision made by Chen Feng. At most, she would make some modifications based on Chen Feng's decision. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind is about to be launched, and she has a lot to do. After Xiao Shanshan left, Chen Feng suddenly asked, Shui, have Zhang Shi and Gao Yu contacted you? Zhang Shi was once a contracted star of Huai. Later, because she was unwilling to be subject to unspoken rules, she found Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng did not give her face and bullied her severely. Later, Zhang Shi left unwillingly, and the contract was taken back by Chen Feng from Huai. As for Yao Yu, she was a star in an ordinary small company. Because of something, she offended a big shot in the circle. It was Chen Feng who helped to save her and gave her good resources. Master, no, neither Zhang Shi nor Gao Yu have any intention of contacting you. They are all looking for resources on their own. And Njishui answered seriously. Ha! Chen Feng shook his head. Since they want to rely on themselves, then let it be. Don't worry about them. You continue to keep an eye on the company. If there is anything you need to pay attention to, just tell me like before. Okay, master. And Njishui nodded. In the Net 1 office, Zhao Mengyang looked at the time on his mobile phone and decisively clicked to download Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. A long time ago, he noticed the company Qingfeng. It was obviously in the entertainment industry, but it chose to delve into the gaming industry and actually created something amazing. A heroic federation has directly become the most popular game in the world, becoming a prehistoric giant crocodile that has plunged into the quagmire of games. Last time in South Korea, he met him directly under the Sword and Spirit Company. The other party's goal was the same as his, which was to take over the agency rights of Sword and Spirit. Zhao Mengyang couldn't help but admire this vision. Facts have proved that Blade Soul is a very excellent game. After the national server was launched, it was very popular, and the game revenue was increasing day by day. It is the company's current cash cow. I thought that now that they had obtained the agency rights for Blade Soul in China, the matter would be over. If Chengfeng wanted to seize this market, it would have to spend several months to copy a similar product. By that time, Wang Yi will have made a lot of money and be very satisfied. Not all games can operate for several years like Dungeon. For most games, their life will come to an end after a few months.
Who would have thought that it took Qingfeng less than 2 months to develop a Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind?
Moreover, Zhao Mengyang checked and found out that this game, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, was actually a copy of Blade Soul by a South Korean company.
After finding out the news, Zhao Mengyang was full of admiration.
Blade and Soul was snatched away by someone, but the boss of Qingfeng actually thought of getting the domestic agency rights for the competing game in the first place.
This idea is really something that most people would not think of.
Zhao Mengyang, who has been in the gaming industry for many years, knows very well that there is actually not much difference between competing games and original games. The only difference is that one was released first and the other was released later. Sometimes, competing games can even be better than the original games because they can learn from the original games. Whether at home or abroad, there are many cases where competing games have killed the original games. In this regard, the one who has the most say is Penguin. From Penguin Farm, to Penguin Race, to the current Heroes of Glory, Penguin has been copying, and it has become stronger and stronger, and finally became the overlord of the game. The obvious counterpart of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind is Blade Soul. As the operator of the Chinese version of Blade Soul, Zhao Mengyang paid close attention to this game of close combat with Blade Soul and downloaded it as soon as the server was launched.
The internet speed in the company is very fast. As soon as the game was downloaded, Zhao Mengyang clicked to enter. The first glance at the game interface made Zhao Mengyang's face darken.
It's not that the graphics of this game are bad. On the contrary, the graphics of this game are very exquisite and clearly in line with the aesthetic taste of domestic players.
This is not good.
Zhao Mengyang knew very well that Blade Soul was a South Korean game. Although it was also part of the Chinese cultural circle, it was still different from China.
Some details and settings are obviously not compatible with those in China.
But they can't make any changes because they only have the right to operate but not the right to modify. The right to modify lies with Blade and Soul.
Even if he reported the problem to Jianling Company, they might not necessarily pay attention to him.
Unlike Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, it is purely a subsidiary of Qingfeng. You can put whatever cheese you want and modify it however you want.
After looking for a while, Zhao Mengyang chose to log in.
When logging in, he specifically chose the Hero Federation account. Sure enough, he logged in successfully and even received a game gift package.
As expected. Zhao Mengyang smiled.
Basically, all large game companies will connect the account information of their games, such as Penguin accounts and NetEase email addresses. The advantage of doing this is obvious, that is, the new game will attract a lot of attention as soon as it goes online, and it can also increase user stickiness. Why it is difficult for big companies to go bankrupt and it is easy for them to succeed by making a game is because when they launch a new game, they have old successful games to divert traffic to them.
For example, NetEase has been immersed in the gaming industry for many years and has produced countless successful games.
Once a new game is launched, any event can immediately attract hundreds of thousands of players.
How could an ordinary small game company possibly compete with such an inherent advantage? From this point of view, Qingfeng is really lucky.
As soon as he entered the game industry, he got a popular national game, Hero Federation. It is estimated that this game alone will bring tens of thousands of active players to Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind on the first day of its launch, which is more than the total number of players in many games. After entering the game, Zhao Mengyang carefully selected a character, played it carefully, and went through the process. It is similar to Blade Soul, but there are many changes in the details to please domestic players, and in terms of flooring gold, the strength is much lighter than that of the online version.
There was nothing Zhao Mengyang could do about this.
The company had finally bought the National Service Agency rights from South Korea and was bound to get a generous return from it. If Flooring Gold isn't powerful enough and the company can't make money, then there is no point in operating the game. Even if they make money, they have to share a portion of it with the South Korean company. Therefore, in terms of inducing players to recharge, Blade Soul was indeed a bit blatant, which caused disgust among many players.
Chapter 88, Find a way to blacken him.
In comparison, the flooring gold of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind is very light, and the environment within the game is much better than that of Blade Soul. There is no doubt that the lifespan of this game will definitely be longer than that of Blade Soul.
This is coming with great force. Zhao Mengyang frowned. We must find a way to curb it.
On the second day after the Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind game was launched, Zhao Mengyang held a meeting to prepare to curb the popularity of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. In this regard, there is still no mercy between the two companies. The gaming market is so small, and there are only so many players who like to play this type of game.
If you have more gamers, then I will have fewer gamers. If we don't curb you, are we going to wait for you to erode our market?
In this regard, NetEase has rich experience, and basically all large game companies have experience in suppressing their competitors. I think we can sue Chengfeng for plagiarism. Regardless of whether we win or not, at least we can sway public opinion in this direction and throw dirty water on Chengfeng.
Zhao Mengyang nodded with satisfaction. Sometimes netizens lack the ability to distinguish and are easily swayed by public opinion. Even if something is false, if more people say it, it will become true.
This suggestion of suing Chengfeng for plagiarism is a good one.
What else? Instead of attacking Chengfeng, I think we should focus on promotion.
We can hire more online trolls to create momentum on the game forums, or work with other departments to attract more players.
We can also hold a competition.
The game has been online for almost 3 months, so we can hold a martial arts conference. It's bad to hire a navy to blackmail the game, and it will reduce the number of players. Soon, a lot of suggestions were put forward, and they were very feasible.
Once implemented, although it will not kill Nausicaa immediately, it will definitely be able to suppress the heat.
Zhao Mengyang didn't expect Chengfeng to give up Wind Valley. He would be satisfied as long as he could suppress their speed in attracting new members.
Chengfeng Group, Chengfeng's office.
Xiao Shanshan walked in and handed Chengfeng a report.
Boss, good news. Nausicaa's first week revenue was 30 million, and the number of registered game users has exceeded 200,000. At this rate, we will be profitable soon.
Chengfeng took the report and nodded. There are many reasons why Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind was able to achieve this result. The first is the traffic from the Federation of Heroes. This popular game brought good benefits to Nausicaa from the very beginning, especially a joint event that just started, which made Nausicaa get the first batch of active players.
The second is the large wave of advertisements that were spent money on before the game was launched. Unless you are someone who is particularly indifferent to games, you will subconsciously click on the beautiful game advertisements to take a look.
In addition, the quality of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind itself is very good, and with the success of Blade and Soul, it is natural to achieve this result.
Boss, there is also bad news.
There are many negative opinions on the internet about Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, and Net1 is teaming up with South Korea's Sword Spirit to sue us for plagiarism.
Ha, as expected. Send the public relations department out, and the legal department should be ready to take action.
Shen Feng's expression was very indifferent. It's an old trick, all game companies do this. It's normal business competition, it doesn't matter, everyone plays it this way. Anyway, according to the current trend, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind is bound to be profitable, and it will be useless even if NetEase sues. And even if they win the lawsuit, the most they will be fined is a few million. Compared with the profits from the successful game, these fines are just a drop in the bucket.
Otherwise, why is plagiarism so rampant in China?
Of course, it is almost the same abroad.
There is another piece of news.
The Sword Spirit of Net1 announced that they would hold a martial arts conference and have already started spending money to build momentum. This will have a significant impact on us.
Oh, I see. Chengfeng frowned. We can do it.
Xiao Shanshan shook her head. No, our game has only been online for a week, how can we hold a competition? The player level and base numbers simply do not allow us to hold such a competition.
Forget it, let's wait and see what happens. Let the internet grab the attention. With the strength of their fluorine gold, I don't think the Sword Spirit will be able to hold out for long.
Chengfeng snorted in dissatisfaction. The competition between games of the same type is a life and death struggle. After all, Chengfeng is not Penguin, and does not have the traffic artifact like Penguin.
It is really difficult for plagiarism to overturn the originality. Okay, I understand. I'll keep an eye on this project.
Xiao Shanshan walked out.
Next, Chengfeng has been paying attention to the popularity and data of Sword and Soul on the internet.
It has to be said that as an old game company, NetEase Games is really not to be underestimated.
It has rich experience in operating games.
The new game Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind has directly stolen the limelight from it, and the data growth data is also slowing down. While the game is still profitable, it's clear that the amount of money being made has decreased. After discovering this, Chengfeng felt very unhappy. In fact, the speed at which Wind Valley makes money is far less than the speed at which Njishui Finance makes money for him, even including the hero. Federal, film and television production, artist management, all of these combined do not make as much money as Njishui does in finance. And Jishui is an all-powerful robot, without any emotions, and when it comes to finance, it's like he's using a cheat code. If Chen Feng had not instructed Jishui to keep a low profile and forge multiple accounts to operate, Buffett's title of stock god would definitely have fallen to Jishui. Even so, Chen Feng's secret wealth is no less than that of the richest man in public, he just doesn't want to show it off.
Chen Feng really has no shortage of money. He now wants to make achievements in his career. One must leave some trace in one's life.
I don't want to be earth-shattering, but at least I want to leave my name in history. Chen Feng has high expectations for Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, hoping to copy Penguin's path and defeat Blade Soul with a competing game.
But unfortunately, the results were not satisfactory.
Master, the president of Tangren is here to visit and is now in the conference room.
This is an appointment. There is also a Qinghua.
The boss of the animation company came to solicit investment.
And Jishui walked into the office. Go meet the president of Tangren first. As for Qinghua Animation, let him wait for now.
Chen Feng said indifferently.
The president of Tangren is here to discuss cooperation, while Qinghua Animation is here to ask for money, so Tangren will definitely be given priority. The president of Tangren is named Tang Yinong, a rare female boss in the industry.
She founded the company in 2003 and worked hard for 7 or 8 years to bring the company to its current position.
Although Tangren is not as good as Huai and Guangguang, it is also a first-tier entertainment company and a giant in the industry.
Chen Feng had to give a certain amount of respect to such a capable and decisive female president who came in person.
Hello, Mr. Tang. We have known each other for a long time and we finally meet in person this time.
Tang Yinong is in her early 40s, but she is well maintained and still has charm. Her eyes are extremely sharp, as if they can see directly into the depths of people's hearts. Being able to control a company with a market value of 10 billion yuan by himself, this Mr. Tang is not simple, but when she saw Chen Feng, He smiled politely. Actually, I am also looking forward to meeting you, Mr. Chen.
Chapter 89 Using Celebrities to Promote Games.
Chen Feng and Tang Yinong had a good chat about the development of the industry for a while, and Tang Yinong then told him her purpose. She took a fancy to the project of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty and wanted to ask for a role on behalf of someone in the company. In fact, at the beginning, Tangren was promised that they would have a role in the film.
Unfortunately, Chen Feng later talked with Wang Jun and Cheng Hua and squeezed Tangren out.
The role was also taken by a star from Huai's Guangguang.
This is actually the norm in the industry.
A good project will inevitably go through competition from multiple parties before the final candidate can be determined. Sometimes, even the director has no say in the matter.
At the beginning, Chen Feng was just a small unknown in the industry and of course would not attract other people's attention.
But when Chen Feng's size grew, it had to integrate into the circle, otherwise it would be boycotted by everyone. Fortunately, Chen Feng has sufficient cash flow and does not need investment from other entertainment companies, otherwise the project would probably be even more confusing. When Chen Feng heard that Tang Yinong wanted a role, he also looked embarrassed. Boss Tang, logically speaking, since you came here in person, I should give you this face, but you know, these roles have already been chosen, and I can't just appoint them randomly.
Tang Yinong smiled and said, Mr. Chen, do you know the legend of Sword and Fairy? Chen Feng nodded, I know this for sure.
Lu Chanxian, who signed the contract a few days ago, became famous thanks to the legend of Sword and Fairy. She was also called Fairy Sister from that time. Our company is about to start a new project, which is the sequel to the legend of Sword and Fairy. When the time comes, our two companies' resources can be exchanged. When Chen Feng heard Tang Yinong say this, he laughed.
That's right. Why would we give you the role if it's just empty talk? But if you can provide good resources, then there will be no problem. Okay, then you can ask someone to come over for an audition. As long as the difference isn't too big, the role will be his. Of course, the so-called audition is just a formality. Since the big boss Chen Feng has agreed, how can you, the director and producer, disagree? Do you want to stop doing this?
Tang Yinong nodded and continued, I also heard that you are going to shoot a science fiction film, and the investment is said to be 100 million.
Yes, but the leading male and female actors of this movie have been decided.
One is from our company, and the other is from Hawaii.
They can't be changed.
Chen Feng spoke directly. What he meant was that the male and female protagonists had been decided, but the other roles had not been decided.
If you want to. If you want it, just show your sincerity.
If the price is good, it's not impossible for us to give it to you.
Actually, I don't want a role.
We have a few directors who want to transition to the big screen.
Why don't you let our Tangren directors direct it? We can also invest part of the money. After so many years of development, Tangren has established a firm foothold in the small screen.
Tang Yinong is gradually no longer satisfied with just playing around on the small screen, she also wants to enter the big screen and join the film industry. However, Tang Yinong felt a little timid to rely on herself alone.
The investment in the movie was not small. If there was a loss, it would be a real loss of life.
So she planned to find someone to cooperate with.
Changfeng is a good partner.
It was established not long ago, and the director they hired is actually a recent graduate.
What does this show?
It shows that Changfeng doesn't have many resources in this area.
So why not let them come? Several TV drama directors here want to make a transition.
Chen Feng frowned. It's not that I was angry, but I found some omissions in my operation. Dewey confirmed through the camera that this was a genius, so it was normal to invest 100 million.
But it was obvious that others did not see it that way.
After learning that Chen Feng had given a 100 million yuan production to Dewey to direct, not only were people outside shocked, but people inside also had some opinions. It seems that we need to pay attention to this aspect in the future, and the operation should be more smooth so that it can be accepted by all parties.
Boss Tang, you don't need to worry about this.
100 million is nothing to Cheng Feng, and we don't need any external investment.
After hearing this, Tang Yinong was speechless.
Although I knew that Cheng Feng was developing both entertainment and gaming and had ample funds, I didn't expect it to be so generous.
He doesn't even care about 100 million. Aren't you really worried about losing all your money after the movie is released? Games are so profitable, so why not develop in this direction?
It is easy for a single industry to have problems, so diversified development is the right way to go.
Mr. Chen, you really don't want to consider this.
In fact, our company has several very popular artists who can also bring a huge bonus to the movie.
This is actually a win-win situation for us. Chen Feng smiled and prepared to refuse without hesitation.
Just kidding, he has 100% confidence in Dewey's abilities, and movies often win with their content. It's hard to say how much box office appeal those small screen stars from Tangren have.
As for popularity, etc. Popularity.
A light bulb went off in Chen Feng's mind, and in an instant he seemed to have thought of something.
Yes, celebrities are very popular, so why can't we use their popularity to divert traffic to the game?
Thinking of this, Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and countless ideas instantly popped up in his mind.
Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen? Tang Yinong looked puzzled, wondering why he suddenly stopped talking.
Chen Feng came back to his senses, smiled, and said carefully, investment and directing are not necessary.
Director Du Wei is very capable.
I believe he can give me a satisfactory answer, but acting in a role is no problem.
By the way, Mr. Tang, do you know how many games our company has?
I know.
What's wrong? Chen Feng showed a subtle smile. Then are you interested in having your company's artists have more endorsements?
Soon, Chen Feng reached a preliminary cooperation intention with Tang Yinong, preparing to leverage the popularity of Tangren's artists to promote the game.
The reason why it is just an intention to cooperate is that Chen Feng cannot make the decision on this plan by himself. He must go back and discuss it with the game department to confirm whether this plan is feasible.
If it is really feasible, not only Tangren and Huai, but also Guangguan will contact them.
The most influential stars in the circle are actually in these giant companies. Although the goal was not achieved perfectly, Tang Yinong was still quite satisfied.
The results obtained from this visit were still not small, and at least part of the goal was achieved. Chen Feng also felt that he had gained a lot. After returning, he immediately convened a meeting, called the people from the Wind Valley department, and then put forward his ideas at the meeting.
Celebrity endorsement and celebrity promotion?
Kayon, the Nausicaa project manager, pondered for a moment and nodded. It sounds good, but there is not much overlap between the types of geeks who play games and fans of celebrities.
There is actually little intersection between celebrities and games. Chapter 90 Kneeling Down. Because the fans of celebrities and game players often do not overlap.
Some celebrity fans are all otakus, some are all women, and some are over 30 years old.
It is unrealistic to ask them to play games.
Different types of games attract different players, and fans may not necessarily play games just because they like stars.
Another reason is that celebrity endorsement fees are very high.
The production cost of a game is already outrageous, and when you add in endorsement fees, many game companies cannot afford it. Instead of spending money on celebrities whose effects are not obvious, it is better to spend it on drainage channels with proven effects. After listening to Kai Yong's explanation, Chen Feng realized that he had taken it for granted. You think you are very smart and have thought of a point that no one else has thought of.
You are wrong.
In fact, everyone has thought of it, but they just think it is too risky, so they didn't do it. After thinking carefully for a while, Chen Feng said solemnly, "Is there any way to avoid these shortcomings and use the popularity of celebrities to attract new customers for us?"
Kai Yong frowned.
If someone else had made this suggestion, he would definitely have scolded him, but since it was his boss, he decided to think about it carefully.
He discussed it with other people in the game department for a while and actually came up with an idea that looked good. That is to hold an event and invite celebrities to participate.
Blade Soul holds a martial arts conference, but we don't have such a large player base, so we don't hold a martial arts conference. We can just let celebrities participate in the event, imitate the characters in the game, and then let them compete in the game.
This kind of competition does not require any professionalism, it simply uses the popularity of celebrities to attract new customers.
After all, those old players have been struggling in Blade Soul for a long time and have spent a lot of energy. If you ask them to quit, they will definitely not want to, so the focus of the game's growth is still on attracting new players. In addition, having a celebrity participate in an event is definitely much cheaper than endorsing the company, and Chen Feng has connections here, so maybe it doesn't even cost any money. This is an advantage that is unique to Chen Feng and other game companies can't learn from it.
If you want to learn, then you should first work in the entertainment industry for a few years and gain the same influence as Chen Feng.
As for the spokesperson, Kai Yong chose Lu Chanqian, who had just signed a contract with the company. She is a fairy sister and has a great influence among otakus, which happens to overlap with the group that likes to play games.
Of course, the most important thing is that Lu Chanqian is a member of the company, so the endorsement fee can be much lower.
In general, it is to use the popularity of celebrities to test the waters and attract new customers at the lowest possible cost. After all, it is the first time, and no one can guarantee what the effect will be.
Everything must be based on facts.
However, if this approach is truly successful, there will be an additional channel for attracting game traffic in the future, which is to use the popularity of celebrities for endorsements.
Chen Feng can be said to have opened up a new path for the gaming industry.
Chen Feng discussed with the people from the Wind Valley department for a long time before they finalized the general plan of the activity. The next step is to discuss with other companies and see which stars have schedules. After finishing this, it was already noon. Chen Feng was about to have lunch, but In Jishui reminded him, "Master, the people from Tsinghua Animation are still waiting there."
Are you really not going to see him?
After being reminded by In Jishui, Chen Feng finally realized that there was another person from Tsinghua Animation that he hadn't met. The main reason is that there are too many people looking for him to invest, and it is impossible for Chen Feng to pay attention to each and every one of them. However, Chen Feng was indeed surprised that the people from Tsinghua Animation had waited for so long, and at the same time he felt a little guilty.
So he asked In Jishui to go and inform Mr. Wang to come over for dinner.
The boss of Tsinghua Animation is called Wang Zhou, who is in his 40s and is still bald. You can tell at a glance that he works very hard. After meeting Chen Feng, his attitude was hesitant and he didn't act like a boss at all.
The profession of boss is actually polarized.
Those who are doing well can call the shots and be the bosses wherever they go. Those who are doing poorly are worse off than the low-level workers and don't even have time to rest.
This boss Wang Zhou is bad.
Chen Feng had just learned about the situation of boss Wang Zhou through In Jishui.
He used to be a painter.
After saving up his first pot of gold, he started his own business and used more than 30 million to produce an animated film Chiba. After the film was released, the box office was only over 10 million, which was a huge loss, and the company was almost bankrupt. Therefore, starting a business is risky and investing requires caution. If Chen Feng didn't have a camera and In Jishui was not here to check, he might have been even worse off than Wang Zhou. Looking at Wang Zhou, who humbly handed over the notebook, Chen Feng gave him face, pretended to open it and have a look, and secretly used a camera to identify it.
Kiba 2 animated film script. Note 1, the script is very detailed and the worldview is complete. Note 2, this is a decent movie, but the plot still needs to be polished. Note 3, the environment is not suitable for release, and the film will most likely lose money.
After reading the appraisal, Chen Feng was speechless.
There is a high probability of loss, so why would I invest?
So, Chen Feng pretended to read the script for a while and then handed it back. "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I'm afraid this script cannot be submitted." You know, the animation film industry is not very prosperous, and your first part of the film is still a loss. Chen Feng didn't make his words very clear, but he believed that Wang Zhou would understand what he meant.
In fact, not only he will not invest, I guess other bosses will not invest either. Because no one likes to gamble their money.
Wang Zhou's face suddenly darkened, but he did not give up his efforts. Mr. Chen, to be honest, our animated film has a very good reputation, and its rating on Douya is as high as 8.5 points. This is the most authoritative Douya rating, and many viewers hope that we will shoot a second part. I believe there is still a chance to make a profit. Chen Feng frowned. Mr. Wang, we are all adults, there is no need to make it so clear.
Your movie obviously won't make any money, how can I invest in it? That's it. If you have any good projects in the future, you can come to me. But this kind of project is really unnecessary. You know the situation of domestic animated films. So far, the box office has exceeded 50 million, right? Wang Zhou was speechless. Because he knew that Chen Feng was telling the truth. Anyone can see that this project is unreliable, otherwise, why would no one invest in it? Seeing that Wang Zhou had nothing to say, Chen Feng was satisfied. He stood up and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly. Bang! Chen Feng had just taken a few steps when he heard a muffled sound behind him. He turned around and saw that Wang Zhou had actually knelt down. Chapter 91, The Sword Spirit Begins to Seek Death. Fuck! Chen Feng was frightened. Who could bear it when a boss, who was in his 40s and a generation older than him, suddenly knelt down to him? Boss Wang, please don't do this. You're making it very difficult for me to do this. While Chen Feng pulled Wang Zhou up, he asked in Jishui to guard the door to prevent others from seeing this embarrassing scene. Mr. Chen, please invest just once. Wang Zhou's eyes were moist. To be honest, this movie is my hard work. I know that the animation film industry is not very prosperous, and I also know that animation films are a pit, but I just wanted to make it, and many fans also like it. Mr. Chen, you may not know that our project has raised 3 million yuan, and a lot of the money was donated by fans who like the movie. Some of them were even children who gave their own breakfast money. I really don't want to disappoint them. I know. You should get up first. Chen Feng pulled Wang Zhou up with all his strength, fearing that he would kneel down if they disagreed. Next, Wang Zhou talked for a long time, basically all about the information and settings of this movie, and he even took out the script of Kiba-san from his briefcase. It was only at this time that Chen Feng realized that Wang Zhou was going to shoot not 1 or 2 films, but several, which would together construct a worldview of Kiba. Chen Feng really didn't know what to say. The overall environment was obviously not good, the domestic animation film market was sluggish, and it was impossible to make any money, but you still insisted on going ahead. While being speechless, Chen Feng was also a little touched. The boss, who was in his 40s, suddenly knelt down, and his mood at that moment was very complicated. So, Chen Feng took the scripts of Kiba 2 and Kiba 3, checked them several times with the camera, and confirmed once again that this movie really would not make any money. It's not that the movie is not excellent, but the environment does not exist in China and the audience for the movie is not large enough. It's just like decades ago, when people couldn't accept movies that were too extreme. But Chen Feng finally decided to invest in this movie. The main reason for this was that he was moved by Wang Zhou. Although Chen Feng could not be as stubborn as him, he still admired people who had dreams. In addition, Chen Feng felt that investing in this movie would also be beneficial to him. Although he is bound to lose money, at least he can reduce other people's attention. You know, he has the experience of identifying cameras, and his success rate in investing in movies is frighteningly high. It's okay in the short term, but in the long term, it might arouse suspicion from others. At this time, investing in 1 or 2 movies that deliberately lose money can dispel other people's doubts. So, after careful consideration, Chen Feng finally chose to invest in Wang Zhou. After hearing the news, Wang Zhou cried with joy. Really, Mr. Chen, are you really willing to invest in this movie? Chen Feng nodded. Yes, I was moved by you, so I decided to invest. Great, Mr. Chen, how much are you willing to invest? Whatever is left, I'll buy it all. All for you? Wang Zhou felt that he might be hallucinating. He thought Chen Feng had invested a few million. After all, it was a common practice in the industry to invest multiple dollars in a project. But he never expected that Chen Feng was so generous. Wang Zhou swallowed his saliva and said, Mr. Chen, you are not kidding us. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Of course I'm not kidding, we can sign the contract soon. But let me be frank. Our company will send financial and production personnel to supervise.
Also, I am very satisfied with the worldview of your film, but the plot still needs to be polished and improved. Although he had no intention of making money, Chen Feng still planned to do a good job with this animated film, not for any reason, just to make himself feel good.
After hearing this, Wang Zhou nodded repeatedly without any resistance. If you give money, then you are the boss and you have the final say. Soon, Wang Zhou went downstairs to sign the contract and left happily.
Then, it's the drainage activity of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. Kai Yong met with people from the game department and discussed the issue for several hours, and submitted several plans. Then Chen Feng used a camera to identify which plan was more reliable.
This is the confidence behind Chen Feng's proposal to use celebrities to attract traffic.
Others were doing this for the first time and were afraid of the risks, but he had a camera and could tell where the risks were in advance. With this plugin, Chen Feng is very confident about the traffic generating effect of the event and is determined to teach Wang Yi a lesson to let them know his own strength. After several days of discussion, Chen Feng finally confirmed the game plan and decided to hold the event in Dahai City, the most economically developed city in the country. The name of the event is called Wind Valley Carnival, and 13 celebrities are invited to attend. These stars are carefully selected, and they are generally in their 20s. Their fan base just happens to cover the group that likes to play games. On the day of the event, they will cosplay as characters in the Nausicaa game and play games with fans on the spot. At the same time, the entire event will be broadcast live on a live streaming platform, which is relatively rare at present. Lu Chanxian, who had just signed a contract with the company, got a bargain and became the game spokesperson. The endorsement fee was negotiated and was 3 million a year. This is also a first in the gaming industry, and Kai Yong himself also took some risks. However, Chen Feng confirmed it with a camera and the effect was good, so he chose Lu Chanxian. After the event plan was confirmed, Chen Feng and Jishui, Xiao Shanshan, Kai Yong, Lu Chanxian and her agent flew to Dahai City to prepare for the event. As soon as he got on the plane, Kai Yong came up to Chen Feng and asked with a smile on his face, "Mr. Chen, do you know about the scandal that broke out about Jianling yesterday?"
Chen Feng asked in confusion, "What scandal?"
Kai Yong smiled and said, "The Sword Spirit Martial Arts Conference ended last night, and they made a big mistake.
They only gave a discount for one of the reward items. If you really want it, you have to spend money."
Chen Feng was puzzled. "This is nothing."
Kai Yong nodded, "Yes, normally it's nothing, but some netizens have accounts on the Korean server.
They found that the rewards on the Korean server are the same as those on the Chinese server, but they don't need to spend money." After this incident spread to China, netizens were furious and accused the Net1 staff of discriminating against Chinese players. They were scolded badly.
"This is a good thing. Great. Let's quickly spend money to hire some trolls and take the opportunity to blackmail them. At the same time, we can secretly promote our game." Chen Feng was delighted.
He didn't expect that the Wang Yi team, which was doing well, would actually commit suicide. He must take this opportunity to give it a good beating. It would be even better if he could pull the Wang Yi Sword Spirit players to the Valley of the Wind.
Kai Yong was extremely excited.
He is the happiest person when Blade Soul encounters this situation. He hopes that the Department of NetEase that operates Blade Soul will commit suicide every day, so that Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind can dominate the entire market and make money continuously.
Chapter 92: The entertainment industry needs a backer.
So, he immediately went over to make a phone call to arrange to discredit Jianling, and excitedly talked about it until the plane took off.
The flight attendant said it several times before turning off the phone.
Even so, Kai Yong's excitement did not subside, and he spoke happily. "I guess the NetEase team did this to boost revenue, but it backfired unexpectedly." Chen Feng nodded in agreement.
Although Wang Yi has snatched the Chinese server agency rights of Blade Soul, this agency right is not so easy to obtain. The first is the agency fee.
For a popular game like Blade Soul, the annual agency fee cannot be less than 30 million, which is almost as low as the cost of developing a game.
Then they have to share a portion of the money they earn with the head office in South Korea.
Chen Feng has also found out the specific division.
It is 50-50 between Net1 and Jianling Company.
In other words, for every dollar NetEase earns in China, it has to give 50 cents to the South Korean Sword in Seoul headquarters. Adding the cost of servers and game operations, NetEase actually doesn't make much money, even less than South Korean game companies.
Who told them that they couldn't develop such an excellent game?
In this case, in order to generate revenue, NetEase will naturally have to find ways to force players to spend more money. Not only NetEase, but all game companies in China and even around the world do this. After all, we develop games to make money.
If you don't let me make money, then why should I develop games? I might as well go home and have a rest.
Chen Feng's operating strategy was initially to learn from Wang Yi and go for heavy fluorine gold to make as much money as possible. It was Chen Feng who used an identification camera to identify several operating strategies and confirmed that mild fluorine gold was better than severe fluorine gold, and could operate for a longer period of time and make more money, so he chose the mild fluorine gold operating plan. Even so, there are still a lot of people under him who don't understand and feel that they are not making enough money.
Most people are short-sighted. They cannot see the long term and only want to make more money in the shortest possible time.
Even a company like Chen Feng, which is headed by one person, has problems, not to mention other joint stock companies with several directors. The plane is not a place to chat, so Chen Feng and Kai Yong just chatted for a few words and then returned to their respective seats to rest. After waiting for a while, Chen Feng had to pee urgently, so he went to the bathroom and unexpectedly found a flight attendant waiting for him there.
I heard from them that you are the boss of an entertainment company, right? Chen Feng was a little surprised and nodded directly. Yes, what's the matter, you want to debut? As he spoke, Chen Feng took a look at the stewardess and couldn't help but his eyes lit up.
This stewardess has a minority appearance, with deep eye sockets and a high nose bridge, which is very exotic. Especially the stewardess uniform she is wearing, which adds a lot of points to her. Usually Chen Feng likes to play with uniforms, but fake uniforms are not as fun as real ones. Suddenly, he had strange thoughts in his mind. You have to know that Chen Feng's physique has been strengthened, and that aspect is ridiculously strong. Except for Songya, Xiao Shanshan, and Xiao Nianwei who have taken strengthening pills and are able to fight, it takes several other women combined to satisfy him. So he really has no scruples when it comes to taking in girls.
There's nothing he can do about it. Who says he's strong? Of course, ordinary women are just for fun, and he gives them some benefits.
Only those who are very outstanding will be recognized by him and become part of his harem.
The flight attendant shook her head and said, "It's not me who wants to debut, but my sister. She's 20 years old and has just joined the Beijing Film Academy.
I heard that she goes to the crew whenever she has time, but she hasn't gotten a single role."
Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. That's a bit naive.
The roles in the crew were almost decided before the filming started. The few that were left were like 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. It would be difficult to get them without some connections.
If you really think you can get a role by just running around the crew, then you're a fool. Even if you're very good, at best you can only be a special type. The flight attendant nodded. Yes, that's what my sister said. She said that if you want to play a role, you still have to sign with a company. If you don't have a company to back you up, you won't get a single role. Many crews are actually funded by agencies, and they will give priority to their own people. Chen Feng smiled and said, "So you want to introduce a good company to your sister?" The flight attendant nodded shyly. "Yes, I saw the fairy sister Lu Qianqian with you, and I thought she must be good." Chen Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this flight attendant was so perceptive that she could actually guess from Lu Qianqian that their company was not ordinary. So he said directly, "You have a photo of your sister. Our company is very strict. We will not sign ordinary people." The flight attendant nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course, it's on my phone, I can show you, there's also a video. Don't you have to turn off your cell phone on the plane? That was in the past.
Now the planes are very advanced. There is no problem with turning on the phone, as long as you don't make calls.
We are just looking at the photos.
As she spoke, the flight attendant showed Chen Feng the photos and videos of her sister.
Chen Feng's guess was correct.
With such a sister, the younger sister's appearance would naturally not be bad, and it could even be said that she was better than her sister. Moreover, the girls in the videos and photos were beautiful and charming.
Yeah, not bad. Chen Feng nodded.
Her looks alone are worth signing, not to mention that she has an equally beautiful sister. Sisters are a big plus, especially at that time. The excitement brought by sisters together can make people go to heaven. The flight attendant didn't know Chen Feng's dirty thoughts, and thought she had found a good way out for her sister. She said excitedly, "My sister has been a school beauty since she was a child.
She even won an award for dancing. What's her name?" "Gulanaja." "And you?" "Me?" The stewardess was a little surprised, but she answered truthfully, "My name is Gulatina."
Chen Feng smiled and said, "Signing the contract is no problem, but the entertainment industry is very dark, and there are many unspoken rules."
"Do you think your sister can really bear it?" Gulatina was shocked and stammered, "Not really, can't we just rely on our strength?" "Strength?" Chen Feng sneered, "Who doesn't have strength? When everyone has strength, I will of course choose those who are willing to make sacrifices, don't you think?" As he said that, Chen Feng put his hand on Gulatina's shoulder and said ambiguously, "Are you willing to sacrifice for your sister?" Gulatina blushed. She didn't expect Chen Feng to be so bold as to take action on the plane. To her surprise, she didn't feel any resistance at all, but instead felt secretly happy deep down. Maybe it's the bonus that Chen Feng's good looks bring to him. For handsome guys, there is no need for unspoken rules, and there will still be girls willing to date you. Chapter 93 This Wave of Profit. Gulatina felt that she did not suffer any loss, and even made a profit. "Well, what if I am willing to contribute?" Gulatina spoke hesitantly, and a blush appeared on her cheeks, making her look shy and lovely. "Then I can sign your sister into the company and give her a good role." Chen Feng smiled and used both hands to push Gulatina down. Gulatina rolled her eyes at Chen Feng, hesitated for a moment, and then helped Chen Feng swallow very obediently. "Here's my business card. Call me when you get off the plane." Chen Feng handed Gulatina a business card and turned away gracefully. Gulatina's eyes were blurry, but she held the business card tightly in her hand. The pleasant air journey soon ended. Chen Feng and his companions got off the plane and went to the booked hotel in a mighty manner. Not long after checking in, Chen Feng and Jishui and others went to the event venue, a cinema that had just been renovated not long ago. This was purchased by Jishui some time ago after careful selection, and it is the first step in building a cinema chain. If you want to become a giant in the entertainment industry, cinema chains are an indispensable part. Huai and Guangguang both have their own cinema chains, and Changfeng must also take this step. But unlike Huai Guangguang, Changfeng's cinemas are fully owned, and both the land and the houses are purchased. This was proposed by Jishui, who said that it would allow the cinema chain to operate healthily while also waiting for the real estate to appreciate, making a profit without loss. Chen Feng did it without hesitation. He trusted in Jishui's advice 100%. This time, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind decided to hold the event together with the cinema's opening ceremony. This would save on venue fees and also help bring popularity to the cinema, killing two birds with one stone. Mr. Chen. As soon as we arrived at the cinema entrance, the cinema manager Lu Huayun and his employees came to greet us warmly. Lu Huayun used to be the supervisor of a cinema. He was later recruited for the position. He is now in his 30s and appears to be smart and capable. "How's the situation at the cinema? I hope you don't encounter any trouble?" Chen Feng asked casually. Lu Huayun laughed, "Of course I haven't encountered any trouble. How can there be any problem before the business opens? Although it is called a cinema, it is actually a multifunctional shopping mall. Some businesses have already moved in, but it seems rather deserted because there are not many people." Chen Feng took a quick look and found no problems, so he nodded with satisfaction. "We are about to open for business. Everyone has worked very hard. We will give each person a subsidy of 1,000 yuan. Thank you, boss." All the theater employees showed excited expressions. This is a good boss. Workers love to talk about money, and Chen Feng knows what they want, so he gives them what they want. After returning, not long after, Gulatina came. She came to fulfill the agreement with Chen Feng. Before getting down to business, Gulatina asked, "Is what you said on the plane true?" "Of course it's true. I'm going to buy my own private jet soon. When the time comes, I'll hire you to be a flight attendant. The salary will definitely be higher than your current salary." Chen Feng nodded. Sisters, of course it's fun to be together, what's the point of being alone? Besides, he could afford a private jet or something. And Jishui had already started to help him contact and order one, which also included a yacht, which he would park in the Yangtze River and go directly to his manor. Yes, his manor has also begun construction, right on the bank of the Yangtze River. Chen Feng has spent a lot of effort to obtain relevant proof. When the manor is built, he will move in and live with his beauty. Hearing Chen Feng's promise, Gulatina's eyes were as affectionate as water. The profession of stewardess looks glamorous on the surface, but in reality it is just a flight attendant. She had long wanted to quit this job, but she just couldn't find a better job than stewardess before. Now that she has received Chen Feng's promise, she is extremely excited and will serve Chen Feng wholeheartedly, making sure to satisfy him. As the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a secret lover,
and a secret lover is not as good as not being able to love. Chen Feng felt that this sentence really made sense. Even though he already had the stunning beauty Xiao Shanshan by his side, when he met the newcomer Tina, Chen Feng couldn't help but fall for her. Fortunately, Xiao Shanshan was absolutely loyal to him. Even if she found out, she would just roll her eyes at most, or even take the initiative to help. With such a good helper, Chen Feng naturally could act without restraint. A few days later, the event officially started, and as the boss, Chen Feng had to go and participate. But he only needs to cut the ribbon, and the rest will be taken care of by others. Moreover, none of the audience and fans who heard the news wanted to look at Chen Feng. They had no idea who Chen Feng was, and their attention was all on those stars.
Mr. Chen, good news.
Kai Yon, who had been paying attention to the results, went straight to Chen Feng with a beaming face. Just now, the game department sent me a message that the number of registered users for our game has skyrocketed. In just one day, we have added more than 100,000 users.
Yeah. Chen Feng nodded.
In fact, he had anticipated this result. After all, he had used a camera to verify it when finalizing the activity plan, so this effect was not surprising. These users are basically attracted by celebrities, and they may just download the game out of curiosity, so we must keep up with the in-game activities and try to convert these players who are attracted by celebrities into active players.
Understood, boss, we will pay attention. Kai Yon nodded repeatedly.
As expected of a boss, he is neither arrogant nor impatient, and he does not get carried away by good news. It seems he still has a lot of things to learn. Just as the two were discussing, Lu Huayun hurried over with a grim look on his face.
Manager Lu.
Chen Feng called him. When Lu Huayun saw that it was Chen Feng, he forced a smile and said, "Mr. Chen.
What's wrong with you?
Why do you look so ugly?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, something happened up ahead, but don't worry, I'll go over and deal with it right now, and it will definitely not affect the event."
Something happened?
Chen Feng frowned, and then he realized that a lot of people had gathered not far ahead to watch the excitement, as if something had happened.
"I'll go with you."
Lu Huayun smiled helplessly. "Okay, Mr. Chen, you can go with me." So, Chen Feng and Lu Huayun walked towards where the crowd was gathered.
Kai Yong hesitated for a moment and followed them.
After all, Chen Feng is his boss, so he must seize every opportunity to show his ability.
Go, hurry up and leave.
Why should I leave?
Are you bullying me?
Before he got close to the crowd, Chen Feng heard a quarrel coming from inside the crowd.
Lu Huayun's face turned ugly.
Encountering such a thing right after opening the business would definitely leave a bad impression on the boss, which made him very resentful.
What's going on?
Lu Huayun squeezed into the crowd and shouted majestically.
Chapter 94 Healing Pill.
Seeing Lu Huayun coming over, the theater security guard hurried over as if he had seen a savior. "Boss Lu, this person is disrupting the venue in one tea leave."
"Who disrupted the venue?" "It's obviously because you didn't pay."
An old man who didn't look like a good person spoke loudly and aggressively. In his hand he was holding a cigarette wrapped in red cloth.
Chen Feng's brows immediately furrowed.
Lu Huayun snorted coldly. Being experienced, he didn't even need to ask, as he probably knew what was going on. However, the boss was here today, so out of caution he still asked the security guard to find out the whole story. Just as he expected, this was a scoundrel who came to cause trouble. The event was going well, but this old man appeared out of nowhere, holding a zither and blowing it.
After the security guard came over, he didn't leave and even wanted money.
Lu Huayun was no stranger to this kind of rogue, as there were such people in many places. They would just pick up any musical instrument and run into the store to perform, then go to the store owner to ask for money. If the store owner didn't pay enough, they would not leave and would not leave until they got the amount they were satisfied with.
Even if you call the police, they don't have much to do with these scoundrels because they haven't actually broken any law.
At most they'll be detained for a few days and then released. The most speechless thing is that the people who do this kind of things are all old men who look frail. The police are also afraid that they will commit fraud.
If something really happens, the police will not be able to bear it.
Coupled with the Chinese people's nature of preferring to keep things peaceful, this kind of scoundrel can be found everywhere and cannot be eradicated despite repeated bans. Looking at the old rogue who was howling like a ghost, Lu Huayun didn't have any better ideas, so he took out a red bill and handed it to the old rogue.
"You can go now."
The old scoundrel quickly put the red bill into his pocket, then continued to blow on the horn.
Beep. Beep.
The sound of tisk na, which is known as the king of musical instruments, spread far away and even affected the stars of the event.
Lu Huayun was shocked and angry. What do you mean, you took the money and didn't leave?
The old scoundrel then stopped and rubbed his thumb and index finger together. The meaning was self-evident.
You. Lu Huayun was angry.
I didn't expect this old scoundrel to be so greedy that even $100 couldn't get rid of him.
You know, it's only been half an hour since he appeared.
Earning $100 in half an hour without any cost is already a great profit, but it still can't satisfy his greedy appetite.
There is no other way.
The event is more important, so I'd better spend money to avoid disaster this time. Lu Huayun sighed, reached out and took out his wallet from his arms, ready to spend a lot of money. The old scoundrel put down his gun proudly and looked at Lu Huayun's wallet greedily like a shark seeing fish. He knew that the bigger the place, the more afraid of accidents. He thought he had made the right decision this time.
He could earn at least 500 yuan. He could come every few months in the future.
In this way, he could make at least several thousand yuan a year. Just when Lu Huayun was about to give the money, Chen Feng suddenly reached out to stop him.
Lu Huayun was stunned. Boss. Chen Feng frowned. How can you do things like this? If you give the money now, will you have a peaceful life in the future?
But if I don't give him the money, this guy will make a scene here. I'm afraid it will affect the event.
Don't worry, just look at me.
Chen Feng smiled, then went straight up and snatched the old man's phone away. After snatching it away, he threw it directly to the ground and stomped it to pieces.
How dare you step on my body and break it?
The old scoundrel was shocked and angry.
This is the guy he eats. He.
Chen Feng sneered and didn't want to talk to this kind of trash at all. He directly asked the security guard to catch this old scoundrel.
Hit someone, hit someone.
The old scoundrel shouted loudly, trying to attract other people's attention.
He often uses this trick to make others hesitate.
Chen Feng smiled and asked the security guard to cover the old rogue's mouth so that his voice could not be heard.
Lu Huayun was stunned and looked worried. Boss, what if this guy calls the police?
What if we called the police?
We didn't hit him or scold him, and he didn't have any injuries. What can the police do to us?
It's nothing more than mediation.
I am so disappointed with your handling of the matter just now.
As the manager of the theater, you couldn't even handle such a small matter properly, allowing others to blackmail you so smoothly. Chen Feng taught him a lesson with a frown on his face.
To be honest, there are people like this everywhere, but Chen Feng was really disappointed that Lu Huayun couldn't handle such a simple matter.
Lu Huayun was very ashamed. I'm sorry, boss, I disappoint you.
Let's leave it at that for now.
I'll see how you perform later.
Chen Feng waved his hand.
Although I am not very satisfied with Lu Huayun, I can't find anyone to replace him at the moment, so this is all I can do for the time being. Moreover, most people grow up without experience, so we can't be too harsh on Lu Huayun. This unpleasant episode did not affect the carnival, and both fans and stars had a great day. After the event ended, Kai Yong struck while the iron was hot and took the opportunity to spend money on a wave of marketing, with amazing results. In just a few days, Nausicaa added hundreds of thousands of registered users and the number of active users increased by more than 100,000. The increase in active users will naturally drive up game revenue and other data. Compared to NetEase Sword and Soul, which has to pay money to a South Korean company, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind may not be as good in various data, but it definitely exceeds it in terms of profitability. Chen Feng was also in a good mood. After the event, Kai Yong and Xiao Shanchan flew directly back to the company to deal with things. But as the boss, he took the opportunity to have a good time in Dahai City for a few days, together with Gulatina. At the same time, Chen Feng also completed his 13th sign-in. Ding, sign in for the 13th time, reward, 100 healing pills. The healing pill looks like a smaller version of Malteser, except that it is white in color.
However, the system's description of it is surprising. Healing pill.
Function, panacea, can cure all diseases, including but not limited to regeneration of broken limbs, cancer, AIDS, etc.
Note, the panacea is not actually a panacea. Healing pills are undoubtedly good stuff. Getting sick is something that no one can avoid.
Minor illnesses are okay and can be treated with money, but the worst thing is encountering a terminal illness that even modern science cannot cure, then you're doomed. With the healing pill, Chen Feng no longer has to worry about people around him getting sick.
Chen Feng was in a good mood after getting the healing pill, and he took Gulatina directly back to Dahan City. However, he did not bring Gulatina back to meet Songya and Xiao Nianwei.
Instead, he bought a house for Gulatina and supported her. At the same time, Chen Feng also opened a position for her in the company so that she could receive a sum of money every month.
Chapter 95, Delicious Food on the Tip of Your Tongue. As for Gulatina's younger sister, Gulina Jia, Chen Feng also found a chance to meet her.
As expected, she was also a little beauty, even more beautiful than her sister, and full of youthfulness.
However, Chen Feng did not do anything to her.
Instead, he arranged for her to sign an agency contract and then asked the artist department to arrange a role for her in the Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty Super Singer variety show plan.
Note 1. This is a very popular adaptation of The Voice of China.
Note 2. It will be an excellent variety show if it is put before The Voice of China.
Note 3. The premise of making money is that you need to invest a lot of resources, every link is very smooth, and the final profit margin will not be too high.
Chen Feng shook his head and then looked at the next variety show proposal.
A variety show on the tip of your tongue.
Note 1. There has never been a variety show like this on the market.
It is very novel.
Note 2. This is a variety show that requires very high filming requirements. Note 3. This variety show has the potential to be a big hit.
Chen Feng's eyes lit up and he checked it again without saying anything. A variety show on the tip of your tongue.
Note 1. This variety show has the potential to be a big hit, provided that the key links are done well. Note 2. Variety show shooting requires a lot of advanced shooting technology, and a high-quality shooting team is required. Note 3. Resident guests need to be able to eat a lot, and the food needs to be photographed beautifully. Chen Feng smiled, feeling somewhat relieved. After a while, when the number of identification times of the identification camera was restored, Chen Feng identified it a few more times and was very satisfied with the variety show A Bite of China.
I didn't expect there is such a talented person in the company.
Chen Feng originally expected to get a variety show plan that would be a minor hit, but he never expected to get a variety show plan that would be a huge hit.
I looked at the name of the person who designed the plan. Lin Fan. Chen Feng called in Jishui on the intercom.
Shui, ask Lin Fan from the film and television department to come to my office.
Okay, Mr. Chen.
And Jishui's voice came from the intercom, and it was more pleasant to the ear than the sound of fine jade colliding. Soon, Lin Fan came over.
He was in his 30s, not good looking, and even had a little belly.
When he saw Chen Feng, his attitude was almost flattering.
Mr. Chen, I heard you were looking for me.
Yes, this variety show proposal was submitted by you, right? Chen Feng handed the variety show production plan A Bite of China to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took it, looked at it, confirmed it was correct, and nodded.
Yes, I submitted it.
Last month, the company said that it wanted to move into variety show production, and they specifically asked us to submit variety show production plans, saying whoever's plan was the best would be used.
So I wrote one and submitted it. Well written and very innovative.
Chen Feng stood up, brought Lin Fan to the sofa, and then asked in Jishui to serve tea. Lin Fan was obviously a little flattered. He is just an ordinary photographer in the film and television department, while Chen Feng is the boss of the company.
There is a huge gap between them.
But he didn't expect Chen Feng to be so polite to him.
Can you tell me how you came up with the idea of producing this kind of variety show? Chen Feng asked curiously.
Lin Fan scratched his head embarrassedly.
You know there's a documentary on CCTV called A Bite of China, right?
It was just released last month. I found that this documentary was very popular and many people liked to watch it. At that time, the company asked us to submit a variety show proposal.
I thought, why can't we change this into a variety show? There are no similar ones on the market, maybe it will be popular.
Having said this, Lin Fan might have felt a little embarrassed and smiled shyly.
Mr. Chen, that's just what I thought. If you think it's wrong, forget it.
No. Chen Feng shook his head, your idea makes sense. The market is full of talent shows, exams, blind dates, etc.
This is a food variety show that has never appeared before. I believe many people will be interested in it. Do you think so too?
Lin Fan was a little excited.
It feels good to be recognized.
And it was the boss's recognition.
Yes, I think this variety show is great. Are you interested in making it?
Lin Fan felt his heart beating rapidly.
You mean? What I mean is, the company will pay, and you will be the director.
Make this variety show and strive to make it a hit of the year, Chen Feng said with a smile.
I'm a director.
These 4 words were the only ones left in Lin Fan's mind. He felt like he was dreaming, otherwise how could such a good thing happen to him? This is the director. Although he is just a variety show director, he is still a director, and is much better than a cameraman.
Mr. Chen, but I've never been one before. What if I mess up?
Lin Fan felt a little nervous.
Chen Feng smiled.
When Lin Fan came in just now, Chen Feng used his camera to check it twice in a row and confirmed that this guy was capable of shooting this variety show well.
That's enough. He has 100% confidence in the camera's ability to identify it.
Don't worry, I dare to hand this variety show to you, so I'm not afraid that you will mess it up. Trust my vision and trust yourself. This variety show plan was yours, and you can definitely do it well. Lin Fan nodded excitedly. On the one hand, he was moved by Qin Feng's chicken soup, and on the other hand, he didn't want to give up this opportunity. Now that he is middle-aged, an opportunity finally comes to him.
How can he give it up? You have to give it a try. If you lose, you just have to pack up and leave. If you win, you can turn your life around.
Chen Feng smiled and nodded, gave him some chicken soup, and then let him leave.
Soon, and Jishui entered the office. How's the video website plan going? Chen Feng asked carelessly.
There's no need to be polite to Jishui, it's meaningless.
Master, I have already written the software.
It is definitely better than any other video player on the market and can be launched at any time.
That's good. Chen Feng nodded.
As expected of Jishui, it's really awesome.
Let's find a good day and prepare to launch the video software online.
By the way, you should take care of the video website in the early stage.
I don't trust other people to do this. Chen Feng attaches great importance to this aspect.
With the video website, Chen Feng will be able to keep pace with Huawei in the entertainment field, or even surpass it in one fell swoop, and take the opportunity to become the overlord of the entertainment industry.
Master, I am competent in management, but there is one thing you must know. And Jishui looked serious.
You say?
And Jishui's expression was unusually serious.
Although Chen Feng knew that this expression was a disguise, he was still infected. Master, the most important thing about a video website is actually the content inside, including movies, TV series, anime, variety shows, documentaries, etc.
Chapter 96 Video Sites and Search.
If there is no corresponding content, no one will watch the video software no matter how good it is.
Chen Feng frowned and asked, how did others solve it? For example, Kiwi, Penguin Video, and a station, Todo.com? And Jishui nodded, Master, this is exactly what I want to say. Most of the content on their website is pirated.
In other words, these video websites are mainly in the gray area, and a small part of the content is purchased by them themselves.
Doing this carries legal risks. If no one pursues you, it's fine. But if someone pursues you, you will most likely end up in jail. It's so serious. Chen Feng was frightened, and then he frowned. If that's the case, how dare other video websites do this?
Other video websites do this mainly because no one cares.
Capital is greedy and they dare to take legal risks for the sake of profit.
And Jishui said seriously.
Then what should we do? Will we still run the video website? Will something go wrong? Chen Feng frowned.
He has finally got his current career, and he doesn't want to go back in time. And Jishui nodded, if you are afraid of legal risks, you don't have to launch a video website, but if you want to continue to develop in the entertainment industry and mobile internet industry, you must have your own video website.
What's your suggestion? Should we do it or not? What's the probability of something going wrong?
My suggestion is to do it, because if you want to expand your business, video software is a hurdle that you can't avoid, and rampant piracy is beneficial to the promotion of video software. Because of my existence, as long as there are resources on the internet, we can get them and attract more customers.
What about the legal risks? Let me make it clear that I am a timid person and do not want to go to jail. Master, you don't have to worry about this.
My plan is to use pirated resources to attract users in the early stage. In the middle stage, we will spend money to replace pirated resources with genuine ones, and then use this to sue other websites and complete business expansion. As for the legal risk, it is actually very small because everyone does it, and the relevant laws have not yet been perfected.
It is still in a gray area.
We can complete the transformation before the law appears. The worst result is just a fine, because there are too many people doing this and it's impossible to arrest all of them. As long as we keep a low profile and don't get caught as an example, then it won't be a big problem.
With Njishue's assurance, Chen Feng nodded. He still believed in Njishue's ability, and since others were doing it, why couldn't he do it too? Okay, I'll do as you say, but remember, keep a low profile. I really don't want to go in there, so my safety should be my top priority at all times. Njishue nodded, okay, master. Also, I think it's necessary to explain to you the future development of the video. In the future, videos will definitely be differentiated into long videos, medium videos, and short videos. Long videos refer to videos that are longer than 15 minutes, medium videos refer to videos that are between 1 minute and 15 minutes long, and short videos refer to videos that are less than 1 minute long. With the development of 4G networks, short and medium length videos will gradually become mainstream, while long videos will gradually become obsolete. You mean, in addition to long videos, we also need to develop medium videos and short videos? Chen Feng frowned. Njishue shook his head, no, it's not time yet, because smartphones and 4G networks are not mature yet. If the time comes, I will remind the master immediately and launch the medium and long video software. Chen Feng nodded. Maybe his business talent is insufficient, but with Njishue by his side, he doesn't have to worry about that at all. Master, what we need to pay attention to at the moment is search software. According to my information, Google is about to withdraw from China. I think we can fill this market. Search, isn't that Baidu's home turf? Their forum is extremely popular. Are you sure we can win? Chen Feng frowned. The video website and social chat fields are still dominated by many players, so it is not a big problem to intervene at this time. But in the search field, Baidu has already taken the lead, and entering the market at this time is basically seeking death. Didn't you see that Google is preparing to run away? Njishue shook his head, Master, search is very important in the internet age. The company must occupy this field. If we don't, we will be controlled by others. As for Qiandu, they have already occupied 80% of the market. It will be difficult for us to defeat them in a short period of time. I estimate that it will take more than 5 years and tens of billions of dollars of investment to completely surpass them. We still need to do search. Are you sure the company's cash flow can sustain it? Njishue nodded, the company's cash flow is not a problem, and the search field is equivalent to the highway in the internet era, which is crucial to the company's development. Okay. Chen Feng nodded. Anyway, the company mainly relies on Njishue. Since she said so, just do as she says. As an intelligent robot, her core is to obey the master's orders 100%, and all her actions are for the good of her master. Of course Chen Feng would trust such a capable and absolutely loyal subordinate. Master, I hope you can approve my acquisition of Google's Chinese business and take the opportunity to open up the search market. Here is the corresponding plan. I just sent it to the computer. Chen Feng opened the file in the computer and took a quick look. He found that the price offered by Njishue to acquire Google's Chinese business was terrifying, and the highest price could reach 5 billion. That's the company's entire cash flow. Okay, I'll do as you say. Chen Feng nodded. Most of this money was earned by Njishue from stock trading, futures trading, and foreign currency trading. Chen Feng believed that no matter how the money was spent, Njishue would be able to earn it all back. Boss, are you crazy? Xiao Shanshan strode into the office. What kind of magic potion did Njishue give you to make you trust her like this? I only found out about such a big thing now. Chen Feng shook his head, Shue didn't give me any magic words. The search business is very important to the development of the company. With the search business, we will be able to dominate the mobile internet field. But that's 5 billion, the company's entire cash flow. Once something goes wrong, the company will be hit hard immediately. Xiao Shanshan was going crazy. Shanshan, relax. Don't forget that the company still has fixed assets worth more than 1 billion, as well as shares of Finger Company worth even more. Even if we don't have 5 billion, the company's development will not be affected, and most of the 5 billion was earned by Shue. Chapter 97 Promotion and Salary Increase. Chen Feng smiled and pulled Xiao Shanshan into his arms. Boss, I'm not questioning your decision, nor do I doubt Njishue's ability, but have you noticed that Njishue has too much power? Her position is just an assistant and secretary, but she is in charge of the mobile internet, social chat, video sites, and the search business will be added soon. She can even intervene in other company affairs, including promotions, finance, personnel, etc. She is just an assistant, a secretary.
She can make decisions on important matters of the company.
Don't you think this is too ridiculous? Xiao Shanshan was very emotional.
Obviously, this feeling of dissatisfaction had been hidden in her heart for a long time. Xiao Shanshan had been enduring it for a long time, and just took this opportunity to burst out. She was really upset that a general manager's words were not as effective as those of a secretary.
Chen Feng was silent. How should he explain it to Xiao Shanshan?
And Jishui is not an ordinary person, she is a robot, an omnipotent robot from the future. After spending some time together, Chen Feng was convinced that Jishui was very capable, even stronger than Xiao Shanshan.
But if this were said, Xiao Shanshan would definitely be angry. Shanshan, please believe me.
Chen Feng said seriously.
Of course I believe it.
Xiao Shanshan nodded, her eyes extremely serious. Maybe you won't believe it, but I want to say that I am even willing to die for you.
Of course I believe you. Chen Feng smiled and pinched Xiao Shanshan's smooth face.
He knew that Xiao Shanshan was speaking from the heart, because that was what he had written on the dream card. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted the daily management of the company to Xiao Shanshan. Shanshan, Shui is the same as you, and I treat you the same way. I believe in Shui, just like I believe in you. You are like my left hand and right hand to me, and I cannot do without either one.
Of course, I will learn from my mistakes and consult you if there is anything important. I have also decided to give you a promotion. Really? Xiao Shanshan's eyes lit up. Although she is 100% loyal to Chen Feng, who wouldn't be happy about the promotion?
Yes, I decided to promote you to vice president, and let Shui be the general manager and my secretary.
How do you think? Chen Feng comforted.
This was the best way he could think of to deal with the situation. He upgraded Xiao Shanshan and made Jishui Xiao Shanshan's subordinate, even if it was just in name only. Jishui's opinion can be ignored because she is a robot and has no emotions, but Xiao Shanshan is a normal person and must be comforted when she is angry. Xiao Shanshan smiled, obviously very satisfied with Chen Feng's handling of the matter. Although she knew that she couldn't control Jishui, her position was higher than Jishui's. She was the vice president, while Jishui was only the general manager, one level higher than her.
Okay, but you must inform me of any major company matters in the future.
Oh, and the Hero Federation national team has been reorganized, so it's best to elect a person in charge. Also, Penguin's Heroes of Glory recently held an event called the Star Entertainment Competition.
Xiao Shanshan reported. Celebrity Entertainment Competition, what do you say? Chen Feng showed interest. It seems to be similar to the Nausicaa Carnival we held last time. It mainly invites celebrities with many young fans and holds competitions.
In addition to competitions between celebrities, there are also competitions between fans and celebrities, and between celebrities and professional players. Maybe we are hosting the World Championship now, which is quite popular, so they organized something similar to offset our impact and avoid having their limelight stolen.
Chen Feng nodded.
He knew about the League of Legends World Championship, which was currently being held in Paris, France. During the competition, the popularity of the game continued to rise, and the market share continued to rise. Chen Feng was not surprised that Penguin plagiarized their activities, as this was already a traditional skill of Penguin.
There was just one thing that confused him: where was the sword spirit? Why was the sword spirit not moving? Blade Soul are quiet. Logically speaking, Blade Soul should be the most anxious when we hold the carnival.
You know, the two games are similar in genre and the players' goals overlap. Xiao Shanshan shook her head. I don't know, they haven't had any activities recently, and it seems that they have no reaction to us grabbing the market.
Is that so? Chen Feng felt a little confused. What kind of operation is this?
Blade Soul, a very popular game, is actually indifferent to the attack from its competitors.
Do you still want to make money?
Forget it, there is no need to worry about other people's games. Anyway, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind is doing pretty well recently and is making more and more money, so that's enough. After a while, Chen Feng looked at the time and walked directly towards the newly established variety show production department. Today is the day when the detailed plan for the food variety show A Bite of China is released, and he must go and take a look. Variety shows are an indispensable part of the entertainment industry, and A Bite of China is the first variety show of Cheng Feng Company, so there is no room for error.
Mr. Chen.
Seeing Chen Feng coming, Lin Fan quickly stood up. Compared to a few days ago, he was obviously much more confident, probably because of his promotion.
Where's the detailed plan for the variety show? Let me see. Chen Feng didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Mr. Chen, please take a look.
Lin Fan handed Chen Feng the detailed plan for the variety show, which was obviously longer.
Chen Feng did not waste any time. He checked it 3 times in a row.
After confirming that the variety show was not off track, he turned directly to the last page and looked at the cost. There are 12 phases in total, with each phase costing 3 million, and the total cost being 36 million.
Addictive. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows.
Lin Fan is quite bold. He spent 36 million to shoot a variety show, and it is a variety show mainly about eating. 36 million is enough to make a high-quality TV series or a movie, and a big production at that. Seeing that Chen Feng's expression was not right, Lin Fan hurried to explain.
Mr. Chen, it's like this.
Although this variety show looks simple and only requires eating, filming is very important because the eating process needs to be filmed to look good. Also, publicity and promotion also cost money, and the bulk of it is spent on inviting guests.
What do I plan to do? No need to explain.
Chen Feng stretched out his hand to stop him. Lin Fan's heart suddenly sank. He knew that this budget would be difficult to pass. After all, the budget for a variety show is 36 million, which is a bit exaggerated.
It is enough to make a big budget movie. I just don't know how much the boss will cut the budget to. 30 million. Still 20 million.
If the budget is too small, the variety show won't be able to achieve the flavor he wants.
36 million doesn't sound good, so I'll increase your budget to 40 million. If it's not enough, you can always ask me for more.
I only have one request: you must produce results that satisfy me. Chen Feng said decisively.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Chapter 98. Why don't you want my plan?
As expected of the boss, he is so generous. Not only did he not reduce the budget, he even increased it.
That's very considerate.
With the extra 4 million, whether it is used for publicity and promotion or for hiring celebrities, it can achieve very good results.
It's even better that you can add more later.
For a moment, Lin Fan felt a surge of emotion that a man would die for his friend.
Such a boss is really rare. No wonder he can become a boss. He has extraordinary courage. Chen Feng's expression was calm.
He is ready to spend tens of billions to buy Google, so he really doesn't care about a variety show worth tens of millions.
Do well, I'm waiting for your good news. Chen Feng gave Lin Fan some encouragement and some chicken soup, then prepared to leave. Being a boss is easy. All you have to do is give financial support. The rest will be taken care of for you by employees who want to advance themselves. Wait, boss, there's one more thing.
Lin Fan quickly stopped Chen Feng.
What's wrong? Chen Feng looked puzzled.
Lin Fan smiled sheepishly. It's like this: I would like to invite Lu Chanqian to be a permanent guest of this variety show.
Then go and talk to her. What's the point of you telling me? Chen Feng was speechless. Mr. Chen, female celebrities are very strict about body management.
This kind of eating variety show has a great impact on their body. Under normal circumstances, they will definitely not accept it. Besides, the artist department is not the same as ours. Lin Fan's tone was hesitant, but his meaning was self-evident.
Chen Feng smiled and said, "It's really useless for you to come to me.
I rarely take care of the affairs of the artist department. Besides, this variety show must find someone with a good appetite, and Lu Chanqian may not be qualified.
Why don't you let her be the guest of the first episode?
This way, it will not only create a gimmick and facilitate promotion, but also make people agree."
Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Boss, what you said makes sense. I'll go recruit someone right away.
After saying that, he ran out of the office.
As a result, a few seconds later, shouting was heard outside.
Lin Fan, you are such a shameless guy.
Chen Feng's expression changed and he quickly walked out of the office.
He found that someone had grabbed Lin Fan by the collar and raised his fist, intending to hit him.
Stop. Chen Feng quickly stood up. Mr. Chen.
Hello, boss.
Hello, Mr. Chen.
Everyone outside greeted them quickly, and even the guy who wanted to hit someone was startled.
He quickly put his hand down and called out, Mr. Chen. What's your name? What's the conflict between you and Lin Fan? Why did you hit him?
Mr. Chen, my name is Zhang Wei, and I'm a photographer in the film and television department. I want to report that Lin Fan cheated you.
Zhang Wei said, gritting his teeth. Chen Feng was confused. How did he lie to me? Mr. Chen, didn't you mention before that the company is planning to enter the field of variety shows? Let us write a variety show plan and submit it. Whoever is better will get it. Yes. Chen Feng nodded.
Zhang Wei immediately pointed his finger at Lin Fan and said angrily, but this guy deliberately hid other people's plans and only submitted his own, so he got the opportunity to direct this variety show.
Chen Feng glanced at Lin Fan in surprise. Whose did he hide? My proposal took me a week to write.
It's a variety show proposal that will definitely be a big hit once it's filmed.
Your variety show plan is Super Singer.
Zhang Wei looked confident. I drew on the most popular Chinese voice show on the market to write a variety show plan, and added novel decryption elements.
As long as it is filmed, it will definitely be a big hit. He. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile.
I really don't know where this guy gets his confidence from, and he thinks that any movie he makes will be a hit. There are too many singing variety shows like this in the world, and the audience has long been tired of them.
Even if every aspect is done to the best, at most you can only make a little money. Zhang Wei, you misunderstood Lin Fan.
I've already seen the variety show plan for Super Singer.
I've seen it, then why didn't you choose my variety show? It's obviously going to be a hit. Zhang Wei asked unwillingly. The food on the tip of your tongue is a little more novel than your Super Singer.
But my variety show planning proposal has already had successful examples in the market, but there is no similar example in the food on the tip of the tongue.
Zhang Wei was very excited.
Chen Feng felt a little unhappy, and his face darkened. I don't need to explain this to you.
No, you must give me an explanation today, otherwise I won't let you go. Zhang Wei said stubbornly. Chen Feng smiled. You don't understand such a simple truth?
Your variety show planning proposal is not good.
I don't like it. This is why. Zhang Wei's face turned from white to red, and then from red to blue. Okay, since you don't like it, I'll find a place that you like. I quit. Zhang Wei said angrily. Whatever. You can come and go freely in the company. You can leave whenever you want. Chen Feng waved his hands impatiently.
He never expected that he would meet such a weirdo.
Just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will make you regret missing out on a genius like me. Zhang Wei glared at Chen Feng, then turned and left.
Chen Feng shook his head, feeling very confused. It's just that I don't like your variety show design plan.
I don't understand why I'm so angry. I'm sure you will regret it. Out of curiosity, Chen Feng brought an appraisal to Zhang Wei. 28-year-old male student Zhang Wei.
Note 1, he graduated with honors from the Beijing Film Academy.
Remark 2, he comes from a well-off family and has not suffered too many setbacks since he was a child. Note 3, he has some talent, but it's not outstanding.
After reading Zhang Wei's message, Chen Feng had a feeling in his heart.
That's it.
He thought that Zhang Wei was a hidden genius, just like Dewey, who just lacked an opportunity.
It turns out he is just an ordinary person.
I really don't know where his confidence comes from.
Lin Fan, do your best and don't take this to heart. Chen Feng comforted Lin Fan.
Lin Fan nodded. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I will definitely make this variety show a success and let them know that you didn't make a mistake.
Good, you have ambition, keep it up. Chen Feng patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and left immediately.
This little incident had no impact on him at all. On the other hand, Ji Shui led an acquisition team and headed straight to Google's Asian headquarters, Hong Kong.
I don't know what Google is thinking.
Mainland China is obviously the largest market, but they want to put their headquarters in Hong Kong.
Maybe in their hearts, Hong Kong can represent China.
But it turned out that they were wrong.
From the moment China's internet took off, Google entered China forcefully, trying to replicate what they had done in other markets and dominate the entire Chinese market. Chapter 99, Popular Searcher.
Who would have thought that 1,000 Degrees suddenly appeared and defeated them completely? After a decade of twists and turns, Google finally couldn't hold on any longer, seeing that it still had no profit and its market share was shrinking day by day, and was ready to leave the Chinese market that had saddened them. At this time, Ji Shui brought his men to the door, ready to take over the market gap they left.
Google's mood is complicated.
As a global capital giant, they have always been the ones to acquire others, but now someone wants to acquire them one day.
Even though it's a market that we're ready to abandon, the feeling is still complicated. Ji Shui didn't care about their feelings and offered 100 million on the spot.
After hearing the price, the person in charge of Google wanted to shoot in Jishui. You only gave 100 million for 10% of the search market. Why don't you go to heaven? Over the years, Google has invested more than 10 times this amount. But soon, they were defeated by Jishui's verbal sparring. Without us, you had no money and were ready to withdraw from the Chinese market.
Now you have 100 million and you are still not satisfied. Why don't you go to heaven? Google was unwilling to give up, so it continued the talks. At first I was a vice president, and then I became the president. They didn't win the negotiation because they found that no one together could win the argument against Jishui. Then they formed a negotiation team of 10 people, all of whom were negotiation experts. 10 people against one person, this should be a safe situation. The result was even worse. Jishui debated with a group of scholars and defeated 10 of them alone. And I actually won.
This made Jishui famous, and the president of Google even wanted to poach him on the spot and offered him extremely generous treatment. At first, when he saw Jishui, a weak woman, coming to discuss the acquisition, he thought she was relying on her body to get to the top. Now he knew that the other person didn't need to rely on his physical strength, his eloquence alone was terrifying enough. Jishui threatened from time to time that he didn't want it anymore and that they could just break up.
Fortunately, the president of Google was not jealous. He directly notified the people from Chengdu and said that if they didn't want it, they could sell it to Chengdu.
Although Baidu felt that they were not worth much and could easily take over this market share on their own, Google still raised the price. In the end, the two parties reached a deal at a price of $50 million.
Changfeng took the opportunity to take over Google's search software and also took over Google's 11% market share.
When the news spread, it instantly caused a shock in the market. The search market has once again added a new player, and judging from its aggressive momentum, it is obviously a supergiant. A meeting was also held at Chengdu's headquarters in Deshenqing, with Chengdu's boss Li Hong sitting in the main seat.
Do you think that the Fengxing search engine, which was recently launched by Changfeng, will pose a threat to our search engine? A senior executive wearing glasses stood up.
Mr. Li, Changfeng Group is not on good terms. Google already occupies 12% of the search market, which is more than Sogu and other search software except us combined. Now Changfeng Group has revised its software. I tried it and found that it is more accurate and convenient than ours, and it is obviously more in line with the usage habits of Chinese people. If this continues, it will pose a great threat.
Are you sure that Fengxing search's accuracy exceeds ours? Li Hong's voice sank. I'm sure. The bespectacled executive nodded. And I took it to the technical department for testing. Changfeng Group's software is indeed better than ours. How could this happen? Li Hong frowned.
On the surface, the search software looks simple, but in fact, the technical threshold is not low.
Chengdu Group recruits a large number of programmers every year to optimize the software, which has brought the accuracy and convenience of Chengdu search to the level it is today. As a result, a company that had just entered the search market actually surpassed them in search accuracy, which was simply a fantasy. No wonder Changfeng dared to enter the search market. It turns out that they have such a trump card. Strange, where did they get their technology from? Did they buy it from Google?
The scariest thing is that their search software doesn't have any ads, which makes it much cleaner than ours.
No way. Without advertising, how can they make money? The top executives of Chengdu discussed in low voices. Quiet. Li Hong glanced at the senior executives sitting there. Changfeng doesn't add ads. I guess they want to grab the market by this. There's nothing to worry about. They won't be able to hold on for long. Soon, they will add ads too. Thousands of senior executives nodded.
That's right, Changfeng Group won't be able to hold on for long.
The bulk of search software's revenue comes from advertising. Without advertising, you can't make any money at all. Changfeng can only do this for a few months at most. After a long time, they will still add advertisements obediently, unless they don't want to make money at all. Oh, I heard a piece of news before.
When Changfeng went to find Google, they not only wanted the market in mainland China, but also wanted the search markets in Hong Kong, Formosa, South Korea, Japan, and Southeast Asia. They even offered a high price of $4 billion, but Google rejected it. A well-informed senior executive suddenly said, "Of course I wouldn't give up even if you asked me to." The market share in these places has been completely occupied by Google.
There is no competitor.
It is a gold mine with endless supply.
Google will certainly not give up the market. Someone sneered. Cheng Feng's ambitions are not small.
It seems that he not only wants the market in mainland China, but also the market in the entire Asia-Pacific region.
He. Li Hong sneered.
Search, video sites, social communications.
Cheng Feng has big ambitions. Does it want to swallow up the entire mobile internet? Don't even consider whether you have the ability to do so. Well, no matter what happens to Cheng Feng, we just need to do our best.
Li Hong interrupted the discussion of the senior executives. Manager Liu, you don't need to take care of the computer side for now. You can just take care of the mobile side. More and more people are using smartphones now, so we must take the lead. Whether it's mobile internet or computer internet, we must become the strongest search software. We want to make sure that when people want to search for something, the first thing they think of is Baidu.
I understand. Manager Liu stood up.
Li Hong nodded with satisfaction. He is not worried about the computer side, because 90% of users are Qiandu's customers. They are now accustomed to using Qiandu, and even if Chengfeng's search software is better than theirs, they will not change it. What he is most worried about now is the mobile terminal. More and more people are using smartphones, and it is obvious that smartphones will occupy the mainstream of people's lives. The more this is the case, the more he cannot relax. However, Li Hong has enough confidence in the products he created.
Chapter 100 please. Qiandu on PC has accumulated enough user reputation.
When people mention search, the first thing they think of is Qiandu.
Even the word Qiandu has become synonymous with search.
In this case, when people think of search, they will subconsciously use Baidu. This is a reputation accumulated over a long period of time. It is almost impossible for Chengfeng to surpass them in this situation. By the way, from now on, put Chengfeng Company's products at the bottom.
We can't let them suck our traffic away.
Also, we need to hire more technical experts and find ways to optimize our software.
Li Hong gave 2 more instructions.
A mere Chengfeng is nothing, and it is far from enough to shake Qiandu's dominant position in the search field. Master, according to my plan, we should start with the mobile side, and in 2 to 3 years, gradually surpass Qiandu and become the leader in the search field. Because we are at a huge disadvantage, we cannot have any advertisements in the early stage, so that we can be qualified to compete with Qiandu. We estimate that we will lose about 2 billion a year. Of course, this is the total loss in the global market. It will only take us 1 year to start making a profit.
In about 3 years, we will dominate the domestic market. In 10 years, we will dominate the global market.
And Zhishui said slowly.
Very good.
Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. As expected of Zhishui, in her hands, grabbing other people's market share is as easy as 1 + 1 = 2.
Since she is so sure, let her do it.
Master, according to your instructions, our next strategic focus should be on video players. If we want video players to occupy a major position in the market, the core lies in content, especially unique content.
We should start from 2 aspects.
On the one hand, we should strengthen our content production capabilities and obtain more content. On the other hand, we should reduce the content of the other party and try to attract more users to our side.
And Zhishui talked freely. Chen Feng smiled.
It just so happens that Japan's Tokyo Broadcasting Corporation wants to buy the copyright of our Balala the Fairies. In this case, let's take this opportunity to negotiate with them.
Kiwi and Penguin Video are very happy with their pirated content, so why don't we just cut off their supply? Mr. Chen, long time no see. Masao Ando from Tokyo Broadcasting System is an old acquaintance of Chen Feng.
The last time Tokyo Broadcasting System introduced Yo-Yo King, it was Masao Ando who came to negotiate and left a good impression on Chen Feng. This was the second time that Masao Ando came to China, but his purpose was different from the last time. You mean, you want to buy the adaptation rights of Balala the Fairies?
Chen Feng took a sip of tea. Hi, please help us, Mr. Chen. Ando Masao bowed decisively.
Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged. The Japanese bow is worthless and he doesn't care at all.
What he cared about was the information revealed by Masao Ando.
According to information revealed by Masao Ando, the last time Tokyo Broadcasting System aired Yo-Yo King, the video was played a lot and the ratings were very encouraging.
Japanese people love this kind of second-year special effects drama the most. Special effects dramas like Ultraman and Kamen Rider were created by them.
However, when the Japanese found out that what they liked to watch was a Chinese TV series, many of them with fragile hearts felt very uncomfortable. After all, the two countries have had some disputes in history. Although decades have passed, there are still many people in the society who dislike each other. Therefore, Tokyo Broadcasting System was severely criticized and was directly called a traitor by the media. Of course, this kind of criticism is nothing to the TV station.
Just be criticized as long as you make money.
So, after they found out that Changfeng had produced a cute girl special effects film, they began to think about importing it. But maybe the last time they were scolded left such a deep impression on them that this time they decided to buy the copyright and do it themselves.
For Changfeng, this model is actually not much different from importing it.
It's just that what the other party bought changed from broadcasting rights to copyright. Of course, the money will be less. After all, after buying the copyright, people still have to spend their own money to produce it, which is much more troublesome than buying the broadcasting rights. Originally, there is no need to consider this business.
After all, it would be a waste if you don't make the money.
But Changfeng wanted to take this opportunity to open up the neon market.
Neon is one of the top markets in Asia Pacific and even in the world.
If it can be developed, it will be a gold mine with endless sources. Moreover, Fengxing Video, a video player of Changfeng Group, has just been launched. With the help of overwhelming advertisements and comprehensive content, it has now become one of the top 10 playback software. On the surface, the data looks very good, but in fact, compared with the top few playback software, Fengxing Video is just a younger brother. If you want to surpass them, it would be best to buy out the copyrights of those classic TV series in Japan and enrich the film library.
At the same time, Fengxing Video can also use copyright lawsuits to attack other video software. In addition, there are many lovely young ladies in Neon, and many female bodhisattvas who have donated their bodies. All these are waiting there for Changfeng. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen? Masao Ando saw that Changfeng was distracted and reminded him in a low voice. Changfeng smiled apologetically at Ando Masao. Sorry, Ando-kun, I just remembered something else. It's okay, Mr. Chen. It's just a copyright issue. What do you think? If you are not satisfied with the price, you can raise it. No, it's not about the price.
Changfeng shook his head. Our company is not short of money, but we want something else.
Something else? What is that? Masao Ando frowned. It's copyright too.
You own the copyrights of those hit TV series that Tokyo Broadcasting Corporation once broadcast.
Changfeng smiled. This. Masao Ando shook his head.
Mr. Chen, I can't make the decision on these matters.
I know this, so in a few days, I will go to Neon in person to talk to the person who can make the decision among you. Mr. Chen wants to come to Neon, that's great. Our TV station will definitely give you a warm welcome. Ando Masao bowed to Changfeng again.
Changfeng nodded with satisfaction. Although he didn't have a good impression of the Japanese deep down, he had to admit that their attitude was really nice and made him feel like spring breeze.
However, after just a few days, Changfeng's good impression of the Japanese quickly evaporated. I'm so sorry, Chen-san. Kazuo Ishii of Tokyo Broadcasting System bowed very naturally and skillfully. I'm afraid I can't agree to the copyright issue for now. I'm really sorry.
Changfeng looked puzzled. Mr. Ishii, the copyrights we want are all copyrights of TV dramas that have already been broadcast.
It would be a waste for you to leave them there.
Now we buy them and can increase your income. Why do you refuse such a good offer?
Chapter 101. This is your attitude.
Ishii Kazuo bowed again. I'm sorry, for some special reasons, I really feel sorry for Mr. Chen.
The story about Balala the fairies.
Ishii Kazuo smiled bitterly and said, we need to think about it again.
Changfeng was really angry this time.
Ishii-kun, you were the ones who sent someone to negotiate with me for the adaptation rights of Balala the fairies.
Now that I've come to Japan in person, you said you'd like to consider it. Is this how you treat guests in Japan? I'm so sorry. Kazuo Ishii gave a very standard bow.
However, Changfeng is now very disgusted with the Japanese people's bowing. They speak in a roundabout way and bow directly when it comes to the critical moment, showing almost no sincerity.
Shui, let's go.
Seeing that there was no way to achieve any results from the discussion, Changfeng had no choice but to turn around and leave.
If Tokyo Broadcasting System doesn't want to talk, then there's no point in talking. He can go talk to someone else. Japan doesn't have only one TV station.
At the same time, a hint of doubt arose in his heart.
What on earth happened to Tokyo Broadcasting System? Why has it become so slow?
Chen Feng was not in a good mood when he walked out of the reception room, and he was not in the mood to pay attention to his surroundings.
Please wait a moment.
Before Chen Feng walked out of the TV station, a bald man in his 40s suddenly ran up from behind.
Who are you?
I am Jiro Kurata, the executive director of the Tokyo Broadcasting System Production Department. The executive director is roughly equivalent to a company director, and is almost a middle or senior level executive at Tokyo Broadcasting System.
What's the matter?
Chen Feng looked puzzled.
Kurata Jiro smiled and said, Mr. Chen, I want to tell you that you should stop wasting time in Tokyo. We will not buy your TV series at all.
What do you mean?
Chen Feng looked indifferent.
I think I've explained it very clearly. Tokyo is a dangerous place, Mr. Chen, you should go back as soon as possible.
Is this the hospitality you promote? You can ask me to leave, but please give me a reason.
Jiro Kurata shook his head, said nothing, turned around and left. Chen Feng felt very confused and had to look at Njishui. He had learned Neon language from Njishui, and his knowledge was pretty good.
But in the current situation, knowing Neon language alone was obviously not enough. Master, he said this on purpose, hoping that you can leave Neon.
Njishui whispered in Chen Feng's ear.
Why? Chen Feng frowned. Why does he want me to leave Neon? What good will it do to them?
It seems to be related to the struggle among their top leaders, but I don't know what exactly happened.
Njishui shook his head.
Her mind-reading ability was not omnipotent. She had to be within a certain distance from the person she was reading the mind of, and only then could Njishui know what the other person was thinking.
Forget it, let's go back and investigate.
It's impossible to conceal such a high-level struggle.
Chen Feng shook his head.
It was only my first day in Neon, but I was rejected. It was really frustrating. After returning to the hotel, Njishui immediately went online to search and soon found the news. Master, I just found out that the director of Tokyo Broadcasting System seems to have passed away a few days ago.
Perhaps our current situation is related to this incident. The director is dead, why are they so anxious to get rid of me? Can my affairs affect their selection of the director?
Chen Feng was half talking to himself, half asking questions.
Njishui shook his head. I'm sorry, Master, this is the only information you can find on the internet. If you want more information, please give me some time.
I can get it through eavesdropping, tracking, etc.
Need not. Chen Feng waved his hand.
Tokyo Broadcasting System is just another TV station in Japan. There is no need to waste so much energy on them. Since Tokyo Broadcasting System doesn't want to talk, we can find other TV stations, such as Tokyo TV, Fuji TV, and some well-known film and television production companies, such as Tsuburaya Company, which produced the world-famous Ultraman.
These companies are the ones we should focus on. Let's ignore Tokyo Broadcasting for now.
Yes, Master.
Njishui nodded.
As a robot, of course she listens to Chen Feng 100%.
Next, the two of them began to think about which TV station to visit first tomorrow.
Njishui even started making phone calls, preparing to contact them first and give those TV stations an opportunity to prepare.
The next day, Chen Feng visited Fuji TV, one of the 5 major TV stations in Japan.
After checking Chen Feng's identity, Fuji TV sent a special manager to receive Chen Feng very warmly. When Fuji TV learned that Chen Feng was here to buy the copyright of the TV series, they were extremely happy. Chen Feng wanted to buy TV series, but they were all from a long time ago when the copyrights were basically worthless.
Now someone was willing to buy them and even offered them a good price. Fuji TV was so happy that they signed the contract decisively.
Especially the executive who received Chen Feng. His old face was full of smiles, and he even asked Chen Feng in an ambiguous way if he wanted to go to the Fengzisa store to buy a big sword. Moreover, the general manager even patted his chest and guaranteed that the girls there were absolutely beautiful and would definitely satisfy Chen Feng. Chen Feng never expected that the executive director of Fuji TV would be such a person.
He has not yet been to the legendary neon-style boutique.
But in the end Chen Feng shook his head.
Forget about the big sword or something like that. He is a germaphobe and likes things that are not contaminated. However, Chen Feng was very satisfied with the attitude of Fuji TV. This is the right attitude to have when doing business.
You, Tokyo Broadcasting System, are totally different. We came here to discuss business, but you ended up putting on a sour face, acting as if I owed you anything.
It's really annoying.
Chen Feng returned to the hotel with satisfaction. He planned to relax at night, but he found a special object on the bed.
a bloody puppet with a knife stuck in its body. At the same time, there was a piece of paper next to the doll with a sentence written in neon language. "Leave Neon, this is not a place for you to stay." Chen Feng's expression immediately turned gloomy, and anger arose in his heart. Someone actually dared to threaten him. "Shui, do you know who did this?" Chen Feng handed the puppet in his hand to Shui next to him. It is not his character to sit and wait for death. Since someone threatens his safety, he must eliminate this threat. Shui took the puppet and then sniffed it gently. "Master, I can track the person who released the puppet by smell, but it needs to be done as soon as possible. Once the time passes and the smell dissipates, I won't be able to track him." "Do you need me to track him now?" Chapter 102 Yamashita Shunta's Spring. "Of course." Chen Feng perked up and nodded. "I have always heard that well-trained police dogs can track criminals by smelling them, but I didn't expect Shui to have this ability. This is the best. He wants to see which bastard is so bold as to threaten him." Shui nodded, holding the puppet in his hand, and walked out of the room. Chen Feng followed decisively. Shui followed the smell, left the hotel, walked to an intersection, and shook his head. "Sorry, master, the smell disappeared here. He must have got on the bus here." Chen Feng glanced around, pointed to the camera next to him and said, "There is a camera next to us. We can find his trace by hacking into the camera. Also, there are cameras in the hotel, which must have recorded his appearance. By comparing the two, it won't be difficult to find the real culprit." "Okay, master." Shui nodded. The two of them quickly found an internet cafe on the street and went in. They then found a hidden corner. After making sure that no one could notice them, Shui began to reach out and prepare to invade Neon and the hotel where they were staying to look for the information they wanted. The birth of the internet has made people's lives more convenient, but it has also led to the problem of information leaks. With ubiquitous surveillance cameras and various portals, as long as you leave traces, you may be tracked. And it just so happens that Shui is an expert in this area. Unless you have never been online, all your traces will be obtained by Shui through information technology that is beyond this era. Chen Feng couldn't remember how many times he had asked Shui to obtain the information he wanted through the internet. He only knew that Shui had never let him down. "Master, we found the person's information. By comparing the hotel's surveillance and the intersection's surveillance, we can confirm that the person who placed the threatening doll in our hotel just now was him, Shunta Yamashita." Dozens of minutes later, Shui found the real culprit, and also traced back to his blog and online account, and even found the man's bank card number. Yamashita Shunta is a very ordinary young man. He looks very young, but his taste is a bit curious. He actually likes to watch works about mother and child. Chen Feng carefully looked at the photo of Yamashita Shunta and said in a deep voice, "Can you find out why he wants to threaten us with the doll?" "Master, this cannot be found on the internet. All I can find out is that this person is a member of a Yakuza organization and should be acting on orders." Extreme organization. Chen Feng frowned. The so-called Yakuza organization is actually another name for the Grey Society. Neon is different from China. The Grey Society is actually legal here. The Yakuza organizations often have considerable influence here, and even many large companies are in collusion with the Yakuza organizations. Things are obviously becoming more and more complicated, and now they have even involved a jihadist organization. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth curled up. "Can you find out where this guy lives?" "Okay." Shui nodded. "Okay, then let's go find him and see who is instructing this guy." Chen Feng sneered. After finding Shunta Yamashita's address, everything became simple. Shui and Chen Feng rented a car and went to Yamashita Shunta's residence, a narrow one-family house. After arriving at the place, they did not rush in foolishly, but chose to check the surrounding area and confirmed that Yamashita Shunta was not at home. The rest was easy. Shui sneaked in easily, found Yamashita Shunta's hair, and then handed it to Chen Feng. With hair as a medium, Chen Feng can use the cursed doll to remotely curse this guy, Yamashita Shunta. "Let's go find a secluded place, or go to the nearby internet cafe where not many people are." Chen Feng sneered. "You actually dared to throw a doll at him. I think you are tired of living. Shunta Yamashita is a very ordinary gangster. It would be impossible for him, a high school dropout with tattoos, to find a good job, and even if he did find a job, he would be discriminated against. So, Shunta Yamashita joined the Yakuza organization.
In Japan, Yakuza organizations have extremely strong vitality and a very bright future. Once you become a leader or a member of a group, your treatment is no worse than that of a company executive. In fact, Japan's Yakuza is not as hated by the people as China's Grey Society. Here, Yakuza is actually a part of the national ecology and is deeply connected with politics and economy. Of course, it is impossible for small minions like Yamashita Shunta to know this, and he doesn't need to know so much. All he has to do is just follow orders. Today, after completing the task assigned by the leader, he chose to surf the internet with nothing to do. Then, he found that a person with a beautiful woman's avatar had added him as a friend, and the greeting was his name. "Hello, Mr. Shunta Yamashita, can I add you as my friend? How does this beauty know my name?" Yamashita Shunta was stunned. Looking at the pure and beautiful girl's profile picture, he couldn't help but feel excited and decisively added her as a friend. Not to mention that the other party knows his name. Even if he doesn't know his name, he would add her as a friend just for the beautiful profile picture. Master, he has been added as a friend. In the internet cafe, and Jishui turned and looked at Chen Feng. Okay, contact him and ask him to reveal the mastermind behind this. Chen Feng sneered. Okay, master. And Jishui nodded, and her slender jade fingers moved on the computer keyboard like an elf. Hey, there's no information. This seems to be a new account that was just created. After Yamashita Shunta added the beautiful woman as his friend, the first thing he thought of was to look at information such as her friend circle, space log, etc., in order to get to know this beautiful woman more quickly. But in the end, there was nothing. Except for a seductive beauty avatar, everything else on this account was empty. From now on, you will feel like there is a knife in your body and it will be very painful. The seductive beauty suddenly sent a strange message. Yamashita Shunta felt a little confused. Girls nowadays are so mysterious. Before he could figure out what this internet beauty meant, his expression twisted and his body shook continuously. Because he really began to feel like there was a steel knife stirring inside his body, causing him excruciating pain. Fortunately, the pain only lasted for a few seconds, otherwise he would have fainted from the pain. Even though it only lasted for a few seconds, the aftermath of the pain still made Yamashita Shunta weak for a long time before he raised his head and looked at the screen. How does it feel? You probably don't want to try it again. Yamashita Shunta shuddered. At this moment, the characters in the chat box were as terrifying as the devil's words in his eyes. Who are you and what do you want? Chapter 103. This account was just applied for. I'm just an ordinary person. You can't get anything from me. On the other side, and Jishui looked at Chen Feng. Master, he is already scared. If we ask him now, he will not hide anything. Chen Feng nodded, then asked, I want to know which guy is looking for death and wants to mess with me. Okay. And Jishui immediately sent Chen Feng's questions via social media. Who told you to send the doll to the hotel room? Puppet? Yamashita Shunta immediately remembered that in the morning, he followed his leader's instructions and sent a threatening puppet to a hotel room. He had done this kind of thing many times, and this one today was just an ordinary one. He had never taken it seriously at first, but who would have thought that someone would come to ask about it? Could it be that this was revenge from the person who was threatened? Yamashita Shunta's heart moved. He stood up and looked around, trying to find out who was behind it. He felt that the person who threatened him was most likely following him, which was why he was able to do those incredible things just now. Ah, sound. Before Yamashita Shunta could find the imaginary murderer, a pain that penetrated deep into his bones overwhelmed everything like a tidal wave. After a few seconds, the pain that penetrated into the bone marrow slowly dissipated. At this time, Yamashita Shunta was already covered in cold sweat and didn't dare to say a word. Your every move is under my control. Be honest and don't try to play tricks. Otherwise, be careful of the cold and eerie message on your screen. Yamashita Shunta didn't dare to do anything else. The terrible pain he felt just now had completely crushed his courage. He was just an ordinary gangster. Facing this mysterious man who could take his life at any time, how could he dare to hide anything? He typed quickly. It was Fuji Arima, he is my boss, and he was the one who asked me to place the threatening puppet. I am just a small figure, responsible only for carrying out orders, and none of this has anything to do with me. Shunta Yamashita tried to use words to get the mysterious man across from him to let him go. Tell me, you know everything about Fuji Arima, including his age, his phone number, his address, and everything else. Yamashita Shunta swallowed his saliva and sent all the information he knew without delay. Soon, the news from the other side came over.
Remember, keep this matter in your mind and keep it secret, otherwise.
After receiving this message, his mouse started moving strangely on its own and deleted all chat records, including the friends he had just added. In just a few seconds, all the conversation messages disappeared. If Yamashita Shunta hadn't remembered it clearly, he would probably have thought it was a dream.
Yamashita Shunta was shocked.
He had heard that top hackers could control other people's computers by implanting Trojans, but this was the first time he had seen such a magical method. Thinking of the pain that had penetrated deep into his bones, Yamashita Shunta's body trembled and he quickly began to pack up his things.
I can't stay in Tokyo anymore.
I have to leave here and go back to the countryside to avoid the limelight for a few days. It was obvious that he had accidentally gotten involved in a big event. For a small person like him, it was very dangerous to rush into this vortex, so it was better for him to leave as soon as possible. On the other hand, Njishue has already started to track the source through the information given by Yamashita Shunta through the internet.
Master, I found out that the person who contacted Fujiarima was Karada Jiro last night.
I believe that this incident was most likely done by him.
Njishue has already traced the relevant information through the internet.
Jiro Karada, the managing director of Tokyo Broadcasting System, once talked to Chen Feng on TV and asked him to leave Tokyo as soon as possible.
Chen Feng looked at the information about Karada Jiro that Njishue had found out, and his brows moved. So it was this guy, no wonder. Let's go find him now. Everything will be easy once the murderer is found. There is really no one in this world that Chen Feng is afraid of. I have a cheat, and you still dare to fight with me. Tell me, are you looking for death? Are you looking for death? Since this guy wants to be tortured, just fulfill his wish.
Thinking of this, Chen Feng stood up angrily.
Get out!
Just as Njishue went to pay the bill, a loud shout suddenly attracted his attention. Chen Feng turned his head and saw that the boss was throwing something outside.
Mr. Miyagi, please give me a few more days. I will pay you the rent right away.
A little girl begged. Chen Feng showed a look of realization. Although Japan is a developed country, it actually has a lot of poor people.
And there is a special feature here.
Many poor people do not rent houses, but choose to rent in internet cafes because it is cheaper.
In other words, the internet cafe owner also serves as the landlord. Obviously, the current situation is that a tenant is about to be evicted by the landlord because he cannot pay the rent.
Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Feng had a calm expression.
He would never meddle in other people's business.
There are many poor people in this world, but they have nothing to do with him.
He is not God and cannot save everyone. Asshole, you're already 2 months behind on rent, and I'm not doing charity here.
The boss was not moved at all and continued to move things out of the private room. Although the people around were surprised, few of them intended to meddle in other people's affairs. Although Japanese are very polite, they are very indifferent in their daily lives and will not disturb others at will.
Boss, please don't be like this, please give me a few more days, really, just a few more days.
The tenant begged desperately, and her beautiful face appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. He was a little surprised.
This tenant is actually quite pretty. Chen Feng's heart moved.
Boss, the bill has been settled.
Njishue came back after paying the bill.
Chen Feng nodded, pulled Njishue out of the internet cafe, but did not rush to find trouble with Karada Jiro, but chose to stand on the side of the road.
Not long after, the boss threw the tenant's belongings from the internet cafe onto the street, leaving the thin tenant standing helplessly on the street.
In the sunlight, her figure looked so lonely and helpless.
Chen Feng walked towards the tenant decisively.
Outside the internet cafe, Ningzi Nishino was feeling extremely miserable. The sun was shining brightly on the street and the temperature was hot, but her body was cold.
After being kicked out of the internet cafe, where should she go next? Where else could she go? Hello. A clear voice brought Nishino Ningzi back to reality.
Ningzi Nishino turned around and saw that it was a handsome man and a beautiful woman. It would be fine if it was just a handsome guy, but that beauty, with her almost perfect facial features and gentle temperament, made her feel so inferior that she could hardly raise her head.
Chapter 104 I forgot to turn off the lights. Hello, who are you? Nishino Ningzi said in a very low voice. Taking a closer look, Chen Feng discovered that the girl was not actually very pretty.
To be precise, she has good facial features and because she is young, she exudes a youthful aura. But her expression and temperament clearly showed her inferiority complex, which seriously lowered her appearance. In fact, beauty also needs wealth to nurture. There are beauties in poor places, but this beauty will soon be worn away by poverty. Chen Feng smiled lightly. Let me introduce myself, I am a boss from China, I am here to discuss business.
Ningzi Nishino didn't say anything. Obviously, she didn't know how to answer.
Chen Feng didn't care and continued to talk. I saw what happened just now.
You have nowhere to go now, right? How about you follow me?
You, what do you mean?
A glimmer of hope suddenly arose in Nishino Ningzi's heart. Could it be that this person was planning to recruit her as an employee and give her a job? If you are willing to be my mistress, I can buy you a house and give you a lot of money every month. Chen Feng went straight to the point.
In the current situation, we can just say it directly, there is no need to go around in circles. Of course, Chen Feng actually has another way, which is to pretend to be a good person, provide help to the girl, and then slowly pursue her.
This actually has a high probability of success. But Chen Feng just didn't want to do that. Chasing women was too troublesome. It would be more comfortable to just keep her.
Nishino Ningzi's expression changed.
She was extremely angry, but also a little hesitant. She was really penniless and couldn't even afford to live in an internet cafe.
You can imagine how miserable she was. However, she really didn't want to be someone's mistress, even though Chen Feng didn't look bad. But she didn't have the courage to refuse. Seeing Nishino Ningzi's expression, Chen Feng had a rough idea in his mind and knew that he had a chance this time. At the same time, he also knew that his eloquence was average and he might not be able to convince this woman. So Chen Feng looked at Shui.
Shui, you go talk to her. Your Japanese is better.
Shui is an all-powerful robot, capable of mind reading and proficient in psychology. With her feminine and deceptive appearance, it is believed that she can easily handle this little guy.
Okay, boss. Shui nodded, and then took Nishino Ningzi a few steps to the side.
Perhaps because Shui's appearance was so deceptive, Nishino Ningzi actually breathed a sigh of relief and looked very relaxed.
Chen Feng was a little speechless. This person is so superficial.
Everyone was only focused on looking at Shui's looks, completely unaware of the terrifying robot nature beneath this perfect exterior.
A few minutes later, Shui came over. Master, the deal has been made.
Her name is Nishino Ningzi, and she wants 1 million yen a month.
1 million yen is equivalent to more than 50,000 yen.
To be honest, this amount of money is not a lot, especially in Neon. Although Japan's economy has not grown for a long time, the per capita income here is basically 2 to 3 times higher than that in the country. More than 50,000 yuan to support a young lady is really not a lot. Chen Feng nodded. Okay, you take her to the hotel first, and then we will meet up with Karada Jiro. You can also give her a small deposit first.
Okay, master. I'll make the arrangements.
Shui nodded and turned to walk towards Nishino Ningzi.
It has to be said that Shui never disappoints Chen Feng. The workplace in Japan has very special characteristics.
Whether it is the seniority system or the lifetime employment system, it has created Japan's unique workplace culture.
Overtime work is not uncommon here.
Even high-level executives have to work overtime in this situation. So, when Jiro Karada returned home, it was already late at night. Actually, there was no need to stay that late, but after get off work, they had a drink together. Japan is used to everyone getting together, and anyone who doesn't go is considered a loner, so everyone has to go, including him, the executive director. Even though he is a general manager and seems to have a high rank, he is actually still a worker. A whole day's work, coupled with the recent turbulent situation in the station, left him exhausted.
So Karada couldn't wait to go home, take a hot bath and have a good rest.
However, when he returned to the door of his home and looked at the lit lights, what surged in his heart was not warmth, but surprise.
Who's at home? He obviously lives alone, so why are the lights in his house on? Could it be that I didn't turn off the lights when I left this morning?
Impossible, he remembered that he had clearly turned off the lights. Karada's heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling.
You're really slow.
When Jiro Karada walked into the room, he saw Chen Feng sitting on the sofa with the beautiful female assistant beside him.
Why are you here?
Jiro Karada was puzzled. He thought there was a thief in his house, but he didn't expect that the thief was actually an acquaintance of his. In fact, they were not acquaintances, they had only met once.
But why did the other party appear in his house?
Chen Feng smiled coldly and did not answer directly.
The next moment, Karada Jiro showed a look of pain, fell limply to the ground, and rolled over while holding his stomach.
Jiro Karada felt as if there were 10,000 ants in his stomach gnawing at his internal organs, causing him immense pain.
Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly. After a few seconds, the pain suddenly disappeared, and Jiro Karada finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tell me, why did you go to the Yakuza organization? Why did you go to Fuji-Arima to threaten me? Chen Feng asked coldly. Jiro Karada was so confused that he didn't know how to answer for a moment. How did this Chinese guy know that he had contacted a Yakuza organization? Obviously, he did this very secretly.
Seeing that Karada Jiro didn't answer, Chen Feng smiled coldly. The terrible pain came again, and Jiro Karada half knelt on the ground with a ferocious expression. A terrible thought flashed through his mind. This pain was caused by this Chinese person. When he thought of this, Karada Jiro suddenly felt blessed and shouted.
I said.
The pain quickly disappeared, and Karada Jiro took several deep breaths before he recovered. The way he looked at Chen Feng was as if he was looking at a monster.
Could it be that you are the legendary Onmyoji?
Chen Feng curled his lips.
Tell me, why did you find a Yakuza organization to threaten me? Because I don't want you to cooperate with the TV station, I found a Yakuza organization to threaten you, hoping to make you leave Tokyo. Jiro Karada said quickly, fearing that Chen Feng would be unhappy and torture him.
He really didn't want to endure that kind of pain that penetrated into his bones a second time.
Chapter 105. There are too many factions.
Why, I have reached a cooperation with the TV station, which should be a good thing for you. Yes, if the cooperation is successful, it will be good for the station, but the only ones who will benefit are the station director's faction. I am from the newspaper faction, and the people in our faction hope that someone else will be the station director, so they deliberately want to ruin the cooperation and make the new station director's position unstable. Chen Feng felt speechless. In order to fight for power and profit, they even threw away the money they earned.
This Tokyo TV station is really funny.
Your TV station has several factions. There are 7 or 8 factions in total, but the 3 largest factions are the banking faction, which holds 20% of the shares, the newspaper faction, which holds 25% of the shares, and the station director faction, also known as the local faction, which holds 23% of the shares. There are also some other small factions that hold some shares and have a certain say.
Karada Jiro said very seriously. Chen Feng burst out laughing.
I didn't expect that the relationships within a TV station could be so complicated. In order to strike back at the other side, people from the internal faction were willing to damage the interests of the entire TV station.
If I want to buy the copyright of your TV series, who should I contact? Chen Feng asked seriously. Just go find the new director. He has just taken office and is in urgent need of results.
As long as you find him, he will definitely give you favorable conditions. I can help you contact him directly.
Jiro Karada said quickly.
Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Most of Japan's classic TV series were produced by TV stations. Tokyo Broadcasting System has produced many classic TV series, such as Tokyo Love Story, Strange Tales of the World, etc. Once I get the copyrights of these classic TV series, I believe I will give my colleagues a surprise when I return to China.
Thank you so much, Karada-kun. I hope to meet your director tomorrow.
Jiro Karada looked embarrassed at first, but when he saw Chen Feng's cold expression, he shuddered and nodded decisively.
No problem, Mr. Chen. I will definitely let you meet the director tomorrow.
That's good. Chen Feng stood up and prepared to leave Jiro Karada's house.
Karada Jiro breathed a sigh of relief.
Being with a guy with mysterious means was too much pressure for him. Before leaving the house, Chen Feng suddenly stopped and said in a deep voice.
Karada-kun, you won't choose to call the police after I leave, will you? Karada Jiro was stunned, and shook his head without hesitation. Of course not.
That's good.
Chen Feng nodded, because no one will believe your nonsense even if you call the police. Moreover, as long as you call the police, I can take your life anytime and anywhere even if I am in China.
Believe me, my methods are beyond your imagination.
Hi. Karada Jiro bowed decisively. I understand.
After giving Jiro Karada a vaccination, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction and then took Jiro Karada away. However, just in case, he specially kept a strand of Karada Jiro's hair. If this guy dared to make any unusual moves, he would curse him to death with the cursed doll immediately. After a whole day of busy work, even though Chen Feng had an amazing physique, he still felt a little overwhelmed. However, when he returned to the hotel, he was surprised to find that Nishino Ningzi was not sleeping, but was sitting on the bed waiting for him. When she saw Chen Feng coming back, she looked a little nervous.
Why haven't you rested yet?
Chen Feng walked over directly, decisively sat down next to Nishino Ningzi, stretched out his hand and held Nishino Ningzi in his arms. Nishino Ningzi's body stiffened, as if she was a little uncomfortable, but when she thought of her current identity, she did nothing.
It's the first time I live in such a big room. I can't sleep well.
Chen Feng shook his head and reached out to grab Nishino Ningzi's hair and play with it.
It's the first time. Nishino Ningzi blushed and nodded slowly.
Chen Feng felt relieved. But just in case, he still gave Nishino Ningzi an appraisal. 21-year-old girl, Nishino Ningzi.
Note 1, she is a chick.
Note 2, she actually has great talent, but she just doesn't have a platform to show it. Note 3, she has low self-esteem and is very insecure, and longs for someone to rely on.
Ha! Chen Feng was very surprised. What's going on?
I just picked up someone on the street and the camera gave her such a high rating.
Is this correct?
In order to determine what talents Nishino Ningzi really has, Chen Feng gave her another assessment. Note 1, she has strong management skills, but she just lacks opportunities to display them.
Note 2, she has psychological problems.
She must make sure she has someone to rely on before she can fully develop her talents.
Note 3, she has a strong ambition deep down. This. Management skills. It's actually management talent.
Chen Feng felt like he was hit by a pie in the sky. He was planning to open an entertainment company in Neon to expand his business, and God sent him a management talent. At the same time, Chen Feng also felt a little sad. As the saying goes, there are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. If Ningzi Nishino hadn't been lucky enough to meet him, and if Chen Feng hadn't had the ability to identify cameras, her management skills might never have been fully utilized in her lifetime.
Anata, what's wrong with you? Looking at Chen Feng, whose expression kept changing, Nishino Ningzi felt uneasy. Could this guy be a pervert? Is he thinking about some terrible things in his mind? Nothing, just remembered something. Here, eat this.
Chen Feng took out a strengthening pill and handed it to Nishino Ningzi. Nishino Ningzi's expression changed, and she felt more and more that Chen Feng was a pervert, and this white pill should not be a good thing either. However, thinking of the Japanese yen that had just been deposited into her bank card, and seeing Njishui smiling beside her, Nishino Ningzi gritted her teeth and swallowed the strengthening pill. In just a few seconds, her vision became blurry and she felt sleepy.
Sure enough, this medicine is not a good thing. Ningzi Nishino closed her eyes and fell on the bed.
Chen Feng knew that this was the effect of the strengthening pill. When she wakes up tomorrow, Nishino Ningzi's physical condition will definitely have undergone a drastic change. The level of beauty will also increase accordingly. Of course, the reason why Chen Feng values Nishino Ningzi so much is mainly because of her management skills. If she was just a lover, it would not be worth him investing a strengthening pill in her. Compared to money, the strengthening pills obtained by signing in are good things that cannot be bought with money.
Chen Feng will not give them to ordinary people except those he values.
Looking at Nishino Ningzi's peaceful sleeping face, Chen Feng suddenly instructed Njishui. Shui, you stay here and watch over this woman. When she wakes up tomorrow, you will be responsible for teaching her how to manage the company. If nothing unexpected happens, Nishino Ningzi will be the person in charge of our company in Neon Corporation in the future.
Chapter 106 Anata. Yes, Master, I will complete the task you assigned me. Chen Feng nodded. With Njishui's guidance, I believe that Nishino Ningzi's abilities will soon reach a higher level. Of course, in addition to teaching, practice is also needed.
There is no need to rush this. Chen Feng's first task in Neon is to obtain the copyrights of those popular TV series. As for starting a company, it is just a casual move.
The next morning, Ningzi Nishino woke up in a daze.
At first, she was still a little fuzzy, until she found that the surrounding environment was very unfamiliar, then she quickly woke up.
This is a hotel.
I was kicked out of the internet cafe yesterday, and then I agreed to become that man's lover. Nishino Ningzi was startled and quickly came to her senses. Instinctively, she began to check her own condition. She clearly remembered that before she fell asleep last night, she took a pill that Chen Feng handed to her. As a result, Nishino Ningzi was shocked to find that there were no signs of abuse on her body and she was still intact. In addition, her physical condition was surprisingly good and she felt extremely refreshed.
This. Ningzi Nishino was a little confused. What is going on? Now that you're up, go wash up. Follow me for the next few days, and I'll be responsible for teaching you some things. And Jishui said with a smile. Ningzi Nishino looked at the clock on the wall and found that it was only 6 o'clock. Sister in Jishui, you always get up so early. The Chinese boss who supported her is still sleeping soundly in bed. But she didn't say anything and followed in Jishui obediently to finish washing up. After she finished washing up, and Jishui took her to the balcony and began to teach her some management knowledge. Sister in Jishui, why are you teaching me this? Nishino Ningzi felt very confused. Now to be a lover, do I have to learn management? And Jishui smiled and said, my boss wants to open an entertainment company in Neon, but he doesn't know anyone here, so he hopes you can be in charge of the management. Me? Nishino Ningzi was confused. But, my education level is only high school graduation. That's not important. What's important is that my boss believes in you. And Jishui said with a smile. Nishino Ningzi was stunned for a moment, and then she felt happy. Be the boss. Even if he is just a nominal boss or a nominal president of the company, it sounds better than a lover. Ningzi Nishino suddenly felt that she had a new goal in life. Originally she was just a loser in life, but now, she is working hard to become a boss. From now on, she wants others to respectfully address her as President Nishino. After Chen Feng got up, he found that Nishino Ningzi was studying very seriously and nodded involuntarily. This girl knows how to study hard, which is good. He was afraid that Ningzi Nishino would be hopeless, and then he would have to find someone else. Moreover, after taking the strengthening pill, Nishino Ningzi's skin condition improved greatly and her beauty directly rose to a higher level. After breakfast, Chen Feng said directly to Nishino Ningzi, let's go. I'm going to talk business with the boss of Tokyo Broadcasting today. If you come with me, it can also be considered as learning. When you become the president, you will have to negotiate with others. With me, you can also create this kind of atmosphere in advance. Okay, Anada. Nishino Ningzi nodded. Chen Feng shook his head, don't call me Anada in the future. When there are outsiders, just call me president. If there are no outsiders, you can call me master. Nishino Ningzi blushed, but still nodded honestly, okay, master. Chen Feng smiled and did not continue to tease the shy Nishino Ningzi. Instead, he drove her directly to Tokyo Broadcasting. Jiro Kurata had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Chen Feng bringing another woman, he didn't say anything and just went straight up to them. I have already told the director, he is waiting for you in the office now. As a person sent by the newspaper, you help him contact business. Your director must be surprised. Chen Feng said with a smile. Kurata Jiro smiled bitterly and said, I have decided to join the director, otherwise, I can't stay in the TV station. There's no need to look so sad. Instead of relying on your director, why don't you rely on me? Chen Feng patted Jiro Kurata's shoulder. You've almost reached the top of the TV station, right? Why don't you come to me? I promise that I can pay you more than what the TV station pays you. Jiro Kurata's heart moved and he showed hesitation. No matter where you are, traitors are the most hated. Because of Chen Feng's pressure, he had no choice but to turn to the director. The people sent by the newspaper hated him to the core, and the people sent by the station director did not take a traitor like him seriously either. Leaving the TV station might not be a bad choice, and Chen Feng, a Chinese, also possesses mysterious means. The more he thought about it, the more excited Jiro Kurata became. Are you really willing to accept me? Kurata Jiro said in a low voice. Chen Feng nodded, of course, I'm not kidding you, I've always wanted to open a company in Neon, but I just lack relevant talents. What kind of company is it? Asked Jiro Kurata. We are an entertainment company that focuses on artist management in film and television production. This is not the place to talk. When you get off work, we can find a place to discuss this seriously. Kurata Jiro nodded. As for the entertainment company, it is just right for his major. As they were talking, the two had already arrived at the director's office. The new director of Tokyo Broadcasting System was named Kanta Hino. He had just taken office and was worried about the instability of his position. When he heard that someone from China wanted to cooperate in purchasing copyrights, he was extremely happy. These popular TV series have been broadcast several times and have basically no value. It would be great if they could be exchanged for some money. In just a few words, Hino Kanta and Chen Feng agreed on the price,
and then the two sides began to draft the relevant contract.
Mr. Chen, I heard that your company has a special effects film about a magical girl. Why don't you sell it to us?
Taking advantage of the good atmosphere, Hino Kanta spoke directly.
The more TV dramas the better.
Even if the ratings are not high, they are still good for filling time slots. Chen Feng shook his head. Sorry, Director Hino, we have sold the broadcasting rights to someone else.
Hino Kanta gave a bitter smile but didn't care too much.
Tokyo Broadcasting System, one of the most famous TV stations in Japan, probably produces more than 20 TV dramas at the same time.
A mere ordinary special effects drama is unlikely to move him.
After discussing business, Chen Feng declined Hino Kanta's invitation to dinner and left Tokyo Broadcasting System. This was just a whirlpool and he really had no interest in getting involved in it. After Chen Feng left, Kurata Jiro found an excuse to ask for leave and came to a quiet izakaya nearby.
Chapter 107, Decision to Surrender. As soon as they met, Kurata Jiro smiled bitterly. The director is very unhappy with my request for leave.
It seems that he has a grudge against me. Chen Feng said, don't worry, as long as you resign, he can't do anything to you.
Kurata Jiro nodded.
He was determined to resign, so he dared not give the director face. Neon's seniority-based system and lifetime employment system both guaranteed the treatment of employees and at the same time suppressed the innovative personality of Neon people. Generally speaking, once most people join a company, they will never resign unless they are forced to do so. The reason why Jiro Kurata made such a decisive decision this time was not only because he couldn't make it in Tokyo Broadcasting, but also because Chen Feng's strange method gave him confidence. The character of the Japanese determines that they will naturally submit to the orders of the strong.
Mr. Chen, we didn't talk in detail when we met this morning.
Now I want to know what your company focuses on, artist management or film and television production?
Kurata Jiro asked directly.
Now that he has made up his mind to join Chen Feng's company, he must ask this question clearly because it concerns his future. Chen Feng smiled and said, we need both. I hope our company can become the largest entertainment company in Japan in the future.
Mr. Chen, it's not that easy.
Jiro Kurata said with a wry smile.
Neon has developed for several decades since World War II, and the entertainment industry here has become very mature.
Whether it is artist management, idol production, or film and television and variety shows, Neon is much more developed than China. Chen Feng founded the company here. In addition to expanding the business territory, another consideration was to absorb Japan's advanced experience and go back to launch a dimensional attack on those domestic cultural companies. Mr. Kurata, I believe that as long as we work hard, this goal will have a chance to be achieved.
Even if the company's business is not good, I can guarantee that your treatment will not be lower than that of the TV station.
Chen Feng said very seriously.
Thank you. Kurata Jiro bowed his head. Come, let me introduce myself. This is the president of the future company and your future boss, Ningzi Nishino.
While Jiro Kurata was nodding, Chen Feng pulled Nishino Ninko out. Nishino Ningzi smiled embarrassedly at Kurata Jiro, her heart pounding with emotion. It turned out that what the master said was true. He really wanted to set up a company in Neon and let her manage it.
She must seize this opportunity. Ningzi Nishino clenched her fists under the table.
Jiro Kurata was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his boss was a woman, and such a young woman.
Could it be that she is also an onmyoji like Chen Sang?
Thinking of this, Jiro Kurata bowed respectfully to Ningzi Nishino.
Nishino-koen, please take care of me in the future.
I will, Kurata-koen.
Nishino Ningzi lowered her head towards Kurata Jiro.
Chen Feng originally thought that Jiro Kurata would be dissatisfied with this decision, and he was even prepared to persuade Jiro Kurata. But I didn't expect that the two of them would get along so harmoniously.
This is also a good thing.
The better the two of them cooperate, the more help it will be to Chen Feng's career.
Then it's settled.
Kurata-koen, Ningzi, we will discuss how to set up the company later. I hope the company can be established as soon as possible.
In the early stage, I will inject 100 million yen into the company as the cost of setting up the company.
I hope you can plan how to spend this money and how to make the most of it.
No problem, I will take care of everything.
Tomorrow, no, right away I will go back to the TV station, resign, and devote myself to the establishment of the company. Jiro Kurata said quickly.
Okay, the company's preliminary affairs will be decided by the two of you.
If you need any help, you can tell me directly and I will help you. After discussing for a few more sentences, the few people went their separate ways. Jiro Kurata went back to resign, while Chen Feng took Ningzi Nishino and Njishui back to the hotel and asked Njishui to continue teaching her. After knowing that she was about to become the helmsman of a company, Ningzi Nishino became extremely motivated and studied extra hard. Chen Feng saw the change in Nishino Ningzi and nodded slightly. Potential is potential, but if you don't have a mindset to match it, it will be difficult to bring it out.
It's great that Ningzi Nishino is willing to learn.
This way Chen Feng can rest assured to hand over the company to Ningzi Nishino. In the next few days, Chen Feng visited several major TV stations in Neon and bought the copyrights of many popular TV series at very favorable prices. Although the internet has emerged, the prices of these copyrights are not very high, but rather very cheap.
The main reason is that the influence of streaming platforms is not very large.
There are already medium and long video platforms such as YouTube in the world, but when it comes to TV series, they have always pirated them and never paid for them. The main reason for this is that the influence of streaming media is still not great, and this type of medium and long video platform has just emerged, and the laws of various countries are not yet very perfect. Take the domestic situation for example.
Not only are foreign TV dramas pirated, but most domestic TV dramas are also pirated.
The most exaggerated one is Quad, which occupies 50% of the market without spending a penny.
It is terrifying. However, Chen Feng estimated that the Kuaibot e-boosting would not last long.
The relevant laws and regulations will surely be gradually improved.
The more popular Kuaibot is now, the more unlucky it will be in the future.
Before that, what he needs to do is to stock up on copyrights in advance and wait for the relevant laws and regulations to be gradually improved.
In Japan, the most important copyright is Ultraman. The earliest Ultraman was directed and broadcasted by Eiji Tsuburaya in 1966.
As soon as it appeared, it set off an Ultraman craze and became a world-class IPO. Especially Ultraman Tiga, when it was first introduced into China, it caused a sensation and was the sentiment of many people at the time. Not only in China, but also in the United States and Australia, Ultraman is a famous figure. Now that I have come to Japan, I can give up the copyrights of other TV series, but I must get the copyright of Ultraman. So, Chen Feng came to Tsuburaya Productions. When the president of Tsuburaya Productions heard that Chen Feng was here to buy copyrights, he even received him in person. But the price shocked him.
80 million yen, Mr. Tsuburaya, are you kidding me?
Chen Feng said with his eyes wide open. Tsuburaya Shinichi slowly shook his head. Mr. Chen, this is Ultraman, the Ultraman who has grown up with children all over the world.
He is totally worth the price. Chen Feng looked at Tsuburaya Shinichi as if he was an idiot.
Tsuburaya-san, don't you know that right now, there are at least 10 video websites in China that are broadcasting your company's Ultraman, and there is also an international app called YouTube that is broadcasting Ultraman, and they didn't spend a penny.
Chapter 108, Tsuburaya Company, you're floating.
I came here with sincerity, please don't joke around.
Chen Feng's expression was very ugly. Is the president of Tsuburaya Company crazy?
Others don't pay a penny but still broadcast it, and you can't do anything about it.
Now I am willing to pay.
It would be fine if you didn't give me a very low price, but now you are asking for an exorbitant price.
Do you really think I will buy your copyright?
At this moment, Chen Feng even wanted to leave. At worst, I can just not buy the copyright and pirate it when I return home.
Even if I file a lawsuit, I won't get much money to pay.
Tsuburaya Shinichi frowned and said, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, but the company is in a critical situation right now.
If you are willing, I can make the decision.
Not only can I give you the broadcast rights, but I can also give you the adaptation rights and image authorization. After hearing this, Chen Feng's expression became a little better.
That's right, how could a mere online broadcasting right be worth 80 million?
If the adaptation rights and image authorization are added together, it's barely worth it.
With the adaptation rights, Chen Feng can shoot an Ultraman movie himself.
As for the image authorization, any Chinese company that wants to use the classic image of Ultraman in the future must pay a sum of money to Chen Feng Company.
This is a mountain of gold.
Of course, the Yuengu Company had no way of digging out this gold mountain, so it was forced to hand it over to Chen Feng.
There is no way, piracy is too serious.
Logically speaking, with the world-class IP of Ultraman, Tsuburaya Company should be extremely wealthy, but in fact, Tsuburaya Company's recent situation is very bad and it is almost on the verge of bankruptcy. On the one hand, Ultraman has been around for more than 5 years, and Japanese audiences have long lost interest in him. On the other hand, piracy is prevalent.
There is no problem in Japan.
Tsuburaya Company has a great influence here, and few people dare to pirate. In fact, the Japanese market is also the bulk of Tsuburaya Company's income.
But in other places, Tsuburaya can't make any money at all. In China, piracy is rampant and Tsuburaya can't make any money at all.
Even the piracy of Chengfeng Group's yo-yos is rampant, not to mention products from foreign companies.
The situation is similar not only in China but also in the European and American markets. Moreover, the investment in shooting special effects films is very high.
As far as Chengfeng knows, the cost of shooting an Ultraman film is at least over 1 billion yen. It is said that the recent Ultraman Mebius did not have very good ratings, causing Tsuburaya Company to lose money. Looking at Shinichi Tsuburaya's expectant eyes, Chengfeng began to think about it in his mind.
Is it worth spending so much money to buy a series of Ultraman licenses?
Tsuburaya Company cannot extend its business into the domestic market, but his Chengfeng Company is located in the country, so if it files a lawsuit, it can still make a fortune.
The key is how long it will take to get the money back.
Mr. Yuantani, this matter is of great importance. I need to discuss it with my subordinates. Chengfeng said very seriously.
No problem, Chen-san, I'll be out first. Tsuburaya Shinichi nodded at Chengfeng, turned and left.
As soon as he walked out of the conference room, several senior executives from Tsuburaya Company came over.
President, is this Chinese really willing to spend so much money to buy our broadcasting rights? China doesn't have as strict copyright protection as Japan.
If he buys it back, it will be difficult to stop piracy. I not only gave him the broadcast rights, but also the adaptation rights and image authorization.
I believe he will seriously consider it.
But it's hard to stop piracy, and it's not easy to adapt.
The suits and models are very expensive. It costs a lot to make a movie, and it may not pay off. Several senior executives were not optimistic about this deal. Shinichi Tsuburaya was also a little helpless.
The price he just asked for was indeed a bit high, and the other party might not accept it.
But there is no way. The current Tsuburaya Company is no longer the same Tsuburaya Company as before.
The failure of 2 consecutive Ultraman films has dealt them a huge blow. If they don't find some money, they won't even be able to shoot a new Ultraman.
Shui, do you think it's worth it to buy Ultraman's broadcasting rights, adaptation rights, and image authorization for 80 million?
In the conference room, Chengfeng looked at Shui. 80 million yen, to be honest, is not expensive, it is less than 5 million Chinese yuan.
This is Ultraman, the childhood memory of a generation.
It can be bought for less than 5 million.
No matter how you look at it, it is a good deal.
Master, in addition to the broadcasting rights, adaptation rights, and image authorization, we should take this opportunity to obtain all the derivative copyrights.
All derivative copyrights? Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. Will Tsuburaya agree to such harsh conditions?
Having obtained all the derivative copyrights means that Tsuburaya will basically have nothing to do with the Chinese market in the future, and Tsuburaya will not get a penny of the money earned by the Ultraman IP in China.
They will most likely agree. And Shui nodded. Tsuburaya is in extreme financial difficulty right now.
Ever since the failure of Ultraman, which they spent 1.5 billion yen to shoot a few years ago, Tsuburaya has basically fallen into a bankruptcy crisis. Last year, they were almost acquired by someone for 100 million yen. It is now difficult for the Tsuburaya family to maintain control of the company.
They can't make money in the Chinese market to begin with.
In this case, I believe Tsuburaya Company will not refuse to use derivative copyrights to get a life-saving sum of money.
It's so pitiful. 100 million yen is less than 6 million RMB.
Tsuburaya is such a big company, and it has Ultraman, a world-class IP, but its value is less than 10 million RMB.
It's too cheap.
According to what you said, we might as well just acquire Tsuburaya, and then all Ultraman will be ours.
This is Ultraman, the childhood memory of a generation.
I bought it for less than 10 million and it feels like a good deal.
It's better not to. And Shui shook his head.
At present, Tsuburaya owes hundreds of millions of yen in foreign debts, and if they want to shoot the next Ultraman and revitalize this IP, with the current level of special effects and the funds for the production of the suits, they will need at least 1.5 billion yen.
If they fail, all these funds will be wasted.
Based on the current situation, spending a sum of money to buy all the Chinese copyrights of Ultraman is the best option.
It does not require too much money and can be recovered quickly.
If we acquire Tsuburaya Company, we will have to invest more money and spend more energy, but we may not be able to make money. Chengfeng nodded, feeling that what Shui said made sense. It's like a company with assets of hundreds of millions. Although it still has a lot of money, it is actually insolvent. In this case, it will take more money to save it, and it may not be able to be saved. In this case, the best option is to make a quick buck and run, rather than taking over this mess. Okay, Shui, you will be the one to negotiate later. We only want all the copyrights of Huaxia, and forget about the rest.
Chapter 109 Ultraman is super cheap. Understood, master, I will negotiate a good price. And Ji Shui nodded.
After the two men finished their discussion, they quickly pulled Shinichi Tsuburaya back, and then Ji Shui took over and started a heated negotiation with Shinichi Tsuburaya.
The current Tsuburaya company is no longer the original Tsuburaya company.
On the verge of bankruptcy, they have no other choice. After a confrontation, Chengfeng bought all the Chinese copyrights of Ultraman for 90 million yen. After this news spread, Ultraman fans in China were quite excited, while Ultraman fans in Japan were wailing.
In fact, this is not the first time that Tsuburaya has sold copyrights.
A few years ago, an American company bought the American Ultraman adaptation rights, and last year a company in Kangaroo Country also bought the Ultraman adaptation rights.
Thus, two Ultramen of foreign descent were born. Of course, Japanese fans would not recognize these two foreign Ultramen. They stubbornly rejected all non-Japanese Ultramen.
Chinese fans are quite excited, and many of them are looking forward to the birth of a Chinese Ultraman.
Many Ultra fans even leave messages on Chengfeng's official website to give their suggestions for the newly born Ultraman. After hearing the news from Xiao Shanshan, Chengfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who told you that Chengfeng Group is going to film Ultraman? Although we have bought the copyright, we may not necessarily film it. Do you know how expensive it is to shoot Ultraman?
The monster suits, city models, and special effects, each one is more expensive than the other.
Without 100 million, you can't shoot a decent Ultraman. What Chengfeng really values is actually the derivative copyright, which is the big moneymaker.
With the derivative copyright in hand, Chengfeng can make Ultraman toys, produce related stickers, and develop Ultraman games. The most important thing is that once other domestic companies use the classic image of Ultraman, they must pay Chengfeng. This is where the derivative copyright is most valuable. As for the rights to film Ultraman, Chengfeng actually has no such plan. Maybe he will shoot it in the future when Chengfeng has more money and time, but he definitely won't shoot it now. Having obtained the Chinese copyright of Ultraman, Chengfeng's journey to Japan was basically successful. In fact, in addition to Ultraman, Japan also has a very excellent IP called Kamen Rider, whose history is almost comparable to that of Ultraman.
Ultraman was born in 1963, and Kamen Rider was born in 1970.
There are currently nearly 30 Kamen Riders. In Neon, Kamen Rider and Ultraman are equally popular, with Kamen Rider even surpassing Ultraman. However, Kamen Rider is not as popular as Ultraman in China, so it is given lower priority in purchasing copyrights. After Toei Company, the owner of Kamen Rider, learned that someone in China wanted to buy the copyright, they did not make things difficult for Chengfeng, but sold the copyright of Kamen Rider to Chengfeng at a relatively cheap price. It's strange to say, Ultraman and Kamen Rider are both popular IPs, and they were created at about the same time.
Ultraman is even more popular overseas than Kamen Rider.
It just so happens that Tsuburaya Company is having a terrible time and is about to go bankrupt, but Toei Company is doing very well and has even started filming a new Kamen Rider.
It's very confusing.
Chengfeng also made a special visit to Toei, wanting to see how they did it and whether he could learn from their experience. After watching it once, he didn't learn any experience, but he gained a lot of insights from the filming site of Kamen Rider. If we really talk about special effects films, Japan as the originator and China can only be considered a younger brother. Japan's special effects films started in the 1960s, and even the concept of special effects films was proposed by Japan. China's special effects films have only taken shape in recent years and are still in their growth stage. After visiting Toei, Chengfeng's copyright journey in Japan has almost come to an end. Basically, all the copyrights that Neon deserves are already in his hands, and the remaining ones are basically worthless.
Compared with Chengfeng's successful purchase of copyright, the preparations for the new company were very unsuccessful. For this purpose, Chengfeng specially came to the Neon branch and found Jiro Kurata and Ningzi Nishino.
Tell me, what difficulties have you encountered? Chengfeng asked directly.
Jiro Kurata and Ningzi Nishino looked at each other, and then Jiro Kurata signaled Ningzi Nishino to speak.
Ahem, boss, the company's main difficulty is that we can't find the right talent. The employees we recruit now are basically average, and few of them graduated from prestigious universities. Ningzi Nishino cleared her throat and recounted all the difficulties the company had encountered during this period.
As mentioned before, the main systems in the Japanese workplace are the seniority system and the lifetime employment system.
In this situation, talented people who graduated from prestigious universities basically focus on submitting their resumes to those big companies.
Because only by joining a large company can you guarantee that you will not be unexpectedly fired midway.
Relatively speaking, the Changfeng Neon branch is just a startup, and anyone with a little ability will not be considered to join. They prefer to work for companies that appear to have more prospects. Therefore, during this period, the people recruited by the Neon branch were basically all misfits, and some of them even made mistakes. They were kicked out of the big companies and had nowhere else to go, so they came to work in the branch. But then again, if they hadn't made mistakes, there would be no need for them to work in the new company given their qualifications.
After reading through the resumes of the current employees, Chen Feng couldn't help but shook his head. No wonder Japanese people don't like to start a business. Just recruiting employees is a difficult point.
Although there are problems in this regard in China, they are not as serious as in Japan.
As long as enough money is paid, the problem will not be serious.
After reading the resume, Chen Feng smiled.
It doesn't matter. The differences between people are not that big.
Although these people don't have much experience, they will be good enough after some training.
Hey! Ningzi Nishino and Jiro Kurata lowered their heads at the same time.
The workplace in Japan is strictly hierarchical, with a clear hierarchy.
When the boss speaks, the subordinates must respond, otherwise it would be considered rude.
Where's the script?
Didn't you say you had selected a few? Bring them over to me and let me have a look.
Chen Feng flipped through the employee's file for a while and then put it down.
These employees are indeed a bit lackluster, but it doesn't matter. They can be useful after some training.
After all, geniuses are a minority, and most people still need to rely on experience. When he came to the company, it was impossible for him to worry about trivial matters such as recruiting employees. He came mainly to help select scripts. With the camera, he would definitely be able to help the Neon branch identify good scripts and make the company a hit. Ultimately, entertainment companies still have to rely on their strength.
With a hit TV series in hand, who would dare to look down on them? Please wait a moment.
Jiro Kurata said something, turned around and walked out, and soon came back with 7 or 8 scripts.
Chapter 110. They are all crooked. Which one do you like the most?
The identification camera can only identify 3 scripts in a short period of time, so Chen Feng must use it in the most critical place.
This. Jiro Kurata picked out a script and handed it to Chen Feng. This is a script I got from a TV station during the same period. There is absolutely no problem with the quality. There won't be any copyright issues with the TV station scripts, right? Chen Feng asked while secretly checking them with a camera. No.
Kurata Jiro shook his head. This script has been on the TV station for several years, and no one cares about it. We can just buy the copyright, and it won't cost much.
That's good. Chen Feng nodded and began to examine the script. Hot-blooded detective script. Note 1, this is a qualified TV drama script. Note 2, if there are no problems in each link, the ratings will not be low. Remark 3, if operated properly, there will be no problem in terms of profitability. Chen Feng nodded slightly.
Jiro Kurata is worthy of being the executive director of Tokyo Broadcasting System. His professional ability is beyond doubt, and the script he chose is really good.
The status of detective dramas in Japan is similar to that of costume dramas in China.
It is a long-lasting series with several series released basically every year. Chen Feng read it carefully and felt it was very good. If there is no better script next, then let us take this as the first TV series of Neon Branch. After Chen Feng got the next 6 scripts, he roughly read through them. Due to limited time, he did not watch all of them. Instead, he only watched the first episode and then picked out a workplace drama from them. I don't know if it's because he is not Japanese, but after watching other TV series, Chen Feng felt that they were all average. However, he was fascinated by this workplace drama after watching only the first episode, and felt that it was very interesting. Chen Feng specifically looked at the name, which was Hanzawa Naoki. Out of intuition, Chen Feng examined the script.
Hage Naoki TV series script. Note 1, this is an excellent TV drama script. Note 2, if the production is up to standard, the ratings will definitely be high.
Remark 3, after it is filmed, it will be a good TV series that cannot be missed.
Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Wow, I found a treasure. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng examined it again.
After confirming that the script was excellent, he decisively took it out and handed it to Nishino Ningzi.
Contact the screenwriter and buy the copyright. This is the TV series that the company will shoot next. Hey! Ningzi Nishino took the script and nodded.
They have all read the scripts given to Chen Feng and analyzed them carefully, and feel that no matter which one they choose, it will be fine.
Although Hanzawa Naoki is not the best choice in their hearts, he also meets their bottom line.
Jiro Kurata has already started thinking about how much it would cost to shoot the TV series and which director to invite to direct it. He is experienced in this regard. After all, he has been in the TV drama circle for a long time and has some connections. If it's hard to poach the leading actresses, it's not a problem to poach those who are sitting on the bench.
However, a few minutes later, Ningzi Nishino walked in very embarrassedly. Boss, I just called the screenwriter and he doesn't want to sell it anymore. What? Chen Feng frowned. Why? Didn't he already send the script here? Why doesn't he want to sell it anymore?
The company's project had just been launched, but it was stood up.
Nishino Ningzi felt very embarrassed and said helplessly.
It seems to be because he found a new production company.
In the office, Chen Feng was speechless for a while.
I just saw a script that I liked, but the screenwriter didn't want to sell it anymore. It would be fine if it was any other script, but this one with Hanzawa Naoki is going to be a huge hit.
Do you know the address of this screenwriter?
Chen Feng suddenly asked.
Nishino Ningzi nodded. I know, he is in Tokyo. Are you planning to go find him directly?
Yes. Chen Feng nodded. You can't talk about anything over the phone, so a face-to-face meeting is more reliable.
Do you want me to go with you? Nishino Ningzi said. Of course, let's invite Kurata-kun to come too.
I hope we can influence him with our sincerity.
Chen Feng nodded.
He and Njishue are both Chinese and are not very familiar with Japanese customs. Nishino Ningzi has just taken office and is not very reliable, so bringing along Kurata, who is in his 40s, is also a safety measure. The four giants of the company went out at the same time, which sounded impressive, but in fact, all four of them were driving taxis. The screenwriter's name is Gao Shanliang, a college graduate who just graduated. He lives in a relatively remote place and his living conditions seem very ordinary. Chen Feng had anticipated this. If he was really a great screenwriter, he would not have submitted the script to their company, a startup company.
Those who understand will understand.
After arriving at the place, Chen Feng signaled Jiro Kurata to go up and knock on the door. Japanese people are always easier to talk to than Chinese people like him.
Ding dong, ding dong. Gao Shanliang went up and rang the doorbell.
Soon, a sunny young man with messy hair opened the door and asked in confusion, "Excuse me, who are you?"
Excuse me, are you Mr. Takayama?
Jiro Kurata asked respectfully. In Japan, writers have always had a relatively high status. Even screenwriters can be counted as writers.
Gao Shanliang nodded. Yes, I am Gao Shanliang. May I ask who you are? Hello, I'm Jiro Kurata, the director of Chengfeng Company, Limited.
I'm here to talk to you about the script. Jiro Kurata's attitude was very respectful. Gao Shanliang scratched his head and opened the door.
Then please come in and talk. Gao Shanliang's room was not big. After 4 people entered, it was almost full, and the environment inside was also a bit messy. However, Jiro Kurata didn't care about this. The messy room didn't matter to him. As long as Ryo Takayama could write good scripts, it didn't matter to him even if he lived in a garbage dump.
Teacher Gaoshan, actually, I came here because I hope you can hand over the script to our company for production.
I promise that I will make this TV series well.
Jiro Kurata said straight to the point. Gao Shanliang shook his head helplessly, but another company has already agreed to produce this TV series and is willing to give me the position of chief screenwriter. Kurata Jiro was silent for a while, then he said helplessly, Teacher Takayama, our company can give you a higher fee, and we can also give you a discount on the copyright share. Gao Shanliang smiled and said, Mr. Kurata, thank you very much for your appreciation of me, but this is not a matter of money. As far as I know, your company was founded not long ago and has no experience in producing TV series. However, the company that promised me has already produced several TV series, one of which won an award. Having said this, Gao Shanliang stopped talking.
Chapter 111 Startups.
But Chen Feng already understood what he meant. They are established companies with experience in TV drama production, so I feel confident handing the script over to them.
If the production is successful, I will gain both fame and fortune. If we hand it over to your company, no matter how high the writing fee and copyright share are, what will happen if something goes wrong? TV drama scripts are not easy to come by.
Apart from a very small number of geniuses and eccentrics, most people need several years to create one.
This script, which was created with great difficulty by Naoki Hanzawa, is the result of the hard work of Ryo Takayama, and he cannot afford any risks.
If given another choice, people will definitely not hand it over to a startup company.
Can I ask which company agreed to give you the contract? Chen Feng asked.
Gao Shanliang glanced at Chen Feng and felt that there was nothing to hide, so he just spoke directly.
It's Anshin Company. Okay, thank you for your answer. Then, Mr. Gaoshan, we won't bother you anymore.
After saying that, Chen Feng winked at the others and pulled them out of Gao Shanliang's room. Standing on the street, Jiro Kurata and Ningzi Nishino both felt a little depressed. It was a huge blow to them that the script they had chosen with such great difficulty was snatched away by someone else.
Otherwise, let's shoot the TV series Hot-Blooded Detective next. Kurata Jiro suggested. The summer season is coming soon. If we don't start filming now, it will be too late.
Chen Feng slowly shook his head. No hurry, it takes a long time to prepare a TV series, we still have time.
You two should go back to the company first. I'll see if there is any other way to solve this problem. Okay, boss, we'll go back first. Jiro Kurata nodded and took Ningzi Nishino away.
After they took a taxi and left, Chen Feng took Njishui to find an internet cafe, and then began to look up Gao Shanliang's information to see if he could find anything he could use. Njishui's methods were still sharp, and he quickly searched out Gao Shanliang's information. Born in Hokkaido, graduated from Osaka University, joined the Kendo Club, had a girlfriend in college but they later broke up.
Njishui looked up all the information that could be found on the internet.
Chen Feng looked through it carefully but did not see anything that could be used.
Judging from the information, Gao Shanliang is just an ordinary college student, basically nothing special.
Then, we have to use the cursed doll to force him.
As long as he has tasted the curse, Gao Shanliang will definitely be obedient. No, it can't.
Gao Shanliang had neither offended him nor done anything to enrage God or man, so such vicious means could not be used on an ordinary person. If Gao Shanliang doesn't work, maybe we can change our thinking and make a breakthrough somewhere else. Shui, check the information of Anshin Company.
Chen Feng suddenly ordered. Okay, master, please wait.
And Jishui quickly began to look for information about Anshin Company.
Compared to Takayama Ryo, Anshin Company's information is much more detailed.
And Jishui had investigated the company's president, as well as the company's middle and senior management. Master, I found out that Anshin Company had engaged in tax evasion.
Do you think it would be useful?
And Jishui suddenly said.
Chen Feng's eyes lit up, a lot? It's not much, and it doesn't meet the standards for filing a case. At most, it's just a fine. And Jishui shook his head.
Chen Feng thought about it for a while, and suddenly had an idea, check who was responsible for connecting with Gao Shanliang and Anshin Company. And Jishui did not hesitate at all and quickly found out the person in charge of connecting Anshin Company with Gao Shanliang. His name is Murakami Haruki, he is in his 40s and has worked at Anshin Company for more than 10 years.
He is a very ordinary employee.
As for family, he married a wife and had a son.
He looks like an ordinary Japanese.
However, through in-depth research on the internet, Chen Feng soon saw what he wanted to see.
The ambiguous chat records between Murakami Haruki and several female employees. Chen Feng smiled.
This guy was quite horny. Not only did he develop an improper relationship with the female employees, he even went to the brothel several times. And Jishui even found his record of visiting call girls.
Interesting.
Chen Feng smiled and muttered to himself, then sneered, call Murakami Jingshi and ask him to come out.
Chen Feng can't deal with Gao Shanliang, but it would be equally useful to deal with Murakami Jingshi.
By the way, let's report Anshin Company's tax evasion to the relevant departments and give them some trouble.
Yes, master.
And Jishui quickly did what Chen Feng said. On the other hand, after receiving Njishui's call, Murakami Jingshi originally didn't want to answer it, but when he heard Njishui reveal the secret between him and several female employees on the phone, his expression changed and he immediately agreed to meet with Njishui. The place where the two parties agreed to meet was a remote izakaya. After they met, Murakami Jingshi was so stunned by Njishui's flawless face that he stood there, not coming back to his senses for a long time.
Mr. Murakami, have you never seen a woman?
Chen Feng hummed softly, awakening Murakami Jingshi from his trance.
Murakami was startled and then came to his senses. He looked at Njishui for several seconds before turning his head to Chen Feng. Who are you? How do you know about my relationship with them? Mr. Murakami, is this what you are talking about? Chen Feng smiled and handed Murakami Jingshi a file bag, which contained the ambiguous chat records between him and the female employees in the company, as well as his consumption records in the Fengzisa store. Murakami Haruki even saw some nude photos of himself in it. Damn it, what do you want to do? You want money, right? I'm just an ordinary employee and I don't have much money. Murakami Jingshi said angrily. Chen Feng smiled and said, Don't worry, I don't want your money. I'm richer than you think. I just need your help to do one thing. I will not do anything that is against the law. Don't worry, you don't need to break the law. This is something you can do. After you're done, I can give you a generous reward. Murakami Jingshi frowned and said helplessly, What is it? You are in charge of script review at Anshin Company, right? Right. Then you are also responsible for reviewing Hanzawa Naoki's script, right? Yes. What do the senior executives of your company think of this script? Murakami Jingshi looked at Chen Feng strangely, and then replied, They think this script is not bad and worth being filmed, but whether it will be filmed and when it will be filmed are still under discussion. Very good, what I want you to do is very simple. I hope you can talk to the senior management of your company. Chapter 112 Unfair Competition. Takayama Ryo doesn't want to give them the script anymore. At the same time, you should also call Takayama Ryo and tell him that your company doesn't want Hanzawa Naoki's script anymore. Murakami Jingshi finally understood what Chen Feng's purpose was and said in surprise, So you asked me to come here just for this script? Chen Feng nodded, Yes, our company thinks this TV series is very good and wants to shoot it, but there is no way, this TV series has been favored by your company, I can only use other methods to achieve my goal. Murakami Jingshi hesitated, But if the company finds out about this, I will be fired. Chen Feng laughed, If we distribute these things to people you know, you will not only lose your job, but also your family. And the risk of this matter is not as great as you think. Gao Shanliang has never been to your company. He has only contacted you from beginning to end. How can he know whether what you said is true or false? As for the company's senior executives, they will only contact Gao Shanliang through you, and they can't guess that you will lie to them. Besides, if this thing succeeds, I can give you a reward of 3 million yen. This is not a small amount for you. It should be easy for you to make a decision. Murakami Jingshi's expression was uncertain. After a long while, he sighed and said, Okay, I will do as you say, but I will only help you with this one thing. Of course. Chen Feng nodded, I don't have anything for you to do. By the way, this is your account number, right? I'll transfer the money to you now. After saying that, Chen Feng directly transferred 1 million yen to Murakami Jingshi's account. Murakami Jingshi's expression finally relaxed. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Chen Feng used threats and inducements, and Murakami Jingshi was really unable to resist. This in itself is not a big deal. For Murakami Jingshi, it is just a matter of a few words. Next, Chen Feng discussed the details with Murakami Jingshi and then let him leave. Before Murakami Jingshi left, Chen Feng specifically reminded him that he must call him as soon as the work was done so that it would be easier for him to cooperate. Murakami Jingshi had already received the money, so naturally he would not refuse such a small request and nodded readily. After dealing with the key figure Murakami Jingshi, Chen Feng returned to the Neon branch with satisfaction and took Njishui back to the Neon branch. Not long after returning, Ningzi Nishino and Jiro Kurata came to Chen Feng and spoke seriously. President, we have a way to film Hanzawa Naoki. Chen Feng asked curiously, What method? Nishino Ningzi glanced at Kurata Jiro, mustered up the courage and said, President, we can go directly to Anshin Company and spend money to buy this project. This project hasn't officially started yet, so Anshin Company probably won't take it too seriously. We can negotiate a good price. Chen Feng smiled and nodded encouragingly, Ningzi, it's really great that you can come up with this idea. So you agree? Nishino Ningzi's eyes lit up. Chen Feng shook his head, No, it's better not to do this. If we go to Anshin Company like this, it will only make them pay more attention to this project and offer a high price, which will increase our filming costs. So what you mean is that we won't be filming this TV series about Naoki Hanzawa? Asked Ningzi Nishino. No. Chen Feng shook his head, we still have to shoot the TV series, but we don't need to use the method you mentioned to get the copyright. Then what method should we use? Asked Ningzi Nishino. Chen Feng did not blame Nishino Ningzi for being direct.
Instead, he smiled and repeated what he had just done. After hearing that Chen Feng bribed the employees of Anshin Company to obtain the copyright, Ninko Nishino and Jiro Kurata both widened their eyes.
This is too gloomy.
However, this method has a high probability of success and requires very little money. Looking at the strange expressions on Nishino Ningzi and Kurata Jiro's faces, Chen Feng said seriously, "Remember, the business world is like a battlefield.
As long as you can achieve your goal, you can use any means. Of course, you can't do anything illegal. I'm only saying this to provide you with a special idea. The focus is still on developing the company.
It's best not to use this kind of conspiracy if you can."
I understand, boss. Ningzi Nishino nodded thoughtfully.
Chen Feng glanced at her and suddenly felt a little ashamed. I wonder if this girl has been led astray by him.
But what he said was true.
Competition in the business world has always been unscrupulous, and there seems to be nothing wrong with being a little shady.
Forget it, never mind, let us talk about the future later.
Chen Feng looked directly at Jiro Kurata.
Kurata-kun, I'll trouble you with the next thing.
When Takayama Ryo knows that Anshin Company has rejected him, please appear in front of him as soon as possible and negotiate the script for me.
Hi. Kurata Jiro bowed decisively. I will definitely not let you down. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand to let Jiro Kurata leave the office.
The next day, when Takayama Ryo received a call from Murakami Haruki, he was completely stunned.
You said you would take good care of my script, but you just stood me up like this? While being confused, Gao Shanliang had no good solution. The company said they didn't want to shoot the film, so what could a screenwriter like him do?
If he were a big screenwriter, he might have some room for bargaining, but he was just a new screenwriter.
This is a problem.
Since Anshin Company doesn't want it, he must find a new buyer for his script.
During the whole process, Gao Shanliang did not suspect the possibility of someone's tampering.
On the one hand, he had just entered society and had no experience. On the other hand, Murakami Jingshi had contacted him several times before, and he could not have imagined that this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes would suddenly betray him. So, after Jiro Kurata contacted Takayama Ryo again, this originally reserved guy hesitated for a moment and then directly defected to their side.
There's no other way, I have to make a living. Ningzi Nishino did not treat him unfairly.
Not only did she give him the position of chief screenwriter, she also gave him a good share of the profits.
After the contract was signed, Gao Shanliang officially joined Qingfeng's Neon branch.
At this time, even if he wanted to regret it, it was too late, because if he regretted it at this time, he would have to pay the penalty for breach of contract. After the script was finalized, the crew began preparations for the production soon. In this regard, as a startup company, Neon Branch can be said to be at a great disadvantage. They have to put in more effort to do things that other companies can do with just a little effort.
Chapter 113, Going to be led astray. There's no way around it, startups are always difficult.
Fortunately, Jiro Kurata had worked in a TV station for many years and had certain connections. With his help, a qualified crew was quickly put together. The producer is Jiro Kurata, and the director was recruited from Tokyo Broadcasting System. He was a commercial film producer and had been benched in the past because of a mistake he made. Seeing that he was doomed to have no future in Tokyo Broadcasting System, he simply ran away and joined Jiro Kurata. The iron triangle of the crew, the producer, the screenwriter, and the director were all in place, so the rest of the things were relatively simple. Jiro Kurata either borrowed or used his connections to get the lighting technicians, prop masters, and the like. As for the actors, they were actually easier to find.
Neon lacks everything except actors. Moreover, the status of actors here is much worse than that in China.
When they see a director, they have to bow and stand at attention the first time.
Not only the status, but also the pay of the actors is low.
The per capita income in Japan is actually higher than that in China, but the income of Japanese actors is much lower than that of Chinese actors.
The ones who have a more miserable life than actors are idols.
In Japan, idols are considered low class and are basically at the bottom of the food chain. According to statistics, there are tens of thousands of women in Japan engaged in the idol industry. The worst off among them earn less than 20,000 yen, or less than 1,000 yuan, a month. This is Japan, which is known as a developed country. That's why so many people joined the dark world. It's because they are forced by life. Precisely because of this, the proportion of film remuneration for Japanese TV dramas is not very high, and the actors are very cooperative in the crew, and they will do whatever the director asks them to do. I don't know whether it was because of Jiro Kurata's outstanding ability or because Chen Feng was very lucky, but after the crew was established, the filming process went extremely smoothly. After only one episode was filmed, Tokyo Broadcasting System agreed to broadcast it on their TV station and even scheduled a good time slot. However, Chen Feng was not very satisfied with the price they offered, so he signed a betting agreement. The higher the ratings, the more their company would earn. Originally, Chen Feng planned to leave Neon after the first episode was broadcast. Unlike China, TV series in Neon are usually broadcast weekly, that is, one episode is broadcast per week. Therefore, the shooting mode here is very different from that in China.
Generally, the program is filmed and broadcast at the same time. If the results are not good, the TV series may even be cancelled halfway through.
In this case, the situation like in China where the entire series is filmed and each episode is worse than the previous one rarely happens in Japan, because such TV series will be cut off halfway through the broadcast.
By watching the first few episodes, you can roughly know the performance of a TV series. However, Chen Feng received an unexpected call just halfway through filming the second episode. The person who called turned out to be Lee Won-kyu from South Korea. He had bad intentions towards In Ji-shui at first, but was later taught a lesson by Chen Feng using a cursed doll. However, there was nothing to gain from this guy Lee Yuan-gue, so Chen Feng later let him go. However, he did not expect that Lee Yuan-gue called and said that he had something important to discuss with Chen Feng. Considering how popular South Korean TV dramas are in China, Chen Feng simply left Neon early and headed for South Korea. South Korea Airport.
As soon as Chen Feng walked out of the airport, he saw Lee Yuan-gue. He actually brought 10 cars to welcome Chen Feng, which was very impressive. People around him kept looking at Chen Feng and In Ji-shui, wondering about their backgrounds.
And Chen Feng doesn't look like an ordinary person.
After all, he has the gorgeous In Ji-shui by his side. Nowadays, no matter whether a man is old, ugly, or fat, as long as there is a beautiful woman by his side, it means he is extraordinary, not to mention that Chen Feng is quite good looking.
"Mr. Chen, long time no see, come here."
Lee Yuan-gue very politely opened the car door for Chen Feng, and his attitude could be said to be extremely respectful.
"There's something wrong with this guy,"
Chen Feng muttered to himself.
"The last time the two of them got along, they didn't have a very pleasant time."
Lee Yuan-gue had bad intentions towards In Ji-shui, but he was taught a lesson by him with a cursed doll, and only then did he calm down.
Even so, Lee Yuan-gue did not seem very convinced.
It was obvious that he endured it because he was afraid of Chen Feng's methods. Now his attitude was so respectful. He called to ask which flight he was before he even got on the plane. He specially drove 10 cars to pick us up and even opened the car door himself, just like a servant.
There must be a special reason behind this.
Although he had all kinds of speculations in his mind, Chen Feng still looked calm on the surface. If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth.
He didn't believe that Lee Yuan-gue could do anything to him. In fact, Lee Yuan-gue did not do anything to Chen Feng.
He directly pulled Chen Feng into a private room with a very nice decoration environment, and then sat at the dining table.
"Mr. Chen, come here, this is the delicious food I carefully prepared, please enjoy it."
Taking a look at the food on the table, Chen Feng was a little surprised. He now has some knowledge and can tell at a glance that the delicacies on the table are extraordinary. Generally speaking, the delicacies that can be bought with money are not the best, but the second best.
The truly top-notch delicacies may only be produced in a small amount each year.
As soon as these top-notch delicacies are produced, they are snatched away by the wealthy families who have been prepared. Chen Feng has eaten a lot of delicious food, but he has never tasted the best food, because these things cannot be bought even if you have money, you must rely on connections. And now, what Lee Yuan-gue prepared for him were the top-notch delicacies, some of which even Chen Feng had never heard of. He could only recognize them within Ji-shui's reminder. According to conservative estimates, the price of this table starts at least 1 million yuan, and that is in RMB. Lee Won-kyu must have put in a lot of effort to complete this table.
"Here, Mr. Chen, these are abalones from Hokkaido. There are only 16 of them. Please enjoy them."
Lee Yuan-gue's beautiful secretary Li sat next to Chen Feng very respectfully and served him. As long as Chen Feng looked at a dish, she would immediately bring it over and feed it to Chen Feng. With fine wine in your throat, delicious food in your stomach and beautiful women by your side, the atmosphere is truly intoxicating. Chen Feng was also a little tipsy, but he never let down his guard. and Jishui sat behind him, silently, neither talking nor eating.
Li Yuangue didn't care, instead he flattered Chen Feng even more enthusiastically.
Unfortunately, he is very average in this aspect, and his words are not very pleasant, so he is not as comfortable as Secretary Li.
It is understandable.
After all, Lee Won-kyu is a South Korean tycoon and he probably rarely flatters others. After realizing that he was not capable of doing so, Lee Won-kyu stopped talking and continued to let Secretary Lee perform. After eating and drinking, Chen Feng put down his chopsticks.
Okay, now that we've had our meal and drank our wine, it's time to get down to business. Chapter 114. Do me a favor.
Lee Won-kyu, before I arrived in South Korea, you called me and said you had something to talk to me about.
Now that I'm in South Korea, can you please tell me what happened? Li Yuangue's expression froze and he put down his wine glass. Then he winked at Secretary Lee.
Secretary Lee nodded and quickly walked out, closing the door as he left.
Chen Feng looked serious.
He knew that the real show was about to begin.
Mr. Chen, you are not an ordinary person, right? Li Yuangue said very seriously. What do you think? Chen Feng neither admitted nor denied it.
He is indeed extraordinary, but I don't know if he is extraordinary in the way that Li Yuangue imagined.
Li Yuangue didn't pay attention to Chen Feng's casual tone.
He continued, Mr. Chen Feng, I know that you are not an ordinary person.
I knew it when we were in the hotel last time.
Later, I also checked some things about you, which made me more certain that you are definitely not an ordinary person.
You have some special abilities.
Chen Feng frowned impatiently. Li Yuangue, you invited me here and prepared such a big table of delicious food, you don't want to talk nonsense to me. Seeing that Chen Feng was a little angry, Li Yuangue felt nervous and shook his head quickly. Of course not.
I asked you to come here because I have something very important to tell you.
Li Yuangue's expression suddenly became extremely serious, and there was a bit of viciousness in his seriousness.
I want you to help me kill someone. Chen Feng was shocked.
Kill? This guy Li Yuangue actually asked him to come here just to kill someone. You know, even after getting the cheat for so long, Chen Feng has never killed anyone. At most, we can just send them to the hospital. This guy Li Yuangue is even braver than him. The chaebols in South Korea are truly lawless.
Kill who?
Chen Feng suddenly spoke.
Li Yuangue's expression became extremely complicated, a mixture of hatred and jealousy.
My brother, Li Min-sang. Chen Feng glanced at Li Yuangue.
How cruel.
He even wants to kill his own brother. As expected of a chaebol family.
Why? Chen Feng asked. Why did you kill Li Min-sang?
He's your brother. As if he had gotten rid of some psychological burden, Li Yuangue spoke more freely.
Huh, brother, this brother has bullied me since I was a child.
Even after I grew up, he didn't let me go. He became the general manager of Hyundai Group, while I am just a powerless director of a TV station. I can only inherit a tiny portion of the family property, but he can take most of it.
Why can't I kill this brother? What about your father? Doesn't he care about these things? Chen Feng asked back.
Huh, that old guy. Li Yuangue curled his lips. He will always focus on my brother. No matter how good my achievements are, he won't care.
This damned old stubborn man is unwilling to give me any benefit even if he is about to die. The property I can get in the will is not even a hair of my brother.
Seeing Li Yuangue's indignant expression, Chen Feng was silent for a long time.
He didn't know whether what Li Yuangue said was true or false.
He is not a member of the Li family, so how could he guess the situation in Li Yuangue's family? He was just thinking about whether or not to help Li Yuangue.
Why should I help you?
Chen Feng suddenly spoke, staring at Li Yuangue with eyes as sharp as swords. He has the ability to kill, but why would he help Li Won-kyu kill people for no reason? This is not just about inviting you to a meal or a drink, this is a matter of life and death.
Once you take action, a hard-earned life will be lost.
Li Yuangue seemed to have thought of an explanation long ago, and when he heard Chen Feng's question, he did not hesitate at all. As long as you help me kill my brother, my father will have no choice but to hand over Hyundai Group to me.
At that time, I will do whatever you ask me to do. I can even give you half of the shares of Hyundai Group.
Chen Feng fell silent. Hyundai Group is one of the largest conglomerates in South Korea, with a market value of approximately $100 billion. However, after several rounds of financing and share expansion by Hyundai Group, as well as the injection of foreign capital during the financial crisis at the end of the last century, the Li family is able to control about 30% of the shares. The Li family here refers to the entire Li family. Li He, the helmsman of the group, owns only 20% of the shares, which is $20 billion. $20 billion is equivalent to about 140 billion renminbi, which is about the annual output value of some small countries. It can be said that the country is rich enough to rival a country. Is it worth it or not to spend such a huge fortune? Chen Feng fell into hesitation. Li Yuangue felt relieved when he saw that Chen Feng did not refuse immediately. What he feared most was that Chen Feng would directly reject him. If that happened, he would have no choice but to watch his brother inherit most of the Li family's property and live the rest of his life as an ordinary rich man. Now that Chen Feng did not directly refuse, it means that he still has a chance. Mr. Chen, I made a mistake last time and you asked me to help you do something to make up for it. But if my brother inherits the position of chairman, I will have no power at all and won't be able to do anything. But if you are willing to help me, I will do whatever you ask me to do in the future. Li Yuangue said loudly. Go out first, let me think about it. The matter was of great importance, so Chen Feng did not make a decision directly in the end. Instead, he planned to discuss it with Jishui. Li Yuangue didn't want to push Chen Feng too much, so he nodded. Okay, I have already prepared a place for Mr. Chen to stay. Besides, Secretary Li is very good at serving people, so let her stay. Secretary Li? Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. Isn't she someone your father sent to monitor you? How dare you bring her with you? In fact, it was very strange that Secretary Li was serving Lin Feng just now. Li Yuangue came to him for something important, but he was served by an outsider, Secretary Li. It was very strange. Li Yuangue smiled proudly. My father is ill, so she can only rely on me now. She is already mine. She is still a virgin now. If Mr. Chen likes her, he can just take her. Chen Feng was a little surprised. Secretary Li is really realistic. As soon as he saw that Li He was sick, he immediately changed his job. But on second thought, it feels quite normal. This is not the feudal era, and one should be faithful to one's partner. Now that Li He is gone, what else can Secretary Li, a woman, do except to turn to Li Yuangue? As for what he wanted from Secretary Li, Chen Feng pretended not to hear it. He hasn't decided yet whether he should help Li Yuangue. After arriving at the room, Chen Feng asked Jishui to search the room. After confirming that Li Yuangue had not tampered with the room to install a bug, he called Jishui to investigate. Chapter 115 I want to be the chairman. Shui, tell me, should I help Li Yuangue kill someone? Jigua nodded decisively. Master, I am an artificial intelligence. I can't make a decision. I can only analyze the pros and cons. Then help me analyze it carefully. Jishui smiled, as gentle as water, but Chen Feng, who knew Jishui's background well, knew that this was just artificial intelligence imitating a human smile, and did not mean that she had any emotions. If we help Li Yuanque, we can get his help and open up the situation in South Korea. If we don't help him, there will be no loss. Chen Feng nodded. After hearing what Jishui said, he felt relieved. Killing a person doesn't seem to be a big deal. With the cursed doll in his hand, he can do it secretly. Who can find evidence of his murder? If Li Yuanque is really promoted to the position of chairman of Hyundai Group, the benefits will be huge. Let us just talk about the entertainment industry. South Korea's entertainment industry has developed very rapidly in recent years, and the Korean wave is gradually showing a trend of sweeping the world. According to Chen Feng's observation, South Korean stars are much better than domestic ones in terms of both their dress and quality. Compared with those beautiful actresses from South Korea, domestic stars sometimes look like country girls. The reason for this is that South Korea's entertainment industry is more developed than that in China. If we can combine South Korea's domestic strengths. Thinking of this, Chen Feng gradually came up with an idea. The next morning, Chen Feng called Li Yuangue over. Li Yuangue was nervous and went straight to the point. Mr. Chen, what do you think about it? Chen Feng smiled faintly. Last night, he asked Jishui to find out the situation of Hyundai Group. Li He is now very ill, lying in bed, unable to move, while his eldest son Li Min-sang is gradually taking over the Hyundai Group. As for Li Yuanque, just as he said, he only got a very small part of the family property, and none of the most important shares of the Hyundai Group. The reason why Li He did this may be because Li Yuanque was not capable enough and he was not confident in handing over the Hyundai Group to him. It may also be because of his old-fashioned thinking and he only wanted to leave the family property to his eldest son. But this has little to do with Chen Feng.
Since Li Yuangue is willing to give benefits, it doesn't matter if he helps. It's a favor to help you, no problem.
Li Yuangue was so happy that his voice trembled a little. Really?
Of course it's true.
That's good, Mr. Chen, don't worry, as long as I inherit the Hyundai Group, you will definitely benefit from it.
Of course I believe you, Chairman Li. Chen Feng smiled.
Li Yuangue felt warm in his heart. As long as his brother dies, he will be the real chairman of Hyundai Group.
At that time, his identity will be completely different from now. South Korea is not China. Here, the power of the financial groups is extremely huge and can even influence national policies.
This means that once Li Yuanque becomes the chairman of Hyundai Group, he will immediately become one of the rulers of this country and a truly powerful person. Seeing the joy flashing in Li Yuangue's eyes, Chen Feng smiled inwardly.
But he does understand Li Yuanque.
Now he is just an ordinary director of a TV station. He has a little power due to his father's reputation, but in reality he is just a small figure. Once he becomes the chairman of Hyundai Group, it is like a carp turning into a dragon and ascending to heaven in one step. No matter who it is, they will lose their temper.
Chairman Li, let me be frank. If you ask me to come over for help, I can help you, but the compensation must be agreed upon. Li Yuangue's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded repeatedly. Of course, I will definitely pay you, Mr. Chen. I am willing to give you half of the shares of Hyundai Group.
Chen Feng shook his head. I don't want half, I just want 5%. After all, Hyundai Group is a large company in South Korea and one of the most important companies. As a foreigner, it is impossible for him to own too many shares.
5% is actually enough.
Even with this 5% of shares, Chen Feng cannot hold it directly, but must hold it indirectly.
For example, setting up a foundation, or setting up several holding companies overseas, and then finding a few foreigners to confuse others.
Only in this way could he hold shares in Hyundai Group. Li Yuangue was delighted, because his father Li he didn't have many shares to begin with, and he was afraid that if he had fewer shares, he would lose control of the Hyundai Group. Now Chen Feng would rather take less, which was even better.
I can take less shares, but there are a few things you must do for me. Mr. Chen, if I can do it, I will definitely help you. Don't worry, it's very simple. Chen Feng smiled and said, the first is copyright. Your South Korean entertainment industry is very developed.
You have produced many popular TV series in the past, such as Daejangjeom, Meteor Garden, and so on.
I hope you can help me get these copyrights.
In addition to these copyrights, I also want to buy the copyrights of popular variety shows, such as Running Man and Infinite Challenge.
Li Yuangue laughed, his expression very relaxed. Mr. Chen, don't worry, these are not a problem at all. The entertainment industry has always been at the bottom of society.
For Chen Feng, these things may have to be discussed one by one, which is time-consuming and laborious, but for Li Yuangue, it is just a matter of a few words. Of course, there is a prerequisite, that is, Li Yuanque becomes the chairman of Hyundai Group. Otherwise, no one will listen to him as a nominal director of a TV station. Perhaps because he felt that these conditions were too easy, Li Yuanque said, in fact, Hyundai Group also has some entertainment businesses.
When I become the chairman, I can hand them all over to you.
Chen Feng thought about it for a moment and nodded, okay.
After discussing the conditions, the next step is to get down to business.
Chen Feng showed a serious expression. I thought about it, killing your brother Li Minxiang is not a good idea in the end.
It will easily arouse suspicion. How about not killing him and turning him into a lunatic directly?
Li Yuangue was stunned for a moment and thought that this was not bad. Indeed, killing people is not a good thing as it will easily lead to investigation. If the investigation leads to him, things will be troublesome. If he were crazy, the effect would be almost the same. After all, his father Li he would not hand over the family property to a madman. In the end, he would definitely hand over the family property to him.
If I go crazy, it's not a problem, but can I really go crazy? Will I? Li Yuangue hesitated, and his meaning was very clear.
He was afraid that Chen Feng didn't have the ability to drive Li Minxiang crazy, and he was even more afraid that Chen Feng would implicate him. Chen Feng suddenly smiled mysteriously at Li Yuangue. The next second, Li Yuangue's eyes went dark and he heard a murmur in his ears, like the buzzing of mosquitoes or the rubbing of snakes and rats. It was an extremely terrifying feeling.
Li Yuangue felt a splitting headache and couldn't help screaming.
I don't know how long it took, but Li Yuangui's eyes lit up and he saw Chen Feng again.
Chapter 116 Don't Work Too Hard. Mr. Chen, please take a seat. This is the company's financial report. You can take a good look at it.
In the office of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind Game Company, Park Xiangming warmly welcomed Chen Feng to the office and handed him a document. Chen Feng acquired the Nausicaa Game Company last year, spending 50 million yuan, with the goal of competing with NetEase's Blade Soul.
Overall, this strategy was successful.
Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind achieved good results in China. Although it did not defeat Blade Soul, it also achieved profitability and became a popular game.
As for the branch in South Korea, Chen Feng looked at the financial report carefully.
The branch in South Korea is currently in a situation where it is more self-protective than aggressive. After the revision, although Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind pleased Chinese users, it was not very friendly to South Korean users. Coupled with the attack of Blade Soul, the number of registered users of this game has basically not increased.
Every month, after paying wages and rent, there is basically very little money left. Wanting to recover the original cost of 50 million is basically a dream.
But generally speaking, it is still profitable, because Chen Feng has already earned back the cost of 50 million through the Chinese market. Although he can't make much money in the South Korean market, he can still maintain it.
Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, Mr. Park, you did a great job.
Pu Xiangming rubbed his hands and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your compliment.
Actually, I have an idea. What do you think?" Ahem.
Pu Xiangming mustered up his courage and said a little helplessly, "Mr. Chen, the company only has one game right now, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, and this game is already at the end of its lifespan.
It can only sustain expenses. So, it's like this, Mr. Chen. There are many excellent employees in the company.
They all have rich experience in game design.
Now they have to clock in at the company every day, which is really a bit of a waste. See, can you give them something to do?" Chen Feng thought for a moment. "You mean?" "Mr. Chen, what I mean is that we can find a way to develop a new game.
I have prepared the game design plan.
As long as you nod, we can start research and development immediately,"
Park Xiangming said directly.
"I see." Chen Feng looked hesitant.
This is no small matter.
Developing a game is not something that can be done by just talking about it.
The game architecture, game graphics, game values, all of these require manpower and material resources.
Of course, the most important thing is that making games costs money.
The minimum cost of a PC game is tens of millions, and sometimes even hundreds of millions. The gaming industry in South Korea is well developed, and the cost is even higher than in China. Chen Feng thought about it and said, "Show me the game plan." Just as Park Xiangming said, all the employees of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind Game Company have rich experience in game design, and it is indeed a waste to let them sit idle.
If their game design is good, it's not a bad idea to invest some money. Seeing that Chen Feng did not directly refuse, Pu Xiangming was overjoyed.
When Chen Feng acquired the company, he gave him 5% of incentive shares. If the company designs a successful game, its market value will inevitably increase, and his wealth will also increase accordingly. It's not like now, the shares of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind Game Company are like chicken ribs, and they can only receive a pitiful amount of dividends every year. Decisively, Park Xiangming took out 2 game design plans. These 2 game design plans were carefully designed by him and the company's chief game designer, and they are very confident that they can impress the boss. Chen Feng took the game plan, pretended to read it carefully, and then used the identification camera to confirm it. Unfortunately, both of these game design proposals are mediocre and mediocre.
It doesn't mean that you will definitely lose money.
In fact, both game design plans have the possibility of making a profit, but the money earned is not much, and the return is not very generous.
Investment also requires a rate of return.
The rates of return of these 2 game design plans cannot satisfy Chen Feng, and there is also a certain risk of loss.
Then why invest in it?
Chen Feng decisively threw the document onto the desk.
"What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Are you not satisfied with these 2 game design proposals?" Park Xiangming's expression changed. "These are the result of serious discussions between me and the employees in the company.
Both the subject matter and the design are very novel. I believe there is a great possibility of profitability. The cost is too high, the risk is too great, and there is also the example of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind."
Chen Feng refused without hesitation. Park Xiangming was speechless immediately.
Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind was created with countless efforts from the entire company, but it suffered a critical hit right after it was launched. The boss even sold the company because of this, and even now, the cost has not been recovered. When Chen Feng mentioned this example, he instantly felt that he was not worthy of speaking. Seeing Park Xiangming's shocked expression, Chen Feng felt that he might have spoken too harshly.
In fact, you can consider it and try to develop into mobile games. Mobile games.
Park Xiangming hesitated, but our company has always designed PC games, and has never designed mobile games. Chen Feng smiled and said, there is actually not much difference between mobile games and PC games, and mobile games are actually much easier to design than PC games.
It will definitely not be a problem for you.
The most important thing is that the market for PC games is gradually shrinking, but the market for mobile games is constantly expanding. Compared with PC games, mobile games actually have more potential, and the company's development of mobile games can be regarded as following the trend of the times.
Park Xiangming showed a thoughtful expression.
In fact, there is another most important reason that Chen Feng did not mention.
That is, the cost of mobile games is much lower than that of PC games.
The cost of a major PC game is at least tens of millions, hundreds of millions, and there are even PC games that exceed 1 billion.
In comparison, mobile games are much more friendly.
It only costs a few million to make a mobile game, and the highest cost is just over 10 million.
Moreover, the development time of mobile games is much shorter than that of PC games.
Whether it is financial cost or time cost, mobile games are more friendly than PC games.
Everyone knows what to choose. Although Park Xiangming did not think of this, as a game designer, he was still very concerned about the game market.
At present, more and more people own smartphones, and it is almost reaching the point where everyone has one. In contrast, few people own computers, and most people play games in internet cafes. If you think about it this way, developing mobile games is indeed very promising. Thinking of this, Park Xiangming nodded repeatedly. This Chinese boss has a good vision. I heard that the game Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind is very popular in China and has even started to take over the market share of Blade Soul.
This seems to illustrate the boss's ability. Chapter 117 Encounter with Lin Xiaoyun. Developing mobile games? Pu Xiangming, go back and think about it carefully. If you plan to develop a mobile game, I can make the decision. You don't have to hand over the company's profits.
You can use them all to develop new mobile games. Chen Feng said generously. Of course, the game Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind doesn't make much money, so even if it loses money, he doesn't really feel bad.
Pu Xiangming was delighted.
With Chen Feng's nod, he would have more funds under his control. Although the money was not his, he could decide how to use it. But before developing the game design plan must be sent to me in advance.
You can only develop it after getting my approval. No problem. Park Xiangming nodded decisively.
He is the boss, so we have to give him some face.
Chen Feng nodded.
He had already visited Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind and it was about time for him to go back. Pu Xiangming very politely sent Chen Feng to the door of the company. If Chen Feng hadn't stopped him, he might have even opened the car door for Chen Feng. I have to say that the feudal atmosphere in South Korea is still quite strong, and the hierarchy is not much different from that in Japan. Even now, people in South Korea still often express their feelings by kneeling.
However, Chen Feng still respects Park Xiangming.
After all, he manages the South Korean branch very well, so he should not be too humble. After getting in the car, Chen Feng took N Jishui to the mall. He was going to buy gifts for Xiao Shanshan and the others. However, the person who bought the gift was not Chen Feng, but N Jishui. Moreover, after buying it, he did not carry it with him, but mailed it to China and gave it away after returning.
Ah!
Just as Chen Feng was sitting in the car, waiting for N Jishui to buy the gift and send it over, a scream suddenly came from a distance, and a group of people chased after a woman. The woman, wearing a mask and sunglasses, looked around and had no choice but to get into Chen Feng's car.
Appa, I'm Lin Xiaoyun from Girls' Generation.
I'm surrounded by fans.
Can you drive me out?
The masked girl decisively took off her mask and sunglasses, revealing a pure girl with bright eyes and white teeth. Chen Feng's mind moved, and he stepped on the accelerator decisively. Faced with such a young and beautiful girl, there is no doubt that you must be willing to help her.
Xiaoyun, please sign an autograph for me. Xiaoyun, look at me. Xiaoyun, I'm your fan.
When these fans saw Lin Xiaoyun being picked up by a car, they all became anxious, but 2 legs could not outrun 4 legs, and facing the car, they could only smell the exhaust fumes. Seeing the crazy fans gradually being left behind, Lin Xiaoyun finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would definitely be punished by the company when I go back. Chen Feng asked with a smile, then how do you want to thank me?
Lin Xiaoyun was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Chen Feng to be so direct. In fact, she was just being polite. Generally speaking, the person being thanked shouldn't say it's okay at this time. After hesitating for a while, Lin Xiaoyun said, how about I buy you some coffee? Chen Feng shook his head, I don't like coffee, and I don't need this cup of coffee. Lin Xiaoyun pouted her rosy lips in dissatisfaction, so what do you want? Chen Feng thought about it for a while, then shook his head and said, forget it.
I can't think of anything you can thank me for. Let's talk about it next time.
After hearing what Chen Feng said, Lin Xiaoyun was extremely unconvinced and said, I am a big star, and you actually said that I have nothing to thank you for.
So what if you're a celebrity?
You're just a valuable product carefully crafted by an entertainment company. You may look glamorous, but in reality you have no freedom at all.
You just do whatever the company wants you to do.
Lin Xiaoyun opened his mouth and wanted to refute unconvinced, but after thinking about it, he found that what Chen Feng said was true. Although she looks very glamorous in front of others, in fact, she is just a puppet of the company. She has to hand over most of her income every time she runs around for announcements, and her income is not as much as others imagine. This is because she has become famous and the cost of running announcements has increased. If it were those less popular girl groups, they would earn less in a month than an ordinary white-collar worker.
Chen Feng smiled.
Among China, Japan and South Korea, Chinese stars have the highest income, followed by Japanese stars, and South Korean stars have the lowest income. The income of South Korea's first-tier stars may be similar to that of China's second-tier stars, although their quality is slightly higher. The main reason for this is that China's market is the largest among the three countries, while South Korea's market is the smallest.
Ding ling ling. Just at this moment, Lin Xiaoyun's cell phone rang and she quickly picked it up. Tion, I'm at the mall. What? My agent knows. I understand. I'll be back right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoyun looked very panicked. Appa, can you take me back to the company? I will definitely thank you later. Chen Feng nodded, okay.
It's just a small favor anyway, so it doesn't matter if I send her back to the company.
Lin Xiaoyun's agency is SM Entertainment, commonly known as SM Entertainment, which is one of the three major entertainment companies in South Korea and is very famous.
When they were near the company, Lin Xiaoyun suddenly said, no, Appa, you can't take me back to the company directly, otherwise I'll be finished if the paparazzi take pictures of me. Take me to the underground garage, it's more hidden there. Following Lin Xiaoyun's instructions, Chen Feng drove the car to the underground garage, and then found that there were two girls waiting for her there. One is young and beautiful, about the same age as Lin Xiaoyun, and also a member of Girls' Generation. The other is in her 40s and is sarcastic. Lin Xiaoyun showed a look of despair, it's over, my agent found out, she will definitely punish me. Chen Feng curled his lips. Among the three countries of China, Neon and South Korea, not only do South Korean artists have the lowest income, but their status is also the lowest.
Agents are almost like their gods and can easily decide their fate.
After the car stopped, Lin Xiaoyun obediently opened the door and walked out, with a look of anxiety on her pretty face.
Sister Nana, you're here? Sister Nana's face darkened. Why, you don't welcome me?
Kim Tion next to her immediately showed a helpless expression. Even though she is the captain of Girls' Generation, her status is not much higher than that of other members in front of the agents sent by the company. Lin Xiaoyun showed a helpless smile, of course not, I just didn't expect that, Sister Nana, you were so busy at work and still come to pick me up.
Humph.
Sister Nana sneered, if you hadn't sneaked out and been discovered by others and made the news, I wouldn't have come here.
I'm sorry, Sister Nana, I was wrong.
Lin Xiaoyun apologized decisively.
Chapter 118 The Agent is Fierce.
Sister Nana's expression looked better, and she pulled Lin Xiaoyun over and asked in a low voice, who is the man in the car?
Is he your boyfriend? Do you want to die? Don't you know that the company rules prohibit dating? No.
Lin Xiaoyun shook her head decisively, Sister Nana, you misunderstood.
This is a kind person I met on the road.
If he hadn't sent me back, I would have been entangled by fans and couldn't get away. Sister Nana curled her lips, a kind-hearted person may not always have good intentions. Xiaoyun, you are still young and don't know how dangerous the world is.
Let me deal with him.
After saying that, Sister Nana took 2 steps forward and knocked on the car window.
Sir, I'm Girls' Generation's manager. Thank you for sending Xiaoyun back.
If it weren't for you, things would have become very troublesome today.
It's nothing, just a little help.
But sir, you should know that Xiaoyun is the most famous and popular female star now. If what happened today gets out, it will have a bad impact on her.
Please don't tell anyone. Don't worry, I won't go out and tell anyone.
I can't trust you just with your words.
Can you sign a confidentiality agreement? Hearing this, Chen Feng's face darkened. Are you kidding me? Why should I sign a confidentiality agreement? Sister Nana said calmly, this is for the reputation of our Xiaoyun. Chen Feng was so angry that he laughed. What does Lin Xiaoyun's reputation have to do with me? Who the hell are you? What qualifications do you have to talk about reputation in front of me?
I'm telling you, I don't even care about your company's boss Li Su-man, let alone your rubbish agent. When Sister Nana heard this, she was really frightened by Chen Feng. In fact, her original intention was to scold Chen Feng away deliberately so that she wouldn't have to worry about Chen Feng and Lin Xiaoyun having any contact. For a manager, a girl group as popular as Girls' Generation is hard to come by, so she has to do everything she can to nip all unstable factors in the bud, even if it means being the bad guy. But now, hearing Chen Feng's arrogant tone, she began to feel a little nervous.
The entertainment industry in South Korea is much darker than that in China.
She is just an agent, and a company boss like Li Su-man is a scumbag. If she really offends a big shot, she will definitely not be able to survive in the company in the future.
Thinking of the terrible consequences, Sister Nana's expression suddenly became flattering. Who are you? Ha ha.
Lin Feng suddenly laughed. He originally thought that this agent was really so dedicated, but he didn't expect him to be a guy who would judge people by their appearance. In an instant, Lin Feng lost interest in this guy and waved his hands impatiently.
Who I am has nothing to do with you.
Yes, I was rude.
Sister Nana smiled helplessly.
At this moment, she suddenly noticed the license plate of the vehicle, and her expression changed.
No, you rented this car.
The company rented this car before. I remember the license plate very clearly.
So what?
Sister Nana's face changed. You are a guy who rents cars, and you dare to cheat me.
Chen Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This woman is a little too stupid. So what if the car is rented? What does it mean if the car is rented? As a Chinese, why would he buy a car instead of renting one when he comes to South Korea?
Where would he put the car if he bought it? You bastard, you actually dared to lie to me. You shameless guy, you actually wanted to cheat people by renting a car.
You are shameless. Sister Nana started cursing angrily. It's unreasonable.
Chen Feng curled his lips in disdain and drove away.
I was right. You don't dare to stay.
Sister Nana curled her lips, turned around and warned Lin Xiaoyun and Jin Taiyan. You see, this guy is a liar, Xiaoyun. Luckily I found out early, otherwise you would have been deceived by him.
Lin Xiaoyun blinked, but I don't think he looks like that. That's because you are still young.
You have been staying in the company all this time and have never experienced the society.
Let me tell you, there are a lot of bad people in the society now.
Many of them pretend to be rich and cheat those young girls who are not experienced in the world.
You must not be fooled by them.
Lin Xiaoyun did not refute Sister Nana's talkative remarks, but he had a different opinion in his heart. Generally speaking, if someone pretends to be rich and is exposed, no matter how good their acting skills are, they will inevitably
a little panicked. But just now, she didn't see any panic expression on Chen Feng's face.
At that time, Chen Feng's face only showed arrogance that showed he didn't want to explain. This behavior is somewhat inconsistent with that of a liar. Unfortunately, due to her low status, she did not dare to refute her agent. Instead, she could only nod her head repeatedly to show that she had remembered what her agent said. On the other side, Chen Feng drove back to the hotel. As for what happened just now, he didn't take it to heart at all. Generally speaking, only poor people will get angry when others call them poor, because they are really poor, while rich people will not get angry when others call them poor, because they know they are not poor.
Moreover, it won't be long before he will find a way to make that agent unlucky. As for now, just let her stay active for a few more days.
When he returned to the room, just as Chen Feng expected, and Jishui was waiting for him inside.
This robot is extremely intelligent. Even without Chen Feng's command, it knows what it should do.
Seeing Chen Feng coming back, and Jishui quickly reported, Master, Li Yuangui just arrived and is waiting for you on the balcony.
So fast. Only half a day has passed. Chen Feng couldn't help but mutter. It seems that Li Yuanqiu is very eager to get rid of his brother.
Chen Feng walked to the balcony and found Li Yuangui sitting there tasting red wine, with an unconcealable anxiety on his face. Chen Feng laughed inwardly. "Chairman Li, you came so quickly."
Li Yuangui smiled awkwardly and took out an exquisite little box.
"Mr. Chen, this is filled with my brother's hair, and it was just plucked out not long ago." Chen Feng took the box, opened it, and sure enough, found a 5-centimeter long black hair inside. Chen Feng pinched his hair and began to use the cursed doll to absorb the aura of Li Minxiang stored in his hair.
The next second, the hair disappeared mysteriously. This strange scene made Li Yuangui's pupils shrink.
"Well, I have cursed the owner of the hair, and now he has become a madman."
Li Yuangui blinked his eyes. "So fast, so simple, don't you need to cast a spell or do anything else?" Chen Feng smiled and said, "Of course not. Just one hair is enough for me to kill a person." Li Yuangui nodded as if he understood and took out his cell phone. "Wait, what do you want to do?"
"Mr. Li, of course I'm going to call and ask about my brother's condition."
Chapter 119. You are in charge of the company. Chen Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Li Yuangui, are you crazy?
Your brother just got into trouble and you called to ask about the situation.
Are you afraid that others won't guess that this matter has something to do with you?"
Li Yuangui suddenly realized, "I understand, Mr. Chen, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost made a big mistake."
After saying that, Li Yuangui took the phone back. Chen Feng nodded. "That's right. You don't have to do anything now. Just wait patiently for news.
It won't be long before someone comes to inform you that your brother has turned into a lunatic.
By that time, you will be the chairman of Hyundai Group." Li Yuangui nodded repeatedly. "I understand. I will keep calm and not let others suspect me."
Although he said this, Li Yuanqiu still seemed very anxious. After all, Li Minsang is his biological brother, and this is about the control of Hyundai, a trillion-dollar group. The waiting time seemed particularly long. Li Yuangui did not have the patience to sit on the chair, but chose to stand up and walk around on the balcony. From time to time, he would take out his cell phone to see if anyone had called him. It was not until more than half an hour later that Li Yuangui's cell phone rang. He stood there and answered the phone tremblingly. He had already recognized that the owner of this phone number was one of his father's confidants.
"Hello, Uncle Li.
What, something happened to my brother?"
Okay, I understand. I'll be right there."
Li Yuangui hung up the phone in a hurry and said to Chen Feng, who was standing next to him with a smile on his face, "Really, something really happened to my brother. I'm going to the hospital to see him now."
"Remember, don't reveal anything when you go there."
"It doesn't matter if you die, but don't implicate me."
Li Yuangui nodded hurriedly and left the room in a hurry.
Seeing his anxious look, Chen Feng doubted whether he had taken his words to heart.
10 minutes later, Li Yuangui rushed to the hospital.
There, he saw his father sitting in a wheelchair with a heavy expression on his face. As for his brother, he put on a straitjacket and lay on the hospital bed. Seeing Li Yuangui coming back, Li He smiled helplessly. "Wangyu, your brother has suddenly gone crazy, so you should take his place and learn how to run the company."
A few days later, Chen Feng met Li Yuangui again. However, this time, Li Yuangui's performance was completely different from last time. He was full of energy and satisfaction.
Because he has become the chairman of Hyundai Group and has begun to control this one of the largest conglomerates in the world. Li Yuanqiu, congratulations on becoming the chairman of Hyundai Group.
No, I'm just the acting chairman.
The position of chairman still belongs to my father.
What difference does it make? You are your father's only heir now.
After he dies, you will naturally be the real chairman. Li Yuangui smiled and waved his hands. "This is not ancient times, and my father's words may not count. Hyundai Group has many major shareholders, and my father's shares do not occupy an advantage. It's not a big problem, because many of those shareholders are from your Li family, and those foreign shareholders don't have the ability to interfere in the company's operations."
Li Yuangui smiled complacently and did not make any excuses. Because he knew that what Chen Feng said was true.
The management rights and equity of a large company are sometimes not equal. After all, Hyundai Group was founded by the Li family, and their people are everywhere in the company.
Even if they do not hold an absolute majority of shares, they can still firmly control the company. Chairman Li, I have done what I promised you. Now isn't it time for you to fulfill what you promised me?
Chen Feng said with a smile.
Li Yuangui's expression changed. What's the matter?
Of course, it's what we discussed before. Li Yuangue showed a helpless look, but I am only the acting chairman of Hyundai Group now, and the shares are still in my father's hands. I am not qualified to transfer them to you. Don't worry, I'm not that impatient. Chen Feng smiled and said, I just want you to transfer the entertainment-related part of the Hyundai Group to me. The entertainment industry is insignificant to the Hyundai Group. You can't be unable to do even this, right? Li Yuangue frowned, I'm afraid this really won't work. Although I became the chairman, the problem is that I can't completely control the company. Many things need to be agreed upon by the board of directors. Chen Feng's face immediately darkened. This won't work, that won't work either. Then tell me, what will work? Don't forget, I helped you get to the position of chairman. If you keep dragging your feet, I will turn you into a lunatic and then turn your brother back to normal. Li Yuangue was suddenly startled and a feeling of fear surged in his heart. He saw with his own eyes the foolish look of his brother Li Minsang. If he becomes like that, Li Yuangue couldn't help but tremble. As the saying goes, I could have endured the darkness as long as I had never seen the light. If he had not become the chairman of Hyundai Group, Li Yuangue would not be so scared. But now that he has finally become the chairman of Hyundai Group, Chen Feng threatened him to become a madman. He is really scared. He doesn't want to lose this hard-earned position. He finally became the chairman of Hyundai Group and a powerful figure in South Korea. How could he be willing to sink into such decline? I understand, Mr. Chen. I will try to do as you say. That's about right. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Actually, I'm not forcing you. I've done some research and found that the entertainment industry of Modern Group accounts for a negligible proportion of the company's business. It even suffered losses last year. Why don't you just act like a new official and say you want to streamline the group's business, and then sell it to me at a low price? Li Yuangue's face looked a little better. There are many tricks in running a company, such as deliberately selling assets at a low price, or deliberately making profits very small through various means so as not to distribute money to shareholders, etc. The entertainment industry is making losses, and then they tamper with the reports a little and deliberately sell at low prices. There is really no one who can stop it. With his father's support behind him, this resolution will definitely pass. Oh, and there are also some shares of SM Group. In addition to those held by Hyundai Group, there is also a portion that you hold privately. You also need to sell them to me. Li Yuangue looked embarrassed, but still nodded. SM Group, also known as the SM Group, is one of the 3 largest entertainment companies in South Korea and can be considered the leading enterprise in the South Korean market. Such an enterprise is a genuine high-quality asset, and it really makes people feel uncomfortable to sell it like this. Chapter 120. Can I sell it cheap? It's a pity that when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. No matter how reluctant he is, he dare not do it. Looking at Li Yuangue's embarrassed expression, Chen Feng frowned slightly. Something is wrong. Li Yuangue is obviously not convinced. Even if you have a cursed doll, you may not be able to make it obey. After all, he has now become a powerful figure who dominates South Korea, and he will certainly not be willing to be inferior to others for a long time. Although he had something on him, in a sense, this was mutual, and Li Yuangue actually had something on him. Thinking of this, Chen Feng's heart suddenly sank. After returning to the hotel, Chen Feng immediately gave instructions to Shui. Shui, from now on, you must keep an eye on Li Yuangue at all times. If he behaves abnormally, tell me. And Shui nodded. Only then did Chen Feng feel relieved. With Shui, a tireless robot that can monitor continuously for 24 hours, Li Yuangue will definitely not escape his clutches. In the next few days, Li Yuangue decided to sell the entertainment industry as Chen Feng said, using the excuse that the entertainment industry was losing money. Since the entertainment industry has little to do with Hyundai Group's main industry, and he has the support of Li, this resolution was easily pushed forward. What happened next went smoothly. With Li Yuangue as an insider, Chen Feng bought the entertainment sector of Hyundai Group at a significantly low price, which included artist management, record production, film and television production, and a series of other mature industries. The total price reached $200 million. $200 million, this is basically a bargain. Without Li Yuangue's help, the price would definitely be more than this. What is funny is that after the deal was reached, Hyundai Group's stock price actually rose a lot. Many speculators even praised Li Yuangue for his decisiveness, as he used a loss-making business to exchange for a large amount of cash, which increased the cash flow of Hyundai Group. There were some shareholders who originally had objections to the transaction, but after seeing the stock price rise, they had nothing to say.
Instead, this gave Lee Won-kyu the opportunity to increase his reputation.
Ding, sign in for the 14th time, reward 10 rejuvenation pills.
Rejuvenation pill. Effect, it can restore youth.
One pill can make a person 5 years younger. Note, restoring youth does not mean restoring lifespan, nor can it turn a person into a child. The rejuvenation pills are green in color, like crystal clear crystals, making people unable to resist swallowing them in one gulp. Originally, Chen Feng was very happy to see the effect of the rejuvenation pills, thinking that this thing could make people rejuvenate, but he didn't expect that it only made people look younger. In this case, this thing is basically like chicken ribs and is of little use to him. He drank a physical potion and injected a genetic drug, which made his physique different from that of ordinary people. His lifespan was much longer than that of ordinary people, and he did not look old. This thing is basically useless to him. However, for those women who pursue eternal youth, this rejuvenation pill can definitely drive them crazy. For women, nothing is more terrifying than watching themselves grow old. If they knew that Chen Feng had a treasure that could restore their youth, they would definitely be willing to pay any price to pursue it.
Of course, Chen Feng is not a fool. He will definitely only use this kind of thing on the person he trusts the most, and he will ask her to keep the secret and never tell it to anyone to avoid attracting other people's attention. Thinking in this way, the target becomes very small. There are actually not many people that Chen Feng can absolutely trust, and they must be people around him. Boss, we've arrived.
And Jishui suddenly spoke, waking Chen Feng from his thoughts.
Chen Feng looked up and smiled. This is the headquarters of SM Entertainment, one of the centers of South Korea's entertainment industry.
Among the assets that Li Yuangue sold to Chen Feng, the shares of Smart were the most valuable. Hyundai Group holds 20% of the shares of Sammamish Group, and Lee Won-kyu transferred Lee Hyuk's 20% personal shares and about 10% of the shares held by other members of the Lee family to Shafining, and finally added a portion of shares acquired from the stock market. Currently, he already holds 55% of the shares of the Shama Group, achieving absolute control. Lee Soo-man, the founder of SHIP Group, soon got the news and decided to invite Chen Feng to come over for a talk. To be honest, when Lee Soo-man learned that Chen Feng suddenly controlled so many shares, he was completely stunned. In fact, he has a certain relationship with Lee Hyuk. If it weren't for the support of Lee Hyuk and the Hyundai Group behind him, Lee Soo-man would not have reached this point today. Conglomerates in South Korea are not only reflected in their huge scale, but also in their control over all aspects of the national economy. In South Korea, the most terrifying company is the Samsung Group.
A South Korean cannot be separated from Samsung products from birth to death.
Although the Hyundai Group is not as terrifying as Samsung, it is about the same level. Most of the entertainment companies in South Korea are backed by conglomerates, and Lee Soo-man is no exception. He never thought that Chen Feng, a foreigner, could inexplicably control all the shares of the Sham Group.
This is really too sudden. And he didn't get an answer when he called Lee Won-kyu.
This is trouble. After learning that Chen Feng came directly to the company, Lee Soo-man was very enthusiastic and came up to greet him decisively.
Hello. Lee Soo-man shook hands with Chen Feng enthusiastically.
Hello, Mr. Lee. Chen Feng's expression was also very kind. Mr. Lee, actually I came here this time to see the company's financial report and some information about the company. These things should be kept in the archives room.
Of course.
Lee Soo-man nodded repeatedly on the surface, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. He came here to look at the company's financial report right away, which clearly shows that he has bad intentions.
However, this is also Chen Feng's legitimate right as a major shareholder, and Lee Soo-man has no reason to refuse.
Soon, Lee Soo-man had someone bring a thick stack of information to the office.
Shui, go over and take a look. Chen Feng nodded to Shui.
It would probably take him several days to read so much information, and it would be easy for Lee Soo-man to tamper with it. But there would be absolutely no problem if we leave it to Shui, as she alone is as capable as a team of dozens of people.
Lee Soo-man was a little confused.
In fact, he deliberately asked someone to bring so much information here in order to delay time and come up with a way to deal with Chen Feng.
Do you really think that if you get 50% of a company's shares, you can completely control the company? Dream. There are so many tricks involved.
If you are not a professional, you may not be able to find the problem even if you are played to death by others, and it is useless to have money.
Chapter 121 Trainee System. But why did Chen Feng let a woman look at the information? There was so much information. Unless you had a scan, otherwise. Oh shit. Li Xiaoman was stunned by the speed at which Njishui read the information. That's not just reading, it's just flipping through. Is that quantum speed reading? This can't be true. Shui, how is it? A few minutes later, Chen Feng asked Njishui. Mr. Chen, there seems to be something wrong with the information regarding the cost of the record channel last quarter. Njishui pulled out a document, pointed at a few numbers on it and began to ask questions. Sweat broke out on Li Suman's forehead. Is this guy still a human? He can find the problem in such a short time. Are you an alien? Mr. Li, can you answer this question? Chen Feng looked at Li Suman. Ha, it's normal for such a big company to have some minor problems. Mr. Chen, I will notify the finance department to pay attention. Li Suman suddenly calmed down. That's good. Chen Feng nodded. Mr. Li, are you interested in accompanying me to inspect the company? Of course, no problem. Li Suman nodded decisively. The two of them walked around the company. Smart was able to become one of the 3 major entertainment companies in South Korea, and its strength should not be underestimated. What left a deep impression on Chen Feng was Smart's trainee system. Within the company alone, there are hundreds of trainees receiving training at the same time. Most of these trainees are from South Korea, but there are also some foreigners, including Chinese, Japanese, and even North American. It is precisely relying on this constant influx of new blood that SM Entertainment has been able to continuously introduce outstanding newcomers and become a giant in the entertainment industry. These newcomers were obviously a little surprised to see Chen Feng, a stranger, but after seeing Li Suman, they immediately stood up and bowed, appearing extremely polite. At times like these, South Korea's hierarchy is often felt most vividly. Looking at those young and beautiful children, or those who are sunny and handsome, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel touched. No wonder the entertainment industry in South Korea is so developed. The clues can be seen from the trainee system alone. If there is a chance, he will also move this system to China. Ha! Why are you here? Just when Chen Feng was observing the Smart company, he suddenly met an annoying person. This guy is Girls' Generation S manager Nana. When she saw Chen Feng appear inside Smart, she was extremely shocked and looked alert. How did you get in? What do you want to do? Get out of here right now. Believe it or not, I'm calling security right now. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, then turned to look for Li Suman. It turned out that this guy had disappeared at some point, and now only Njishui was following her. Damn, old fox. Chen Feng snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction with Li Suman. He actually slipped away halfway through. Does this guy really take him, the major shareholder, seriously? When Sister Nana saw that Chen Feng didn't answer, she became even angrier. Asshole, you dare to ignore me, do you really think no one can cure you? Shui, tell her to shut up. Chen Feng waved his hand impatiently. He was in no mood to waste time talking to this brainless agent. And Jigwa stepped forward decisively and stopped Sister Nana. You? Sister Nana looked at the beautiful and generous Njishui, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Such a stunning beauty is actually willing to listen to this guy. So this guy's identity. Besides luxury cars and watches, the thing that best demonstrates a man's status is beautiful women. Just when Sister Nana was confused and uncertain, Li Suman came over. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I was busy just now and couldn't take care of you. This is a small matter, but Mr. Li, I think it's time for you to strengthen the management of the company's personnel. For example, this Girls' Generation manager, as far as I know, he is very rude to his artists, and his attitude towards the members' fans is also very rude. Chen Feng said calmly. Sister Nana was stunned. As an artist of the company, how could she not recognize the company's chairman Li Suman? Now that Li Suman is so polite to this guy, doesn't that mean this guy is really a big shot? Thinking of her previous rudeness to Chen Feng, Sister Nana's expression suddenly turned pale. Even though she acted arrogantly in front of the girl group members of Girls' Generation, she was just a middle-level manager in the company. Li Suman could kick her out with just one word. Li Suman suddenly smiled and said, from what I know, Nana is still very dedicated to her job. As for whether she has behaved rudely towards her artists, this still needs to be investigated. By the way, Mr. Chen, I suddenly remembered that there is a document I didn't show you just now. Can you come with me to the office? Okay. Chen Feng nodded. The two of them turned and walked towards the office, leaving behind the anxious sister Nana. She still hasn't figured out what just happened. After arriving at the office, Chen Feng asked directly, "Mr. Li, is there any information you haven't shown me yet?" "This is it." Li Xiaoman took out a piece of paper. "I just had someone print it out. It's about the company's stock price." Chen Feng took a quick look and handed it to Li Suman. "What's wrong with the stock price?" "It's like this, Mr. Chen. The outside world has now known about the major changes in the company's equity. Currently, many people are not optimistic about this equity change. The company's stock price has also fallen below 300 billion won, which is about 30% lower than last year." "What's the meaning?" "Mr. Chen, you now own almost 50% of the company's shares. I believe you don't want the price of your shares to keep falling. So, I have a good idea to stop the company's stock price from falling. That is, you give me a letter of agreement, promising not to interfere with the company's operations. In this way, shareholders can put their minds at ease and no longer have to worry about the impact of equity changes on the company's operations." "Ha ha." Chen Feng laughed. "What if I want to interfere with the company's operations?" Li Suman's expression instantly darkened. "Really?" As soon as Chen Feng came over, he acted like he was looking for trouble, wanting to interfere in the company's operations. To be honest, at this moment, Li Suman was very angry. He founded the company and worked hard to grow it from a small company into a company with a market value of more than 300 billion won. As a result, Chen Feng, an outsider, came and wanted to interfere with the company's management rights. How could he not be angry? If it weren't for the fact that Chen Feng held more than 50% of the shares, Li Xiaoman would have wanted to kill Chen Feng. "Mr. Chen, you may not know that a large company like SM cannot be held by foreigners." Chapter 122. I want the right to operate the company. "Don't worry about that. I have found helpers. People from South Korea will help me control this company." Li Suman's face darkened and his heart slowly sank. He took a deep breath and tried to persuade. "Mr. Chen, why do you have to interfere in the management of the company? Don't you have confidence in my ability? You know, I founded this company and promoted the company's employees. If you are worried that I will mess up, please rest assured that I care about the company's development more than you do. If that doesn't work, you can also send financial and auditing personnel to the company. As long as you don't interfere with the company's operations, I can guarantee that your dividends will not be less every year, and the company's stock price will continue to rise." Chen Feng smiled. As expected of the founder of Smart, this is a beautiful statement. If it were someone else, they might really be moved. Because their purpose is nothing more than to make money. As long as Li Suman can guarantee the stock price and dividends, it is not a bad idea to hand over the company's management rights. But unfortunately, Chen Feng is not just doing it for the money. His goal is to build a global entertainment empire, of which South Korea is an indispensable part. He urgently needed the talents and advanced experience of Smart to transform Huaxia Company. However, Li Suman would definitely not agree to this condition. So the two of them had nothing to talk about. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I have decided that I must intervene in the management of the company. I remember that you still have 21% of the shares. I can buy them at a high price." Li Xiaoman's pupils shrank and he became furious. "Believe it or not, I can take away a group of key employees right now, start a new business, and establish a new company to compete with you. If you want to do this, go ahead. Anyway, I'm going to take over Smart. This company is destined to belong to me." Chen Feng shrugged, not caring about Li Suman's threat at all. In the hotel room, and Jishui was working on a computer. "Master, the share price of Stupid Hat Company has dropped to 200 billion won. "Okay, got it. Keep watching." Chen Feng shrugged to show that he was calm. It had been several days since the last meeting with Li Suman, and the news of their disagreement had spread, dealing a heavy blow to SM Entertainment's stock price. There is a conflict between the company's controller and the company's major shareholder, which is a major negative for shareholders. Basically, few people are optimistic about the company's development. Especially after Chen Feng deliberately released some news, the stock price of Smart Company fell like crazy, like mercury leaking on the ground. In response to this series of unfavorable news, institutions holding shares of Smart could no longer sit still. After Chen Feng approached them through Li Yuangue, they all agreed to sell their shares, and Chen Feng also gave them a good price.
After a series of operations, Chen Feng currently holds 75% of the shares of Smart Incorporated, so there is no problem in controlling the company. However, Chen Feng certainly cannot control the company on his own, even if he has achieved absolute control. It is unbearable for people from any country to believe that such a famous entertainment company is owned by a foreigner. So, he needed a puppet that could obey his orders. Just then, there was a knock on the door.
Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chen Feng smiled. Li Jinjian walked in.
She also had another name, Secretary Li.
Hello, Mr. Chen. Li Jinjian seemed a little nervous. Because she is no longer an employee of Hyundai Group.
Just yesterday, Li Wenqiu fired her. As for the former boss Li Hyuk, he is now lying in bed and has no mood to pay attention to a small figure like her.
You should know my identity. Chen Feng asked In Jishui to move a chair, and then asked Li Jinjian to sit down.
Yes, you are Chinese, the president of Changfeng Culture, and the largest shareholder of Shamao Company.
Li Jinjian answered in a proper manner. It is actually not easy for someone to be noticed by Li He and become Li Yuangui's secretary.
She is actually a genuine workplace elite, and she vaguely knows that Chen Feng and Li Yuangui have insider trading. But she was not very clear about the specific situation. It was precisely because Li Jinjian participated in these events that Chen Feng chose her. She is capable, knows some inside information, and most importantly, she is beautiful.
Who else should I choose if not her? Please drink some water.
And Jishui poured a glass of water for Li Jinjian. Li Jinjian took it politely, her eyes flickered, but she did not choose to drink it, but put it aside. She didn't dare to drink anything handed to her by a stranger, especially since she had been with Li Wenqiu for quite a while and often saw him using drugs to deal with disobedient women. She didn't want to follow in his footsteps.
Chen Feng smiled and admired Li Jinjian even more. Since you know who I am, it's easy.
To tell you the truth, I already own most of the shares of Smart. I will convene a board meeting soon to re-select the chairman and president.
I hope it's you.
Li Jinjian was stunned and her heart started beating rapidly. SHIP is one of the largest entertainment companies in South Korea, with a market value of over 200 billion won. For a professional woman like her, being able to run such a large company is an irresistible temptation. The reason why she joined Hyundai Company and was even willing to do the dirty work for Li Hyuk and Li Wenqiu was just to live a better life and have a higher status. Now that the temptation was before her, Li Jinjian felt that she had no way to refuse.
Why, choose me? Li Jinjian asked with great difficulty. On the one hand, I am sure you have the ability. On the other hand, you know something about me. Of course, there is another reason. I don't know many people in South Korea, so I can only choose you. Chen Feng shrugged. I need to think about it.
Li Jinjian used up all her strength and decided not to agree directly.
Of course, no problem. This is just an interview. You have the ability to refuse.
Chen Feng smiled, but I must remind you that if you refuse, there will be no such good thing in the future.
I understand.
I will consider it carefully.
Li Jinjian nodded. Soon, Li Jinjian left.
Chen Feng turned to look at Jishui, call Li Huijin and tell her you are here.
Yes, master.
And Jishui immediately took out his cell phone and prepared to call Li Huijin.
Li Huijin is the youngest daughter of Samsung's Li Kuan-hee.
Chen Feng and Jishui met her by chance during their last trip to South Korea. As a result, this girl was immediately fascinated by Jishui and became his fangirl.
Chapter 123, The Unprecedented Opening.
The reason why he called her was because Chen Feng would need her in his later plan. After learning that Jishui came to South Korea, Li Huijin cheered, dropped what she was doing without saying a word, and came to the hotel entrance. Knock, knock, knock. Jishui went to open the door, and the person who came was indeed Li Huijin.
Sister Shui.
Li Huijin cheered, stretched out her arms towards Jishui, and hugged him decisively. Jishui also smiled and hugged her. After being saved by Jishui when she was on the verge of death last time, Li Huijin became Jishui's bootlicker and was extremely obsessed with Jishui.
Ahem.
Chen Feng coughed, interrupting the two guys who were doing indecent things in broad daylight.
You are here indeed. Li Huijin showed an unhappy expression when she saw Chen Feng was also in the room. When men and women live in the same room, you don't have to think about what will happen.
Although she had expected it, she still felt very uncomfortable. In her heart, she had long regarded Njishui as her goddess, and Chen Feng was just a disgusting licker who was pestering the goddess. Chen Feng curled his lips, and he had the urge to make Njishui reveal his robot nature.
By then, I really don't know what expression this little Samsung princess will have.
But after thinking about it, Chen Feng gave up the idea. Let us leave some beautiful fantasies for little sister Li Huizhen.
Ms. Li Huizhen, I have a job here. I wonder if you are interested.
Li Huizhen curled her lips and showed a disdainful expression, not interested.
Ahem.
Chen Feng coughed and said to Njishui, talk to him.
Okay, boss. Njishui nodded, and then smiled at Li Huizhen. Huizhen, can you do me a favor?
Of course. Li Huizhen nodded hurriedly. Sister, you can tell me anything, I will definitely help. Chen Feng next to him couldn't help but roll his eyes.
This is really a differential treatment.
The headquarters of Smart Inc. Chen Feng, who came here again, seemed very imposing and walked in directly with his people. When the employees in the company saw Chen Feng, they all showed complicated expressions, but they still bowed their heads and saluted. They already knew that Chen Feng had become the company's largest shareholder.
This kind of thing cannot be hidden from others.
When the equity transaction reaches a certain level, it must be announced to other shareholders. Not to mention, in order to gain control of the company, Chen Feng also made some small moves in private and met with some top leaders.
Li Su-man, what have you thought about what I told you last time? Don't fool me anymore. Today is the deadline. Chen Feng gave Li Su-man an ultimatum.
Li Xiaoman glared at Chen Feng first, then sighed helplessly. Okay, I agree to sell my shares to you. Chen Feng already controls most of the company's shares and can seize the company's management rights through normal procedures. Even if he still has 20% of the shares left, it will be too late to save the situation. Although he was very angry about losing control of the company he founded, rather than suffer a loss on both sides, it would be better to exchange his shares for a good price and make a comeback with the money.
Not bad. Chen Feng smiled, you made a wise decision.
Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory price.
Li Xiao nodded expressionlessly. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. He has nothing to say.
Soon, the two people signed the corresponding agreement and then convened all the employees of Smart and announced the official change of ownership of the company. Li Young-un will serve as the company's president.
This female career elite finally decided to pledge allegiance to Chen Feng.
There was no way out. She had nowhere else to go except Chen Feng. Moreover, Chen Feng would not allow Li Jinzhen, who knew some of her secrets, to escape from his control. Not only would he not allow it, even Li Wenqiu would not allow it.
Not to mention, the position of president of Smart Incorporated is very tempting to Li Young-un.
In order to gain trust, Li Jinzhen devoted herself to Chen Feng on the spot and was fucked several times, just like Nishino Ningzi. However, these private matters were of course unknown to outsiders. All they knew was that the female president, Li Jinzhen, was very majestic.
She had just taken office when she announced a shocking decision.
Invite Li Huizhen to serve as the company's honorary director.
By the way, Li Young-un also announced to others Li Haijin's identity, the youngest daughter of Samsung chairman Li Kuan-hee.
When Li Su-man, who was standing in the audience, knew Li Haijin's identity, his pupils suddenly shrank.
This bastard Chen Feng actually has a connection with Samsung Group? That's Samsung, the largest chaebol in South Korea. Even the Hyundai Group is far inferior to them.
In an instant, all the dark thoughts in Li Su-man's mind disappeared. He originally planned to poach the key personnel of Smart and give Chen Feng an escape route.
After learning Li Huizhen's true identity, he never dared to do these little tricks again. That is the Samsung Group.
Unless he doesn't want to live anymore, he would dare to touch that trouble. Moreover, he had many associations in his mind, and he seemed to understand why Chen Feng, a Chinese, was able to buy the Smart Group from the Hyundai Group.
Insider trading.
Looking at Li Su-man's changeable expression, Chen Feng laughed secretly in his heart. This move should have impressed Li Su-man and SM's employees. The deterrent power of Samsung Group in South Korea is very terrifying. Those senior executives who had ulterior motives suddenly became obedient. Some of Li Jingyan's personnel adjustments also went smoothly. In this way, Smart Incorporated easily fell into Chen Feng's control. Of course, on the surface, this company is controlled by Li Young-un, but in reality, Smart has become the South Korean branch of Chen Feng.
Next, Li Jinzhen will follow Chen Feng's instructions and accept a group of Chen Feng employees to learn and bring South Korea's advanced experience to China.
As for the copyrights of those popular TV series, Lee Won-kyu had already taken care of them. For Lee Won-kyu, who became the chairman of Hyundai, copyright is just a matter of talking. After finishing his work, Chen Feng naturally chose to leave South Korea. At the airport, Li Huijian's eyes were filled with tears and she was extremely reluctant to leave. Of course, the person she was reluctant to part with was definitely not Chen Feng, but her goddess in Jishui.
Sister Shui, can't you stay a few more days?
I'm sorry, Huijian, I still have a lot of things to do in China. And Jishui smiled slightly.
Okay.
Li Huijian nodded aggrievedly, but Sister Shui, you must remember to call me after you return home.
Yes, I will. No way.
Chen Feng rolled his eyes secretly. If you expect an emotionless robot to call you, you're just dreaming.
Chapter 124 WeChat is here.
Thinking of the cold treatment this little sister had shown him these days, Chen Feng felt very unhappy. Sooner or later, I will have to get rid of her, otherwise I will not be able to swallow this humiliation. And her sister should also be included in the output.
It's fun to put sisters together.
The plane took off quickly and Jishui quickly returned to work. Master, the latest ratings for Hanzo wa Naoki are out, 13%, and it's already trending as the hottest drama of the year.
Good. Chen Feng nodded.
While being busy in South Korea, Chen Feng did not forget to pay attention to Japan. Overall, the situation in Japan is very good. The TV series Hanzo wa Naoki they filmed has just been released and has achieved very good ratings, becoming a big hit on Tokyo Broadcasting System.
With such a good start, the Neon branch naturally became an instant hit.
On the day when the ratings for the first episode came out, Nishino Ningzi made 3 phone calls to Chen Feng to share the good news. Chen Feng was naturally just as happy, but he had actually expected this result. After all, it was he who selected the TV scripts for Hanzo wa Naoki through appraisal. From now on, his work focus will be in China, and he will not be able to pay full attention to the Neon branch.
How far they can develop will ultimately depend on Ningzi Nishino herself.
However, Chen Feng believes that the future development of the Neon branch will definitely not be bad, because Nishino Ningzi herself has very good abilities. What's more, Chen Feng is there to back her up. The South Korean branch had an even more amazing start, directly becoming one of the 3 major entertainment companies. Especially after absorbing part of the original Hyundai Group's entertainment industry, it even made up for its shortcomings in film and television production. Chen Feng also selected a very good TV drama script for them, called My Love from the Star, which he believed would help the SUM Group to move to a higher level. At the Changfeng Group headquarters, Chen Feng held a meeting. This meeting is mainly about Fengxin, a social communication software. Chen Feng originally planned to rest for a while after returning, but the situation at the company prevented him from doing so.
Mr. Chen, this is the market share of social communication software in the past few months.
Jiang Xiuhu, manager of Fengxin Project Department, stood in front of a PPT and vividly demonstrated the changes in social communication software in the past few months.
The first is Penguin, a software that has dominated the computer side.
With the help of the expansion of smartphones, it naturally occupies the top position in social communication.
The second place is no longer MeTalk, but a new software called WeChat, whose number of registered users and active users are second only to Penguin.
Ranked third is Fengxin, a subsidiary of Changfeng Group, which is closely following WeChat in terms of active users and registered numbers. The fourth-ranked software is MeTalk, the former second-largest app, which lags far behind in terms of both the number of registered users and the number of active users.
What's going on? Why did MeTalk's data drop so quickly? Wasn't MeTalk ranked second at the beginning?
Chen Feng suddenly asked. Mr. Chen, the reason for this situation is that MeChat is a social communication software created by Demi Company. MeChat's main business is selling smartphones, which puts it in competition with other smartphone manufacturers. Therefore, other smartphone manufacturers have intentionally or unintentionally boycotted MeChat. In addition to the boycott by other companies, the difficulty of social communication software itself to make a profit is also a very important reason. The main business of MeChat is too capital intensive to produce mobile phones, so they are unable to support the MeChat software.
I understand. Chen Feng nodded. MeChat is in trouble because of the boycott by peers and lack of money.
Yes, that's it.
Jiang Xiaohu nodded.
It is difficult for social communication software to generate profits directly.
It requires continuous investment.
This is why there are not many disruptors in this industry so far, because they cannot make money from it and they are facing several strong competitors at the same time. But I believe this is only temporary, just like Penguin, which was loss-making at the beginning, but later on, it still brought a steady stream of cash flow to Penguin.
Chen Feng smiled.
He knew that Jiang Xiuhu said this on purpose in order to give him a shot of prevention. Because the Fengxin project has never been profitable, and the company has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in it. If it were an ordinary boss, he would have given up long ago. If it weren't for Jishui's advice, it would have been difficult for Chen Feng to persevere. As a project manager, Jiang Xiuhu certainly did not want the company to give up the project or reduce the resources invested. So, after having the opportunity to meet Chen Feng, Jiang Xiuhu deliberately described the prospects of the project to give Chen Feng some confidence.
Okay, let's not talk about MeTalk, let's talk about WeChat directly. What's going on with this app? How did it suddenly become the second most popular app? I remember that before, not many people use this app. When talking about WeChat, Jiang Xiaohu's expression turned serious. Mr. Chen, the sudden rise of WeChat is mainly driven by Penguin Group.
As early as 10 years ago when the internet was emerging, Penguin Group created the Penguin account software. When developing our Fengxin, we also referred to some of the Penguin account mechanisms. After 10 years of development, Penguin has become the dominant social communication software on PCs.
No other software on the market can compete with Penguin.
Therefore, our company has never launched a PC version in order to avoid the pressure from Penguin. Similarly, with the foundation laid on the PC side, Penguin is also the #1 social communication software on smartphones, with the number of downloads and registered users far exceeding ours.
WeChat was created by Penguin Group to better develop the mobile internet.
At the beginning, they did not attach much importance to the project internally and did not invest any resources, so it has been tepid and its software ranking is behind us. However, recently, Penguin Group seems to have paid more attention to this aspect and started to use Penguin account to attract traffic to WeChat.
At the same time, it increased its advertising efforts.
This is why it surpassed us in a short period of time. But in fact, the user experience of our software is better than WeChat and Penguin account. Chen Feng frowned and said, "You mean to say that the main reason why we are not as good as WeChat is because of the traffic diversion of Penguin account?"
Yes, this is the main reason.
Jiang Xiaohu nodded repeatedly. After all, Penguin has a history of 10 years longer than our Fengxin.
It is the first choice of users and is almost becoming a sentiment for many people. If there is no Penguin to attract traffic, I guarantee I can beat WeChat in a fair fight. Chen Feng looked at Jishui.
Jishui nodded slowly, indicating that Jiang Xiuhu was right.
Chapter 125, Only Money Can Be Burned.
Chen Feng looked thoughtful and said slowly, "Business is like a battlefield.
There is no fairness here. WeChat has the traffic from Penguin. We can't change that.
The only thing we can do now is to find a way to surpass WeChat and defeat it under this unfavorable situation."
Don't tell me you're ready to give in.
Tell me how you plan to deal with the impact of WeChat. Jiang Xiuhu glanced at Jishui, then revealed a serious look. "Mr. Chen, our department does have a solution, but it will cost a lot of money."
Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged. "Speak." The first solution is to acquire MeTalk. MeTalk Group is almost out of business.
Their main business is smartphone manufacturing.
I guess they don't want to spend money on this project. If we come to acquire them, they should be happy to do so.
According to our estimates, this approach alone will allow Fengxin to surpass WeChat and return to the second place in social communications, with a market share second only to Penguin.
How much does it cost?
Chen Feng showed a serious expression.
Our estimated purchase price is 500 million.
Jiang Xiaohu said seriously.
Ha!
Chen Feng let out a long breath, but he didn't feel anything. 500 million sounds like a large number, but the company can really come up with the money. Moreover, Jishui also discussed with him in advance and believed that they should not give up.
Okay, 500 million is 500 million.
The first method requires 500 million.
What about the second method? Tell me how much it will cost.
Jiang Xiuhu smiled and said, "The second method will cost as much money as the first method, but it is a long-term investment and will not add too much pressure to the company's cash flow."
Speak.
Chen Feng had no expression on his face.
Jiang Xiaohu looked serious. Actually, this is an old method, which is to increase the intensity of advertising. WeChat has Penguin accounts to attract traffic, which we cannot change. But we can also attract traffic through other channels.
For example, there are several very popular software in the smartphone software market, such as Wandujia and Moji Weather.
Among them, Wandugia is the first choice for netizens to download software. If we reach an agreement with Wandugia and let them put our software first, the traffic attracting effect will definitely not be much worse than Penguin accounts. In fact, there is another very important traffic channel that Jiang Shouhu did not mention, and that is Baidu. Currently, Chengdu is the leader in the search field and has the most powerful traffic channels in the country. However, the two sides are in competition, so Jiang Shouhu could only give up helplessly. Chen Feng rubbed his brows. Money, after all, it's all about money. It's really expensive to set up social communication software. It's been almost a year, and I've just been throwing money into it without seeing any return. It's really scary. Okay, no problem. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and said, after the meeting, give me a report and estimate how much money will be needed. Jiang Shouhu nodded, understood, I will get it done quickly. By the way, Mr. Chen, I actually have a third way to compete for market share. If this method is really implemented, then we will be able to take over not only WeChat, but even Penguin. What is the solution? Pre-installed. Jiang Shouhu said directly. We can directly approach those mobile phone manufacturers to negotiate and pay them to pre-install our company's software on their phones. If possible, it would be best if we could turn our software into system software so that players can't delete it even if they want to. In this way, not to mention WeChat, even Penguin may not be our opponent by then. Chen Feng nodded. Pre-installation is indeed a good way to increase software market share. Imagine that when you buy a mobile phone and find that there is already a social communication software in the system, would you try to use it first? Most people are lazy. After using one social communication software, they will not use a second one. But the problem is that this method costs money, and a lot of money. Mobile phone manufacturers are not doing charity, so why would they pre-install software for you for no reason? To put it bluntly, it still costs money. If you want to impress them, you'll need to spend at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. The most important thing is that there are too many smartphone manufacturers on the market, including Apple, Samsung, Huawei, Xiaomi, Apian, Meizu, and so on. According to statistics, there are nearly 100 smartphone manufacturers in China, with large companies such as Apple and Samsung accounting for. They account for 20 to 30% of the market share, while the smaller knockoffs may only account for a few tenths of a percent. If you want most smartphone manufacturers to pre-install the Fengxin software, the money and effort it will cost will be a terrifying number. This is not something that can be solved with just a few hundred million. It may require more than 10 billion. The most terrifying thing is that after burning so much money, the Fengxin software has not shown any signs of profitability, and there is not even any possibility of profitability. This is just the money burned in 1 year. No one knows how long it will take to burn it next. Okay, I get it, Xiaohu, you did a great job, go down first. Chen Feng suddenly spoke. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'm leaving first. Jiang Shouhu nodded and left the meeting room with other project team executives. After they closed the door of the conference room, Chen Feng's expression changed instantly and he looked at Shui. Shui, tell me the truth, how much capital do you have now, and how much money can you make through financial operations in a year? To be honest, Chen Feng felt a little panicked. The company's finances are really unhealthy now. Among all the businesses, except for one game that can make money, all other businesses are burning money. Entertainment is burning money, video software is burning money, search is burning money, and social communications are still burning money. The company needs to burn at least several hundred million yuan a month, but now there is a gradual trend of burning more than 10 billion yuan a month. This is indeed a bit scary. You know, the company's only profitable gaming department only makes a few billion a year. Another profitable business is finance, but this kind of thing is too unsafe and it all depends on Shui to support it. Stock trading is risky, so be cautious when entering the industry. Although Shui is making money continuously, if he loses money one day, he will be finished. Master, the total amount of funds I currently have is 42.7 billion renminbi. At the same time, I can guarantee that within half a year, this amount of funds can be expanded to 100 billion. Fuck. Chen Feng couldn't help but swear. If I remember correctly, the total amount of money I gave you was less than 1 billion. It's only been half a year, no, more than half a year. How did you come up with more than 40 billion for me? I can only feel that this company is as good as not being open. It's not even as much as the money you made from casual operations in the financial market. Chapter 126 Fierce Quick Play.
And Jishui smiled faintly. Master, at present, the current financial market of mankind is a completely outdated and backward system.
There are loopholes everywhere, and the efficiency of capital utilization is extremely low. Making money in this market is as easy as drinking water.
It is impossible to make a loss forever. As for how I made all this money, it's very simple. Leverage, foreign exchange, futures, stocks, TEBI, every financial instrument can make money by taking advantage of obvious loopholes.
Chen Feng. Okay, you're awesome. Chen Feng couldn't help but give Jishui a thumbs up. What else could he say? He couldn't say anything except that Jishui was awesome and the system was awesome. This robot rewarded by the system is so capable that it doesn't matter whether it is there or not. By the way, Master. Jishui's expression became serious.
As the amount of money in my hands increases, it will be difficult to make money in the future, because there is a limit to making money through financial loopholes.
Next, you have two choices. One is to make money at all costs.
I can guarantee that the annual income will not be less than 100 billion renminbi.
But if you do this, these actions will soon be noticed by others and your identity will definitely be exposed.
No, keep a low profile, keep a low profile.
Chen Feng quickly stopped him.
Just kidding, he doesn't want others to notice him. Before he has enough strength, the best way is to stay low and develop.
Being high profile is seeking death. If you want to hide your identity, you can only use small amounts of money for frequent operations. I'm afraid the money you earn in a year is only about 30 billion.
Of course, as the market grows, the money earned will slowly grow as well.
And Jishui said seriously. Okay.
Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. He was a little panicked before, fearing that the company would not have enough cash and its capital chain would break and lead to bankruptcy. Now he finally understood.
There's no point in losing anything.
With Jishui, the robot plug-in, there's no way I'll go bankrupt no matter what I do.
A net profit of 30 billion a year is simply terrifying. The company does not have to worry about burning money.
As for the competition from penguins, there is even less to worry about.
So what if you have laid the foundation 10 years in advance? I will compete with you in spending money. The market value of your penguin is only a few hundred billion, and the annual profit is estimated to be less than 20 billion. Can you outspend me?
Chen Feng suddenly felt infinite pride in his heart.
Money is a person's courage.
The more money one has, the courageous one is.
If that's the case, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Social communication, video software, search software, all of them. It doesn't matter if it costs money.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Chen Feng is full of confidence. Moreover, in addition to burning money, he also has Jishui's help in filling in the gaps.
With this super robot from the future in charge, his software version and user experience are much better than those of other companies.
If your software is better than others and you spend more money than others, it would be strange if you don't win.
When Jiang Xiuhu came to hand in his report, Chen Feng said confidently, Manager Jiang, get ready to discuss the issue of software pre-installation with those mobile phone manufacturers.
Jiang Xiuhu was surprised and happy. Boss, this will cost a lot of money.
As long as it can increase Fengxin's market share, I will spend as much money as I can.
I will approve a quota of 5 billion for you. Go ahead and spend it. You must defeat Penguin and WeChat.
Chen Feng said with confidence.
Rich people speak with confidence. 5 billion. Jiang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. With a fund of 5 billion, what is there to be afraid of?
Not to mention WeChat, which has just been launched.
He also dares to fight against the old overlord Penguin.
By the way, don't just focus on burning money.
You should also pay attention to user experience and build an ecosystem for me.
Chen Feng suddenly reminded him. Social communication software has unique properties, and generally speaking, normal people will only use one.
For example, Penguin account, why does it occupy the helper position without spending much money on promotion?
It is because the ecosystem of this software has been successfully established. When your friends all have Penguin accounts, you can't use it even if you don't want to, because you can't contact them without Penguin accounts. Chen Feng reminded Jiang Xiaohu that he hoped he would not just focus on spending money and forget about the most important users. Jiang Xiaohu nodded, Mr. Chen, don't worry, we have always paid great attention to the user experience, and will find ways to make users inseparable from our software.
Yeah.
Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction.
It seems that Jiang Shouhu is still sober and not overwhelmed by the 5 billion, which is good.
Moreover, with Njishui watching beside him, Chen Feng felt relieved.
With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng let Jiang Shouhu go out. Social communications are like this. Just keep burning money.
It will take at least 1 or 2 years for you to occupy most of the market.
Master, the latest situation. And Jishui suddenly walked into the office.
Video websites such as Penguin Video, Kiwi, and Lu TV have begun to contact domestic TV stations and are preparing to purchase copyrights.
So fast, are they not satisfied with the free copyright and have to spend money on it?
Chen Feng felt very strange.
Why do you have to spend money to buy other people's copyright when there is free copyright instead of using it? Are you crazy?
It's mainly because of Quad. And Jishui took out a USB flash drive and plugged it into the computer, exporting a market share chart. Quad was only one of the top 10 video playback software before, but now, with the sharing function, Quad has rapidly expanded its market share and has become the #1 video playback software on the market, surpassing all other similar software.
Play it quickly. Chen Feng nodded.
He does know this software because many people around him are using it. The reason why everyone is using it is mainly because this software is so easy to use, such as the sharing function.
Just click on sharing and all videos of people nearby can be downloaded. Also, Quad is the only video software that can download romantic action movies.
Relying on these two advantages, Quad can be said to be the leader in the field of video playback, defeating Kiwi and Penguin Video. As for the Fengxing player of Chengfeng Group, it is even a small fry, not even as good as Penguin Video and Kiwi, let alone QVOD.
However, it was precisely because Kuaibo was too popular that it was hit by the imperial court. In particular, the function of downloading romantic action movies has attracted huge criticism. Chinese people are inherently conservative.
Although everyone has watched romantic action movies in private and likes to watch romantic action movies, they still need to crack down on them openly. Therefore, Kuaibo, the first to stand out, will soon suffer a blow. According to the news Chen Feng had received in advance, the authorities were not only going to crack down on Quad, but were also going to take this opportunity to establish regulations for streaming media, especially those regarding copyright, which would be extremely strict.
Chapter 127 Rival YouTube.
Other video software also got the news and realized that they could no longer use free ones, so they started purchasing copyrights. To be honest, this actually greatly disrupted Chen Feng's arrangements. There is no doubt that the most important copyright in the Chinese market is definitely the copyright of domestic TV series. What Chinese people like to watch most is definitely Chinese TV series. Although there are some fans of foreign TV series, they do not constitute the majority. Therefore, if video software wants to occupy the Chinese market, it must purchase the copyright of the Chinese market. Chen Feng's original plan was to buy high-quality foreign copyrights without alerting other domestic peers. On the one hand, this would allow him to catch their opponents by surprise, and on the other hand, he could use these high-quality copyrights to expand into foreign markets.
However, things have changed now. Other people in the country have started buying copyrights, so he has to keep up.
Compared with the illusory foreign market, the domestic market is definitely more important.
Fortunately, Chen Feng has enough funds, so he is not afraid even if other companies start a copyright war.
Quad is too popular, it will definitely attract attacks, we must prepare early. Chen Feng tapped the computer. Let's go to the United States, while our domestic counterparts haven't reacted yet. Let's go to the United States first and buy the high-quality copyright first. If we were to say where in the world the entertainment industry is most developed, it would definitely be the United States and Hollywood.
If Chen Feng wants to build a global entertainment empire, he absolutely cannot do without the United States.
American dramas also have many fans in the country, and their popularity is no less than that of Japanese and Korean dramas. To be precise, British dramas, Thai dramas, Korean dramas, Japanese dramas, and American dramas all have a certain influence in China, especially those classic old dramas. Chen Feng himself went to the United States, preparing to buy the copyright of the classic TV series and to see if he could make a layout in the entertainment industry. As for Britain and Siam, he also sent people there to buy copyrights. Of course, there is also the crucial domestic market, and Xiao Shanshan is there to help keep an eye on it.
It's so broken.
Looking at the slightly messy city and the strange looks from people around him from time to time, Chen Feng finally realized where he was.
America, the country of white people.
Although Japan and South Korea are foreign countries, they are also part of Chinese civilization. Although you may feel unfamiliar when you stay on the streets of Japan and South Korea, it is not very serious.
It was different in the United States.
From the moment he got off the plane, Chen Feng had a feeling of being out of place and felt uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. Especially when he saw how messy the streets were, and there were even homeless people rummaging through trash cans for food. Chen Feng's eyes almost popped out. No way, Americans are so poor. After all, they are the world's largest country. Master, the gap between the rich and the poor in the United States is very serious. According to a United Nations survey, there are 40 million people living in extreme poverty in the United States. At the same time, the United States is also the country with the largest number of prisoners in the world, with about 2 million prisoners in prison. And Ji Shuwei calmly reported some data he found on the internet. Fuck. Chen Feng couldn't help but swear. The world's largest country actually has so many extremely poor people and so many prisoners. This is really magical. However, according to Ji Shuwei, the extreme poverty in the United States is different from the extreme poverty in Africa. The extreme poverty in Africa means that people have nothing. As for the extreme poverty in the United States, although they have nothing, there are many relief agencies in the United States to ensure that they will never starve to death. There are even many people who are extremely poor but can still get money to support themselves. All I can say is that the national conditions in the United States are indeed different from those in China. Moreover, the public security here is relatively chaotic. It is mainly divided by areas. Some areas have very good public security, while some areas are as chaotic as a battlefield. Fortunately, Chen Feng lived in a 5-star hotel where the security was very good, and he was accompanied by Ji Shuwei, the world's #1 bodyguard, who was enough to ensure his safety. The place he was going to, the American Film and Television Association, also had very good public security.
Hello, Mr. Tony Chen, my name is Millie, and I'm a member of the association. Are you planning to discuss copyright issues with us?
Yes.
Chen Feng nodded. The situation in the United States is very different from that in South Korea and Japan.
If you want to obtain copyright, the best way is not to find a company, but to go through an association. This association is the American Film Association, which was founded in 1918 and is extremely powerful. In the United States, whether you want to make a movie, a TV series, or become an actor, you cannot do without this association. In fact, there are similar guilds in China, such as the China Film and Television Guild, the China Actors Guild, etc. But in China, these guilds are basically used for show and are not very useful. But in the United States, the power of these associations is terrifying and can even affect election results.
No one can ignore it.
Therefore, if Chen Feng wants to buy the copyright and contact those well-known directors, things will become very troublesome without the association's matchmaking.
Mr. Tony Chen, I have to tell you honestly that your request is very tricky. Millie frowned.
She is a typical white elite, 26 years old and looks very capable.
Ms. Millie, I don't know what's so difficult about my request.
Chen Feng said curiously, all I want is the online broadcasting rights, and the copyrights of these TV series are from a long time ago. Millie smiled and said, Mr. Tony, things are not as simple as you think. The internet has profoundly changed people's lives. Internet broadcasting rights are as important as TV broadcasting rights. Perhaps you don't know that the president of YouTube has already submitted an application to our association, requesting to purchase the copyrights of those classic movies and TV series just like you did.
YouTube has also taken action?
Chen Feng suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. Like Fengshin, YouTube is an internet video software, but YouTube was established much earlier, in 2006. Currently, YouTube is the only company in the global internet market that focuses on video, making it the undisputed leader in the video industry. Overlord and Fengshin short video are in direct competition with each other. Of course, this competitive relationship is what Chen Feng thinks of himself. At present, Fengshin video is just a small shrimp in the country, let alone internationally.
I guess even YouTubers haven't noticed the Fengshin video app.
Their idea of purchasing copyrights is probably similar to that of domestic video websites, which is to build their own copyright moat. But in this case, it would be unlikely for Chen Feng to buy these copyrights at a lower price. Even if you think about it with your heels, you will know that the price of something that no one wants and something that people are fighting for are definitely different. Chapter 128. The United States is a bit chaotic. Ms. Millie, actually what I want is the Chinese network broadcasting rights for these movies and TV series, which should not conflict with YouTube, Chen Feng explained quickly.
The most urgent task is to stabilize the domestic market. Millie shook her head. Maybe, but it's troublesome.
After that, Millie looked at her watch and said, sorry, it's almost time to get off work.
Let's talk about it tomorrow. Chen Feng was speechless. There's still half an hour before the end of get off work, why are you so anxious? Besides, you should give me a definite answer. Trouble, where is the trouble? Miss Millie, can you give me a hint?
Chen Feng had no choice but to speak. Millie showed an impatient expression and made a pleased gesture to Chen Feng. Her meaning was very clear. Chen Feng frowned, but said nothing, turned around and left the office.
Shui, tell me what's going on.
Chen Feng asked Shui beside him in a low voice. He was confused by Millie's strange attitude and had no idea what was going on in her mind. In this case, the role of Shui was immediately demonstrated.
Mr. Chen, let's go back first.
Shui said in a low voice in Chinese.
Chen Feng's mind moved and he nodded.
After they left, Millie walked out of the office and looked at Shui's receding figure with flickering eyes.
This girl is so beautiful. If I can present her to the leader, I will definitely be rewarded.
Chen Feng and Shui said nothing on the way back to their hotel room.
Okay, Shui, now that you're here you can talk, right? Chen Feng spoke.
This hotel room has been checked by Shui, and it has been confirmed that there are no surveillance devices.
No one else will hear you talking here, so you don't have to worry about your secrets being leaked.
Master, that Millie just now is a member of a cult.
The reason she didn't agree to you is because she has taken a fancy to me and wants to offer me to their leader.
Besides, when you were talking in the corridor just now, Millie was standing behind the door and eavesdropping.
Fuck. Chen Feng couldn't help but swear. The United States is too exciting.
It's bad enough that the public security is poor, but there are actually members of a cult messing around here.
Are you kidding me? What is the name of this evil cult, and why did she offer you to their leader? Chen Feng asked questions one after another.
Shui shook his head. I'm sorry, Master, I don't know the name of the cult or the name of the leader.
She didn't think about these things just now.
As for offering me to the leader, it's because I look very much in line with her aesthetic.
Depend on. The United States is too weird.
It would be fine if the public security was not good, but there are actually such anti-human things as cults.
Those people on the internet actually praise foreign countries as fairyland.
But when they really get there, they will find that foreign countries are far worse than China, especially the public security here. Since Millie dared to catch his attention, don't blame Chen Feng for being rude to her. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will kill you. You think my Chen Feng's cheat is for nothing?
Shui, check.
Find out the details about this Millie, and the evil cult behind him.
She actually dared to target me. I think she is tired of living. Chen Feng was very angry and the consequences were serious.
Shui once again used her unparalleled hacking skills to try to find out about Millie.
There are no secrets on the internet.
Soon, Shui found out the details of Millie, but it was not clear who her leader was. In the next few days, Chen Feng hired a detective company to follow Millie to see if he could find out anything through real means. That's right, the United States has a detective agency. In fact, this thing is very popular here.
Unfortunately, the detective agency didn't find anything.
Although they sent out 8 good men to monitor Millie around the clock, all they could find out were the things that were on the surface.
However, even the things that are on the surface are enough.
Because Chen Feng got Millie's hair through them. With Millie's hair, you can use the cursed doll to lock Millie and curse her. Of course, Chen Feng would not do such a thing in a 5-star hotel, as it would be easy to get caught. Fortunately, there is a shortage of grassroots police force in the United States, and police in many places do not go at all. According to data on the internet, which was investigated by the United States itself, there are approximately 20,000 gangs in the United States.
20,000, and they're gangsters.
These gangs often fight over territory and various issues, and the police generally do not intervene. In this situation, it was extremely easy for Chen Feng to find a place without cameras or police.
Motion Picture and Television Association of America. In the office, Millie was drinking coffee leisurely.
As a senior executive in the association, she actually leads a very comfortable life, and even her work life is extremely leisurely.
The United States is still a developed country after all.
Under the same conditions, the living standards of most people are much better than those in other countries. Of course, there are some shady jobs in the United States, but those jobs have nothing to do with white-collar elites like Millie. Just when Millie thought it was just another ordinary leisurely day, her cell phone suddenly rang.
It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, Miss Millie. Who are you? Miss Millie, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you must get to number 52 Mink Street in South City within an hour. What are you talking about?
Millie's eyes widened instantly, and she felt like she had met a madman. The next second, her stomach suddenly hurt, as if someone was stirring it with 7 or 8 steel knives.
Sweat broke out on Millie's forehead.
She squatted down and was about to cover her mouth with her hands, but the pain mysteriously disappeared without a trace.
Feel it, right?
If you don't want your stomach to continue to hurt like this, come to number 52 Mink Street quickly, otherwise.
As soon as the words fell, the phone was hung up.
Millie called back, but the phone on the other end was turned off. Millie's eyes widened with fear, but there was also a hint of excitement in her fear. After a few seconds, Millie's face became extremely red and her body began to tremble with excitement. It was not until 5 minutes later that her stomach started to hurt again and she came to her senses. With her eyes shining, she immediately stood up and headed towards the place mentioned on the phone. Mink Street is a neighborhood where black people gather, and the public security is usually very chaotic. Also, because the people here are very poor and cannot pay much taxes, the police seldom come. Places like this are usually protected by gangs, and Millie would never come here under normal circumstances because it is too dangerous. But now, with this mysterious phone call, Millie no longer cared about the public security here and came here decisively.
Chapter 129, Psychopaths Have Different Ideas.
On the way, one black person after another saw Millie, a rare white person, coming here, and their eyes flashed mysteriously like wolves, with greedy expressions.
When Millie saw this scene, she was not afraid at all.
She glared at every black person she saw and arrived at number 52 Mink Street safely. As soon as she entered the house, Millie felt her head buzzing and she knew nothing.
When she came to, she found that she had been locked in a room.
In front of her was the Asian who had discussed business with her a few days ago.
You are actually a wizard? Millie's eyes widened. The next second, she was kneeling on the ground, her face full of fanaticism. Great wizard, I am willing to be your slave. Please accept me. I will do whatever you ask me to do in the future. Oh shit. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. This script is wrong. What's going on? Chen Feng felt that his brain was unable to think straight. Why did Millie react like this? Being threatened, shouldn't he be scared or terrified? Why is he looking so fanatical now? Master, this Millie doesn't seem to be normal.
She seems to admire people like you who have magical powers. And Jishui whispered in Chen Feng's ear. Now Chen Feng reacted.
No wonder Millie has this attitude. If you are involved with a cult, how can you still be a normal person? There are all kinds of birds in the forest.
It is normal to encounter 1 or 2 strange birds occasionally when traveling around the world.
Chen Feng laughed. Why do you think I'm a wizard?
Millie's expression was still fanatical, and she looked at Chen Feng as if she was looking at God. To be precise, it is more reverent than looking at God, because God is fake, but Chen Feng's superpowers are real.
What happened just now is simply not something that an ordinary person can do.
Only wizards with superpowers can do it. It seems that Millie is still quite clear-headed.
That's right. After all, she is a white-collar elite.
Although not one of the top ones, she graduated from Ivy League and knows that science cannot explain what happened to her just now.
Well, I do have some extraordinary abilities. Chen Feng nodded frankly and admitted it. Hearing Chen Feng's admission, Millie's eyes brightened. Great wizard, I am willing to be your slave. From now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Please, accept me. Chen Feng immediately laughed. Ha, do you think I will believe you?
After saying that, Chen Feng directly activated the cursed doll.
Ah.
Millie bent over in pain and rolled madly on the ground like a stink bug. Chen Feng had no sympathy for this mentally ill lunatic and just let him suffer as much as he could. Since the cursed doll was upgraded, Chen Feng had asked Tin Jishui to find him a few medical books to study, so that he knew where to curse in order to make people suffer more pain while not causing too much damage. It was several minutes later that Chen Feng stopped cursing Millie. At this time, her tears, snot, saliva, etc. all flowed out, and because she was rolling on the ground, she was covered in dust and looked very embarrassed. Even if Chen Feng stopped cursing, she couldn't stand up. Instead, she gasped on the ground for a long time before she slowly recovered her breath. But what surprised Chen Feng was that after being tortured by him, Millie was not angry at all. Instead, she was even more in awe and admiration for him. Great wizard, I am serious. I am willing to give you everything, my money, my body, everything I have, as long as you are willing to let me be your slave. Chen Feng looked at Njishui, who nodded, confirming that Millie was speaking the truth.
It's so weird. As expected, people with brain problems think differently from normal people.
Since you said so, then tell me about the copyright first.
Last time you said there were problems with acquiring copyrights. What exactly was that problem? Millie shook her head. No problem. These copyrights can actually be purchased.
I said that before just to delay time.
What are you delaying for? Master, I am willing to confess to you that I have joined a cult. The leader of this cult likes to have sex with women.
The reason why I am stalling is because I think the Asian lady behind you is too beautiful, and I want to offer her to our leader.
Oh? Chen Feng was a little surprised.
This Millie was really direct. She even told him that she had joined a cult.
Although he already knew it, Millie didn't know that he knew it. It seems that Millie is really determined to be his slave. Next, Millie honestly told the information about the cult.
According to her, the cult is called NX1VM and is nominally a company that recruits members under the guise of removing psychological and emotional barriers for women and promoting better self-realization. To put it bluntly, this is a psychology training class that exploits people's anxiety to sell courses. China also has such courses, but they simply sell courses. However, the boss of this company, Keith Raniere, is different.
Selling courses is only on the surface.
In fact, he will use the name of selling courses to get close to the women he likes, and then make these women his sex slaves through brainwashing, violence, and taking private photos. According to Millie, this cult leader, Keith, has very powerful brainwashing methods. Among those brainwashed by him, there are including celebrities, wealthy businessmen, and even heirs to financial groups and so on. She was also one of those who were brainwashed.
After listening to Millie's story, Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, since you have been brainwashed by him, why did you tell me these secrets?
Master, I was actually bewitched by him for a period of time in the early days. I woke up a long time ago, but he had something on me and his power was too great, so I didn't dare to resist.
Look, this is the mark he left on me.
Millie lifted her clothes, revealing the scar caused by the fire. This scar is actually on the lower abdomen and connected to the private parts, which looks very hideous.
This guy named Keith is really good at having fun.
And this Millie actually revealed this secret right in front of him. It seems that she really trusts him.
Chen Feng asked, since he has the upper hand over you, why do you suddenly dare to resist? Aren't you afraid of him now?
Millie smiled flatteringly. That guy Keith is nothing more than relying on some small tricks to deceive those young girls who are not familiar with the world. How can he compare to you, a wizard with superpowers?
Great master, please believe me. I really want to be your slave. It is my greatest honor. Chapter 130. Millie is abnormal. Neuropathy.
Chen Feng cursed in his heart. I hate people with mental disorders like this the most. However, this guy does have some value. Originally, Chen Feng planned to find out the reason why Millie was targeting him and then turn this guy into a madman. The black area was originally a lawless place, and now it has become a place of madness. In the absence of evidence, this is an unsolved case. The United States does not emphasize solving major cases. They rarely even care about the security in black areas.
How could they possibly care about how a madman suddenly went crazy?
But now, Chen Feng suddenly changed his mind.
Although mentally ill people are weird, they are indeed useful.
If you want to establish a foundation in the United States, you must have the right people. There's a bedroom next to it, go in and wash yourself first. Chen Feng pointed to the door next to him.
Millie walked obediently into the next room. Shui, what do you think? Do you think I should accept her? Chen Feng looked at Njishui.
Njishui nodded. Master, judging from the current situation, it would be more beneficial for you to accept her.
I know this, but the problem is, this girl has a problem with her brain.
I'm afraid she'll go crazy suddenly in the future.
Shui, can you control her psychology? Chen Feng asked seriously. Human hearts are something that can change very easily.
Maybe now, Millie regards him as a god and wants to die for him, but the next moment, Millie's thoughts may change and she may hate him to death. If Millie was a normal person, Chen Feng would not be too scared, because he could still guess what a normal person would be thinking, but the problem was that Millie obviously had a problem with her brain. Who knew if she would suddenly have a brain seizure?
And Njishui shook his head. Master, I am just an artificial intelligence. I cannot understand her psychology, nor can I be sure whether she will change your mind.
Chen Feng smiled bitterly, knowing that he had set too high a standard for Njishui.
Robots are just robots after all. How can they possibly understand the complex human heart? Unless Njishui becomes stronger. Stronger.
Chen Feng's mind moved, and he remembered an item in his hand, the strengthening card.
This item can strengthen items.
The system gave him 3 of them, and he decisively used 2 of them. One is used to strengthen the identification camera, and the other is used to strengthen the Doom doll. These 2 enhancements transformed the items and brought great help to Chen Feng. As for the remaining enhancement card, Chen Feng kept it because there was no item to enhance at that time. Now he suddenly wanted to try whether this enhancement card could be used on the robot Njishui. Although Njishui is just a robot, Chen Feng really can't live without her.
Once he leaves Njishui,
the company will not collapse immediately, but it will at least be seriously damaged.
The robot Njishui could probably be considered an item.
Chen Feng took out the enhancement card, hesitated, and placed it on Njishui.
The next second, the enhancement card turned into a faint light and merged into Njishui's body. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If you can integrate into it, it means that the reinforcement is successful.
I just don't know what changes Njishui could have.
Enhanced all-round simulated intelligent robot. Function, an all-round robot that can complete almost all tasks and is a perfect assistant to humans.
Note, this is a robot made with future technology, and it is also strengthened by a mysterious force, undergoing miraculous changes. It seems, not much has changed.
Chen Feng scratched his head.
The identification camera and the Doom doll both underwent obvious changes after being strengthened by the strengthening cards, but the situation with the robot Njishui seemed to be different.
Shui, how do you feel?
Njishui answered seriously, Master, I feel no different from before.
Okay. Chen Feng nodded, what about Millie, do you think I should accept her?
Njishui nodded, Master, I think you should accept her.
Millie's spirit is different from that of normal people. She is a very useful subordinate.
You were originally planning to build a business in the United States, and you needed someone you could trust.
Millie is a very suitable candidate. She is capable and has enough connections. Chen Feng glanced at Njishui. It seems that Njishui's ability to analyze problems has become much stronger. But what if she goes crazy? You know, this guy has a problem with his brain.
Master, you have a cursed doll, you can curse her remotely. At the same time, I can implant Trojan software in her phone and computer and monitor her remotely. With a 2-pronged approach, we can minimize her risk.
Besides, there are risks in doing anything. We can't use Millie just because she is risky.
Chen Feng looked at Njishui seriously.
That makes a lot of sense. Everyone has risks. We cannot avoid using them just because they exist. As long as the risks are controllable, it's fine. Okay, then take her. Chen Feng nodded.
In fact, Millie is also very good, with fair skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes, a typical Western beauty. The most important thing is that Millie has no body odor.
This is very rare.
To be honest, Chen Feng originally came to the United States to pick up some foreign horses to play with and try something new. But when he came to the United States, he discovered that the women here had such a strong smell.
Each of them exuded an extremely unpleasant odor. The key point was that they liked to use perfume to cover up their body odor. The special smell of the original body odor mixed with perfume was simply a biological weapon to Chen Feng, who had a keen sense of smell. Moreover, their aesthetics are not the same.
Those who Chen Feng thinks are beautiful may not be considered beauties here.
Millie is pretty good and quite in line with her aesthetics. What's even better is that Millie's work experience happens to be related to the entertainment industry. While thinking, Millie walked out of the bathroom.
She found a bath towel from somewhere and put it on, but other than that she was wearing nothing else.
Master, please accept me. I will definitely satisfy you. Millie knelt on the ground and licked Chen Feng's feet like a puppy.
Most people's self-esteem would definitely not be able to tolerate such a thing, but for a pervert like Millie, being able to lick Chen Feng's feet is almost an honor. To be honest, Chen Feng felt quite happy when he saw Millie, who once looked down on him, licking his feet. He felt a great sense of accomplishment.
This feeling of conquest is truly intoxicating.
But soon Chen Feng became alert.
How did I become this kind of person? Damn, it's easy to get infected if you stay with a mentally ill person. Millie, tell me, how can I trust you?
Millie smiled flatteringly. Master, you can command me at will and ask me to do anything. You can take private photos of me and leave a scar on my body like Keith did.
According to what you said, it's okay for me to raise you as a bitch?